SilverDragon turns into a cute girl, throws Ollie, and record a message. This operation is amazing. In a cave during a heavy rain, a wild boar is pinned to the ground by a shadow. With a flash of lightning, it turns out to be a four-legged, winged silver dragon. The bright silver scales are blinding, and it snaps the wild boar's neck in one bite before taking off. In the next second, the dragon shrinks into an 8- or 9-year-old girl with bunny ears and blue short hair. Her pink dress is so cute, it's almost unfair. Brother Iba, make a midnight snack. The door didn't open. She kicks it down. The brand new door, only 10 hours old, is completely ruined. Seeing the young man still asleep, she pulls out a ceramic pot, pokes a hole, and the scent of Ollie wafts out, hitting him directly. She turns into a dragon, blocks the door with a giant rock, and even welds it shut. Discaturly, you little brat. The young man bursts through the rock, about to explode with anger. The little girl pulls out a shell, and his voice comes out. I tricked you, I'm a dog. Pulls out another one. Do whatever you want. Iba freezes on the spot. Did I just adopt an ancestor? I can't hit her, and I can't scold her. So, are we making that midnight snack or not? Will the little girl pull out some weird recording again? I'm laughing so hard I'm about to crow. The traveler casually disperses the dark clouds. Suddenly, a huge shadow falls from the sky. Iba gives the gloomy sky the middle finger. What a joke. Scarlet ripples shoot up to the sky, and the dark clouds are shattered. In the next second, the moon shines brightly. This operation is too impressive. Who would have thought that this guy is a traveler? He inserted a second-hand game cartridge and directly transformed into a 15-year-old boy, thrown onto an island filled with ferocious beasts. Fortunately, there's a monster hunter system. Find Dragon God Jade shards, exchange point for supplies, living a blissful life. Until he picked up a blue-haired girl, Discaturly, trading roasted wild boar for sound shells, and also taking her stinky bomb. Just as they were haggling, a sharp explosion sound comes from the sky. Looking up, a huge shadow is rapidly falling, heading straight for the small island. Is that a meteor? Iba picks up the little girl and runs, his heart racing. Just when things were settling down, are they going to be smashed to bits? What is that black shadow? Can the system withstand it? Sweat breaks out all over him. Staying at home and getting hit by Kaido? What kind of hellish start is this? My limited edition comic. Iba watches as his stone house collapses, heartbroken. The wild boar meat he just traded for with the sound shell has gone cold without Discaturly taking a bite. And it's not over yet. A strong man crawls out of a pit hundreds of meters deep. Longhorned, black-haired, carrying a wolf fawn club, a wine gourd hanging at his waist. You're Kaido Woohoo. You actually know me. The towering figure over 7 meters tall casts a shadow over the two. Kaido's gaze lands on the little girl. Mythical Zoan? Iba's heart skips a beat. This is a man who wants to build a zoo. Discaturly's Comet Dragon template. Isn't this food delivered to his door? My name is Iba. Before he finishes speaking, Kaido's wine gourd comes crashing down. Is he going to be forcibly recruited as a little brother? Or is he going to be flattened with a single blow? Can the system in his hand take on one of the future 4 emperors? It's thrilling to the point of suffocation. The little girl calls Kaido a stinky, bighorn gorilla. Now he's completely blown up. How about becoming an intern? Kaido offers. Discaturly shoots back. Who wants to recognize you as the boss? The air instantly freezes and Kaido's knuckles crack. In the next second, this guy actually starts crying. Why doesn't anyone want to go to sea with me? After downing a drink, the mood suddenly shifts. He'll beat you until you agree to go. The wolf fawn club swings over, bringing the impact of a supersonic mountain. Iba blocks with both arms, getting blasted away, shattering several rocks. If it can't be resolved peacefully, then let's fight. The forbidden ancient dragon, the black dragon template, activates. A Tometer 7 figure, with dragon energy hiding the 4 elements of dragon fire, ice, and thunder. Contaminating the sky creates hurricanes. Fiery rains, thunderstorms, and blizzards contaminating the earth causes earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. Is this going to turn into a natural disaster? Kaido's eyes shine. Interesting. The Wolf Fawn Club is raised again. Is he really going to get serious this time? Black Dragon versus future 4 emperors. Who will win? This clash is making people's hearts race. Black Dragon versus Azure Dragon. Thunderous 8 trigrams are about to smash down. Iba transforms into beast human mode, red and black reverse scales covering him. The horn of heaven shines with light, and a tail with poisonous spikes whips, causing the ground within a kilometer to shake violently. Magma stone pillars stab toward Kaido like giant swords, dyeing the small island bright red. Kaido transforms into his Azure Dragon form, blue scales flashing. Bad wind. The hurricane slashes through the heat waves, wind blades clash with the giant waves of magma, shaking the world. Iba's right hand is wrapped in crimson lightning. Disaster. Dragon Thunder Spear. The beam penetrates Kaido's waist, splitting the sea surface in half. Damn, that hurts so much. Kaido clutches his wound, muscles instantly writhing and healing. In the next second, the Wolf Fang Club is wrapped in haki. Kaido leaps to Iba's head, laughing maniacally. Try this move. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The club tears through the air, the dust hiding a killing blow. Can Iba take this hit? The power of the Black Dragon's natural disaster is about to explode. This collision is likely to sink this small island. It's so thrilling I can hardly breathe. Using bangs to catch the Thunderous 8 trigrams, the Black Dragon and Azure Dragon unleash their ultimate moves, blowing the sky into a sun. Kaido transforms into a 100-meter Azure Dragon, spewing hot breath. The air evaporates instantly, and space distorts. Iba transforms into a red and black Dragon, opening his mouth to suck in the airflow. Disaster. Thunder Roar Cannon. The orange-eared beam collides with the flames, exploding a new sun in the night sky. The sea surface is stirred up into monstrous waves, and Discaturli retreats in fright. This isn't a fight, this is world destruction. The dragon energy flows against the hot breath, and Kaido's dragon mouth suddenly explodes. The hot breath collapses, and the entire Azure Dragon is engulfed by light pollution. But in the next second, Kaido tears through the light and shakes off the sparks of lightning and fire. You little mythical beast has some skills. Iba reverts to human form. Stop fighting, pure consumption isn't interesting. Kaido actually agrees? Just a moment ago, he wanted to kill the opponent, and now he wants to sit down and talk reason. This twist is too sudden. Next, are they going to discuss how to join the Beast Pirates? Or will they compare whose dragon form is cooler? This development is completely unpredictable. Kaido cried. Just after a fight, he gets to be the vice captain? This is a huge profit. I can board your pirate ship, but I have conditions. Iba just starts speaking. Kaido bursts into tears, unable to hold his wine gourd. Finally, someone wants to go to sea with me. He directly makes a decision. You will be the vice captain. Iba is dumbfounded. When did the Beast Pirates have this position? How many people are in your pirate crew? Kaido hesitated for a long time. I just escaped from a Navy ship. If you join, I won't be a lone commander anymore. Wow, what a smooth promise. Elbat almost laughed in anger. So I'm here just to make up the numbers for you? He took out a treasure orb. Help me find 16 of these, or it's no deal. Kaido's eyes lit up. The request from a mythical beast-type boss must be met. Anyway, since there are no subordinates right now, looking for orbs is better than fighting. Wait, isn't this captain a bit too casual? What if the calamities come? Wouldn't that drive him crazy? Did Elbat just score a big bargain, or did he jump into a pit? Should he start educating Kaido on how to be a qualified captain next? This plot is so hilarious. Kaido actually got shy. Drinking Brotherhood wine and pouring seawater for a little girl? I'm dying of laughter. He'll take care of the orb thing. Kaido patted his chest and promised. The next second, he drunkenly added, but I have no one and no power right now. Elbat rolled his eyes. I'm waiting for your future potential. Kaido's face instantly turned red. You actually believe in me this much? Goosebumps all over. This Four Emperors is so unexpectedly adorable. Flame clouds condensed into a wine glass, just as the Brotherhood wine was about to clink. Discatlii reached out. I want to drink too, Kaido said seriously. Kids can't drink. You can have seawater. If the little girl really wanted it, had quickly switched to clean water. Fine, just for you. The Beast Pirates officially established. Kaido waved his hand. Let's go eat and drink well. He turned and cast his gaze towards the distant pirate ship. That ship that just escaped from the Navy is probably in for a rough time. The captain was still cursing the Navy like a mad dog, completely unaware. The future Four Emperors was coming with a new vice captain. Is this a free appetizer delivered to the door? Will Elbat directly unleash his big moves? Kaido's drinking snacks are sorted. This plot is just too joyful. Kaido driving while drunk on clouds? He directly crashed the pirate ship. I told you not to drink and drive clouds. You're a devil fruit user. Elbat was furious. Kaido blushed and argued. It's the ship's quality that's too poor. He pointed at the distant warship. The feast is over there. Navy Colonel Roy was feeling irritated. Chased down the fox hunting pirates in just a few minutes. The lieutenant suddenly mentioned Kaido. Did he escape during transport? Any punishment? 1 month's pay deducted. Gomir secretly laughed. Fortunately, it's not too severe. The next second he was rebutted. We still have to deal with the Barclow pirates. This group of Navy soldiers couldn't have imagined. The Kaido they were talking about was on his way with his new vice captain. The flame clouds rushed towards the warship. Was he going to snatch the feast directly? Roy's cigar was probably about to fall out of shock. Elbat was already clenching his fists. Just became vice captain. Shouldn't I show off a bit? Kaido's banquet is going to treat the Navy as snacks? This operation is spectacular. Kaido runs to the Navy warship for a banquet, and he wants good food and wine served. The fox-hunting pirates were sunk by the strange clouds. Just as the Navy finished speaking, the lookout shouted, "A yellow cloud is coming." Gumir turned pale. It can't be that coincidental. Kaido jumped down from the flame clouds and shouted at the Navy, "I want to hold a banquet. Where are the supplies? Get the chef here," and added, "Bring me good wine. My wine gourd is empty." The Navy was collectively dumbfounded. This pirate must be crazy. Roy transformed into his mantis form, his scythe wrapped in haki. Feeding you prison food would be more appropriate. Sword energy shot straight towards Kaido's face. But bullets and cannonballs hitting Kaido felt like a tickle. Elbat watched in astonishment. Is this the future for Emperor's presence? Snatching from the Navy like going home. As the new vice captain, should I lend a hand? Admiral Zifa is nearby. If he catches sight of this, Kaido would probably be pressed to the ground and rubbed. It was thrilling enough to make his scalp tingle. I just want to hold a banquet right now. Don't come bother me. Boom! As the iron rod swung, the sword energy instantly dissipated, and with an unstoppable force, it slammed heavily into Roy's chest. Boom! The violent impact seemed to tear the air apart. The righteous cloak behind Roy was torn by the shockwave, and he was ruthlessly pushed against the railing of the warship, crashing heavily into it. In an instant, Navy Headquarters Major General Kachina Roy lost his fighting capability. Everything that happened in those few seconds left the surrounding Navy soldiers stunned. Some soldiers even trembled slightly while holding their guns. They'll say it again, immediately. Right now, get your chef out here. I want to hold a banquet today. In the world of One Piece, banquets have long transcended the simple boundaries of dining, becoming an indispensable bond between groups and even evolving into a profound cultural tradition. Welcome feasts, farewell banquets, alliance celebrations, and parting parties. No matter the occasion, banquets are always accompanied by laughter and joy, serving as the preferred means for pirates to share happiness and express emotions. It can be said that every pirate sailing on the turbulent sea harbors a deep yearning for banquets, whether to celebrate victories, share joy, or dispel boredom and seek fun. Banquets are their favorite choice. The Navy will not compromise with pirates. Just when everyone was frozen in place, unsure of what to do, the Lieutenant Gumir pushed through the crowd and stood in front of Kaido. He drew two long swords from his waist, adopting a stance for attack. The justice I carry tells me that there are only fallen navies, not navies that compromise with pirates. After saying this, Gumir suddenly bent down, leaned forward, and forcefully stepped into the air with his right foot as if stepping on something, leaping forward to charge at Kaido. As he approached Kaido, the dual swords in his hands drew a series of afterimages, then crossed with armament color, the sword tips drawing a black crescent in the air, fiercely slashing towards Kaido's chest. Dual sword style, Black Knight Crescent. Two black crescents flashed by in an instant, but this attack did not achieve the desired effect, only creating two cracks on the deck behind Kaido that resembled tire tracks. What does your inability to compromise have to do with me? Kaido's foot suddenly stomped forward, and his body appeared abruptly to Gumir's right like a raging bull. Gumir felt a gust of malicious wind rush past his ear, instantly following in Roy's footsteps. Just as Kaido was becoming increasingly impatient, Elbat's familiar voice rang out above him. "Hey, Kaido, are those guys in white top hats behind the warship the chefs you were looking for?" Since Kaido had been focused on the two blocking his way, he hadn't used observation haki to carefully observe the situation behind the ship. However, Elbat, who had been lying on the flame cloud in the sky, noticed that there were several figures wearing white top hats in the cabin at the back of the ship. Is that so? Kaido opened his observation haki and briefly scanned. Then a sinister smile spread across his face. "Since the people have been found, I'll need you Navy guys to be quiet for a while. I don't like being disturbed during a banquet." Boom! The moment the words fell, a wave of Conqueror's haki was fully unleashed. A torrential dark red thunder erupted, and the deep, terrifying pressure emanating from Kaido rushed towards the Navy in front. In an instant, whether in the cabin or on the deck, except for the few white top hat figures Kaido deliberately avoided that Elbat pointed out, both people and transponder snails fell limp to the ground, rolling their eyes back and foaming at the mouth within seconds. Immediately, the fast-moving warship began to slow down. "Hey, Kaido, can't you tone it down a bit? You just need to knock them unconscious. Why go all out like this? Don't you know it looks unappetizing when they foam at the mouth?" Elbat stood amidst the storm of haki with a face full of disdain, seriously critiquing Kaido, who was showing off below. Meanwhile, the Skatry, who was perched on his shoulder, made a face at Kaido. At this moment, in a certain sea area of a new world, a warship, several times larger than the one Roy and the others were on, was moving at an extremely slow speed. "Admiral, The transponder snail signal from Major Roy has been cut off. In the communication room, a messenger handed over the recorded information to a burly man draped in a justice cape with messy purple short hair. Zephyr grabbed the telegram, anxiously looking at the relevant information, feeling both angry and secretly relieved. That guy Kaido again, as a notorious escape artist. The entire Navy gritted their teeth at Kaido while also feeling a sense of powerlessness. If this guy were just a pure brute, it would be easy to deal with. Just set a trap and ambush some personnel to toss him back and to impel down. But unfortunately, this guy is also a cunning bastard, and his strength is not weak. Coupled with the mobility of the Azure Dragon Fruit, the Navy is currently understaffed, and it's hard to find suitable personnel to specifically deal with him. Fortunately, based on his past behavior, this guy usually leaves after eating and drinking enough, and aside from causing considerable damage to the warship it supplies, casualties among personnel are actually not significant, so the Navy is not in a hurry to deal with him. Order the ship to move closer to Major Roy's position. Thanks to Kaido's relentless efforts, the banquet was proceeding very smoothly, especially when the chef brought dishes past hundreds of foaming life forms. Elbat felt that the speed of serving food around him had increased significantly, because both Roy and Gumier were foodies. The two had specifically brought a chef from the elite culinary team of the Navy headquarters onto the warship. Therefore, the cooking standards at this banquet were quite good, and both Kaido and Elbat rated it highly, with the little foodie Descatry fully immersed in the joy of eating. However, when Elbat wolfed down a piece of meat whose ingredients he didn't know, he suddenly realized one problem. The bighorn gorilla that had been sitting next to him seemed to be missing. To be more precise, this guy had a drinking binge and had downed a few bottles of urine during the banquet. Then, who knows what stimulated him? But he suddenly used his fruit ability and transformed into a giant dragon, flying off to who knows where. Originally, Elbat didn't pay too much attention, as he had long understood Kaido's unreliability. So when riding the flame cloud, he had asked Kaido for a life card just in case. But as time passed, Elbat quickly sensed something was off. That bastard Kaido still hadn't returned, and the direction his life card was moving and seemed a bit wrong. It appeared to be moving further and further away from him. Damn it, this drunkard has started causing trouble again. Can't he just let me have some peace? I must make this bastard quit drinking. In a new world, in an unknown sea area, the warship sailing on the sea, even though it was currently night due to some mist, the powerful searchlights on both sides of the ship were still diligently performing their tasks. After the Battle of God Valley ended, the Rock's pirates disbanded, and its members began to rapidly develop like scattered stars. The sea area of the New World thus fell into a vortex of chaos and disorder. The former king has fallen, and a new overlord has yet to emerge. This is a magnificent era where countless ambitious heroes are vying to make their mark. There are both arrogant individuals daring to challenge the world government and opportunists attempting to gain fame by ambushing naval ships. In this chaotic new world, everyone is searching for their own path, eager to leave their own legend in this boundless sea. Fortunately, this battleship is the flagship of Admiral Zephyr. As the highest combat power of the world government, at least on the surface, individuals of the Admiral's rank can generally step in to resolve any dangerous situations that arise in the new world. Moreover, Zephyr has always been strict in military discipline and is extremely cautious while sailing at sea. Therefore, even though it is already late at night, this battleship remains highly vigilant. The powerful searchlights on both sides not only illuminate the sea surface, but also project several dazzling beams into the surrounding sky. After all, there are not a few pirates with the ability to fly in these waters, especially the increasingly formidable Shiki, the Golden Lion. As an old rival, Zephyr is constantly on guard against this individual, who is filled with immense ambition. At that moment, a gust of wind blew, and the clouds obscured the moonlight, casting a shadow over the deck of the warship. This situation did not raise the alarm of the lookout tower sentinel. However, what he failed to notice was that the cloud's height seemed to be significantly lower than usual. Burp! Within the cloud, Kaido's 100-meter-long body was faintly visible. After letting out a comfortable burp, his dazed dragon eyes glanced down at the brightly lit warship, murmuring to himself, "Looks like I came back just in time. The party isn't over yet, and I've run out of drinks. I'll go down and get some more." He was currently high in the sky, and at this distance, it was impossible to distinguish the warship below without using observation hockey. Given his current completely tipsy state, he couldn't be bothered to use any observation hockey. Thus, Kaido directly dispelled the flame cloud, exposing his entire body covered in blue scales to the night sky. Is this the appearance of the pirate Kaido? The lookout tower sentinel immediately spotted Kaido, circling in the sky, and hurriedly took out his transponder snail to send a warning below. Warning, warning. A pirate is attacking from the sky. The attacker is Oni Kaido, with a bounty of 350 million berries. Just as alarms blared on the warship, the Azure Dragon, circling in the clouds, descended straight down. As it flew toward the warship from above, it visibly shrank in size, gradually transforming mid-air into a muscular horn giant. Bang! In the eyes of the alert sailors, the flame cloud dissipated, the dragon scales receded, and Kaido's human form crashed heavily onto the deck of the warship. Then, he instantly expelled a massive bubble of alcohol from his nostrils. Such actions instantly stunned the surrounding vigilant Navy soldiers. After encircling Kaido, they exchanged glances with each other for a moment. At the same time, Kaido's heavy snoring also reached their ears. Is this guy asleep? At first, the Marines on the deck didn't dare to make much noise, moving cautiously as if they were afraid to wake up the drunkard in front of them. But once they realized that no matter how much noise was made, this guy wouldn't wake up, their courage grew significantly. If that's the case, if we don't seize the opportunity now, when will we? This guy is a powerful being. Hurry, bring the sea stone handcuffs over and put them on him. Since the warship didn't have large sea stone handcuffs suitable for Kaido's size, the Marines simply used all the standard handcuffs on the ship and fastened them around Kaido's fingers like rings. Sea stone is incredibly hard and difficult to process, and only the craftsmen from Wano country have mastered this skill. Each year, the world government can only conduct some sea stone product transactions through the Blade Port with a secret supplier from Wano. This has led to the Navy having very few sea stone products, and special customizations are almost non-existent. So when Zifa hurriedly arrived on the deck, the Navy not only had put several sea stone finger chains on Kaido, but had also tightly bound him into an iron ball with steel chains. Is this guy drunk or asleep? Although he had already sensed everything happening on the deck with his observation hockey, seeing Kaido bound up like an iron dumpling still greatly challenged Zifa's understanding. Call the headquarters and report the situation here, and ask Admiral Khan how to deal with this guy Kaido. Yes, a guy this unreliable was once a thorny problem for our Navy. On the other side, after eating and drinking his fill, Elbat specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare some more delicacies to take away. He flapped his wings and called for Scatterly, who was still enjoying her meal, to fly into the air. After checking their life cards, the two flew directly toward where Kaido was captured. Eventually, they arrived at the warship right after Kaido was captured. Looking at the bustling deck below, Scatterly was ready to rush down to save him, but Elbat stopped her. Don't rush, Lily. This guy Kaido has been captured before. He is well acquainted with breaking out of prison. If you go down now, you might mess up his escape plan. Indeed, Kaido had been captured more than once. Back in the Vodka Kingdom, he was a prodigy who, at the age of 10, became the strongest soldier of the Vodka Kingdom. Later, in order to gain the right to participate in the World Conference, the king forcibly made Kaido join the Navy's conscription. Since Kaido refused, he was captured and handed over to the Navy. That same day, Kaido destroyed the warship and began his pirate career. From that point on, being captured and breaking out of prison became routine for him, and prison ships were treated as his mobile canteen. For a lone warship like this, escaping from Kaido would be a piece of cake. Brother Elbat, do we really not need to save that horned gorilla? No. It's actually good that he is captured now. He won't be running around drunk like before. Elbat yawned and said nonchalantly, we can find a place to take a nap, and when this guy sobers up and escapes on his own, we can come find him. Brother Elbat, come and look at today's newspaper. Early the next morning, Scatterly handed Elbat the newspaper just delivered by a newsbird. A newspaper? Where did you get this? A newsbird just passed by, so I bought one from it, Scatterly said, looking particularly calm as she ate her breakfast. Newspapers are a very convenient source of information in the pirate world. Although the reports inside can't be 100% true, they at least allow those sailing on the sea to understand the outside situation. The user of the bird fruit, albatross form, Morgans, became a top reporter for the World Economic News Agency, and along with him came the newsbirds that gradually spread across the world. One of the important reasons why the World Economic News Agency could rapidly grow and outcompete other newspapers under Morgans was these newsbirds. Morgans seemed to have a special ability to communicate with birds, and the newsbirds he chose were quite intelligent. Under Morgans' control, these newsbirds quickly became his most important employees. Although Morgans has not yet established his massive news dissemination system, relying on these newsbirds, he will eventually control news reporting worldwide, delivering his newspaper to every corner of the globe. At that time, if he wishes, He might influence global public opinion with a single newspaper, even sway the world situation. Bye? You didn't do anything to that bird, did you? Elbat asked, somewhat surprised. Don't worry, I'm not a 7-year-old child anymore. I understand that you have to pay for things. I gave that little bird 10 berries, and it flew away very happily. Lily, if I'm not mistaken, a newspaper should be 50 berries, right? A few years ago, it was still 40 berries. Now it has risen to 50 berries. This price is equivalent to the initial bounty on Chopper. In a few decades, as the value of berries depreciates, the price of the newspaper will reach 100 berries, just in line with the increase in Chopper's bounty. But with a money-hungry character like Newsbird, no matter how much Scatterly tries to negotiate, it wouldn't just be 10 berries a copy. Normally, it's 50 berries a copy, which is correct, but I think this price is too expensive. He wouldn't agree to a counteroffer, but after I plucked 2 of his feathers, he agreed to 10 berries. You actually gave him money. You're really too nice. He rubbed the little blue-haired Loli's shaking head. Albert sighed helplessly. Sigh, poor little bird. Just bear with it. She is still a child. Sitting down on the recliner, Albert unfolded the newspaper, and the large black and white headline came into view. It boldly stated, "The great pirate devil Han Monscara has fallen under the skirt of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, about to become the 20th husband of this pirate queen. Lily, did you wake me up early just to see this kind of gossip?" "No. Brother Iba, I saw information about that horned gorilla on it. He got caught again." Little girl, the use of the word again is very insightful. Although Albert was not clear about Scatterly's previous identity, it was obvious that the girl had read books before, and reading the newspaper was not difficult for her. However, how could such gossip steal the front page headline? Is Kaido's capture news not worth attention? Perhaps these reporters think that Kaido might come back to stir up trouble after a while. Well, thinking about it carefully, it does seem that there's nothing much to pay attention to. Skip. What I'm looking for now is news about Kaido. Wait, what did I just see? The first beauty of the pirates? Charlotte Linlin? What a strange title, interesting. Elbat flipped the newspaper back and quickly glanced down at the title. Then, a picture of a charming young woman with bright white teeth, a graceful figure, and a fiery allure caught his eye. Beautiful woman, who are you? Is this Charlotte Linlin? At the bottom of this picture, there's a long text description. Elbat hurriedly read through it based on the principle of making the most of his time. This passage briefly and precisely recounts the experience of a devoted admirer who is willing to give everything just to earn a smile from the goddess in his heart. Monscara, nicknamed the Hand of the Devil, is the captain of a pirate crew who fell deeply in love with Charlotte Linlin after seeing her beauty. In order to win over his goddess, Monscara not only spent all his savings but also betrayed his own pirate crew, selling out his companions to the world government in exchange for a bounty to continue pleasing Charlotte Linlin. Ultimately, this devoted admirer achieved his wish and had the goddess kick out her ex-husband, becoming her 20th husband. By the end, Elbat felt a surge of clarity rushing through his chest. Damn, that's impressive. Among the bootlickers I've encountered, I would call you the strongest. No, I need to quickly turn the page and change my mindset. Flipping to the next page of the newspaper, various news items unfolded before Elbat's eyes. Shocking. Hound Spike has been defeated by Treasure Hunter John's subordinate, Blame, on Genitai Island. Fate unknown. The Whitebeard pirates and the Walled pirates have simultaneously appeared near Gem Island. What a mess, Skip. Soon, Elbat turned to a new side of the newspaper and finally found the information he wanted, a photo of Kaido in shackles. Beside the photo was a headline and an event report. Shocking. The ghostly Kaido has been captured again. The report stated that during a routine patrol, Admiral Zifa of the Navy headquarters discovered an unidentified creature on the deck of a warship, which upon inspection turned out to be the wanted Kaido. Admiral Zifa has since apprehended him and will soon send him to the underwater prison Impelled Down for confinement. Meanwhile, Elbat also noticed a bolded small message at the bottom of the report. It detailed the odds of whether Kaido could escape this time, along with locations where bets could be placed. There are really a lot of fun people in this world. Kaido's title now, ISNT Beast, but Oni? It fits him pretty well, but why does it feel strangely familiar? As for the bounty, 350 million berries, that's just SOSO. So this guy bumped into a naval ship last night, and it was Admiral Zephyr's ship? Talk about bad luck. With Kaido's current strength, even if he isn't as powerful as he will be at his peak, he wouldn't easily lose unless he ran into those few monsters in the Navy. But this guy just happened to run into Zephyr. And isn't Kaido able to fly? Even if he can't win, if he senses something's off, he could easily escape. Unless this bastard didn't even think about escaping. With Kaido's drunken nature, Elbat seriously doubts that this dog has ever sobered up. He might not even be sober now. Kaido, brother, you really have a good eye for people. In the second half of the Grand Line, the New World Sea area, Punk Hazard. This is an island that cannot be pinpointed by any recording devices, and it is also the base of the world government's scientific force. At the center of the island is the Punk Hazard Research Institute, which has been entrusted with significant responsibilities by the world government. In addition to several large experimental bases built on the island, numerous criminals of the world government are also imprisoned here. At the northern supply port of the island, Kaido is shackled with iron chains as thick as a normal person's arm, with the ends of the chains connected to the deck of a warship. Zifa sits cross-legged next to Kaido, glancing at the port ahead. He shouts to the attendants nearby, "We're almost at our destination. You all go wake that guy up." The attendants quickly douse Kaido's massive body with water from head to toe. However, even after this, they find that the drunken man in front of them, still gently blowing bubbles of alcohol from his nose, shows no signs of waking up. This guy, Zifa, is somewhat speechless at Kaido's bizarre reaction. After thinking for a moment, he opens a bottle of sherry he carries with him and brings it close to Kaido. It proves to be effective. Burp. Is it my turn to drink again? What is this? Zifa, are you here to join our pirate feast? Kaido burps, opening his blurry eyes and looking around with disdain at the chains on his body and the handcuffs on his fingers. So I've been caught again. He scans the deck, and after not seeing anyone else, he breathes a slight sigh of relief. Brew brew. A message soldier approaches Zifa, holding a transponder snail, salutes properly, and hands a transponder to Zifa. Report, Admiral, it's a call from Marshal Kong. At this moment, Kaido turns his head and shouts at Zifa, who is picking up the transponder snail. Hey, Zifa, I'm hungry. Give me something to eat. Zifa ignores the madman, puts his treasured wine back into his pocket, walks to the railing of the deck, and communicates with the now Mohican-styled transponder snail and Kong, who is far away in Marineford. Yes, I understand, Brother Kong. Compared to guarding Mariehua, I prefer rescuing civilians who have lost their homes due to pirate destruction at sea. I will talk to him, but I need you to communicate with the world government. Understood. After completing the handover task, I will immediately escort Dr. Vegapunk to the West Blue. Just as the two are on the phone, Kaido, who has not seen any Navy attending to him, yells angrily, "Didn't you hear me talking? Zeph, I'm hungry. I want to eat." Shut up, Kaido. Zifa's forehead bulges with veins as he hurriedly puts down the receiver, takes a breath, and turns back to scold. You're clearly a prisoner, yet you're so arrogant. But Kaido does not back down, defiantly saying, "What? Can't a prisoner talk? Can't a prisoner eat? When you end up and impelled down later, the prison food will surely fill you up." After shouting again, Zifa turns around and picks up the transponder snail once more. Oh, that noise? That was the captured Kaido causing a ruckus, but it's nothing, just some arrogant threats. Yes, it has been confirmed that he is a mythical Zoan-type user, and the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs are already on him. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, Kong gestures for Zifa to wait a moment, hangs up the transponder snail, and dials another number. Hello, Froda. This is Kong. The captured Kaido has arrived near Punk Hazard, and it has indeed been confirmed that he is the user of the fish fruit, mythical Zoan-type, Azure Dragon form. We need you to come and take him over. On the other end of the call, Froder, the current head of Cypherpole 9, bursts into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the repeatedly escaping Kaido to finally fall into your hands. Thank you, Marshal Kong. Now Dr. Vegapunk's experiments can continue. Kong can't help but frown and asks, Froder, continue with the experiments? Isn't that too dangerous? Kaido isn't an easy character. Don't worry, Marshal Kong. Our CP agency will handle it well. Besides, he is still wearing Sea Prism Stone handcuffs. Due to the new turbulent situation at sea, Kong, feeling troubled, is not very interested in the upcoming arrangements by the CP agency. He says in a deep voice, since you say so, hurry up and send someone to the port to take over. That guy Kaido will be handed over to you. I'll talk to Zifa about it. Ha ha ha, rest assured. I'll send someone over as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the high sky not far from the warship, behind a cloud, Elbat looks at the slanted life card in his hand and can't help but facepalm, muttering, how the hell did I get caught here? Punk Hazard is a place he knows very well. Elbat is not sure what his current combat power is, but with just himself and Descartly, trying to rescue a drunken man under the watch of a Marine Admiral is indeed quite difficult. So, to be safe, he decides to play it cautiously. After all, an Admiral is a busy person who won't stay beside Kaido all the time, right? As long as he finds an opportunity to sneak in unnoticed and free that bastard, the two of them can escape together. That is the safest choice. Elbat originally planned to wait until the warship docked for supplies to quietly sneak in and take action. But he didn't expect the warship to directly bring Kaido here. Looking at Kaido being brought to the dock without any resistance, Elbat only feels a headache. Is this dog thing still thinking this is some kind of naval base? Familiar with the plot, he knows that due to Vegapunk serving as the director of the Punk Hazard Research Institute, the area ahead is one of the most confidential regions of the world government. Rescuing someone from here is no easy task. If only he knew how Kaido was captured and how he escaped in the anime from his past life. Now the Beast Pirates have already been established ahead of time, and this little butterfly of his has gently flapped its wings in history. So how the story of Punk Hazard will develop next is something Elbat cannot say for sure. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Even that Kaido, who had hardly anyone to help him and whose mind was soaked in alcohol day by day, managed to escape alone. There's no reason for him to be trapped inside now that I'm here as his assistant. Having figured out this logic, Elbat signaled to Descatli to follow him, and the two carefully concealed their figures, spreading their wings and flying away into the distance. The eastern coast of Punk Hazard is lined with steep cliffs, and the waves of the sea crash against the towering rocks on the shore, shattering into tiny droplets. Today's weather isn't clear. There's a thick fog over the sea. Standing on the steep cliff and looking down, all one can see is a gray expanse of ocean. On the lighthouse, the soldier on duty felt a slight vibration under his feet. He descended from the lighthouse and looked around for a moment, but found nothing unusual. Strange. Could it be my imagination? The soldier, somewhat suspicious, climbed back up the lighthouse. What he doesn't know is that about 100 meters below him, a tunnel constructed of magma is slowly extending towards the center of the island. Inside the tunnel, Elbat placed his right hand on the rock ahead, and the Crimson Dragon energy surged, causing the hard rock to instantly turn into boiling lava. Damn, there are so many steel plates buried in the ground. Does the world government have so much money? At this rate, it will probably take another 3 hours to reach the underground level of the island. When I get out, I'll find someone to ask about Kaido's location. While Elbat was contemplating the rescue plan in his mind, he suddenly clenched his left hand into a fist. The red-hot lava quickly reformed and began to squeeze outward, soon forming a dark opening. Behind him, Descatli was waving 2 small flags she had somehow found, cheering him on. Lily, keep your voice down. We're in a stealth operation now. But Brother Elba, this magma tunnel is so cool. It feels like we're walking in hell. You brat, if you can't say anything smart, just say less. Hee hee. Just as Elbat was trying to act like an emotionless digging machine, the PH-003 laboratory on the island welcomed one of its old residents. The ceiling and floor of this laboratory are covered with shiny special steel. Bright incandescent lights hang from the top of the room, and under the dazzling light, various sci-fi experimental instruments are placed. They are either meticulously arranged in prominent positions or quietly standing in various corners of the room. In the center of the laboratory, several glass jars filled with green solution are particularly eye-catching. The glass jars vary in size, some tower high, nearly touching the lampshade at the top of the room, casting large shadows over the light. Others are small and delicate, only as tall as a person. Looking through the most central crystal-clear jar, one can clearly see a boy sleeping inside. He appears to be around 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a slightly faded cotton and linen top paired with black shorts. His tan face looks somewhat gray, covered by a thick cascade of white long hair. Behind him, a pair of powerful black wings grow, with a flame floating defyingly in the nutrient solution above the wings. Under the swaying light, the boy's entire outline is illuminated in a sculptural manner, revealing strong contours that flicker in and out of visibility. At the bottom of the jar, several dark iron chains are tightly connected to the shackles on the boy's hands and feet. The boy's black eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the strange tattoo at the corner of his eye emitted a faint, eerie glow under the bright light. At that moment, a rough voice came from a tall glass jar next to him. Hey Abel, you little brat, you're back again? Those madmen didn't manage to kill you this time? The voice echoed in the bright room, breaking the long-standing silence of the laboratory. The boy's slightly curled body moved gently, and there seemed to be slight tremors in his hands and feet. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. So, you lost another bet, Alfred. Opening his tired and hateful eyes, Abel glanced gently at the figure beside him before slowly closing his eyes again. Inside the tall glass jar, the merman Alfred smacked his lips in admiration, revealing a trace of envy in his words. TSK, 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 what a resilient life force. By the way, are all of you Lunarians monsters? Monsters? Resilient life force? Alfred, in the laboratory, those aren't exactly good words. After a moment of silence, Abel said softly, "Instead of coming to chat with me, you should worry about yourself. I heard those madmen talking yesterday. They start a new round of endurance experiments this afternoon. So, how about another bet to see who gets into this laboratory first? I bet I'll win. Ha ha ha. Don't underestimate the merman's body, Abel. That kind of endurance experiment is like a tickle to me." Alfred let out a hearty laugh. However, due to some painful injuries, his laughter carried a subtle twitch. "Humph. I hope your body holds up as well as your mouth, you dark and plump fish." "Plump fish, huh? Ha ha ha. What a not-so-lovable little brat." In a laboratory, their banter was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples and adding some life to the dead space. "I say, Alfred, have you ever thought about escaping this research facility?" Abel suddenly shifted the conversation to the merman behind him. "Who would want to leave this hell?" "Abel, I've been locked up here for a year or two. Maybe at first, I had some impulse to escape, but now..." Alfred seemed to be reminiscing, continuing, "During this time, I've seen more than one person who wanted to escape. But so far, let alone escaping the research facility, many didn't even make it to the laboratory door before being suppressed by those guards. These nutrient solutions, aside from keeping our bodies in a healthy state, can't support any high-intensity combat. So, Abel, give up on unnecessary fantasies and accept the cruel reality." "Alfred, have you heard of Joy Boy?" Abel suddenly asked a very unexpected question. "Who?" Alfred was taken aback. "Joy Boy, who is said to possess the power of the legendary sun god Nika." Abel's hatred seemed to fade a little, and a hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. "The sun god Nika is the deity worshipped by our Lunarian tribe. He dances to the beat of freedom, bringing laughter to everyone, and leads all the oppressed to break through the darkness to live happily under the sun." Hearing Abel's words, Alfred grinned and mocked. "Ha ha ha. How could there be such a good god in the world? In the eyes of the gods, aren't we just ants? Do you think it was someone else's order to lock us in this dark place? It was those gods living on the red Earth continent." Bang! The sound of the laboratory door opening interrupted Abel's rebuttal. As the door closed, a sharp voice came from behind the two. "I heard you two screaming since early morning at the door. Just 2 experimental samples. Why so much talk?" Arriving beside them was a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a white lab coat, his face filled with fatigue, holding a large stack of research materials. Bang! The middle-aged man slammed the materials on a lab table and complained softly, "What this Vega punk? What so-called brain that 500 years ahead of the world? I see he's useless except for having a big head." Sizzle. As the middle-aged man complained, a sound of metal ablation suddenly rang from beneath the laboratory floor. But it was too faint to attract anyone's attention at that moment. Why does he get to be the head of Punk Hazard Research Institute? And why am I stuck doing his bidding? I wonder what Satan thinks. Sizzle. As his complaints grew louder, the metal ablation sound became clearer. The middle-aged man, flipping through the documents, also sensed something was off. He put down the materials and walked to the glass jars of Abel and Alfred, sternly questioning, "What's that sound? Are you two up to something?" Just as the middle-aged man was about to say more, he suddenly noticed the ground beneath him beginning to faintly glow. "What is this?" Before he could finish his sentence, a loud explosion erupted. Boom! In an instant, flames burst forth, and the temperature in the cold room rose sharply. A stream of molten lava broke through several layers of thick steel plates, erupting from the laboratory floor, scattering fireballs that instantly melted several expensive experimental instruments nearby. The towering column of lava, mixed with flames, surged upward, breaking through the laboratory ceiling and rising into the air, transforming into a brilliant fire meteor. Abel and Alfred were quite lucky. The extremely durable glass jars and the emerald green solution inside isolated them from the flames and heat waves that erupted ahead. However, the middle-aged man was out of luck. When the lava erupted, half of his body was mercilessly consumed, and his precious white lab coat turned to ash in an instant. Beep, beep, beep. The warning lights at the top of the laboratory door flashed red at that moment. Red-hot molten metal dripped down, and amid the piercing alarm, 2 blurry figures jumped out from the crimson opening. The 2 people are Elbat and Discady. They both told you that we are in stealth mode, sneaking into the village quietly, no gunfire allowed, and yet you made such a big scene. Elbat lightly tapped Discady's light blue head with a flick of his hand, severely reprimanding her. "I told you not to move around, little girl. If you're bored, why not just lie on my back and take a nap? You had to cause trouble at this moment. It's obviously your own show-off that went too far, and you blame me." Discady pouted and lowered her head under Elbat's glare, looking at the half-burned body at her feet and the other half that was a bloody mess. Discady disdainfully kicked it a couple of times, pushing it in front of Elbat. You started the fire, you deal with it. Elbat, after crossing over, perhaps due to merging with the template of the glorious Black Dragon, had already become vastly different from his previous life. He didn't reject killing. What he found disgusting was the mindless slaughter everywhere. So he felt no discomfort at this scene. Kicking the unidentified object that Descady had sent over to the side, Elbat wiped off the splattered lava on his face, then took out the Kaido life card from his pocket. Looking at the small piece of paper that swayed in his hand, his expression changed slightly. Damn it, I looked away for just a moment, and it actually went off course. Elbat turned slightly in the direction indicated by the life card, intending to continue on his way when several green glass jars appeared in his line of sight. Upon catching a glimpse of Abel soaking in the glass jar, his gaze was momentarily stunned. Is this unique physical feature from the Lunaria clan? Could the person from the Punk Hazard Lunaria clan be the future high-ranking worker of our beast pirates, the Pillar Stoneflame Calamity? Jin? Beep beep beep. Bang. A punch exploded the still ringing alarm, and Elbat scratched his head as he walked straight towards the glass jar that locked Abel inside. Feeling the gaze from within the jar, he curiously circled around it before pressing his palm against the hard glass surface. The Crimson Dragon energy surged, instantly penetrating the glass and the solution. In the next second, both the specially made glass and the cold shackles locking Abel's body dissolved like melting snow, and the emerald green solution surged out. Elbat spread his wings, looking at Abel, who was still a bit flustered standing in place, directly flew behind him, grabbed the back of his collar, and pulled him out of the glass jar. After hesitating for a moment in the air, Elbat shook Abel and gently placed him on the ground. The green solution gently wrapped around the soles of Abel's feet, and as he faced the ground he hadn't stepped on for a long time, his legs swayed slightly upon landing, but he stubbornly stood upright. Who are you? Why did you save me? I'm just a passing mast rider. My name is Nassario Elbat, the current vice captain of the Beast Pirates. Young man, I see you have amazing bones and extraordinary talent. You're good material for becoming a pirate. How about joining our crew? Realizing that he seemed to have done something foolish just now, Elbat forced a smile as he tried to make amends. Can you change the world? Abel raised his head and said something baffling with a serious expression. The Lunaria clan was the indigenous people of the Divine Kingdom on the Red Earth continent before the Celestial Dragons, and the number of descendants still existing today is extremely rare. It is said that reporting their whereabouts to the world government could directly earn a bounty of 50 million berries. So, it's no surprise that this guy grew up in a life of being hunted and hiding, leading to a somewhat cynical personality. Well, changing the world is something Kaido is better at. You can ask him when you meet him. Kaido? Yes, he is the captain of our beast pirates. And this guy is a well-known golden teacher on the sea. He will definitely clear your doubts. When in doubt, just toss it to Kaido. After all, it's not the first or second time he has done something outrageous. His teaching quality is well tested, although I just blew up the alarm phone bug. Making such a big noise must have already alerted the guards in the research facility. Time is tight. Let us discuss any problems after we leave here, Elbat said urgently. Abel's gaze deepened as he slowly nodded. So, are we flying out of this hole directly? He pointed to the large hole blasted by the magma above. Out? Elbat shook his head. No, you might be misunderstanding. We infiltrated here to save a certain unreliable guy. Saving you is just a convenient act. Infiltrated? Save someone? Come here? Just as Abel looked puzzled, a sharp, piercing alarm rang out from outside the laboratory. Beep beep beep. After a brief adjustment, the guards of the research facility began to approach here. There are intruders in laboratory number 3. One group flanks from the back, another group blocks the entrance, and the rest follow me inside to capture them. Remember, use tranquilizer darts. There are precious experimental samples in the room, and they must be captured alive. Yes. Listening to the noisy footsteps and shouts outside, Elbat rubbed his throbbing temples. Although he had long anticipated tight security here, he didn't expect their response to be so quick. Elbat looked at Descathery, thought for a while, and frowned as he said, How about this, Lily? You go out with him first, and I'll go find that dog myself. No. The little girl shook her head decisively. At the same time, Abel also stretched his body, his face full of hatred. If someone needs saving, I'll go with you, Mr. Nassario. Just right. I have a score to settle with those hyenas. Just as Abel spoke, the laboratory door suddenly swung open under the guard's control. Seeing this, Abel rushed toward the door with his fist raised. But before he could take a few steps, his shoulder was grabbed by Elbat. Wait, why the rush? Don't just rush in. Follow the life card in my hand. Although you've already joined the Beast Pirates, can't you learn something good? Elbat waved his hand, scattering a large area of Crimson Dragon energy at the door. pulling several unsuspecting guards into it. The next moment, the temperature around the door rose sharply. In just a few seconds, the guards' hair, clothing, skin, and weapons were ignited. Some screamed and curled up on the ground, while others fled in panic, rolling and crawling out of the range of the dragon energy. An unknown high-temperature mist has appeared ahead, requesting urgent support. A guard, suspected to be a squad leader, sent a distress message through the mini-phone bug in his palm. At that moment, the life card in Elbat's hand, which had been shaking, finally quieted down. "All right, don't mind those guys. Let us go this way." Elbat shook the life card in his hand and pointed at a wall of the laboratory. Dragon energy surged and red light reappeared. Under the corrosion of the high-temperature dragon energy, the thick steel wall of the laboratory was melted into a large hole. Immediately after, everyone saw a group of guards preparing to flank from the back door. "Elbat, how many of these guys are there?" Upon seeing the target, the guards immediately entered through the hole, raising their tranquilizer guns. Elbat and the others naturally wouldn't sit idle. The next second, a shadow quickly flew into the air. "Flame Emperor." Abel leaped up, letting the flames behind him snake into his palms. He swung his arms, and two massive fireballs sliced through the air, swiftly flying toward the guards. At the same time, the flames behind Abel suddenly extinguished, and his eyes narrowed. The flames granted the Lunaria clan strong defensive power. When the flames extinguished, their speed would greatly increase. The flying tranquilizer darts were completely ineffective against the high-speed, moving Abel, and his ghostly speed allowed him to appear in front of the guards in just a few breaths. Boom! The flames surged again, and Abel ignored the long knives swung by the guards, snatching one and began chopping through the crowd. Although he had never learned swordsmanship, relying on his formidable defense and reckless fighting style, he surprisingly gained the upper hand. Just as Abel moved through the crowd, as if in a world of his own, a low shout suddenly came from among them. Flying finger gun, chaos meteor gun. Dozens of invisible air bullets suddenly appeared, striking Abel's chest instantly. The fierce impact sent him flying backward, landing with a thud at Elbat's feet. The next moment, a chilling voice came through. "I didn't expect Admiral Zifa to have just escorted Dr. Vegapunk to attend the O'Hara Academic Exchange meeting, and Punk Hazard would erupt in such a riot." The voice was filled with anger and irritation, and soon after, a man dressed in a black suit, wearing a white baseball cap and a mask resembling a mix between a cry and a smile, stepped out from behind the guards. The newcomer was none other than Frodo, the head of CP9. If you experimental subjects managed to escape, even as the head of CP9, I wouldn't be able to avoid accountability. So, gentlemen, could you please return to your cages? After all, controlling your power is not my specialty. CP, or Cipher Pole, is an important department under the world government. Although primarily focused on intelligence work, their combat capabilities should not be underestimated. Compared to the Navy, CP agents may be slightly inferior, but for most people, they remain formidable opponents. As a secretive espionage agency within CP, CP9's formal members are almost all superhumans who have surpassed human limits. Unlike the later useless Spandam, the current head of CP9, Frodo, is undoubtedly a superhuman among superhumans. Upon seeing Frodo, Abel immediately widened his eyes as he struggled to stand. "I recognize that mask. You were one of the attackers when our tribe was assaulted a few years ago." The sight of the familiar mask ignited a tidal wave of fury within Abel, making it feel as though his chest would explode. "Oh, so what if it's me?" Frodo's disdainful tone instantly caused Abel's eyes to redden with rage, and with a loud bang, fueled by both old grievances and new hatred, the flames burning behind him grew even fiercer. "You dogs of the world government, die!" With his fists wrapped in fiery wrath, Abel quickly flapped his dark wings and charged straight at Frodo. "Ha! A little beast consumed by anger?" In response to Abel's sudden attack, Frodo's reaction was evidently quicker. In an instant, his powerful right leg reacted swiftly. Iron block, steel wood. Bang! The clash of fists and legs produced a collision between Abel's scorching fire punch, filled with explosive force, and Frodo's steel right leg, enhanced by the strongest illusion, iron block. Sparks flew, and where their fists and legs met, a powerful whirlwind was created. Thus, even with the talent of the God Clan, after a moment of stalemate, Abel was still knocked back by Frodo's greater strength. This guy has a really hard leg. In midair, Abel spread his wings, striving to stabilize his body, and then began to channel the flames behind him. To have such power at such a young age, you truly are worthy of the Lunaria tribe. Brushing off non-existent dust from his right leg, Frodo continued in a rather frivolous tone. No wonder the government announced that just providing information about you would earn a reward of 50 million berries. What a talent to be envied and envied. Facing Frodo's provocative words, Abel remained unafraid and skillfully wrapped the flames he had gathered around his black wings. Then, concentrating all his strength, he flapped his wings fiercely. Two streams of fiery heat instantly converged, resembling two raging fire dragons entwining to form a massive and blazing red vortex. Abel controlled this unstoppable force and charged directly at Frodo. But no matter how good your talent is, in the end, you're just a teenager. This kind of move is more suited for blowing out candles at a birthday party. Frodo lightly tapped the ground with his foot, and his figure instantly soared into the air. Immediately, his strong right leg carved out 3 slashing waves like flying cuts in midair. Storm Step, Chaos, 3 scythe weasels. The 3 waves sliced through the fire vortex as effortlessly as cutting tofu. At that moment, Frodo's figure skillfully glided through the gaps of the sliced flames, rapidly approaching Abel's side with his exquisite moonwalk. Then, he gently raised his right index finger, and before Abel could register the shock, he struck Abel's chest with lightning speed over a dozen times. Finger gun, strong, big continuous shot. Bang, bang, bang. Abel's chest seemed to suffer a barrage of dozens of high-speed bullets in an instant, and the sudden violent impact made it impossible for him to stabilize his body in midair. Bang! Abel's body flew back, crashing heavily beside Elbat. Fortunately, the talent of the Lunaria tribe was indeed formidable. Thus, Frodo's wave of attacks did not inflict much substantial damage on Abel. However, the suffocating pain in his chest still rendered Abel temporarily immobile. "You bastard!" Unable to move, Abel shouted angrily at the sky. "Even this level of finger gun couldn't cause you any harm. The defensive power of your Lunaria tribe is truly terrifying." Frodo, bouncing in midair with his moonwalk, expressed his amazement. "However, even if your body can withstand this damage, how long do you think your consciousness can hold out against the pain?" Flying finger gun, Chaos. Meteor shot. Withdrawing his moonwalk, Frodo elegantly landed on the ground. At the same time, his hands moved like shadows in a gale, rapidly dancing. In the blink of an eye, a series of whistling sounds filled the air. These were the sharp sounds of countless air bullets piercing through the air, like the death knell, rushing towards Abel with thunderous force. Just then, a crimson beam of light suddenly shot out from behind Abel, colliding violently with the air bullets. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Frodo frowned and immediately focused his gaze on Discatelli, who had already transformed into her beast-human form. Wings? A Zoan-type ability user? To think she could release such energy. Then those strange high-temperature gases at the gate must also be your doing. If that's the case, could it be that you're a mythical beast-type ability user? Clearly, Frodo had guessed the outcome correctly, even though he was mistaken about the process. He wasn't aware of Discatelli's true identity, but he recognized her distinctive beastification marks all too well. The world government was very interested in Dr. Vegapunk's Bloodline Factor project, especially the progress in replicating Zoan-type mythical beast abilities. However, the number of mythical beast ability users available for experimentation was still too few. Apart from Kaido, who had just been acquired not long ago, both the Navy and CP agencies had not made significant gains. And now, a person suspected of being a mythical beast-type ability user had appeared right in front of him. This is simply a windfall. With this in mind, Frodo glanced at Abel, who had already lost his combat ability and immediately changed his target for the next attack. Shave. He pushed off the ground fiercely with his right leg, and with a dull sound of breaking air, he instantly burst forth with astonishing speed, suddenly closing the distance between himself and Elbat. As his body moved forward at high speed, Frodo leaned slightly, his right hand coming together, fingers slightly bent, while blood gathered in his palm, channeling all his strength to the tips of his fingers. 6 styles, shave, finger gun, blooming flowers. This is a relatively gentle finger-pointing technique, whose main purpose is to cut off the blood flow of the target, achieving an instant fainting effect. Clearly, he is preparing to capture the Scatterly alive. And the man beside this girl is obviously not a formidable character. He can be easily dealt with. As long as it is confirmed that the girl is a beast-type ability user, he might not only escape blame from his superiors this time, but who knows? His position might even rise, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to change his black suit into a white one. Just then, a loud noise came from the ceiling made of special steel above a few people's heads, and a giant blue-green dragon claw broke through the wall, directly pinning Frodo to the ground. "What do you want to do to my vice captain and intern? Dogs of the world government?" The fierce-looking dragon head glared at CP9 Chief Frodo, who was pinned down by a subordinate, its menacing dragon mouth roaring and sparking as it did so. Kaido? Elbat retracted the crimson dragon energy in his hands and tilted his head to look at the familiar dragon head in the sky. How did this guy get here? The same question was on the mind of CP9's chief, Floto. Why is Kaido here? Wasn't he captured? And why is he so strong? Huh? Didn't you hear how I just refer to myself? I'm the boss of these people, and their captain. So why do you think I'm here? As Kaido spoke, the red lightning of his conqueror's haki suddenly erupted around him, releasing an almost tangible aura of terror. In an instant, the guards around him fell like wheat stalks in a field. Only Floto, under Kaido's massive claws, managed to maintain some clarity as he struggled to withstand this earth-shattering power. The giant dragon in the sky gradually shrank, and the now human-shaped Kaido unfastened his spiked club from his waist, charging directly towards Floto. How dare you bully my vice-captain and intern? Who do you think you are? Elbat, perhaps there is a possibility that if it really comes to blows, I could be the one bullying him? Against an opponent like Abel, who has little combat experience, Floto could still put on a show of strength. But facing a monster like Kaido, he had no qualifications to resist at all. Iron Block. This skill, aside from its creator, generally spells disaster for anyone who uses it. There hasn't been anyone who has chosen to take an attack with Iron Block that ended well. Of course, Floto was no exception. Moreover, he was not facing the kind-hearted teacher Kaido, but the ruthless and brutal pirate Kaido. Bang! In this intense confrontation, the clash between the strongest illusion Iron Block and the Spike Club appeared so fragile, easily shattered. Faced with Kaido's unreasonable might, Floto let out a series of painful screams, but could only struggle to defend himself. After all, if he couldn't block it, he'd definitely die. Elbat watched Floto struggling under Kaido's Spike Club and pointed to Abel beside him, saying, "This is Abel. He wants to join our beast pirates. As for his race, I think you've already recognized it." While pounding Floto, Kaido glanced at Abel and nodded happily. In the air, he had already sensed the battle here through his observation haki, and he had noticed Abel's terrifying combat potential. No problem, since he has decided to join under me and has your approval. He will be a member of the Beast Pirates from now on. With a good subordinate gained, Kaido's mood was noticeably more excited than before, and he hit Floto even harder. All right, Kaido, don't hit him too hard and kill him. This guy can't die at your hands. Hearing Elbat's words, Kaido understood and threw the barely breathing CP9 chief in front of Abel. Abel, this guy is up to you now. Anyway, with me protecting you in the future, you can deal with him however you like. Abel looked gratefully at his two older brothers, then lowered his head, looking at Floto with cold eyes. No, don't kill me. I can give you money, a lot of money. As Floto's screams gradually weakened, the last trace of his existence in this world was consumed by Abel's furious flames. Witnessing all of this, Teacher Kaido couldn't help but show a satisfied expression in his eyes. The life of a pirate is not a child's game, and Kaido's goal is not to create an adventure group dressed in pirate clothes. Killing is the main theme of this sea. Therefore, being soft-hearted is not something Kaido wants to see, nor is it the principle that his pirate crew follows. If you become a pirate, then today's events are merely the most ordinary of activities. Elbat, actually, there's one more thing I need you to confirm, but this isn't a suitable place for detailed discussion. Let's go outside and talk. In Kaido's perception through observation haki, the commotion in this laboratory was getting louder, and more people were approaching the research facility. As an important territory of the world government, who knows what kind of reinforcements Punk Hazard would bring next? Perhaps due to not having touched alcohol for a while, his mind miraculously returned to normal thinking abilities. Just then, a rough voice suddenly came from a glass tube behind them. I say, if I also join your pirate crew, could you please help me out a bit? Is this your friend? Elbat turned around, pointing at the tall glass tank, and asked Abel. Friend, well, sort of. A flicker of emotion passed through Abel's indifferent eyes, and after hesitating for a moment, he gently nodded. But this guy once said he was very satisfied with life here. Hey kid, when did I ever say that? Don't go around slandering my reputation. Maybe I remembered it wrong. It seems I really didn't say that. Watching the two banter so skillfully, Elbat rolled his eyes. Abel, where's that aloof demeanor you had just now? How did you turn into a clown so quickly? With a wave of his hand, dragon energy surged out, instantly wrapping around the massive glass tank. Crack! As the glass tank shattered, the lights in the room instantly brightened. Haha, thank you so much. Now I owe you a big favor. The figure that escaped was not yet fully revealed, but his characteristic hearty laughter filled the entire room. Let me introduce you. Alfred, the Orca Fishman. Under the bright lights, a tall and powerful fishman appeared before the two. He stood about 8 meters tall, with a slightly rounded head, a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, and an oval white eye patch above his eye sockets, adding a unique aura to him. His robust body was covered in deep black skin except for his snow-white abdomen and hands. This image immediately caught Kaido's attention. All right, since everything here is finished, let's hurry and leave. Kaido picked up the kanabo that had fallen to the ground and casually hung it at his waist. His body began to swell and transformed into a blue giant dragon. Elbat, carrying Discatari, directly sat down on Kaido's head and firmly grabbed his two menacing horns. Kaido grabbed Alfred with one hand, and beside him, Abel spread his wings and quickly flew out of the laboratory through the hole he had just created. The dazzling sunlight poured down like a waterfall, bathing the figures of the few people as they rapidly reached above the laboratory. Please wait a moment, Mr. Kaido, Mr. Elbat. I still have something to complete. Abel called out to Kaido, who was about to leave, pointing down at the several large holes and the somewhat chaotic surrounding buildings. Haha, you kid is increasingly to my liking. Kaido laughed upon realizing Abel's intentions. At Kaido's laughter, Abel spread his arms, squeezing out most of his power, and the raging flames behind him instantly enveloped his entire body, transforming into a huge fireball. Flame Emperor, with Abel's furious roar. The fireball shot down through the hole Kaido had torn open, and upon landing, it directly turned the chaotic laboratory into a sea of flames. If you hate this place so much, then I will lend you a hand to reduce this laboratory and your past to ashes. Abel, from now on, your future belongs only to me, Kaido. Starting today, you shall be called Ember, the Ember of the Beast Pirates. Kaido's mouth curled into a wild laugh, sparks flying as a surge of hot energy flowed from the center of his fierce dragon mouth. Heat breath. The descending flames dyed the sky of the laboratory into a magnificent red glow. The deadly crimson, accompanied by a suffocating high temperature, surged downwards, smashing into the buildings below and instantly expanding the scale of the sea of fire. Under the reflection of the sun's afterglow, the silver-white special steel and the soaring flames together painted a breathtakingly beautiful picture. Thank you, Mr. Kaido. Thank you, Mr. Elbat. Kaido let out a long roar, and his dragon body suddenly soared, leaping up into the clouds. Hey, Kaido, didn't you have something to say to me? Now that you're out, let's talk while we walk. By the way, I forgot to ask you, how did you escape? Elbat yawned while covering his face, but to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the steps of the mount beneath him come to an abrupt halt. A hint of human-like embarrassment appeared on Kaido's dragon face as his 100-meter-long dragon body agilely turned in the flame clouds, instantly changing direction. Actually, I just recruited an interesting guy. His name is Quinn, a researcher from this institute, and thanks to him, I was able to escape so smoothly. So you're planning to take us to find him? Quinn, another familiar name. It turns out Punk Hazard is the training camp for the Beast Pirates. I need him to wait for me at the supply receiving dock next to the laboratory. Once I receive you, we'll leave together. Listening to Kaido's tone, Elbat sensed something was off. You can't be telling me that the laboratory you mentioned is the Pigro 03 laboratory we just came out of, right? Kaido grinned and nodded. Elbat, how can you still laugh? The group circled around in the clouds above the island, cleverly avoiding the guard below with Kaido's observation hockey, and finally returned silently to the vicinity of the PH 003 laboratory. Looking in through the huge hole, the residual waves of destruction from earlier were still attracting the attention of the island's guards. Therefore, the group landed at the supply receiving dock, disguised themselves slightly, and drew no one's attention. Go ahead and lead the way, Elbat said impatiently, pointing irritably towards the densely packed warehouses at the distant dock. Kaido grinned and swaggered to the front of the line. At that moment, inside an abandoned warehouse on the west side of the dock, a muscular man was stepping to a rhythmic beat, dancing in front of a doll made of apples that he had carefully arranged. He was tall and not overly fat, with a mechanical prosthetic on his left arm, purple lip gloss on his lips, and his long golden hair flowing casually behind him, wearing a peculiar earring on his left ear. He was the little brother that Kaido almost forgot, who would later become the Beast Pirates' big nameplate Quinn. But who would have thought that this flamboyant figure was once one of the main researchers for the world government just hours ago, and if traced back further, he was also a member of the infamous MADS group. The MADS Research Group is an illegal organization composed of various mad scientists, led by the genius known as Vegapunk, who is said to be 500 years ahead of the world. After being incorporated into the world government, the MADS Group conducted special research topics as required by the government. The primary research direction of the Punk Hazard Research Institute was the mysterious bloodline factor. When Kaido was captured, He was not imprisoned and impelled down precisely to serve his research. Originally, the members of the MADS team each had their own ideas. The leader, Vegapunk, was a kind-hearted person with high scientific moral standards, firmly opposing dangerous research like biological weapons. Vegapunk's reason for joining the world government was purely to pursue substantial research funding to better promote scientific progress. Additionally, Vinsmoke Judge's wish was to revitalize the Vinsmoke family. So at the early stage of the MADS team's incorporation, he quickly made a deal with the German Kingdom and the world government and returned to the North Sea. Meanwhile, Quinn and Caesar Clown scoffed at Vegapunk's ideals. Both were keen on researching biological weapons and weapons of mass destruction, which intensified their conflicts with Vegapunk. As for Bajigam Stussy, she was once a member of the Rocks Pirates and was also the one most entangled with the world government within MADS. As for his specific research direction, it is quite mysterious. Moreover, although they are all members of MADS, it is clear that the world government places more importance on the leader, Vegapunk, among these individuals. Quinn's research ability is not considered top-notch among them. He can only be described as the most capable fighter among the researchers. During his time wandering around, Quinn's combat skills were indeed very useful. However, after joining the world government, his position has become somewhat awkward. Despite looking foolish, Quinn has plenty of clever ideas in his mind. Knowing very well the nature of the world government, he has never relaxed his vigilance and is always looking for opportunities to switch jobs. However, working here does not allow for a smooth transition whenever one wishes to leave. Until he met Kaido, they hit it off during their conversation and found mutual understanding. A few days ago, Vegapunk went to O'Hara for academic exchanges, taking away a large number of scientific troops, which left the Research Institute's defense somewhat weak. When the unique fireworks of Elbat attracted everyone's attention at the Research Institute, Quinn seized the opportunity when there were not many guards around Kaido and unfastened the sea stone shackles on him at the right moment. Bang! The warehouse door was kicked open, and Kaido's towering figure appeared along with the sunlight. Oh, you managed to escape. Looks like I'll have to call you Captain from now on, Boss Kaido. Quinn danced a somewhat eye-catching dance and enthusiastically greeted Kaido. And it seems you have some pretty good subordinates. Why not introduce them as my new colleagues? Whether he could safely leave the Research Institute demonstrated Quinn's strength and potential, which is also a test for the captain he chose. The purity of sea stone can be adjusted by changing the proportion of pyrobroin. However, this technique is a unique skill of the craftsman from Wano country. Compared to high-purity products, low-purity sea stone products are obviously much weaker and therefore have a large amount of waste. To gain more benefits without violating the closed country principle, the suppliers from Wano country naturally played a little trick in this regard. Thus, the purity of sea stone currently possessed by the Navy is relatively low, so its suppression effect on devil fruit users is not very strong. Therefore, pirates during this period are not particularly afraid of the Navy's sea stone products. After all, with this weakness, who hasn't trained their hands? In fact, even without Quinn, Kaido could escape from his restraints. But since he could save some trouble and also gain a capable subordinate, why not? All right, let me introduce you. This is Elbat, my first mate, and this is... Before Kaido could finish his introduction, Jin rushed up to Quinn with a furious face. In a flash, a fist engulfed in flames struck harshly at his chest. Quinn's face changed in surprise, and he hurriedly raised his arm to defend. However, at the moment of contact, several flames erupted from behind Jin, coiling around his fist like a spirit snake, and violently collided with Quinn's mechanical arm that was protecting his chest. Boom! Quinn's tall body was instantly blasted away by the fierce impact of the explosion. I can't forget that face. You're the only one among the researchers who made me do durability tests. Before the smoke had dissipated, Abel charged towards Quinn again. As a researcher in the Institute, Quinn had participated in some research activities, so Abel had firmly remembered his face. Hey, I barely participated in your experiment, okay? I was just observing for a few days. The muscles in Quinn's right hand blocked Abel's fist, and the mechanical arm in his left arm sprayed cold air, colliding with the flames that Abel emitted from behind him. Try moving again. I'll hit back. Damn, you really hit. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows, not knowing how many times they had fought. Boom. The solid steel and the fervor of flames intertwined, and power exploded at the point of contact, creating a surge. Both sides exchanged blows with fiery fists and hard mechanical arms colliding violently in an instant, producing deafening roars. Bastard! Quinn looked at the furious Abel, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his small eyes. Damn it, I didn't do anything to you. I was just standing by to watch Vegapunk's show. What grudge do you have against him? Flame Emperor Impact. Relying on the explosive force generated by the flames at his elbow, Abel slammed this thunderous strike hard into Quinn's broad chest. Boom! A fierce wind swept away debris in all directions, and Quinn's tall body was suddenly blasted out from the fire tornado. Bastard, I'm angry now. Quinn's skin began to roughen, a brownish yellow spreading, and his already tall body became more robust. Moments later, a giant Brachiosaurus appeared in front of Abel. Brachiosaurus bomb. Quinn's now plump body leaped up, the muscles of his long neck tightening, and he charged toward Jin in a head-down position. However, before Quinn could collide with Jin again, the next second, his neck had a close encounter with a web palm. Bang! The sheer brute force of the palm directly neutralized Quinn's attack, and a crimson orb in his arms was also knocked down, landing next to Elbat. The unscrupulous attacker is Alfred. As a test subject like Jean, he harbors the same resentment towards researcher Quinn. Now, after searching for an opportunity, he finally strikes. I didn't expect you, big guy, to resort to sneak attacks. Alfred's sudden assault caused some disruption to Quinn, and Jean took the chance to sink his body down, swinging his hands fiercely towards Quinn's midsection before he could react. It hurts. The searing flames left 2 charred marks on Quinn's chest, and the brown-yellow Ankylosaurus couldn't help but let out a painful scream. You two bastards. Wind punch. Quinn curled up the mechanical arm and the mechanical claws in his hair and quickly swung them towards Abel and the others. In response, Jean unfolded the black wings on his back, blocking himself. Amidst Quinn's fierce punch wind, Jin's wings made a loud, thumping sound. Although the flames wrapping around them kept dissipating, they still managed to block all of Quinn's attacks. Not good. Quinn's offensive was suddenly stalled. Seeing this opportunity, Alfred quickly moved up from behind Abel, throwing his fists towards Quinn's massive body. At the same time, Jean also retracted his wings, delivering a swift kick accurately aimed at the mechanical claw on top of Quinn's head. Clang! The yellow Ankylosaurus struggled to withstand Alfred's monstrous strength. But as the braided mechanical claw on top was kicked in half by Jean, Quinn's cheek came into close contact with Jin's shoe. You two bastards, if you don't stop, I'm really going to get angry. Amidst the threats, Quinn glanced at Kaido, who was munching on an apple, with a pleading look. Don't look at me. The one you're wrestling with is Alfred, the Orca Fishman, and the one attacking you from above is Abel. No, you should just call him Jean from now on. Kaido took another bite of his apple with great interest. Our pirate crew has a principle. The strong control everything, even if you can beat me. The captain of the Beast Pirates. You could take my place. Quinn, big brother, isn't this aegis 2-on-1? Quinn wanted to protest a bit more, but looking at Kaido, who naturally handed an apple to Elbat while the other hand was secretly reaching for his waist flask, he instantly understood that his captain had no intention of stopping this. Just as he wanted to see Kaido's true abilities, it seemed Kaido had the same idea. Angry as he was, Quinn ultimately was not the protagonist. He couldn't just get angry and turn the tables. His strength was not much different from the other two, and in a 1v2 situation, winning was impossible. Under the active beatings of Jean and Alfred, after a few rounds, Quinn was quickly dealt with severely by the two. Aren't you going to say something? Elbat pointed at Quinn, who was struggling to resist, but still getting beaten black and blue, placed the apple Kaido handed him into Scattle's hands, and snatched the shaking flask from Kaido, voicing his confusion. Kaido nonchalantly pulled out a new wine gourd from his waist and quickly drank the fine wine from it in a flash, a satisfied expression on his face. Hick, it's just a fight, why intervene? He leisurely burped twice. Our pirate crew has no other style. We believe in the capable rising and the incapable falling, of course. Drinking is the same. As long as you can outdrink me, you can make me quit drinking. Elbat turned his head slightly, distancing himself from this drunkard who could get tipsy with just a little wine. Elbat believed the first half of Kaido's words, but the latter part, haha. You don't know your own drinking habits. Do you think I don't know? After a while, when Quinn, whose body had grown significantly and who had decided to lie on the ground and admit defeat, Kaido finally called a stop to the battle at the right moment. From this battle onward, past grievances were put to rest, and everyone would be comrades on the same ship in the future. Seeing Kaido speak, Jean and Alfred, despite having a bit of resentment towards Quinn, nodded seriously. However, Quinn, having regained some stamina, was not convinced. He limped up to Kaido's side, shouting, "Have the guts to do it one-on-one. You two guys have the guts to go one-on-one. Uno vu uno solo." Zoan-type users really are willful. Just got beaten up and still bouncing around. Jean stared at this shameless guy in front of him, his face revealing deep disdain and contempt. TCH, so what if Zoan-type users are willful? Are you jealous? If you have the ability, try becoming a Zoan-type user too. The banter between the two, separated by Kaido, amused Elbat, who stood up, planning to call Kaido to get ready to leave. Unexpectedly, his foot suddenly kicked a round object. It was the red orb that Quinn had been sent flying. Ding. Task item detected. Collection progress, 216. Reward released. Ancient dragon species Black Corrupt Dragon Template 1, 200. 000 points have been credited. Please check. Elbat, where did this thing come from? The sudden alert sound from the system made Elbat's pupils shrink sharply. Oh, this bead I originally wanted Quinn to give you later, but I didn't expect it to be in your hands already. Kaido took a few more sips of his drink, saying nonchalantly, So, is it the kind of bead you were looking for? Yes, it's exactly the kind of bead I'm looking for. Kaido, we really struck gold this time. Seeing Kaido's puzzled expression, Elbat waved for Quinn to come over. Big brother Elbat. What's up? Quinn said, while also making a provocative gesture towards the two behind him. Earlier, while playing around with the bastard from the Lunaria clan in front of him, Quinn had seen Kaido's vice-captain snatch the wine jug from him. Yet Kaido just laughed and didn't get angry. So being clever, he immediately retracted his arrogant attitude and affectionately called Elbat, who was clearly younger than him, big brother. Where did this thing come from? And are there any more? Elbat pointed at the red bead in his hand. This thing, well, I bought it a few months ago at a jewelry auction house in the North Sea. At the time, I noticed the pattern on it vaguely resembled a dragon. So on a whim, I bought this bead. Quinn scratched his head and immediately replied, North Sea? Jewelry auction house. Does that auction house have any more beads like this one? Elbat asked eagerly. Probably not. Originally, big brother Elbat, do you like this style? Quinn felt a surge of joy, not expecting that after so many years, someone could appreciate his taste again. Probably, since you like this style of beads. Think carefully if you've seen one exactly like this before. Elbat continued to ask stubbornly. Maybe, but I really can't remember. Quinn held his head, trying hard to look like he was seriously thinking. But his acting was so poor that Elbat recognized it at a glance. Watching Quinn pretend to scratch his ears and cheeks, Elbat raised an eyebrow and waved to call Jean over. Kaido, do you want to know why this thing is called a sacred object and why I've been searching for them? Elbat's voice was soft, but it made Quinn, who was nearby, shiver involuntarily. Now, let me show you something that will overturn your understanding. System spend 20,000 points to exchange for the explosive scale dragon template and load this template onto Jean. The red bead in Elbat's hand burst into brilliant light, and several streams of red-black dragon energy surged from Elbat's forehead, instantly enveloping Jin's entire body. Is this guy going to be transformed into a power user like me by Brother Elbat? Upon hearing Discateri, who had been quietly watching, suddenly say something strange, everyone showed a hint of confusion, especially Quinn, who almost laughed out loud. Power user? This guy named Elbat is going to turn that bastard from the Lunaria clan into a power user? How is that possible? If he succeeds, won't all my decades of science be for nothing? Quinn's mind gradually crashed because Jin's appearance had undergone a tremendous change. His feet had turned into sharp claws. His teeth had become fangs, and his originally pitch-black eyes had transformed into a pair of bright yellow dragon eyes. The originally pure, white long hair was now mixed with streaks of red. A fierce mask appeared on Jin's forehead. The mask was crimson, cleverly concealing part of his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. His neck and the thick tail were covered with water droplet-shaped scarlet scales, and his hands hung slightly down, with a pair of sharp membrane wings without hard feathers or muscle covering, spreading outward from his elbows. A layer of fire-red armor made of densely packed scales wrapped around his wheat-colored body, with flames surging wildly behind the hard armor, warm and fierce. World Police. B-2 Bomber Explosive Scale Dragon, human beast form, descended. This is, feeling a strange power surging within him. Jean couldn't help but be filled with curiosity and confusion. You don't need to know the extra details. Just consider it as the ability of an animal-type mythical beast devil fruit. I really like this ability. Thank you very much. Mr. Elbat. Jean rubbed his face with a mask. For him, who wanted to say goodbye to the past, this outfit undoubtedly could reduce many unnecessary troubles. The ability of a power user comes from a devil fruit. This is a common knowledge on the sea, and anyone with a bit of insight would know this. However, Elbat's series of actions clearly broke through the constraints of this common sense, displaying an ability that was even more unreasonable than that of a devil fruit. And this magical ability, for Quinn, who was well-versed in the field of research, was undoubtedly a complete overturning of his worldview. Similarly, there was another pirate captain, who had drunk and whose mind was not very clear, equally shocked. Kaido put down the wine jug, his body shook, and after evaporating most of the alcohol in his body with high temperature, He walked over to Jean and examined him closely. What are the limitations of this ability? As a sea vagabond for decades, today was the first time Kaido had seen such a unique ability in Elbat. As you can see, my race indeed has quite a few strange abilities. Granting others abilities similar to animal-type devil fruits is one of them, but there are restrictions, though they might differ somewhat from what you think. While speaking, Elbat raised his right hand and wiggled his index finger in front of Kaido. This thing is not something you can have as much as you want. I need help from certain things to complete it. Is it those beads you wanted me to find? Exactly. Elbat did not reveal anything about the points, as it was too complicated to explain. So Elbat directly attributed it to his special bloodline and the beads required by the system, creating a seemingly flawless illusion. These red beads look the same, and distinguishing their authenticity is quite simple. Elbat handed the red bead to Kaido, signaling him to squeeze it. Huh, I can't crush this bead? Kaido furrowed his brows and used all his strength, but the red bead in his hand still looked the same as before. The red bead has the property of being indestructible, and by the way, the more beads I collect, the stronger my transformation ability will become. Perhaps you could even have a legion of mythical beast type. Where are those things? I can't wait. Let's go find them now. The phrase mythical beast type legion instantly excited Kaido, his eyes shining with gold. He was now full of motivation because obtaining the title of zoo director was one of his lifelong dreams. Moreover, standing at the peak of the animal type, the mythical beast type. If I knew where those things were, would I need your help to find them? Elbat shot a glance at Kaido, expressing strong disdain for the intelligence of this gorilla. Kaido clicked his tongue in regret, then seemed to remember something and walked over to Quinn, wielding his kanabo. Boss Kaido, I swear, I've really never seen another bead exactly like it. Quinn had heard the conversation between Elbat and Kaido clearly, and as Kaido approached him with the kanabo, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Seeing the look of regret reappear on Kaido's face, Quinn quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. By the way, Jin, how about trying out your new ability? I can see how it compares to when you were with Descartly. Upon hearing Elbat's words, a layer of fine sweat beads reappeared on Quinn's forehead. Try out a new ability? How do I do that? It can't possibly be just shooting at the air, Bayou, right? And who else can I find to test it besides that bastard Jin? Dealing with Jin without abilities was already quite challenging for him. And now this bastard suddenly had powers that seemed similar to his Zoan type, making it even harder to figure out how to fight. Forget it. We'll all be on the same side from now on. Fighting and killing only stirs up bad feelings. Right, Boss Kaido? Watching the restless Jin, Quinn naturally chose to go with his heart, while also turning to his newly recognized big brother, hoping he would step in to mediate. Then, Quinn was pleasantly surprised to find that the Captain Kaido he had high hopes for had actually sat back down, looking at his opponent with eager anticipation. What's wrong? Weren't you just feeling unconvinced? Now that you're both ability users, if you think you won't lose in a one-on-one, then why not give it a try? Upon hearing Elbat's words, Quinn's expression stiffened. He had only been putting up a front earlier. So, does that mean I can't escape this beating? Am I on the wrong ship? Is it still too late to back out now? New World and I-Time Island. Unlike the other 8 units of Cypherpole that the world government has made public, CP9, which is directly governed by the government and engages in various secretive operations, is undoubtedly much more mysterious. As CP9's secret base in the New World, this place is naturally always on high alert. At this moment, the highest commander of the base, Fuzzcow, is sitting at I-Time Island, waiting for intelligence reports from various sources. He has his legs crossed on the table, reading a newspaper with one hand while holding a steaming coffee cup with the other, bringing it to his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden knocking on the door startled him, causing him to spill the coffee all over himself, making him cry out in pain. Dut, if you don't have anything important, you're dead. Fuzzcow yelled towards the door. Damn, that was high-end coffee I just bought. Oh, my apologies. Dut, dressed in a black suit, pushed the door open and entered, ignoring Fuzzcow's messy appearance and reporting to him. Commander, we received news from the Punk Hazard Research Institute that there has been a disturbance with the experimental subjects and the situation is getting out of control. Oh, Fuzzcow raised an eyebrow, putting down the newspaper, a look of surprise flickering across his face. Where's Florido? Isn't Punk Hazard under his direct responsibility? Commander Florido has already perished. That casually dropped a shocking piece of news, yet there was little sorrow in his tone. Perished? Fuzzcow's expression changed. Florido was known for being quite slippery. How could he die because of a government order? What kind of ruthless person did he provoke? Now that he's dead, if nothing unexpected happens, it will likely fall to me to handle the aftermath at the Research Institute. Among the old-timers and CP agencies, who isn't quick-witted. Fuzzcal's mind turned slightly, and he immediately understood how to proceed next. How long until the savage squad arrives at an Time Island? Fuzzcal put down his coffee and asked with a frown. Commander, I just spoke to them yesterday, and they expect to reach the base in 4 days. That replied leisurely. Fuzzcal quickly stood up and walked towards the door. Add my name to their squad list. Now, accompany me to the dark port of Time Island. Commander, are you sure you don't need to change your clothes before heading out? As a scientist specializing in human modification and virus research, Quinn's technical skills are still top-notch. He has seen many pterosaurs. Some can still be found alive on ancient islands. But this species called Gene, he truly had never seen before. Isn't it said to be a mythical beast species? What is your special ability? As the words left his mouth, Quinn immediately regretted it, as he saw a dangerous glint in Jin's eyes, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Hey, you wouldn't actually be serious. Quinn swallowed hard, and the next moment, with a flap of Jin's wings, the scales on his neck scattered. Instantly, bursts of flames erupted around Quinn, covered in soot. Quinn stood up and shouted, "You should look like a pterosaur. Why would a pterosaur use explosive abilities? Mythical beast species should have scientific basis. Okay?" Gene glanced at the chattering fat guy beside him and sarcastically retorted, "Are you an idiot? Isn't it because mythical beast species have unreasonable abilities that they are called mythical beasts? The truth is often the best weapon of silence." Quinn fell silent, staring at the water droplet-shaped dragon scale in his hand, sinking into deep self-doubt. Ancient species are also rare animal types, and their physical enhancements are significant. However, compared to mythical beast species, they get directly crushed. Who wouldn't want their fruit ability to be stronger? Since they all end up becoming useless in water. The stronger the ability, the better. People fear comparisons. Quinn knows Kaido is a mythical beast user, and the little girl Discaturly beside him is too. Now this bastard Gene has also become a mythical beast, coupled with the unknown but definitely strong ability of Elbat. Just when he had a moment of superiority over abilities, the heavens hurriedly dealt him a big slap in the face. The clown turns out to be me? Alright, stop sulking, you fat ass. Alfred patted Quinn on the shoulder, saying nonchalantly, "Look at me, I don't even have an ability. What use is that devil fruit? You can't swim after eating it." "Not true, I can swim." Discaturly raised her hand and shouted, I can too. To be precise, as long as it's an ability I've modified, I can basically still swim," Elbat added, which left Alfred speechless. "Well, although I can't fight underwater for long, swimming a couple of laps in the sea isn't a problem," Kaido chimed in, seeing them so happily discussing. "Kaido, you can swim too?" Hearing Kaido's words, this time it was Elbat who was shocked. "Of course, I'm a user of the fish fruit. Being able to breathe underwater is pretty normal, right? As long as you enhance your resistance to the curse of the sea, you can swim." Damn, this answer is very reasonable, but still feels a bit off. "Truly, you're something else, Kaido." "Alright, Quinn, since you've helped me retrieve a treasure, there will naturally be a reward." Elbat stopped teasing Quinn. After all, this guy had made a contribution. Hearing Elbat's words, Quinn immediately approached with a flattering and ingratiating smile. "Hee, Elbat bro, just a small gift, no need for formalities as long as you like it." Human modification is one of his favorite things to do. In this regard, Elbat's ability has already overturned his understanding. As a scientist, he knows how perverse this method of genetic modification is. If he can thoroughly study this power and apply it practically, then Quinn's reputation will definitely surpass that of that bastard Vegapunk. "Alright, don't be so polite. Even though your eyes are small, I can see the envy in Jin's gaze," Elbat said. Elbat waved his hand, enveloping Quinn with dragon energy. He had asked the system, and loading the template onto certain animal-type devil fruit, users would integrate the template's power into the devil fruit ability, although the points consumed would be slightly less. The curse of the sea on devil fruit users would not be lifted. The template Elbat prepared for Quinn was the recently obtained system reward, the Black Erosion Dragon. This creature has no visual organs like eyes, primarily relying on the scale powder spread by its wing membranes to sense the position of other beings. The scale powder of the Black Erosion Dragon is an organic substance that reacts with the blood of living beings to transform into active molecular clusters, altering the biological structure of the being, making it ferocious and bloodthirsty, even driving it to madness and death. Therefore, the scale powder of the Black Erosion Dragon is also known as the Mad Dragon virus. As the Scarlet Dragon energy dissipated, Quinn's figure reappeared before everyone. Unlike Gene, who directly transformed into his hybrid form, Quinn chose a larger beast form. Among the 3 major categories of devil fruits, the use of animal-type fruits is the simplest compared to the complex superhuman types and the difficult-to-master natural types. Mastering the transformation into 3 forms does not take long. Quinn's originally yellow brontosaurus had vanished, replaced by a massive black dragon with 4 legs and 2 wings. The dragon's wings hung down behind it, resembling a giant cloak. "Brother Elbert, I can't see." In the previous moment, Quinn was feeling the strange power within him, but in the next second, he panicked. Although Quinn was someone who could undergo bizarre transformations, he never thought about turning himself into a blind person. Don't be so nervous. This is the characteristic of the black erosion dragon. You can regain your eyesight once you revert to your original form. For now, try to use the scale powder on your body to sense. Wait. Don't use that scale powder randomly. It's a highly infectious biochemical weapon. Upon hearing this, Quinn immediately reverted to his original form, and after feeling his eyesight return, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I almost thought the transformation had failed. "Brother Elbert, you said the scale powder on me is a biochemical weapon?" Feeling the stronger body within him compared to before, along with the violently potent powder quietly lurking beneath his skin, Quinn, being the curious person he is, was immediately filled with a great desire to learn. That's right. The black erosion dragon is a juvenile form of an ancient dragon. Its scale powder mixes with certain components in the blood of living beings, transforming from lifeless organic crystallization into an infectious virus. Infected beings will either fall ill immediately or after a certain incubation period. When they fall ill, their eyes turn blood red. They exhale black gas, lose their rationality, and ultimately die in a frenzied struggle or succumb to the virus. Everyone is so terrifying. Quinn has such a great thing. Quinn was absolutely satisfied with his new ability. He loved it. This is the mythical beast type, right? An important condition for activating the devil fruit is physical strength. After loading the template, Gene and Discatry were unsure. However, Quinn, already a devil fruit user, keenly noticed that the physical strength consumed to maintain his transformation was significantly lower than before. Isn't this another form of strengthening? Honestly, the more twisted the things that Elbat showcases, the happier Quinn becomes. The world government has no concept of re-accepting traitors. Ever since he released Kaido, indirectly leading to the destruction of the research facility, Quinn has had no way back. The stronger the beast pirates become, the safer he is. Just 5 hours after the beast pirates left Punk Hazard, the late-arriving Fuzzle finally arrived at the scene of his commander's murder. TSK, what a deep grudge this is. They returned to ashes. Are you sure this pile of ash is that guy, Florido? Fuzzle looked at the inspection report and a pile of black ash, frowning as he asked the researcher beside him. After DNA comparison, it is indeed Commander Florido. Hearing the researcher's response, Fuzzle intended to ask a few more questions, but the sound of the telephone bug in his pocket interrupted him. Nani. Upon hearing the command from the other end of the telephone bug, Fuzzle stumbled in shock, almost dropping the telephone bug in his hand. "Do you have any questions, Carl?" A dignified voice on the other end of the telephone bug asked in a deep tone. Fuzzle's cold sweat broke out instantly, and he quickly said, "Absolutely none, Saint Vacheli. I will safely escort the Homingu family to the North Sea." Homingu is no longer a celestial dragon, so there is no need to give him an honorific. The indifferent voice of the legal martial god, Topman Vacheli, came from the telephone bug. "Your next task is to ensure their safe arrival in the North Sea. But apart from that, there is no need to do anything extra. All his current actions are no longer related to the government." "Yes, I will ensure the task is completed." Fuzzle repeatedly agreed. After hanging up the phone, he still felt incredulous about this news. That was a celestial dragon, the bloodline of the descendants of gods. Do you know how many people in the world would be willing to pay any price to become a dog of the celestial dragons? Homingu, no. Homingu just gave up like that. However, everything that follows has nothing to do with the government. After murmuring to himself a few times, Fuzzle smiled and shrugged. It turns out that after abandoning the title of gods, celestial dragons are actually just humans. However, no matter what, as long as the world government exists, the matter of the celestial dragons can never be a small issue. Even if this is likely just a former celestial dragon, Fuzzle understood that this task was a hot potato. There was nothing to say about safety on the road. As long as they didn't encounter some narrow-minded or difficult person, the name of the world government was still quite useful. But how to deal with the Don Quixote family, who had already abandoned their celestial dragon identity, was quite a headache. This kind of self-deprecating behavior has no precedent. In the end, Fuzzcar still unwillingly believed that the Don Quixote family would easily give up their celestial dragon identity. Who knows what this celestial dragon family is thinking? What if they're just bored or curious? So they want to play the game of pretending to be ordinary people again. Moreover, even if this is true, after all, their bloodline is there, and who knows when Fuzzcar might see this family again and marry Geos. Just as he was pondering what to do about this matter, a person in a black suit came over with a stack of documents. Sir, the lost report from the Research Institute has come out. At the same time, the attackers have been basically identified as the Oni Kaido, who has a bounty of 350 million berries. Kaido? So that means Admiral Floro died at his hands? Fuzzcar took the documents from the man in the black suit, flipped through them casually, and said, "Leave the remaining statistics to the Navy, gather all our available personnel, and prepare to execute an emergency mission immediately." Upon hearing this, the man in the black suit nodded and quickly left using Soon, Fuzzcar gathered all CP9 members and boarded a ship heading straight for Mary Geos. At this time, in the Marine Headquarters Marineford, Admiral Sengoku, who had a mohawk hairstyle, was being scolded by one of the five elders, the scientific defense god Jagor Lucius Satan Saint, due to the punk hazard attack incident. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Sengoku let out a sigh of relief. The current Marine Admiral Sengoku walked up to Steelbone Kong and complained. That CP group hasn't done much, but they sure know how to shift the blame. Haven't those guys always been watching the sea stone trade in Wano? How could they now blame us for not preparing quality sea stone handcuffs in advance? Forget it. Forget it. If Kaido ran away, then he ran away. It's not the first time, but Satan Saint is right. Our defense against places like Punk Hazard is still a bit too weak. Steelbone Kong rubbed his temples and continued, "In that case, you lead and newly form a team specifically to protect such important research units. I've even thought of a name for you, the Navy Scientific Unit." You're giving me more work," Sengoku said reluctantly. "Now I have to defend Mary Geos, keep an eye on the Whitebeard Pirates movements, and deal with various trivial matters. Now you want me to form the Navy Scientific Unit? Cool. You could totally hand this over to that bastard Carp. Carp has gone back to the East Blue to visit family. A reasonable vacation that I approved." Steelbone Kong's words left Sengoku speechless. Is that why that guy is unwilling to be promoted to Admiral? How enviable. What about Zephyr? That guy doesn't seem to be doing anything either. If one person isn't enough, Sengoku decided to change to another one of the same rank. But to Sengoku's disappointment, this suggestion was still rejected by Sora. Zephyr also doesn't have time right now. He has a lot on his shoulders. Besides, this matter really has to be handled by you, Sengoku. Sora's expression became much more serious. You should know that among you few, you are the best candidate to succeed as Fleet Admiral. I have been training you for this purpose. So this new formation of troops is also a simple pre-job test for you. Simple? A big question mark popped up in Sengoku's mind. The sky was clear, and the sun was shining. Between the deep blue sea and the sky, everything was filled with a peaceful atmosphere, except for a yellow cloud-like object that was moving irregularly. "Hey, Kaido, stop drinking for a moment. I'm about to vomit from the swaying." Elbat folded the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help but yell at the drunken driver manipulating the flame cloud ahead. However, his reminder seemed to not attract much attention from the driver. Kaido, with blurry eyes, took a couple more sips of his drink and said, "Hick, don't worry. I'm not drunk. I'm very sober right now. Don't drink and drive. As a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries, how do you not even have this basic common sense?" That's right. Since leaving Punk Hazard, Kaido's bounty directly increased from 350 million berries to 500 million berries. And his photo was changed, adding a prefix of beast. But perhaps due to the fire that burned many clues before his departure, the rest of the Beast Pirates have not received their own bounties. Except for one person. Haha, I also have a bounty. The mad scientist Quinn. Bounty of 65 million berries, dead or alive. Quinn proudly waved his bounty notice in front of Jean and Alfred, laughing like a several hundred-pound fool. "All right, Uncle Quinn, stop showing off. Quickly master that dragon virus in your body, or next time we might have another diarrhea situation. By then, it won't just be Jean and Alfred fixing you up, next to Elbat the Scatly, who was chewing on a piece of meat." Swallowed it whole and mercilessly warned the show-off Quinn. "You little brat don't understand. But that's called research. Do you know what research is?" Quinn grinned and whispered his complaint to the Scatly, who directly returned a tongue-out face. "Loading a template is like eating a devil fruit. The user will immediately gain its most basic abilities, but how far it can develop depends on the ability user themselves. Quinn's qualifications aren't too bad, but they can't be called excellent either. Among the many research scientists, Quinn is probably the strongest fighter, and among the fighters, he has the strongest research ability. This bizarre configuration has led him to be in an awkward state of being neither here nor there. Elbat handed the newspaper to Jean and stood up, saying, "The newspaper says that Kaido's price increase this time is because he destroyed a large pharmaceutical factory belonging to the government, and Quinn is an accomplice to Kaido." A pharmaceutical factory? These people really dare to say anything. Jean took the newspaper from Elbat and glanced at it, looking at the detailed description on the paper, and couldn't help but snort. The Punk Hazard Research Institute is not some underground research organization. The world government naturally has to dress it up in a righteous guise when promoting the institute, now that one of its laboratories has turned into ruins. Such things cannot escape the eyes of reporters. However, during interviews, the Punk Hazard Research Institute was still described as a pharmaceutical factory conducting drug research. There was not a word mentioned about the Lunarians. But the front page reiterated the characteristics of the Lunarians and emphasized that anyone providing clues would receive a high reward once the information was confirmed, raising the reward amount to 100 million berries. You will get used to such things in the future. The world's public opinion is basically still in the hands of the world government, and reversing black and white is common. Elbat tried to move his limbs and, feeling no issues, walked directly behind Kaido. Smack! He snatched the wine gourd from Kaido's hand and slapped him hard on the back of his head, which was adorned with flowing black hair. Drink, drink, drink. All you do is drink every day. Have you forgotten how you got caught this time? Drinking so much. Do you want me to accompany you for another bungee jump? In the beginning, Elbat was a bit reserved in his attitude towards Kaido, fearing that this bastard might get angry one day and drag him along to perform a drunken boxing routine. But after spending some time together, Elbat had a clearer understanding of Kaido's situation. Despite this guy's intimidating appearance, he wasn't very difficult to get along with. Sometimes, if you refute his point of view, he wouldn't get angry, and even arguing with him wasn't a problem. Moreover, if he couldn't win an argument, this bastard would just drink alone and occasionally show off his mood swings, throwing tantrums and acting like a rogue frequently. Sometimes, Elbat felt that Kaido really didn't seem like a ruthless pirate who kills without blinking. Perhaps it's just a world of madness that he doesn't understand. Anyway, at least now, Elbat felt much more casual when talking to Kaido, turning to glare at his carefully selected vice captain. Kaido also felt a headache coming on. Elbat was tough, capable, and also his dream maker. He looked good in every way. But the fact that he restricted his drinking was really annoying. Damn it, he couldn't scold him. And this guy didn't fall for tricks. As for fighting, whether he could win or not, he had no reason to hit him. So Kaido decided, fine. If he won't drink, then he won't. He grunted twice and turned his head to look ahead. Hey, we have nothing to do but fly in the sky. Where are you planning to take us? Elbat asked, fastening Kaido's wine gourd to his waist, puzzled. Kaido pointed to the sky ahead and said, "Don't rush. Fly in this direction for another half a month, and we'll reach our destination." Destination? That's right. Our target is the largest shipyard in the New World, located on Razakun Island. A shipyard? Wait, what are we going there for? Elbat looked confused, as Kaido's flame clouds had a decent passenger capacity, and ships weren't very important to them right now. Kaido squinted at the blazing sun above and said nonchalantly, "What's the point of being a pirate without a ship? Which pirate crew goes to sea without a pirate ship?" Razakun Island, as a renowned shipbuilding base in the New World, is quite different from the world government-influenced Water 7 in the first half of the Grand Line and the mysterious Elbaf. Its main clientele consists of various pirates. So, as my first ship, of course, I want to go to the best shipyard to build a ship that suits my taste. In the world of pirates, shipbuilding is a time-honored pillar industry. The vast seas and the perilous Grand Line rely on ships for passage. Such a developed industrial structure and robust supply-demand relationship have led to the emergence of numerous famous shipbuilding bases on the sea, such as the city of Seven Waters in the first half of the Grand Line, Elbaf in the New World, and the island of Lodeskun mentioned by Kaido, among others. Additionally, the weather on the Grand Line is as unpredictable as Kaido's dog face. Such climatic conditions result in a very high damage rate for ships. Therefore, almost all islands near the main shipping routes have the capability to repair ships, and even in pirate territories with some renown, there is a certain level of shipbuilding ability. Skilled shipwrights are in high demand under various factions. However, as a makeshift crew, Kaido's current subordinates lack talent in shipbuilding or repair, which limits his options for acquiring ships. Aside from seizing second-hand ships from others, the only remaining option is to purchase them from these shipbuilding bases. Moreover, Kaido's insistence on going to Razakun Island is not just about acquiring ships. He has other plans as well. The Beast Pirates will not solely follow an elite path in the future. While he needs high-end combat power, he also requires a large number of subordinates. In his youth, Kaido was a warrior from the Wok Kingdom, and he knows the importance of numbers in warfare. Kaido also wants to indulge in the thrill of being a pirate admiral. Just like the Golden Lion, with ships, how could he lack various underlings? Among pirates, there are many shameless individuals who often finish building a ship and leave without paying. If they go a bit further, it's not impossible for them to rob you on their way out. Therefore, without some strength and background, a shipyard on Razakan Island would not have such a great reputation. In such an environment, the various forces on the island are highly active, and the competition is quite intense. When it comes to recruiting personnel, both quality and quantity can be somewhat guaranteed. Moreover, who knows? There might be some unexpected gains when buying a ship. Don't be fooled by this guy's rugged appearance. He is quite shrewd and has a lot of schemes up his sleeve. Building ships? Kaido, do you have money? Elbat looked at the clean-faced poor guy in front of him, puzzled. Money? I don't have any. Kaido waved his hand dismissively and shamelessly said, but I am a pirate. Money is something you can just snatch a few times, right? You make a good point. I can't argue with that. Although he knew that the Beast Pirates were all a bunch of losers, Elbat still hoped they could adhere to some basic bottom lines when doing things. Here, I specifically want to call out that idiot freak, Quinn. If it weren't for this guy's inhumane operations and treating his subordinates like dirt, the Beast Pirates wouldn't have lost so quickly in the battle in Wano. To change the bottomless principles of someone like Quinn, a combination of sweet words and a strong fist is the best method. As for Kaido, dealing with an idiot requires a different approach. Ahem, Kaido, have you heard of the term pirate rank? Elbat cleared his throat and said, never heard of it. Kaido shook his head after thinking for a moment. I heard from merchants who came from a small island that there's always been a saying at sea Elbat had just started, and the blue-haired lowly, Disca Turley, immediately interrupted. Brother Iba, didn't we never have visitors on our little island? Shut up and listen. That was before I found you, oh. After clearing his throat again, Elbat continued. Generally, those who rob from commoners and only dare to steal from the weak basically belong to low-level pirates. Low-level pirates? That's not wrong, Kaido thought for a moment and nodded seriously. Those who only dare to attack the weaker and do not challenge the strong are indeed considered low-level among pirates. So, Brother Elbat, what counts as a high-level pirate? Jean asked with interest from his side. High-level pirates either control a territory, roam the seas, have great ambitions, and possess extraordinary courage and insight. Elbat smiled and looked into Kaido's eyes and said, we generally refer to such people as heroes of the sea. Whoa! Heroes is indeed a title with spirit. Kaido laughed heartily, just as he wanted to take a sip of his drink in celebration. He patted his waist, but found nothing. Not feeling embarrassed, he folded his arms in front of his chest and said, Elbat, I understand what you mean, since you have such expectations. I will definitely become a hero of the sea in the future. As he laughed, tears slowly gathered in his eyes. This guy really suits my taste. The crowd was already used to Kaido's quick change of expression, treating it as just another drunken episode. Actually, I have a method that brings in money faster than robbing. Do you want to know? Alfred seemed to think of something and spoke up. Kaido instantly wiped away his tears and showed a very interested expression. Alfred didn't keep them in suspense and said directly, you see, Kaido's bounty is 500 million berries. And that guy Quinn's bounty is roughly around 100 million berries after rounding. Now, if we pretend to be bounty hunters and deliver both of them to the naval base, after collecting the bounty, you all can escape on your own. With this operation, wouldn't we have nearly 600 million berries in funds? After hearing Alfred's plan, not only Elbat but even Quinn, the one involved, felt a bit tempted. After completing one job, we can switch to another naval base and do it again. If we do this a few times, it won't be a problem to build a ship, let alone form a fleet. Upon hearing this, Quinn was directly blown away with excitement. How much would this cost? Even if it only succeeds once, he won't have to worry about research funding for a while. You see, after leaving Punk Hazard and the support of the world government, he will have to buy his own research equipment in the future. It's well known that research in this field is extremely costly before any results are achieved and production begins. Kaido, how about we give it a try? Quinn mustered his courage and tentatively asked. Unfortunately, after the events of Punk Hazard, Kaido had become much more cautious about prison breaks than before. Money isn't the issue. I know how to solve that. Right now, we have something more important to deal with. Kaido stood up, clasping his hands together and squeezing. Crackle, crackle. Once we reach Lozkin Island, we not only need to build ships, but also recruit new members. So, you all need to improve your strength. Or how are you going to command respect? I've decided that for the next few days of travel, I'm going to give you a targeted training session. Especially you, Quinn. If you want to break out of prison with me, your current strength is not enough. What? North Sea, Seleucid Kingdom. It's not far from Mariehua here, looking south. You can clearly see a row of red land that seems as tall as mountains. Mariehua is situated on this red earth continent that circles the world, forming a vertical structure with a grand line, dividing the entire world into 4 seas. Sorry, but we can only take you this far. At the dock of the Seleucus Kingdom, Fuzzcall respectfully bid farewell to Don Quixote's family. Although this place is a non-member country of the world government, we have prepared accommodations and enough wealth for several of you, so your future life should be worry-free. Homing smiled and thanked them, saying, "Thank you, that's enough." Young Rosinante gently tugged at her mother's dress, pointing at the CP9 members behind Fuzzcall, asking, "Mom, are those people our new slaves?" The female celestial dragon patted Rosinante's head, shaking her head with a smile, and replied, "No, Rosinante, we are no longer celestial dragons." Next to her, the cool guy Doflamingo pointed at the luxurious villa behind him, impatiently saying, "Mom, hurry up and let them move the luggage in. I'm hungry." Undoubtedly, Doflamingo doesn't understand what all this means at the moment. However, he is quite skilled at making slaves work. Ho Minghua and his wife exchanged a glance and sighed helplessly. It seems the children really don't understand anything. They need to be re-educated. Fuzzcall rubbed his hands and walked up to Doflamingo, flattering him. "Don't worry, young master. We'll help you move your luggage right away." This guy is really racking his brains to seize this opportunity. Unfortunately, Huomingu Sheng is serious this time. This family will completely say goodbye to their identity as celestial dragons from now on. Huomingu Sheng smiled and shook his hand. "Thank you very much for your kindness. But no need, your work is already done, right? No need to worry about us anymore." He embraced his wife, showing a happy smile, and the red jewel on his chest sparkled with dazzling light. Working personally is also an essential part of human life. Fuzzcarl kept smiling, secretly mocking Hua Mingu Sheng's strange behavior. All right, you celestial dragons really know how to have fun." At this moment, on the Didi Yin Yun heading to Luzcon Island, the members of the Beast Pirates also started to play happily as they found a small island. Recently, I have summed up the lessons from past failures and finally figured out why my pirate crew has not been able to develop, Kaido said while delivering a fist the size of a basin with the power to split mountains into Alfred's belly, creating waves of flesh. "The main reason is that I previously neglected the training of my subordinates too much." The punch directly caused Alfred's eyes to turn bloodshot, and his body was sent flying backward by the immense force, crashing straight into the beach on the island. Boom! Dust and smoke erupted into the sky. After a few moments of retching sounds from the beach, it fell into silence. This time, I won't make the same mistake again. After knocking Alfred away, Kaido's fist didn't stop for a moment. He bent his legs, pushed off the ground, and instantly appeared beneath Quinn, who had transformed into his hybrid beast form. Before Quinn could dodge, Kaido swung his iron fist again. The fist came from below, smashing violently into Quinn's chin. Oh, whoa. Quinn's head jerked back as he let out a painful scream. His lower jaw twisted and deformed, and many of his sharp fangs were shattered. "Shut up. This is just the beginning." Kaido grabbed Quinn's hair, channeling all his strength to force Quinn's head down into the ground. Boom! The earth cracked, and Quinn's entire head was buried in the dirt. It's not over yet. Before Quinn could recover, Kaido wrapped his arms around Quinn's thick arm, exerting force as if swinging a giant hammer, lifting Quinn up and slamming him back down onto the ground. Boom! The entire island trembled slightly. Boom! 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 Once, twice, 3 times. Quinn's massive body was slammed into the ground by Kaido like a hammer, again and again. Puff! Blood spewed from Quinn's mouth, his eyes turning white, and his consciousness was forcibly shut down. After a long while, as the dust settled, Quinn lay in a depression like a puddle of mud, his body covered in wounds. I'm sweating. Kaido stood to the side, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Hitting people is a physically demanding job, but for the future of these guys, it's worth it to endure some suffering. Hey, get up. Kaido kicked Quinn. Although the previous attack looked fierce, he hadn't used haki, so Quinn should only have some superficial injuries. Zoan types aren't that fragile. Ugh. Quinn's body steadily shrank, quickly returning to his human form. He held his dizzy head and got up, fear filling his eyes. Feeling the pain all over his body, Quinn cried out for mercy. Kaido, big brother. I've at least broken a dozen bones all over my body. I need to recuperate. Can this special training end now? End? You seem to have some misunderstanding. Kaido's lips curled into a smirk. The fact that you can stand means there's still a long way to your limit. How can you improve your strength without pushing your potential to the max? Quinn was dumbfounded. Does this mean he intends to beat him to death? Continue the special training. Kaido clenched his his tone filled with threat. Quinn, if you can't reach my satisfaction in the next few days, you won't be allowed to eat red bean soup for the next month. What? Kaido grinned. Quinn, you wouldn't want to go so long without red bean soup, would you? Elbat, who was responsible for overseeing the training and temporarily acting as a medic, shook his head helplessly at Kaido's despicable and shameless threats. He extended his tail, grabbed Alfred's right foot, who was unconscious on the beach, and with a strong pull, tossed him next to the two who shared the same plight. That's right. The violent Kaido didn't even spare the little girl Descartes. Now, there's still a mark left on the girl's bunny ears from some teaching tool. Elbat fully supported Kaido's idea of special training. After all, his name wasn't on that training list. He just needed to focus on logistics. There were several highly effective medicines in the system shop, such as the green tea recovery potion priced at 10 points per bottle. To ensure that Kaido's impromptu special training had better effects and no after effects, Elbat thoughtfully purchased 100 bottles. And after learning that Elbat had such powerful secret medicines, Kaido became even more reckless in his actions. On the beach by the coast, Elbat, dressed in a red vest, lazily enjoyed the sea breeze. However, now he had a special shoulder strap slung diagonally across his left shoulder to his lower back, and a ridiculously large sword was strapped to his back. The sea breeze gently brushed against his cheeks, causing his flamboyant black short hair to flutter wildly. What did you get yourself a sword? Kaido had unknowingly arrived beside Elbat and sat cross-legged. He was still holding the wine gourd that Elbat had given him, and when Elbat looked over, Kaido showed a rare reluctant expression, ultimately gritting his teeth and handing over the wine gourd, as if asking Elbat if he wanted to try it. Elbat couldn't help but roll his eyes. The wine gourd still has this dog's saliva on it. I won't drink it, thanks. Elbat refused with a face full of disdain. This sword is one I picked up on this island while you were training them. After our last spar, I felt a bit disadvantaged going barehanded against you guys, so I thought this sword looked good, so I took it. Elbat rambled on. Of course, this sword couldn't have been picked up on the island. It was actually bought for 500 points from the system shop. When Elbat closes his eyes, he can immerse himself in watching dramas by consuming points through the system. But recently, he had grown a bit tired of watching dramas, so he decided to exchange for a big sword to play around with. This sword looks nice. I didn't expect there to be such good stuff on this island. Now that you have a sword, are you planning to practice swordsmanship? Kaido asked curiously. That's right. Why? Don't you plan to teach me? Elbat thought Kaido was talking nonsense. If I didn't plan to practice sword, why would I carry a big sword on my back? But I don't know swordsmanship. Kaido looked at Elbat with "Are you out of your mind?" expression. I've always used a kanabo to smash people. I don't know anything about swordsmanship. However, there's an old lady who is quite good at swordsmanship. If we meet her one day, you can ask her for advice. An old lady who uses a sword? Elbat thought for a moment and knew who Kaido was referring to. Isn't that his former big sister, Charlotte Linlin? Forget it, a kanabo is just fine. Anyway, this sword is so big, it can also be used as a kanabo. Elbat shook his head, rejecting Kaido's suggestion. Actually, I think what's most important for you right now is not to learn swordsmanship, but to master hockey. Kaido took a few swigs of wine and laughed. Eurolo, Elbat. Relying on fruits in this sea can only show temporary ferocity. Only hockey is the power that surpasses all abilities. Although Kaido sometimes acts a bit strange after drinking. What he said does make sense. It is well known that there are 2 top teachers and 1 top mediocre teacher in the entire sea, excluding Rayleigh, who can only help people build a foundation after 2 years of teaching. The remaining 2 top teachers are 1 pirate and 1 navy. One is the current Admiral Zephyr, who has trained many elite Navy members, and the other is Kaido, who is right in front of him. After thinking for a moment, Elbat said, since that's the case, why not take the opportunity to teach me a bit while we still have a few days? According to Kaido's estimate, they would need 5 or 6 days to reach Razakan Island. With that little time, it would be a dream to fully master various hockey. But Elbat felt that it should be fine to get a basic understanding. Success requires 1 effort, while the remaining 99 relies on one's talent. However, talent is something prepared for ordinary people, and no matter how strong the talent is, it has its limits. And for someone like him, who is hanging on, success is basically his only option. Eurolo, you are so confident in yourself? Kaido laughed heartily and took a few more swigs. Damn, I'm almost out of wine. And I haven't seen any Navy or pirates around lately. Anyway, since I'm just sitting here, who knows, maybe it will work out. Plus, you're not just teaching me. You might as well take this opportunity to teach them too. Elbat's words made Kaido somewhat tempted, and the teacher's soul hidden deep within him began to stir. Since that's the case, then I'll give it a try. A good teacher must possess the excellent virtue of being a good guide. As a gold medal teacher, Kaido naturally accepted Elbat's training request with pleasure. Although you haven't even started with either armament haki or observation haki, in my opinion, you should have no problem grasping these two abilities. As for Conqueror's haki, that is a matter of fate. You can't force it right now. Kaido stood up, unfastened the kanabo at his waist, and walked around Elbat while mumbling. Let's first talk about armament haki. If you want to learn armament haki, there is generally only one method: persistent and continuous practice, finding that slight feeling through constant battles. Elbat didn't respond, seriously listening to teacher Kaido's lecture. Your physical fitness has already reached the standard for learning armament haki. What you currently lack is the ability to grasp the feeling of haki bursting forth from your body. Just then, as Kaido spoke, the kanabo in his hand was suddenly enveloped in a layer of armament haki, and he swung it down toward Elbat's back. Bang! The powerful force contained in the kanabo directly knocked Elbat off balance. Good. Feel the force that just struck you and find it within your body. Seeing Elbat sit up straight again, Kaido continued. Once you awaken your armament haki, if you want to continue improving, there are generally two methods. One is through various battles, gradually solidifying your haki over time, making it stronger. The other, Kaido paused, looking at Elbat, and asked, "Do you know about blacksmithing?" Ido, Elbat nodded. The other way to enhance armament haki is actually similar to blacksmithing. Treat your haki as a piece of iron, and through constant battles, repeatedly hammer it, break it, reforge it, and keep hammering and reforging until you achieve a qualitative change. At this point, Kaido paused, thought for a moment, and continued. This kind of temper armament haki does indeed improve quite quickly, but it's only suitable for a certain group of people. Just then, Elbat suddenly spoke up. Is it because it can cause excessive trauma and stress to the body? Exactly. Kaido nodded affirmatively. This training method, apart from the former rocks, myself, and that old lady, I haven't found anyone else who can use it perfectly. Kaido seemed to think of something and said, by the way, Zoan-type users can greatly increase their vitality and recovery ability. So when Zoan-type users reach a certain level, lowering the standards of this method for training is also feasible. A certain level? Does it require the fruit's ability to awaken? That's right. As long as Zoan-type fruit users awaken, they should meet the training standard. If they haven't awakened, their bodies won't be able to recover. For mythical Zoans, the standard could be raised a bit. To put it simply, if you're beaten too often, an ordinary person's body simply can't handle it. So, Kaido's fondness for Zoan-type users might not be without reason. Hey, why are we going so far? You don't even have armament haki yet. First, think about how to draw out the haki within your body. Kaido also felt he had said a bit too much. As for how to enhance your haki in the future, that's your business. Anyway, with your fruit ability, the second path is also not impossible. Actually, I think we can start trying now. Elbat raised his right hand and released his extremely thin armament haki, barely wrapping it around his fist. This is the talent death trial that comes with the Elbat Black Dragon template. In the system, ancient dragon-level templates come with a talent in addition to their inherent abilities. Besides Elbat, the templates of Descartes and Quinn also have this talent. However, Elbat needs to spend points to activate it. Talent, passive, death trial. When eating, it accelerates the absorption of food nutrients and speeds up injury recovery. Each time he is attacked, there is a certain chance to permanently enhance his physical qualities and increase resistance to previously suffered damage. In simple terms, after acquiring this talent, as long as Elbat takes some hits, he will grow at an astonishing speed. Just now, Kaido's blow triggered Elbat's talent, giving his body a slight resistance to armament haki and blunt damage. The best way to counter armament haki is to use armament haki to defend against it. Therefore, under Kaido's strike, Elbat was pleasantly surprised to find that he seemed to feel a strange yet familiar power within him. No doubt about it, Kaido. Although he wasn't sure if this guy had the terrifying teaching ability to achieve 1 hammer flow cherry blossom, 2 hammer binding, and 3 hammer awakening. Elbat was already quite satisfied. As long as it could quickly improve haki, he didn't care how ruthless Kaido's training methods were. Elbat claimed he wasn't afraid at all. Isn't it just heavy injuries? Do you believe that if I get seriously injured tonight, eat and drink to my heart's content, and then sunbathe tomorrow, I can still be lively in front of you? Do you know the worth of being a top-tier player? When Kaido saw the armament haki swirling in Elbat's hands, he was momentarily taken aback, but then revealed a cruel smile. Wahahaha, I didn't expect that I actually underestimated your talent. Kaido swung his kanabo and asked in a deep voice, Elbat, let me confirm one last time. Are you really going to start the next phase of training? Of course. Since there's a better way to train, I naturally choose the better one. Who isn't a genius, hanging wall? Elbat laughed, exposing his big white teeth. Wahaha, Elbat. Now is not the time to show off. You need to know that once training starts, you won't be able to stop whenever you want. Elbat didn't say any more nonsense. He directly took off his shirt, condensed the armament hockey he had just mastered at his chest, and shouted, "Come on." Kaido also grinned, and without any hesitation, swung the kanabo directly at Elbat. Just as Kaido's little classroom was in full swing, a group of uninvited guests arrived at their destination, Lozkian Island. Binks Bar, an old tavern on the main street of Lozkian Island. It was now close to evening, and the tavern was bustling with noise, the best time for business. At the bar, a man dressed in Viking pirate attire, wearing a horned helmet, was holding a knife and fork, devouring the delicious food in front of him. Vault had already found out that the cannon master named Plank did not live in the town, but had made a home at the old shipwreck junkyard. The speaker was a small man sitting on the man's shoulder, dressed in a style very similar to his. He held a large wine glass filled with golden whiskey. The man's name was Bondi Vault, the captain of the Vault Pirates, with a bounty of 200 million berries. The small man on his shoulder was his brother and first mate, Bing Ek. That guy's skills are good. It is said that the main cannon on the John Pirates flagship we encountered before was designed and forged by him. Once our ship is modified, we will need to invite him to help us install the remaining dozens of rapid-fire cannons. Bing Ek downed a glass of whiskey and continued, in that case. Combined with your Momo fruit ability, Vault, when we sail around the world and encounter those annoying marines, our enhanced firepower can crush them. Even if we happen to run into Whitebeard like this time, we still have a fighting chance. Compared to Vault's strong physique, Bing Ek always looked sickly and weak, lacking combat power, but his brain worked much better than his brutish brothers, so he played the role of the strategist in the Vault Pirates. After a few drinks, Bing Ek's face started to turn slightly red. He squinted his slightly tipsy eyes and said, "I heard that Plank is a half-fishman. Speaking of which, I haven't seen a fishman before. I've heard people say that fishmen are very rough and brutal. Vault, is that true? Wahahaha. When it comes to brutality, who can compare to us pirates?" Vault swallowed a piece of meat and raised a glass of whiskey. "Say, by the way, we crossed the calm belt directly to reach the New World without passing Fishman Island. Plus, we didn't encounter any on the way. So it's normal that you're not familiar with fishmen." After swallowing another piece of meat, he continued, "I heard that fishmen have excellent physical qualities. It's said that they are 10 times stronger than humans." Hearing this, Bing Ek put down his glass a bit wistful and said, "If that's the case, it wouldn't be bad for our pirate ship to find a few partners like that, especially with your fruit's destructive power being so great. If one day you accidentally fall into the water, having fishmen around would mean no worries." Vault nodded in agreement at this. At the same time, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. "Brother, since that's the case, how about we directly capture that guy named Plank and let him join our pirate crew?" Vault suggested while drinking, a very pirate-like idea. In this way, not only could they add a strong member to the crew, but they could also save a considerable amount on production costs. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. After a while of traveling, driver Kaido finally found a small island and decided to take a break. Behind him, Elbat was calling out excitedly, making this diligent teacher, who was also teaching while traveling, momentarily stiffen. "Kaido, next is my turn, right? Don't just stand there silent. As such an eager student, shouldn't you be more proactive and enthusiastic? Can't you stop making me urge you start class?" Kaido's little classroom would start on time every day, and this responsible teacher would not forget to review previous lessons with the students while on the road. During this period, the originally unfamiliar group of people made significant progress in their strength under Kaido's powerful guidance, especially in terms of resilience. In fact, with the increase in battles, the dual color hockey of several individuals showed signs of awakening. Moreover, their relationships improved a lot compared to before, except for Jean and Quinn. These two guys can't stand each other for various reasons, and they always exchange barbs whenever they meet. However, a certain transfer student has caught the disdain of Kaido. This top-notch teacher. After all, if he continues to study, Kaido might end up wearing a mask of agony. The effect of the talent, passive, death trial is simply too good. When Kaido beats Elbat's body like a blacksmith, he often feels that this guy's armed color hockey is growing at an astonishing speed. Every time he manages to beat this guy up so that there's not a good spot left on him, unexpectedly, after a feast, this guy comes back to Kaido, full of energy, asking for another round of beatings. This has turned Kaido, who used to happily enjoy a few drinks after class, into someone whose leisure time is now completely consumed by Elbat, the transfer student. Beating people is a labor-intensive task, and reasonable beating also requires some brainpower. After a day of high-intensity activities for over 10 hours, Kaido collapses in his sleep during his break, leaving no time to drink. Damn it. Can I have a little personal space to enjoy a drink? I'm starting to feel withdrawal symptoms. Ahem. Let's pause training for now. I just remembered there's something I need to discuss with you. Elbat looked disdainfully at Kaido, who was about to pull out his flask for a few sips, and pressed down on his gourd while grumbling, "Don't change the subject. We agreed that as long as I can withstand your training, you would definitely cooperate with me for special training. It hasn't been long, and you're already trying to slack off?" Kaido was instantly at a loss for words, wishing he could slap himself. Why did you have to agree to teach students? Seriously, why did you make such a commitment? He never expected someone could actually get addicted to being beaten. This is ridiculous. Who's changing the subject? I really have something to discuss. Kaido stubbornly replied. You see, although our beast pirates have been established, our positions and flags haven't been decided yet. Once we buy a ship, we can't just hang a black cloth on it, right? As he spoke, Kaido's tone gained a bit more confidence. The flag is of great significance to pirates. It can even be said to be their soul. Kaido was right. This matter really couldn't be delayed any longer. Actually, I have a proposal, Kaido said. He waved his hand, and a mass of flame clouds gathered in front of him. Moments later, a skull emblem appeared before everyone. Elbat squinted and realized, hey, isn't this the original flag of the Beast Pirates? A skull topped with a pair of large bull horns, looking almost identical to Kaido's skull after death, with 4 bone sticks inserted behind it, and A on each side, forming a shape like the number 8. What do you think? Not bad, right? Kaido asked with some anticipation. Well, how should I put it? Elbat stroked his chin, looking at the familiar design, momentarily speechless. This skull, I designed it in my own image. Isn't it creative? Kaido grinned excitedly. No wonder. I thought it looked like Kaido's corpse at first glance, so that's how it is. Quinn nodded seriously and murmured. Elbat, Kaido? Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Kaido hadn't even started to blow up when Elbat voiced his opinion. I think you could change the 2 behind it into dragon claws and add the shape of the treasure ball we're looking for in the skull's eyes. I think they could be replaced with wings since we can all fly. Using that as a symbol wouldn't be bad. Jean also got interested and offered his input. Alfred? What are you talking about? I feel like you're targeting me without saying it outright. The few of them exchanged their opinions. In the end, Kaido exercised his captain's authority and enforced the original plan. However, he did incorporate a bit of Elbat's suggestion by adding a red gem in the skull's eyes. Great. I announced that our Beast Pirates flag is confirmed. Kaido laughed heartily and said, to celebrate this flag that will wave across the seas, let's hold a banquet. I could drink now. But he hadn't even been happy for 3 seconds when Elbat had already come to his side, wrapped an arm around Kaido's shoulder, and said, we'll talk about the banquet later. Let's go. We need to do today as special training first. My observation hockey isn't trained well yet. I have to step it up. Everyone was used to Elbat's behavior by now, except for Discatterly, who felt a little confused. How did my lazy brother suddenly become so diligent? Well, obviously, he bought a pain-tolerant shield in the system, standing there with his eyes closed watching dramas while having Kaido help him grind for hockey levels. Where can I find such a good thing? Hearing Elbat's words, Kaido was obviously stunned for a moment and said in some panic, no, the banquet is about to start. What kind of special training are we doing? The banquet can be held later, right? After you beat me into serious injury, I can feast at the banquet, and then we can continue. Isn't that perfect? As Elbat spoke, he tugged at Kaido's collar and forcefully dragged him away. No, are you the teacher? Or am I the teacher? How can you force someone to teach? To put it another way, I'm still your captain. Let go of me. By the time Kaido arrived at Lozkian Island driving his limited edition DD Flame Cloud, the sky had completely darkened. Boss Kaido, what should we do next? Look for people or look for a ship? Quinn asked Kaido while holding a large bucket of red bean rice cake soup. When they set off, Quinn not only brought many experimental tools onto Kaido's flame cloud, but also moved up his buckets of red bean rice cake soup, which had a sweet and rich aroma that could be smelled from far away. After days of training, he finally met Kaido's requirements and got to eat the food he had been longing for, from the crumbs left at the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he had consumed quite a lot of this sweet and rich food not long ago. Next, of course, was to go rest. Who will be open for business at this late hour? Elbat rubbed his eyes and stretched lazily. Someone's driving skills were indeed not great, waking him up several times. No, we need to find someone next. After looking around for a moment, Kaido pointed to a pile of ruins next to the town. Follow me. Let's go over there. After saying that, he led the way, quickly guiding everyone toward an abandoned junkyard outside the town. This junkyard was mainly made up of disassembled ship parts, as the shipbuilding industry was thriving on Lozgany Island, and there were many such junkyards concentrated for dismantling old ships. Besides some scavengers hoping to strike it lucky, the entire junkyard was also filled with traces of many small workshops. After all, the shipbuilding industry had a complete supply chain, and dismantling old ships was an important part of it, involving significant interests. So even though it was late, the place was still brightly lit and bustling with activity. It's right ahead. Through the crowded people, Kaido pointed to a shabby little house transformed from small warship. The light inside the house was dim, and it seemed there were two figures swaying back and forth. Elbat took a glance and found nothing particularly special about it. If he had to describe it, it looked more like a refugee house for scavengers. Your acquaintance lives here? Elbat looked at Kaido with a scrutinizing gaze, very suspicious that this guy's brain, soaked in alcohol, had forgotten the way. How would I know why he likes to stay in such a place? Let's go in and take a look, Kaido said, stepping towards the house. As they got closer, they could hear what seemed to be a noisy argument coming from inside, as if there was some dispute going on. Hey, Base, open the door. Kaido shouted loudly and casually knocked on the door. Perhaps it was too noisy inside, but Elbat and the others stood at the door for a while, realizing that no one inside seemed to have any intention of responding to Kaido. This guy. After thinking for less than a second about whether to stay or leave, Kaido directly punched the shabby door. Bang! You guy, not even welcoming an old friend, Kaido said, stepping into the dim room. However, before he could finish his sentence, he stood frozen at the door. This caused Scafley, who intended to follow him inside, to bump into Kaido's thigh, nearly knocking into the spiked club hanging at his waist. What are you doing standing at the door? Get in. Elbat squeezed through the gap beside Kaido and then froze in place as well. At the same time, a man and a woman inside the room, both covered in pixelated patterns, were also at a loss for what to do with this scene. Oh my, sorry, we'll just go. Elbat came back to his senses, hurriedly turned around, covered Scafley's eyes, and rushed out of the room. He instantly understood why no one came to open the door. But what Elbat couldn't figure out was what was wrong with Kaido. Where was your observation, Haki? Did drinking make you stupid? Just now. Base inside had indeed heard Kaido's knocking, but he was busy communicating with a beautiful woman about import and export trade. Who would have thought that halfway through, a big man would burst in, watching his trade goods, which had been startled back to their original state. Base wished he could take a knife and chop up that bull-headed gorilla at the door. Well. Base, you all continue. I'll come find you later. Kaido, feeling a bit embarrassed at this moment, awkwardly chuckled a couple of times before quickly turning and slipping out of the room. You son of a dog. Are you really coming back? Minutes later, Base stepped out of the little house, draped in a light coat, his muscular figure on display. As the bright lights along the road shone down, a tall figure covered in scars appeared in front of everyone. He had thick lips and a pair of tall horns, his physique nearly matching Kaido's. You really know how to pick your time. Knowing the nature and strength of this bull-headed gorilla, Base didn't say anything accusatory. He just secretly glanced at the spiked club hanging at Kaido's waist, lit a cigar, and asked, the last time I saw you was 3 years ago. Kaido, what do you want from me? I've formed a pirate crew again, and I need your help with something. Kaido grinned and said, I want to buy a ship. A new ship, and I want to know if you have any connections to get one. Taking a deep puff of his cigar, Base exhaled a thick cloud of smoke in annoyance. For this kind of thing, can't you just go ask those shipbuilding factories in the town? Why come bother me? But halfway through his words, he seemed to realize something, and an unnatural expression appeared on his face. You don't tell me. Sensing that his old friend vaguely noticed his intention, Kaido cut to the chase. I'll tell you directly, I don't have the money to buy the ship right now. You help me cover it first, and when I have money later, I'll pay you back. Don't worry. I want to be like those trash who owe money and don't pay. Borrow money from me? Do I look like a rich person now? When money was mentioned, Base's expression immediately fell. He pointed to his small house, which looked like a slum, and the meaning in his expression was self-evident. Well, you can deceive others, but you can't deceive me. When he left the kingdom of Orca, this guy had indeed looted the royal treasury. If you don't lend me money today, believe it or not, I'll have someone smash your shipyards later. Kaido was very familiar with this old friend he hadn't seen in years, and Base also knew Kaido's shameless nature very well. This guy really knows how to get things done. Huh. After calming down a bit, Base slowly spoke up. I don't have any money, but I have an idea. Alfred, Quinn, go smash that little cabin for me. You let me finish speaking. Seeing the two about to take action, Base hurriedly stopped them. You say. Kaido raised his hand to hold the two back. You really haven't changed since back then. Completely unable to contain your impatience. Seeing Kaido about to lower his hand again, Base quickly got to the point. You borrowed money from me just to buy a ship. right? But a new ship takes a lot of time and effort from ordering to construction and then launching. At least dozens of days, more often several months. Looking at Kaido, stroking his chin, deep in thought, Base continued with a smile, as if he had prepared this in advance. Coincidentally, I have acquaintances at the Dalian shipyard on the island, and with a little effort, I can get the list of new ships that are about to be completed. You can choose one you like from that batch of new ships, and take it. How about that? Seeing that Kaido seemed a bit interested, Base continued to seize the opportunity, although there are rules on Lozkin Island that prohibit taking action on the island. You can wait until the ship leaves the port and then do it. This way not only saves money, but also time. ISN, T to win-win. Kaido kept nodding his head, seemingly really considering the feasibility of Base's words. After a moment, a kind smile appeared on his rugged face. Base, since you can get the list of new ships under construction, you must also know which ships in the shipyard are about to be repaired, right? With a little more effort, it shouldn't be impossible to find out. What are you planning to do? Base asked in confusion. Well, what else could I do? I'm a pirate. Of course, I'm going to rob them. Kaido's kind smile gradually turned fierce. New ships, I want them. Those refurbished old ships. I want them too. Since we're going to rob, why not rob the bigger ones? Small-time stuff is not my style. Everyone was stunned by Kaido's shameless remarks. Why are you suddenly interested in those old ships? Base looked at Kaido in confusion, feeling like he was struggling to keep up with this guy's train of thought. No, it's not me. It's you who would be interested in those old ships. Kaido pointed at Base and continued. I'll keep the new ships I rob, and sell you all the old ships together, and you take care of them. I have to say, Base admitted he was indeed a little tempted by Kaido's proposal, but he also had his own concerns. It's not that he was worried about whether Kaido could actually rob that many ships. He was well aware of that guy's strength. What he was worried about was whether he could handle that much cargo. I only have a few small shipbreaking yards. How could I possibly handle that much cargo? Then you can contact a few more shipbreaking yards and sell some of my ships to them. As for the profits, let us split at 70 to 30. You provide the information, take the risks, and handle the sales, and you only get 70? No way. You have to give me an additional 10 profit. Base squinted his small eyes a bit. Tempted or not, the benefits that should be fought for must be fought for. What are you thinking? 70% is mine. What did you say? Base's voice rose a few pitches, and rationality quickly disappeared under the drive of profit. Bang! The spiked bat fell directly at Base's feet, and Kaido said in a threatening tone, I'm not joking with you. Don't push your luck. Giving you 30 is already looking highly of you. Are you going to do this or not? If not, I'll just take you out. You can call Kaido reckless, but you can't say he lacks brains. That guy just has a habit of using force to solve many problems. Elbat knew, and Base knew even more, so his rationality quickly returned to its rightful place. If it weren't for knowing he couldn't win against the man in front of him, Base would definitely want to let this horned freak taste the power of his fists. So the next second, the strong man helplessly sighed and said, I didn't say I wouldn't do it. I was just a bit thirsty and wanted to go back and drink some water the next noon. Base showed up with a stack of photos to find Kaido. With the dual motivation of money and fists, his actions were naturally very quick. Base handed the photos to Kaido and said, These are the ships that are about to set sail soon. You can choose your target to take action. Kaido picked up the photos and flipped through them. The photos showed the specific appearance of each ship with the names and marks of various pirate crews behind them. How about it? Have you chosen your target after looking for so long? Elbat asked curiously while looking at the photos. It must be said that relying on Kaido's formidable strength, although this plan was a bit far-fetched, it was still very feasible. Kaido stuffed the photos into his chest, grinning with a fierce smile. Choose what? I don't like to make choices. All these ships are targets. I want them all. I guess you would choose like this. Base interjected at the right moment. The sailing times of these ships are very close, so you'll have to split up when the time comes. Well, my pirate crew has all become top-notch experts after my training, plus me. Aren't you worried? Base thought for a moment and didn't say much more. You can doubt Kaido's morals and intelligence, but his strength is indeed unquestionable. After Base left, Kaido immediately began to arrange personnel to prepare. Jean, you and Alfred hurry up and remember the names of these pirate crews. Later, go find the taverns on the island and learn about the details of these crews. Besides the Navy and bounty hunters, no one would specifically remember all the pirate situations. So it's always good to check things out before taking action. Not to mention anything else, at least the bounty has to be clarified. The bounty issued by the Navy for the wanted pirates is often used as capital for pirates to show off. Although this thing often distorts when linked to strength, it can still serve as a reference. Quinn, you go to the dock and recruit some hands. The only requirement is that they are healthy and not sick. The rest is up to you. After finishing, he turned to look at Elbat. Elbat, tomorrow you and I will go to the dock to wait for people. Don't let my ship get away. Elbat was flipping through the photos that Kaido had given him at this moment. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Hey, Kaido. Elbat patted Kaido's shoulder, pulled out a photo from below the stack, and pointed to the ship's pattern on it, saying, "Is this ship also our target?" The ship in the photo is a three-masted sailing ship with a golden lion's head carved at the bow. The words Flying Sky Pirate Crew are prominently displayed on the back of the photo. Kaido has his eyes set on the golden lion's ship. This ship is a new one, perfectly sized. I need a flagship to recruit troops, of course. Shiki was an old mate from your previous ship. Isn't it a bit unethical to make a move like this? Elbat teased Kaido. What old mate? I'm targeting old mates. We gathered together for interests, and infighting is a daily routine. Moreover, as long as I step on my esteemed predecessor to rise to power, we can immediately make a name for the Beast Pirates. This is something I shouldn't miss. In the waters of Lozkian Island, several pirate ships are fiercely exchanging fire. With the end of the Rocks Pirates, there's been a brief power vacuum in the pirate world. In such times, the weak retreat while the strong emerge. And the forces of a new world are constantly reshuffling. In this atmosphere, various factions are rapidly enhancing their team competitiveness. A sturdy ship is an essential part of strengthening one's power, due to the fact that these pirate crews set sail at the same time. They all coincidentally planned to make a windfall. Abilities, swords, guns, and various means are clashing fiercely in this sea area. The roar of cannons and the shouts of battle fill the air, and as the fighting on the sea continues, the intensity of the struggle among the people also increases. Blue lightning streaks across the night sky, illuminating the boiling sea with flickering flashes. The ferocious faces and pale weapons reflect a dazzling brilliance in the glaring lightning. On the edge of the battlefield, a three-masted armed sailboat with a pair of horns at its bow, under the command of a muscular blonde man, unleashed brilliant tongues of fire towards the fiercely engaged pirate ships ahead. Bang! Bang! Dozens of whistling iron balls suddenly flew out from the side of the ship against the fierce wind, charging forward with unstoppable momentum towards the pirate ships on the sea. Everyone braced for cannon fire, gunners counterattack, counterattack. In an instant, several pirate ships that were in combat and had no time to evade were heavily damaged. Meanwhile, the remaining pirate ships employed various tactics to block the incoming cannonballs. However, this world is never short of cunning individuals, especially in such chaotic situations where they thrive. Thus, the first victim appeared. A cannonball, influenced by human intervention, skillfully broke through someone's interception and struck a pirate ship with a wolf's head at the bow with astonishing force. Boom! Instantly, the surrounding railing of the pirate ship was forcefully pushed aside by the cannonball, and after creating several holes, the iron ball luckily severed the ship's rear mast. Damn it! My ship! Sarah, you filthy woman! The victim was Captain Jean Oga of the Bloodhand pirate crew, with a bounty of 84 million berries. Nicknamed Bloodhand, and this suddenly disappearing cannonball was, of course, the work of Sarah, the vice-captain of the Dual Guns pirate crew. The spirited woman with long, wavy red hair and dual pistols blew the wisps of smoke curling from the gun barrels and smiled, saying, "So what if I did it? Come over and try to hit me if you have the guts. Just you wait." Jean Aojiao looked at his new ship, which had just set sail and was already facing major repairs. Furious, he drew the long knife from his waist, swung it forward, and commanded, "Raise the mainsail, open the outer wheels, everyone polish your weapons, and approach the dual pistol pirates as fast as possible. Prepare for close combat." Under his command, the Bloodhand pirates' specially modified ship glided through the tumultuous waves like a silver fish. TCH, no second mast. And yet it can run so fast for close combat? Does our dual pistol pirates fear you? Sarah suddenly pulled the trigger towards the sky and shouted, "Boys, get ready. Let's crush the Bloodhand pirates." In battles, besides strength, what is often most needed is courage. Close quarters combat is the best way to hone courage in these seas. For pirates, close combat is also one of their favorite fighting styles. In this mode of combat, they can fully showcase their superior strength and gain more voice within the team, while also plundering more wealth, sometimes even capturing entire ships. Before long, the two speeding pirate ships clung to each other like hyenas, with grappling hooks flying towards the ship's sides, and a preset ramp was established between the two ships. The deadly blade battle erupted suddenly amidst the towering waves. The clash between these two groups also triggered a series of chain reactions. In an instant, the roaring sea became even more chaotic, with fighting and screams drowning out the howling wind, while blood and gunpowder stained the salty sea. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, within the Bullhead pirates who had just finished several rounds of volleys, a short man with a center-parted hairstyle and wearing black suspenders approached an 8-meter-tall giant and said, "Captain, the Bloodhand pirates and the dual pistol pirates are at each other's throats. It's chaotic up ahead. We should hurry and retreat. The captain of the Bullhead pirates is Bullhead Olive, a Zoan-type user of the bull fruit, with a bounty of 66 million berries. Retreat? Who do you think I am? Send the order down to slaughter these surrounding spectator pirate crews first. Once Sarah and that fool Jean Augia have fought it out, we'll swoop in and reap the benefits." Olive, with a fiery temperament, is reckless and combative, but he's not a fool. No one can reach a bounty of 66 million berries without some cunning. In terms of value, a bounty of 66 million berries ISNT considered particularly impressive in the New World. However, it's not too shabby either, considering that this isn't decades later when berries are severely devalued. In this era, a bounty over 100 million can be regarded as a major pirate, while someone like Olive, with a bounty exceeding 50 million, could be barely considered half of one. Equally, the desire to reap the benefits isn't limited to just the Bullhead pirates. Besides the pirate crews forced into the chaotic battlefield, some weaker pirates nearby also began to converge towards the clash between the dual pistol pirates and the Bloodhand pirates. In battles between pirates, besides the pirate ships and the loot aboard, the bounties on heads are also a crucial resource. The Navy's bounty distribution does not operate on a real name basis. Anyone who is not wanted can claim a bounty. The sea pirates of the New World tacitly allow some underground intermediaries to exist within their territories. After capturing or killing pirates who cause trouble in their territory, they hand them over to these intermediaries. The intermediaries charge a certain fee and are responsible for delivering the defeated pirates to the Navy. This series of actions is almost a hidden rule on the sea. It has even become an important economic source for some pirates. Lozcune Island, as a place where shipbuilding is highly developed in the New World, has intermediaries in its black market. In this chaotic situation, as long as one acts quickly to harvest a high-value bounty or pirate corpse, they can immediately exchange it for a substantial amount of wealth in the island's black market. This is quite a temptation for many pirate crews. "Captain, do we really have to get involved in these people's disputes? We'll just be cannon fodder there." On a pirate ship, the first mate spoke with some hesitation. His and the captain's bounties combined were only 20 million berries. He didn't think he was qualified to participate in the fighting ahead. "Don't be afraid. This morning's newspaper just reported that guy, Grafus, got into trouble with the World Destroyer Wald a few days ago, and now doesn't know where he has been chased off to. Now the Twin Guns pirates only have that rough woman, Sarah, left, and the two sides can be said to be evenly matched. They will definitely fight to the death." Saying this, he pulled the first mate closer and whispered, "Besides, even if we were cannon fodder, it should be those idiots around us with bounties of less than 10 million berries doing it. Let's fire from the periphery first. If someone lucky finds a windfall, keep an eye on them and pay attention to the surroundings. If anything feels off, we'll run immediately." Clearly, this captain who planned to pick up the scraps was still quite clear-headed. However, around him, there were still many people whose minds were clouded by profit. Soon, the first person unable to resist the temptation took action. "Go, boys." Slash. A metal blade cut through, staining it with a scarlet bloodstain. "Is that the Skull Crusher Lacey worth 15 million berries?" A one-eyed man with a hook on his hand shouted after slicing a deep wound in his opponent's arm. "Gather around, boys. Let's chop down this wounded bounty hunter together." The one-armed woman he wounded was a muscular Barbie, who tore off her headscarf and pressed it tightly against her bleeding wound. A disdainful sneer on her pale face. "A bunch of trash. Do they think I'm easy to deal with just because I'm injured? How dare they target my head?" As soon as the female pirate finished speaking, another woman of similar stature jumped out from behind her and quickly took down the one-eyed man with a few slashes, complaining, "Captain Lacey, why waste time with these small fry? Let's finish this fight and go support the first mate." As the two were talking, a tall man, 3 meters high and wielding a long knife, stumbled over to the two muscular women. "Captain Lacey, there are too many pirates rushing from astern. The brothers can't hold on much longer." The crisis was not just happening in one place. At the bow, the Twin Guns pirates' first mate Sarah was also gradually falling at a disadvantage in her battle against the Bloodhand pirates' captain, Jean Aoga, blocking Jean Aoga's claw with her sword. Sarah cursed. "When did you become a Zoan fruit user? Damn it, that bastard Grafus actually went missing at such a critical moment." Seeing his attack miss, Jean Aoga changed his move from a punch to a grab, firmly seizing Sarah's sword. A furry tail suddenly shot out from behind him, wrapped in dark-armed color hockey, and struck Sarah's chest hard, the powerful force sending the petite woman crashing back. Watching Sarah steadied herself after plowing 2 trails on the deck, Jean Aoga mocked. Still thinking about Grafus? That guy's fate is unknown. Who cares about him? Of course, Jean Aoga didn't say the latter part, which was that if Grafus really appeared on Lozkian Island, he would run away without a second thought. But now, who would care about a missing person? Not far away, in Dock 1, a group of shipwrights who had just finished their work leaned against the window, watching the large-scale brawl in the sea ahead as if it were a show. One shipwright teased, "These guys better not damage the ship we just built." Hearing his words, another shipwright immediately retorted, "It'd be better if they did. We could charge for repairs again. In my opinion, it would be best if they fought harder and sank those ships. Then we could get to work building a few new ones." Everyone nodded and laughed at this. At that moment, a voice came out. "Hey guys, who do you think will laugh last among these groups? The Twin Guns pirates, right? Even if Madman Grafus is missing, both the combat power of his crew and Quick Gun Sarah are still quite strong. Forget it. I still favor that guy Jean Aoga. I know a secret. He's actually a dog fruit user with wolf form. In that case, doesn't that give Olive a better chance?" "What? Olive? You mean that big guy who can turn into a cow? His bounty is only 66 million berries, right?" Everyone felt like this guy was joking. Although bounty doesn't completely represent strength, it does have some reference value. They had seen cases where low bounties had beaten high bounties into a situation where they couldn't take care of themselves, but such occurrences were still rare. At least they didn't think that an ordinary Zoan fruit user like Olive could achieve that. At this moment, a shipwright who had been thinking for a moment suddenly spoke up. "Hey, have you all forgotten? There is still a big shot on this island." While the shipwrights were chatting, a significant change occurred in the battle at sea. At some point, a half-orc had rushed into the battlefield like a whirlwind. He leaped from a dinghy onto the ships, where various factions were fighting, and began to slaughter wildly among the crowd. The half-orc had the head of a lion, with golden mane fluttering in the wind. His blood-soaked appearance made him look particularly ferocious, and every swipe of his claws would leave his opponents severely injured. In front of him, the pirates from several crews who tried to block him were almost all killed in a single blow. The Flying Sky Pirates, Blood Lion Ryan. Seeing her subordinates suffer heavy losses in an instant, Sarah, the vice-captain of the Double Guns Pirates, felt a surge of hatred and ferocity in her eyes. Bang! She fired a bullet wrapped in armament hockey to push back Jean Aoga, quickly creating distance before pulling out a small transponder snail from crevice. "All members of the Double Guns Pirates, gather around me immediately." Her voice spread rapidly through the transponder snail and the broadcast, and the members of the Double Guns Pirates, who were exchanging metal shards in battle, heard their vice-captain's orders and exerted all their strength to push back the enemy in front of them, quickly moving towards Sarah. At the same time, Jean Aoga didn't stop Sarah's actions. He also began to regroup his subordinates, looking at the Bloodlion Ryan ahead with deep apprehension in his eyes. At this moment, Bloodlion Ryan did not continue attacking. Instead, he indulged in licking the blood-soaked claws, savoring the taste of blood with a look of enjoyment. "Ah, this is blood. I haven't smelled such a wonderful scent in days. Why aren't you guys continuing? Keep chopping. Keep fighting. Once the blood dries, it one smell is good." Just as the two groups of pirates were warily watching this lunatic go mad, a furious roar came from the distant sea. "Bloodlion Ryan, it's really you." Bloodlion Ryan suddenly turned to look in the direction of the voice, seeing a giant man wielding a spiked club, roaring as he jumped over from a ship decorated with bullhorns. Behind the strong man, a short figure with a middle-part hairstyle, wearing black overalls, leaned against the railing and shouted, "Captain, don't be impulsive. Think of our plan. Who are you?" Bloodlion Ryan raised his hand to block the giant man's violent attack as he excitedly said, "Are you here to fight me?" "Fight? No. I'm here to take you down. I'm Olive, captain of the Bull Pirates. Do you remember a year ago in the Rod Sea, when I saw you kill many of my brothers?" Olive shouted angrily, swinging his spike club again. "The Rod Sea?" Bloodlion Ryan raised his hand to block Olive's attack again, then frowned and said, "Don't think I remember every piece of trash. I've killed so many people. Who do you think you are?" Bloodlion Ryan was the captain of the 8th Division under Gold Lion, with a bounty of 468 million berries. A notorious pirate. How could he remember a small fry like Olive? "How dare you forget the grudge of my brothers?" Olive struck out in anger once more. However, the next moment, the spike club in his hand was firmly gripped by Bloodlion Ryan. Then, with a powerful kick to Olive's chest, he sent him crashing back onto the deck of the Bull Pirates. Ryan let out a lion's roar and cursed. "Why should I remember a damn small fry like you?" Before Bloodlion Ryan finished his sentence, he suddenly felt a large shadow appear above him. Looking up, he saw a slender figure plummeting down at high speed. Really, another small fry. I'm here to fight you, not to play games. As Blood Lion, Ryan muttered. The falling figure moved, and a long, sharp, poisonous tail shot out from behind it, swinging towards Blood Lion Ryan. Blood Lion Ryan grinned cruelly, his legs exerting force, exploding with immense power. He leaped into the air, preparing to punch the descending small fry, intending to smash this newcomer and their tail into pieces mid-air. Bang! The fist and tail collided, and Blood Lion Ryan's expression changed instantly. So hard. The next second, that thick tail struck his arm at an awkward angle and then slammed into his chest. Puff! Ryan's chest caved in slightly as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was slammed back onto the deck, creating a human-shaped pit. Once Ryan hit the ground, the figure finally spread its wings and slowly descended before everyone. The person is about 3 meters and 56 centimeters tall, with short black hair. His features are not particularly handsome, but he has a strong presence. He is wearing a red vest on his upper body, and on his back, there's an exaggeratedly long sword. A thin silver chain hangs from his chest, with a piece of iron gleaming in the sunlight at its center. This person is Nassario Elbat. Hey, are all the pirates in your new world this brave? Just taking hits head-on without even thinking about dodging? Elbat remarked, looking at Ryan, who was spitting blood and twitching in the hole, with some curiosity. As Elbat further adapted to the power of the Black Dragon template, his body gradually aligned with the strength of the Black Dragon. Not to mention Ryan. Even if Kaido were to take this move from him now, he would be left in a daze. Who are you? Sarah asked, looking at Elbat, the unexpected guest who had heavily injured Ryan with a single tail swipe, her eyes filled with vigilance. Well, my name is Nassario Elbat, the current vice-captain of the Beast Pirates. Seeing everyone's confused expressions, Elbat shrugged and continued. I'm here to inform you of something on behalf of a certain drunkard who couldn't be woken up early this morning. From now on, your ship belongs to us, the Beast Pirates. As for you, before Elbat could finish his sentence, a middle-aged man wearing a captain's hat and sporting a face of cannon fodder raised a voice of dissent. I don't care if you're the Beast Pirates or the 1,000 Beast Pirates. You think you could just take my ship with a single sentence? No way. As the middle-aged man spoke, he glanced around, signaling the others nearby to help create an atmosphere. Elbat smiled and said nothing. A flash of red light appeared in his hand, and a flame erupted, instantly engulfing the middle-aged man. Before he could scream, he turned to ashes. In this situation, killing the chicken to scare the monkey was the best choice. Fish like this middle-aged man, who couldn't see the situation clearly and still wanted to make small moves, were often the best targets. Sure enough, the crowd that had been restless around the middle-aged man fell silent again. Just as Elbat was about to say something else, dark clouds surged in the sky, and a massive dragon head suddenly emerged from the clouds. Hey Elbat, why didn't you say anything when you came out? You made me search all over for you. The giant dragon grinned and let out a loud belch. Elbat looked at this clearly hung-over dragon in the sky, wishing he could fly up and give him a couple of slaps. This morning, he almost pulled Kaido's beard out, but Kaido showed no signs of waking up. So helplessly, he had to take the lead. But who would have thought there would be so many old-timers in the pirate world, all wanting a free meal? When Elbat went to the port to wait for people as planned, not to mention finding a ship, he didn't even see a single pirate hair. Now, he had worked hard to find people, had a fight, and then this guy Kaido turned the tables on him. It seemed it was time to get this dog to cut back on the drinking. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the flames dissipated and the dragon's scales receded, revealing Kaido in human form standing steadily on the deck. His incredibly muscular upper body was exposed. A distinctive wine jug hung at his waist, and the sharp kanabo he held in his hand emanated a chilling light. This person is Kaido? Soon, people around recognized Kaido's appearance, causing a commotion on the pirate ship. Kaido the Beast? Wasn't he captured? Idiot. News of his capture has been released more than once. You should be used to it by now. Besides, his nickname is no longer the Beast, it's Kaido of the Beasts. Wait, Kaido belongs to the Beast Pirates? Kaido's appearance received a completely different treatment compared to Elbat's. After Elbat descended from the sky, he first heavily injured Ryan, who was now unable to care for himself and was still twitching in the hole on the deck. And then he one-shot the middle-aged man. But the people around didn't recognize him at all, aside from feeling fear and awe due to his strength. They still had some reservations. After all, if they didn't know you, they wouldn't know your character and preferences, making their caution even deeper. Kaido, on the other hand, was different. This guy was a well-known popular figure in the New World. He hadn't even made a move, but just by showing up, everyone present seemed to be intimidated by him. This is the influence that fame brings. Kaido raised the kanabo in his hand and shouted boldly at the crowd around him. You bastards, listen up. I don't care who you use to serve or which pirate crew you were the captain of. From today on, you have a new identity, and that is the crew of the Beast Pirates. And I, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, am your new boss. He grinned and took a big swig from the gourd at his waist. Now, anyone who doesn't want to die, throw away your weapons and kneel down to submit to me. I will take you to conquer the world. The crowd exchanged glances, and only a few responded to Kaido's words. Obviously, everyone knew what kind of person Kaido was. With his reckless approach, who would dare to side with him? But in this situation, refusing to surrender would probably just result in being smashed by him. Seeing that the crowd was hesitating, Kaido directly made the choice for them. His fierce eyes suddenly burst forth with an indescribable terrifying pressure. Red lightning erupted from Kaido's towering figure, and the almost tangible terrifying aura exploded like a dragon from hell, sweeping across the entire sea. Under this overwhelming pressure that was hard to resist, the whole sky turned black and white, losing its original colors. This is Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. The pressure spreads mercilessly, affecting everyone on the sea. Suddenly, the sounds of people collapsing echo, as countless pirates, unable to withstand this momentum, fall unconscious with their eyes rolled back and foam at the mouth. After a few dozen seconds, the violent momentum capable of scattering the surrounding sea clouds gradually dissipates. Standing at the center of the deck, Kaido retracts his Conqueror's Haki, and a hint of surprise and astonishment flashes in his gaze as he looks ahead. Following his line of sight, one can see that Sarah, Olive, and Jean Oka are still standing in place, holding onto the railing, desperately trying not to fall. It turns out there are a few potential guys among you. Kaido bursts into laughter, and his Conqueror's Haki surges forth once more. So, will you join the Beast Pirates and become my right-hand man? Or will you perish in this ocean? Make your choice. At this moment, bathed in the aura of Conqueror's Haki, Kaido's presence is as fierce as a raging storm. Just a simple gaze is enough to send chills down one's spine and make hearts race. Holding a kanabo, he maintains a domineering smile, confidently and arrogantly standing on the deck, closely watching the few people across from him. Olive and Jean Oka start to struggle internally. At this time, there is no concept of a pirate king, and the pirates sailing the seas do not have any long-term goals or plans. For most, becoming a local hero is already a significant pursuit, while those who aspire to dominate the world, like Rox and the Golden Lion, are just a rare few. The sea inherently follows the most primitive and direct law of survival of the fittest. The weak, not wanting to be completely devoured by the strong, usually choose to band together for warmth or directly attach themselves to the strong. Therefore, joining instead of fighting is not a shameful thing. Olive and Jean Oka don't mind having an additional boss. After all, having a powerful backing in the new world would make things much easier. However, regarding Kaido, they are also considered veterans of the new world and naturally know a lot about the rumored Doni Kaido's strength and temperament. Although, in terms of developing forces, Kaido is not a suitable boss. For the perspective of strength and fame, he is still quite impressive. He became the strongest warrior of the kingdom at the age of 10 and was later recruited by Whitebeard at the behest of Rox, with an impressive aura. Now, it seems he has also become a mythical Zoan user. Moreover, it looks like he has found a decent partner this time. Looking at the carnage around them, Olive and Jean Oka exchanged a glance, the helplessness in their eyes clearly visible. Forget it. Kaido is Kaido. Who knows what he will become in the future? But if they don't kneel now, the middle-aged man and Bloodline Ryan are definitely lessons learned for the two of them. Struggling to stand straight, Jean Oka looks at Kaido and says, "The pirate rule has always been that the winner is king. Kaido boss, I am willing to join your crew." After saying this, he kneels on one knee and lowers his head. Olive also makes the same gesture on the other side, bowing. "Kaido boss, me too." Their quick submission surprises Elbat. He had previously learned in private chats with Queen that Kaido is notoriously fearsome in the new world. Why is it that now, as soon as this guy shows up, with just a shake of his imposing aura, someone is bowing down? I was preparing to see his unwanted ugly side, but not everyone on the scene is willing to give Kaido this face, such as a certain hard-headed first mate. Bang! Sarah suddenly makes her move, raising her pistol and aiming a shot at Kaido's head. "Sorry, even though you're strong, I refuse." Kaido does not evade, allowing the bullet to hit his eyelid. Unsurprisingly, the bullet is deflected away. However, what happens next surprises everyone. The falling bullet disappears in mid-air without warning, and Sarah's figure suddenly appears in front of Kaido. Then, Kaido feels a chill in his chest as a splash of blood bursts forth. After landing a hit, Sarah does not stop. She quickly fires another shot at Kaido's side while in midair. Bang! Kaido's expression remains unchanged as the bullet flies past his ear. At the same time, Sarah's figure disappears again, and the next moment she appears directly behind Kaido. Don't move. Kaido feels a slight chill at his neck as Sarah aims her gun at his chin, the blade at the front of her gun pressed against his throat. I know your defense is strong, but the bayonets at the end of these two handguns are reforged from two excellent knives, cutting through iron like mud. If you don't want to die, don't move. Sarah, being much smaller than Kaido, makes her action of pressing the blade against his neck seem somewhat amusing. Elbert's expression twitches for a moment, unsure of what to say. Seeing Kaido look like he has some means to quickly deploy, he knows this guy's collection of misfits is starting to act up again. Forget it, let it be. After all, with Kaido's physique, being poked a few times by that thing would probably just result in some bloodshed and not much else. Moreover, once that guy activates his armament hockey, whether that short blade, which is about the size of his finger, can even pierce through is a question. Sarah in the scene, however, is unaware of Kaido's little thoughts. While keeping the knife pressed against Kaido's neck, she shouts at Elbert, "You go gather all the members of our pirate crew, and I'll let this guy go." The fruit that Sarah consumed is called the teleportation fruit. It not only allows her to exchange spaces with objects she touches, but also to teleport herself and others from one place to another within her line of sight. However, to teleport a person, physical contact with the person is necessary. Now, the members of the Twin Guns Pirates are all knocked out on the ground by Kaido's Conqueror's Haki, not far apart. With Kaido's tacit approval, Elbert takes one person in each hand and stacks all the living members of the Twin Guns Pirates together like a human tower. Seeing her goal achieved, Sarah points at Elbert. "You can step back." Elbert shrugs and steps back 100 steps, quietly preparing to enjoy the upcoming performance. Bang! A shot is fired, and the bullet shoots directly above the members of the Twin Guns Pirates. Whoosh! Sarah's figure disappears again, and the next second, she suddenly appears atop this mountain of people. The Beast Pirates, huh? We, the Twin Guns Pirates, will remember this grudge. When that fool Greyfuss returns, we will definitely settle the score with you. Sarah frowns, preparing to drop a few harsh words. Just then, Kaido takes a step forward and charges at her. Useless, even if I can't beat you with my ability. Leaving is still a piece of cake. Sarah, relying on her fruit ability, still intends to put on a show. She looks at Kaido, swinging his kanabo, sneering contemptuously, her lips moving slightly. "Goodbye. I never said you could leave." The red thunder erupted once again, and Sharatin, ready to unleash her abilities, suddenly felt a familiar sense of pressure. This involuntarily caused her movements to freeze for a moment, and the next second, the domineering Spike Club made intimate contact with her head. Kaido had no thoughts of pity. With one swing, Sarah's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. This guy could have just run away, honestly. Why act so tough? Elbert shook his head and took out a pair of Sea Prism stone handcuffs purchased on Razakun Island. "Raise your glasses, everyone. Welcome to the Beast Pirates." On the dock, Kaido raised his wine glass and shouted boldly at the crowd before him. Most pirate crews on the sea are established around their captains. Often, once the captain makes a decision, all crew members must obey. Now that Olivekin and Oga have joined Kaido, the Bloodhand Pirates and the Bull Pirates under them naturally merged into the Beast Pirates. As for the loyalty of these two pirate crews, Elbert had also asked Kaido. Kaido gave Elbert an unexpectedly straightforward answer. Loyalty doesn't matter. As long as they can accomplish the tasks assigned to them, they're already good subordinates. A ship's captain does not need his subordinates to be completely devoted. He only needs to do one thing. That is to be strong, absolutely strong. When the value of betrayal cannot overshadow one's own safety, then loyalty will always exist. Strong power can be relied upon by subordinates, and having subordinates gathered around can also strengthen one's own power. After spending time together, subordinates will develop confidence in their captain, and such a team will generate cohesion. Even if they experience a brief failure, they can regroup again. This is the kind of pirate crew that Kaido has always been pursuing and hopes to establish. Indeed, not to mention anything else. You are truly born to be a pirate captain, Kaido. After listening to Kaido's explanation, Elbat felt that this guy was destined to thrive in the pirate life. With such deep insights, he truly deserves to be the gold medal teacher of the sea. As the banquet was halfway through, Jean and Quinn, who had been sent by Kaido to recruit in the town, also arrived at the dock, accompanied by over 400 newly recruited members of the Beast Pirates. At this point, the newly established Beast Pirates had suddenly expanded into a fleet of 1,000 people. Kaido's dream of becoming an admiral was officially on track. "Brother Elbaf, Just as Elbat was indulging in food and drink, Quinn approached him with a box of paper containers. He opened the box, revealing beautifully packaged cigarettes inside. He smiled and said, "Hey, I went to the town to recruit with Lilith today, and I also asked about your preferences." This guy learned about his smoking habit from the little girl. It seems he has been exploited quite a bit. He opened a pack of cigarettes, picked one up, and placed it at the corner of his mouth, lit it with his fingers, and Elbat comfortably exhaled a puff of smoke. "This cigarette is pretty good. Where did it come from?" Elbat asked Quinn, who was biting a cigar. "These were obtained from the black market on Lozkian Island, special cigarettes provided by the Navy, mainly for the enjoyment of officers at the rank of captain and above," Quinn replied, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke with a smile. "It seems that smoking is best enjoyed by the Navy guys backed by the world government. Once this box is finished, let's call Kaido, and the three of us can go raid a warship together." Hearing Elbat's words, Quinn raised an eyebrow slightly and asked in confusion, "Elbat, why call Kaido? He doesn't smoke. You don't understand this. For whatever we do, having someone experienced leading the way makes things much easier. Kaido is an expert at raiding warships." "Indeed, huh?" The two chatted for a bit. Quinn shook off some ash and leaned closer to Elbat, whispering, "Elbat, let me ask you something. Do you think Kaido is trying to steal a woman for himself?" Quinn pointed to Sarah, who was handcuffed with Seastone in the corner of the banquet. With her big red waves, tight outfit, and a curvy figure, she's very attractive. It's no wonder Quinn would think of something harmonious. Men are like that, especially pirates, living on the edge, not knowing if they will see tomorrow's sun. If they like someone, they just take them, no thoughts of romance. Especially in this world, where women generally have good looks. So, strong people are not short of beautiful women around them. Elbat rolled his eyes at Quinn and helplessly said, "Come on, can't you think a bit more?" With Kaido's physique, even if he had that intention, he wouldn't choose someone so small. Quinn thought about Kaido's 7-meter-tall stature and then looked at Sarah, who was only about 1.67 meters, and nodded in agreement. It's indeed difficult for Big Mom to find a suitable match for Kaido. Quinn muttered, "Actually, I think there's someone quite compatible with him." Elbat took a couple of sips of his drink and continued chatting with Quinn. Who?" Quinn asked in confusion. Jean and Alfred, who were nearby, also perked up their ears, clearly interested in this topic. Elbat looked at Kaido, who was happily drinking in the center of the venue, lowered his voice, and whispered, "Charlotte Linlin, you see, they used to be old friends, their sizes are not that different. And, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older holds a gold brick. If Kaido marries Charlotte Linlin, wouldn't he be making a huge profit? But if Kaido really ends up with Charlotte Linlin, how many hats would he have to wear?" Quinn whispered, "You're thinking about it the wrong way. What's wrong with wearing many hats? Kaido has gained a lot of sons in the process. Haven't you considered that?" Elbat continued to ramble on. "You see, we call Kaido our brother. If those two get married, then when we see Big Mom's pirates, wouldn't we be gaining a lifetime benefit out of thin air?" "You do have a point." "Huh." Quinn chuckled softly. "Since Kaido hasn't taken a liking to her, why not just kill her? There's really no need to try and recruit such a die-hard follower." Alfred pointed at Sarah and asked, "Perhaps because she is a rare space ability user?" Elbat thought for a moment and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this woman should be a user of the teleportation fruit, which has highly strategic abilities. Maybe Kaido is interested in that." According to the original plot, during this naval battle, Sarah would meet her end at the hands of the Golden Lion, and then her fruit would be reborn somewhere in the sea, eventually becoming the ability of Van Oka, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates. Perhaps Kaido is attracted to her fearless personality. After all, not everyone dares to put a knife to Kaido's neck. Quinn laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Who knows, but only Kaido could pull off such a thing as beating someone up and then making them submit." Elbat also laughed. Just as the few of them were chatting, Kaido, in the center of the banquet, appeared more excited after downing a few drinks. "Woo-ho-ho-ho! Since today is a happy occasion, let me say a few words." Kaido laughed heartily and soared into the air, transforming into a dragon. On the dock, whether or not the new members of the Beast Pirates had seen Kaido transform, they all gasped in astonishment. "Is that a dragon?" Kaido heard the exclamations from below, and a hint of redness appeared on his dragon face as he drunkenly said, "Listen up, since you've joined my Beast Pirates, from this moment on, you must start following our rules. And our rule is simple. The strong are respected. From now on, our pirate crew will hold a challenge arena every year. All members of the Beast Pirates, as long as you think your strength is strong enough, you can challenge the captain, officers, vice captain, or even my position. As long as you can defeat me, you can become the captain of the Beast Pirates. But if you fail the challenge, then you must obey the orders given above. In short, from now on, our Beast Pirates will adhere to one principle. The strong rise, the weak fall. The strong set the rules, the weak follow the rules. Do you all understand, little ones? The current beast pirates are not yet as powerful as they would become later as one of the four emperors. So the list of officers is quite small. Kaido divided the more than 1,000 members into 5 divisions. Besides Elbat, the vice captain, Kaido appointed a captain for each division. After a round of competition, Jean, Quinn, Alfred, Jean Oga, and Olive, who were clearly stronger than most, were granted the title of division captain by Kaido. As for the internal positions within each division, Kaido directly left it to the division captains to decide. The grand banquet lasted for a day and night, during which many who felt their abilities were decent also challenged for their desired positions. As members of the various divisions became more familiar with each other, the banquet gradually drew to a close. Kaido, now that we have the new ship and crew, can we start on the next step of the plan? Quinn walked over to Kaido with a glass in hand, a wicked smile on his face. Whoa, of course. Competing with rivals and robbing them is an old tradition of ours pirates, isn't it? Kaido laughed in response. What a terrible tradition indeed. Elbat teased with a smile. Kaido gathered a few division captains to discuss the specific details and methods of implementation, as the few rascals present were all experts in the art of robbery. Soon, a detailed action plan was freshly released. By the next day, 8 armed sailing ships of the Beast Pirates had completely blockaded the dock near Rozkyun Island, allowing only ships flying the pirate flag to enter, but not to leave. This also led to about a dozen pirate crews, large and small, sensing danger and banding together, beginning to confront the Beast Pirates. What do you Beast Pirates mean by this? I've been sailing the seas for so long and have never seen a bastard bold enough to ask us for an exit fee. Besides, this Rozkyun Island isn't even your Beast Pirates territory. What right do you have to ask us for an exit fee? That's right. Who do you Beast Pirates think you are? We are the subordinates of Treasure Hunter Brother John. Aren't you afraid of his revenge? That guy Quinn transformed into his hybrid form and flew up into the sky, arrogantly pointing at the shouting pirates below with both hands, speaking in an extremely impatient tone. I don't want to waste my breath on you third-rate goods. Let me tell you, the exit fee for each pirate crew is 100 million berries. If you can't come up with that amount, none of you can leave. Everyone looked at the arrogant fat man in the sky, their teeth itching with anger. To be honest, if the Beast Pirates had a smaller appetite and only asked for a few million berries, they might have gritted their teeth and accepted the loss. But damn it, asking for such a large sum right off the bat, who could come up with that? And even if they could, what if the Beast Pirates had their eyes on more? I don't have money, but I want to leave, so get out of my way quickly, or else I'll resort to violence. A hot-tempered pirate cursed and drew his sword, pointing it at Quinn in the sky. At that moment, Kaido's dragon head also emerged from the clouds. Seeing Kaido appear, the originally aggressive pirates instantly wilted. Kaido's reputation in the New World is quite significant, and his numerous escape experiences have forged a legendary aura around him. With a bounty of 500 million berries, everyone present felt dwarfed by his presence. A few of the pirate captains who had been the loudest exchanged glances, and after some silent communication, they ultimately nominated one person to talk to Kaido. Captain Kaido, I admit that your Beast Pirates are indeed strong, but we are not pushovers either. We are all seasoned sailors, and we should leave some room for each other to work together in the future. Kaido looked at this muscular man and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The burly man's face twitched slightly, and he gritted his teeth to say, "My name is Beautyos, captain of the fighting pirates." Sitting atop Kaido's head, holding a stack of wanted posters and acting as his temporary secretary, Descartes quickly flipped through her notebook and whispered, "Found Beautyos, nicknamed Steel Cannon, bounty of 36 million berries." 36 million berries, not too bad. Kaido revealed a sinister smile and said, "We are all pirates. Isn't robbing part of our job? Why is it okay for you to rob others, but not for me to rob you? Kaido, are you clearly trying to take advantage of us?" A flicker of anger flashed in Beautyos' eyes. "Well, I'm not unreasonable. Since you don't want to pay, I can give you a chance to not pay." Seeing Beautyos and the others below gradually show signs of joy, Kaido continued, "If you can defeat me, you naturally have to pay. Isn't that nonsense? If I could beat you, would I still be here talking to you?" In an instant, all the pirates were shocked by Kaido's shamelessness. "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. You can all attack together. As long as one of you breaks through my blockade, you all can leave." Upon hearing this, Beautyos and the others exchanged glances, but they seemed hesitant. Kaido, seeing this, directly mocked. "What, you don't want to pay, but also don't dare to fight? Do you want to be lowly pirates?" The term lowly pirates was unfamiliar to Beautyos and the others. but they felt a strong sense of humiliation. They immediately gathered 8 people, and Budios looked directly at Kaido and said, "Captain Kaido, you said it. As long as one of us breaks through your blockade, let's leave." "Of course. Do you think I am who?" Kaido laughed heartily, a fierce light flashing in his massive eyes. "But let me make it clear, if you all fail, you will have to obediently listen to me afterward. Otherwise, I want to be so easy to talk to." All right. The members of the Beast Pirates, under the command of their respective captains, further tightened the encirclement at the port, and all the cannons on the ships were aimed at the dock. As the flame clouds receded and dragon scales dissipated, Kaido transformed back into his human form in front of Budios and the others, with a blue-haired Loli still sitting on his head. "Captain Kaido," Budios and the others pointed at discartly on Kaido's head. "Don't mind her. She has an intern in my pirate crew. Today, she'll serve as the referee for this battle, just to let the little girls see some real action." Kaido held his spike club in hand, smiled, and said, "Are you ready? Then I'll take my leave. Let us go." Before Budios' words fell, a torrent of dark red lightning suddenly erupted from Kaido, and a terrifying, demonic pressure surged toward the group. After unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, Kaido's aura surged violently like a raging flood. Just a simple exchange of glances sent chills down their spines, and their hearts raced. Bang, 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 bang. The 8 prepared for battle were instantly reduced to just Budios. "How about it? Do you still want to continue?" Kaido looked at the trembling Budios with amusement. "Is this the legendary Conqueror's Haki?" Budios murmured softly, and the fear in his eyes gradually transformed into determination. "So what if it's Conqueror's Haki? I want to let my fist cower because of that." Budios roared and rushed toward Kaido. His muscles bulged as he approached Kaido and struck a standard boxing stance, throwing a powerful uppercut straight toward Kaido's tough abdomen. Tiger roar, accompanied by Budios' roar. The massive punch struck Kaido's stomach with a loud bang, and the surrounding members of the Beast Pirates seemed to hear a dull thud. This punch had great form, but how long has it been since you've eaten? Kaido lowered his head, looking at his unscathed abdomen, and let out a mocking grin. Budios looked at his masterpiece in disbelief and exclaimed, "How is this possible? The force of this punch could knock out a rhinoceros." "Well, I'm a ferocious dragon." Kaido laughed heartily. "Since you like using your fists, let's see how powerful my punch is. Can you withstand this punch with 500 million power?" Kaido said as he launched a punch towards Budios' chest without hesitation. Budios crossed his arms in front of his chest, hoping to block this swift strike. Bang! There was a muffled roar, and a shockwave pushed through the air, creating ripples on the sea behind Budios. Budios was directly sent flying by Kaido's punch, carving a long trench in the ground before crashing down onto the soft beach, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. "Is there anyone else?" Kaido rested the kanabo on his shoulder, disdainfully looking at the pirates ahead who were a bit timid. "If anyone is still unconvinced, they can come up and spar with me." Where his gaze fell, everyone unconsciously avoided his sight. "Since no one is stepping up, then you all better honestly follow the rules. You have 2 hours to gather the money, and if you don't pay up in 2 hours, I'll wipe out your entire crew." Kaido snorted coldly, grinning viciously as he said, "As for those who dare to challenge me, when they wake up, I'll give them a chance to submit to me. If they don't want to submit, let them go gather money." "Oh good." Descartly, who was sitting atop Kaido's head, seriously noted this down in her little notebook. In fact, they didn't even need 2 hours. In less than an hour, the various pirate crews managed to scrape together 100 million berries and handed it over to the Beast Pirates. As for those who were truly broke, sorry, but your pirate ships and all the items on board are now the property of the Beast Pirates from this moment on. And if you find yourself in debt, sorry, you'll just have to pay it back with your bounty. From over a dozen pirate crews, the Beast Pirates directly looted over 2 billion berries, which truly opened Elbat's eyes to the wealth of pirates in the New World. The Beast Pirates had been stationed here for a week, ultimately collecting 17 warships and around 4 billion berries in wealth, solidly expanding their crew to about 3,000 members. At first, some pirate crews, unaware of the situation, came here to buy ships, and after being warmly welcomed by the Beast Pirates, they all left with tear-streaked faces. Kaido was quite experienced in not treating people as humans. Sitting cross-legged at the bow of the freshly painted Beast King ship, Kaido happily sipped on some liquor. Click! A lighter sound rang out from behind him. Elbat, with a cigarette in his mouth, walked up to Kaido. Finished with today's lesson? Elbat had already graduated early from Kaido's class. After all, if he didn't graduate, one certain teacher would be driven mad by him. Yeah, let Quinn and the others rest well today. I can take this opportunity to drink more. Facing his now graduated student, Kaido found him much more agreeable during this time. Today, fewer pirates came. It seems those who paid and ran have spread the news of our actions. So there's no point in waiting around here. What are you planning to do next? Elbat exhaled a puff of smoke, asking Kaido beside him. Next, of course, is to find a suitable territory. I can't just support so many people for nothing. A fleet of 3,000 people is no small matter. The maintenance of ships, procurement of weapons, and daily needs for so many people will always be a massive expense. For billion berries might last them for a while, but in the long run, not having stable income is not a sustainable situation. If that's the case, it looks like we'll encounter a lot of trouble ahead. Elbat chuckled, saying, I just hope you can hold up when the time comes. If we don't cause trouble, are we just waiting for trouble to come find us? Kaido gulped down 2 swigs of liquor, laughing as he said, if you're afraid of causing trouble, then you're not a pirate. Hiding away to develop is not my style. You're just a brute. Elbat laughed and scolded him. By the way, haven't you heard any news from Charlotte Linlin? Elbat recalled a proposal Kaido had made not long ago. Unlike other pirate crews, the big MOM pirates had woven a vast information network through marriage and maintained very close ties with the underworld, making their intelligence top-notch across the seas. So when Elbat said he needed manpower to search for the Red Orb, Kaido immediately thought of this former big sister. Not yet. The liaison from the big MOM pirate said that Old Hag is currently in confinement and won't take any calls. The two smoked and drank while chatting for a while. Kaido, feeling quite bored, invited Elbat to go out and have some fun. Elbat couldn't be bothered to entertain this madman. Isn't it easy to commit suicide? Just eat another devil fruit. How pretentious. Seeing Elbat not interested in a suggestion, Kaido didn't push it. He transformed into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, while the Beast Pirates were expanding rapidly, the strongest violent force under the world government, the Navy, was having a rough time recently. The Navy originally thought that after Rox's death, the pirate forces would fight each other for dominance in the New World, causing chaos. At that time, they could strike decisively and take out each crew, possibly sweeping away all the pirate forces in the New World in one fell swoop. The script was written, the stage was set, and all the actors began to perform to their utmost. Even the first half of the play developed as the Navy had anticipated. However, when the Navy confidently began to exert pressure in the New World, they suddenly realized that the script was going off course. What they faced was not a disorganized situation, but a powerful resistance from the united pirate forces of the New World. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku was reporting the situation to Fleet Admiral Akainu. Those bastards in the New World, as soon as we Navy make a move, they can temporarily set aside their disputes and unite against us. Sengoku said, shaking his head helplessly. Few fools can become great pirates. They understand the principle of mutual benefit. Akainu comforted Sengoku, saying, although we don't want to admit it, the situation in the New World has indeed deteriorated to a very serious extent. The Navy initially wanted to take advantage of the wind from eliminating rocks to forcefully enter the New World. Although they achieved significant results in the early stages, capturing a few bastards and throwing them into Impel Down, establishing many new Navy bases, the resistance they faced was growing stronger. Due to historical issues, many countries in the New World had switched allegiances to the pirates, including some member countries of the world government. These allied countries are quite special, due to their distance from the naval headquarters and the rampant pirate forces in the surrounding areas. They only need to pay a small symbolic amount of heavenly gold to the world government each year to maintain their status as allied countries. This is also unavoidable. After all, the world government lacks the ability to protect them. As for the significance of these countries' existence, it is merely because the world government needs to establish a banner that says the government will not forget the New World. These member countries are like nails embedded in the pirate forces by the world government, and they also serve as a good bridge for secretly colluding with the pirates. The political environment has created the characteristic of these countries being fence-sitters. Now the Navy feels somewhat at the end of its rope in the New World, and these member countries naturally become compliant on the surface but defiant underneath. Without the help of these member countries, the Navy cannot establish naval bases in the vicinity. Lacking these naval bases as a foothold, the Navy's supply will become exceptionally difficult, making it even harder to talk about sweeping away pirates. As the Navy's power in the New World declines, it also forces some countries inclined towards the world government to begin turning to the pirates. It has become a vicious cycle. To break this unfavorable situation, the Navy needs to seize opportunities to take action. But every time this happens, those damned pirates display astonishing teamwork. These people don't need to form any alliances. They just need to set aside their disputes for now, push the Navy back together, and then close the door to resolve their internal conflicts. This situation has left the Navy feeling quite helpless. Often, they start with an advantage before their actions, only to be ambushed and beaten badly during the operation, resulting in a disappointing outcome. Admiral Sengoku, responsible for formulating action plans, has begun to doubt his abilities. Just as Sengoku was sitting in his office, troubled by the upcoming offensive plan, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." A tall man in a black suit entered. He was none other than the newly appointed chief of CP9, Fuzz Carl. "Sorry to disturb you, Admiral. Although the CP agency and the Navy are not part of the same system, and their relationship is not particularly good, the most secretive CP9 within the CP organization has a relatively good relationship with the Navy." "Oh, what a rare visitor, Carl. What brings you here?" After inviting Fuzz Carl into his office, Sengoku asked. The poor relationship between the Navy and the CP agency is a historical issue and a hidden rule within the world government. After all, having underlings and informants connected poses a significant danger. Thus, the world government has been intentionally fostering hostility between the Navy and the CP agency. However, as brother departments, many matters still require cooperation between the Navy and the CP agency. Therefore, the secretive CP9 and high-ranking Navy admirals have become a bridge for communication between the two sides. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, a flattering smile appeared on Fuzz Carl's face. "It's nothing much, just a matter that requires your assistance, Admiral." After preparing a cup of tea, Sengoku handed it to Fuzz Carl and asked, "Not long ago, we received a notification from above asking us to cooperate with your work. However, I've been quite busy lately and haven't had the chance to look into it. Since you're here, why don't you tell me what it's about?" Fuzz Carl took the teacup, took a small sip, and said earnestly, "Admiral, according to our investigations, there are currently many mysterious scholars around the world searching for the whereabouts of the historical texts." "Searching for historical texts?" Sengoku frowned slightly and asked. "Isn't that explicitly prohibited by the world government?" "That's right. We've caught them a few times, but each time they were stopped by a certain force. Although we didn't capture any live ones, we can be certain that these individuals are a group of scholars," Fuzz Carl said solemnly. "This is no small matter. The historical texts contain information about ancient weapons capable of destroying the world. If those scholars you mentioned truly possess the knowledge to decipher ancient texts, then the possibility of ancient weapons being revived alongside their actions would significantly increase, posing a threat to the entire world." Sengoku pushed up his glasses and rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. It's one thing for the pirates in the New World to be causing chaos, but how is it that even scholars are going mad these days? Moreover, we've discovered something extremely terrifying. Fuzz Carl's voice lowered intentionally. "The mysterious force that stopped us has certain connections to the current pirate admiral, Shiki the Golden Lion." "What? Shiki?" Sengoku's voice suddenly rose an octave before he realized something and immediately lowered his tone. "Are you sure about this? If Shiki has already obtained the means to decipher ancient weapons, or worse, if he has found an ancient weapon, then a major conflict between the Navy and the flying pirate crew is inevitable. There is no concrete evidence, but based on clues, the force that hindered our capture of those scholars does indeed have some connection to the flying pirate crew. However, fortunately, we have rediscovered the whereabouts of those scholars in the North Sea." Fuzz Carl's words eased Sengoku's tension a bit. Given Shiki's personality, if he had already obtained the means to decipher ancient texts, those scholars would undoubtedly not still be alive. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku asked, "In that case, how does your CP agency need our Navy to cooperate?" "It's mainly a manpower issue." At this point, Fuzz Carl spoke somewhat awkwardly. "As you know, CP9 is a secretive agency within the CP organization, and very few people outside are aware of it. We follow an elite route, and our current tasks are quite numerous. Thus, we are significantly short on personnel and need your support, Admiral." After considering these requests for a moment, Sengoku did not refuse. "Ancient weapons are no joke. I will arrange for 2 major generals from the headquarters to communicate with you specifically, and I will also have the governor of the North Sea cooperate with your actions. If there are any unusual movement from Shiki's side, you can notify me at any time." "Thank you very much, Admiral." Fuzz Carl quickly nodded. He hesitated for a moment, then put down the teacup and walked up to Sengoku, speaking in a very soft voice. "Admiral, there is actually another tricky discovery that I think is necessary to inform you about. According to the clues we have, that group of scholars has now arrived in the kingdom of Seleucus in the North Sea." "The kingdom of Seleucus? What's going on there?" Sengoku raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. You should also know that not long ago, a celestial dragon abandoned his status as a world noble, right? The place where he is currently residing is precisely the kingdom of Seleucus. Sengoku? The connection between Shiki and ancient weapons is already quite troubling. And now there's an ex-celestial dragon involved? Things are getting more and more complicated. On Rotskian Island, at the Binks Tavern. At this moment, the sun is shining brightly, and there are 2 or 3 tables of guests bustling inside the tavern. A drunken, muscular man suddenly burst open the tavern's door and staggered to a table. "Boss, a bottle of whiskey with ice." The man's voice was slurred yet loud, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the tavern. He was draped in a tattered red cloak, and his thick beard was stained with alcohol and ash. However, the patrons' eyes were not focused on his appearance, but rather, they all unconsciously looked at his weapon. It was a double-barreled shotgun, with a barrel diameter almost as thick as his arm. This thing is really a gun. Could it be that 2 small cannons are welded together? "Boss, hurry up with the drinks, I've still got work to do." The burly man mumbled a few more words indistinctly, leaning on the table and burping. He rummaged around his body and finally pulled out a half-burnt cigar from his chest pocket. "Oh, I knew I had a treasure on me." The burly man continued to search his body, hoping to find something to light it with. But this time, he couldn't find a single hair. "Hey guys." The burly man turned to look at the others at the table. "Can anyone lend me a light?" "Forget it." With a click, the burly man loaded the shotgun. He placed the cigar between his lips, leaned his face close to the edge of the shotgun's barrel, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A large hole was blown in the tavern's roof. Clear smoke slowly rose, and the burly man happily took a puff from the cigar, slowly blowing out a smoke ring. "Awesome. This Navy Special cigar is really good. Too bad that nasty woman Sarah's lighter got lost. She's definitely going to scold me later for it. Damn it. I'm a bit reluctant to go save her now." New World, Petarov Island. A lively group of people is sitting on the beach by the island, having a bonfire feast. Among the crowd, a big bearded man wearing a captain's hat and a burgundy captain's coat is holding up a wine glass, happily singing. Behind him, a group of people are echoing his rhythm, howling like banshees. Next to the big, bearded man, a blue-haired little demon with a strange red nose is arguing with another red-haired little demon wearing a straw hat about whether the Antarctic is colder or the Arctic is colder. Discussing such a boring topic. By the fire, there's also a blond man wearing round glasses who gave the 2 boys a punch each, temporarily putting an end to their dispute. These people are members of the Roger Pirates, and that off-key singer with the big beard is their captain, the legendary pirate Joel D. Roger, who now has a bounty of 2.8 billion berries. This guy will even reach the pinnacle of the piracy industry in the future, becoming the first recognized pirate king in history. "Mr. Jabba, why are you reading again?" The future Yonko, the current small Karmic Shanks, with a big bump on his head, chewed on a piece of roasted meat while looking at his cruise navigator, SKX Jabba. "That's right, it's a party now, Mr. Jabba. You should be having fun." The future Big Karmix, the current small rookie buggy, also with a big bump on his head, joined Jabba and pulled him to clink glasses. "You can't drink, kid." Jabba snatched the cup from Buggy's hand and gave him a thump on his big bump. "Hey, Roger, look at this." Amidst the laughter, Jabba handed the book to Roger. Global Islands magazine? "Jabba, why are you reading this during the party?" Roger took the magazine and laughed heartily. The Global Islands magazine is a very unique publication among the many popular journals at sea. Just by its name, it seems to be a very professional and serious scientific research magazine. However, once you read its content with a learning mindset, you'll find that it's neither professional nor serious. In fact, it contains a lot of adult content. It is said that the founder of this magazine was once a pirate. So, it mainly features sailors' logs and adventure experiences rather than professional reports from geologists or legendary biographies of bards. Back in the day, even Roger himself published a nonsensical little essay when he reached the last island of the Grand Line, Water 7. But one must admit that most of the new islands discovered in the world are found by pirates. Therefore, this unprofessional but quite authoritative magazine often contains many little-known knowledge and clues. Idiot, look at what's written on the 38th page. Roger took the book, and under the firelight, he read the text clearly. It was an investigation report of a deserted island in the North Sea, and he read the content with a drunken tone. "That bastard Gomer told me there was treasure here. Damn it, I searched the whole island and didn't even find a trace of a wooden box. But I did find an uncivilized savage tribe. I wonder how the girls in there look. Jabba, you made me read this thing?" The crowd burst into laughter, and Jabba glared at the bastard who was laughing the loudest, feeling that the axe at his waist seemed to have a tendency to move. "Idiot, look below. Oh, the girls here are not bad, just a bit dark-skinned. Bastard, skip that part." Okay, I thought you liked hearing it. Roger grinned mischievously, seeing Jabba's face turn from green to black, and his hands already on the axe handle. He immediately stopped fooling around and obediently read. Damn it. This little island is too small. There's not even a place to hide from the rain. But I was still lucky. I eventually found a hidden cave, and inside the cave, there was a huge stone tablet covered in incomprehensible symbols. Remembering the disdainful looks from those girls earlier made him furious. Damn it. I was actually looked down upon by a bunch of savages. I can't beat the husbands of those savage girls. Now I can only vent my frustration on this damn stone tablet. Why can't I chop it? No, I mean after chopping for so long, there isn't even a scratch. As Roger read on, his voice gradually became serious, and his smile began to fade. Roger, doesn't this written description seem very familiar? Jabba observed Roger's serious expression, and his hands slowly left the axe handle. Under the training of a certain childish captain, his tolerance threshold had already risen extremely high. A stone tablet that can't be chopped, with incomprehensible symbols. Captain, could it be the poneglyph? The dancing fishman, Sambel, also stopped his clumsy dance and spoke in astonishment. Indeed, there's that possibility. The location of the Rayleigh deserted island is also marked here by this guy, just north of the North Sea, Seleucus Kingdom. So, are you interested in taking a look? Roger handed the magazine to Rayleigh beside him, raising an eyebrow with a smile. The North Sea? That's quite far, Roger. We only entered the New World last week. The first mate Silbaz Rayleigh took the magazine from Roger's hand, quickly glanced through it, and said with a smile, Haha, so what? Roger showed a pure smile. The New World is not our goal. The poneglyph is. Let's not think about the poneglyph for now, Captain. Let's think about Shiki's issue. Ever since he messed up his plans in the Rod Sea last time, that guy's been acting crazy, and now he's chasing our traces everywhere, said the still young Buggy helplessly. TCH, mentioning Shiki made Roger a bit angry. That guy has so many enemies. Why is he fixated on me? He's just like that sticky carp. What could that guy possibly want with me? He just wants to team up with me to dominate the world. I don't have time to play his waste-of-time games. If we really run into Shiki, can't we just beat him up until he can't speak? The fishman Sandbell said with a big laugh. Makes sense. Roger picked up the bottle on the ground and shouted loudly, if we meet that bastard Shiki next time, and he's still blabbering in front of us, then we'll all go together and beat him up. Come on, drink. Kids, once the party is over, we'll set sail destination. North Sea, Seleucus Kingdom. Oh, unexpectedly, it was quite prosperous here. After rejecting Kaido's invitation to a suicidal activity, Elbat, with his hands in his pockets, began to wander around the streets and alleys of Lozgan Island. The main task of the Beast Pirates' various teams now is to adapt, and Elbat has strictly forbidden the members of the pirate crew from harassing civilians, allowing them to hunt passing pirates nearby. As he walked, he noticed that many shops had people making small crafts in front of them, seemingly preparing for some festival. Approaching a man who was hard at work, Elbat softly inquired, Excuse me, may I interrupt? The man glanced up, then continued his work in silence. Smack! A 1000 berry bill slid past the man's eyes. Excuse me, may I interrupt? The other party quickly took the bill, looking up with a bright smile. Sir, what can I do for you? What are you making? Sir, I'm making a safety buckle. Safety buckle? Elbat raised an eyebrow. What's it for? Sir, you're a foreigner, right? Our Lozgan Island experiences extremely strong typhoons every March. Before that, the shipyards on the island hang a lot of safety buckles on their roofs. After the typhoon arrives, these safety coins will be rolled into the sea together. In the following year, the ships built by this shipyard will not fear any wind or waves at sea. The man who received the money explained the meaning of the safety coins in detail, then lowered his head again to continue his work. Elbert shrugged, stood in place, and watched the other man's skilled weaving technique. Nice craftsmanship, Elbert praised before turning to leave, while a few idle men sitting on the street exchanged glances and slowly followed him. The man still weaving the safety coins, Elbert's back, touched the Bailey in his arms and muttered softly. What a naive kid, revealing his wealth so easily. ISNT that just serving dinner to these rats. Walking down the street, Elbert seemed unaware that he was being followed. He had his hands in his pockets, strolling slowly, occasionally stopping to buy a few things as gifts for Descatli. He walked into a secluded alley, looking at the various shopping bags in his hands. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He didn't expect to buy so much along the way. However, with so many purchases, he also encountered quite a few fools. Elbert sighed and slowly turned around, only to find a dozen thugs with various weapons grinning cruelly at him. Kid, we followed you for 8 blocks and finally cornered you. Aren't you good shopping? Let us see you try to shop a bit more. Hand over all your money now. and I'll introduce you to a good job later. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Is this the level of thugs on Loskin Island? Come on, you guys are supposed to be a gang. How can you expect me to obediently hand over my money when you talk so politely? Elbert rolled his eyes, and as he began to take out his money, he had already noticed someone had set their sights on him. To his surprise, there were only a dozen of them. It seems the public security on Loskin Island is not too bad. Hand over your money, a thug holding a flintlock shouted, pulling the trigger at Elbert's feet. Bang! The moment the gunshot rang out, Elbert had already vanished from his spot. At the same time, the dull gunshot caught the attention of a drunken man. Just as the thugs wondered if they were haunted, a mocking voice came from behind them. I'm right here. The thugs quickly turn around, noticing that the other person was standing just a few meters behind them, holding two flintlocks aimed at them. Don't move. Robbery. Kid, I don't believe you dare to shoot. Bang! The dull gunfire suddenly erupted, and a transparent hole appeared in the thigh of the thug who had just spoken. Papa, papa. In the blink of an eye, the remaining dozen thugs immediately saluted like French soldiers. This guy is doing this set of moves more skillfully than any of us. Elbert glanced at them and said, Now I'll give you 1 minute. Everyone drop your weapons, take off your clothes, and swagger out of here, and I won't fire. Can you at least leave us a pair of underwear? Noticing Elbert's dangerous glare, the thugs immediately shut up, quickly discarding their weapons and clothes. Running out of the alley completely naked, looking at the dozen or so people in front of him who were awkwardly shuffling, Elbert felt a bit of sting in his eyes. He fired another shot into the sky, and the thug screamed and ran even faster. A bunch of bastards, Elbert muttered, turning around to see a bearded man with a cigar in his mouth, holding a powerful double-barreled shotgun, standing at the other end of the alley. At the first sight of the other man, Elbert playfully stroked his chin. This guy, looking like this, must be the captain of the Twin Guns pirates, Grafus, who was defeated by Kaido not long ago. What does he want from me? To seek revenge, or to kidnap me as a hostage to exchange for his crew? Relax, buddy. Grafus, with a cigar in his mouth and his gun pointed down, wore a harmless smile. But paired with his fierce expression, it certainly didn't convey any sincerity. Are you planning to rob me? No way, I'm not some small-time thug. After seeing Elbert's series of actions earlier, Grafus realized this guy was tough, and the little thoughts in his mind were already extinguished. Since Elbert didn't have a bounty, he didn't recognize that the person before him was the vice captain of the Beast Pirates. I'm here to hunt birds. Grafus raised a shotgun in his hand, showing what he thought was a sincere smile. Hunt birds? Elbert glanced at the shotgun that Grafus treasured and scoffed, saying, Indeed, that piece of junk in your hands is only good for hunting birds. Grafus's expression instantly darkened. He bit down on the corner of his cigar and took a deep breath. Do you know what you just said? Everyone in the Twin Guns Pirates knows that their captain, Grafus, values his weapon above all else. Sometimes you can insult him, but you cannot insult his weapon. This is his only pride. Grafus raised the shotgun in his hands, aiming the muzzle at Elbert. Who? A puff of smoke sprayed from his nose as Grafus spoke in a deep voice. Kid, say that again if you dare. For a gunslinger, a suitable gun is like his wife. You can insult me, but you cannot insult my wife. Grafus, exhaling smoke, shouted with a grim expression, You better apologize. You uncultured old hat. Elbert rolled his eyes, turned around, in exchange for a specially made double-barreled crossbow from the system, aiming it at the sky and directly pulling the trigger. Bang! As the gunfire flashed, the air let out a piercing scream. The clouds in the sky were instantly blasted away, creating a huge void. Grafus looked at the scattered clouds above and roughly assessed the distance between them. His mouth slightly opened, and he didn't even react when his cigar fell. Gulp! Grafus swallowed hard. His eyes filled with shock and amazement as he looked at the double-barreled crossbow in Elbert's hands. Then, all gazes turned into deep admiration. For an excellent gunslinger, what could be more attractive than an astonishingly powerful gun? If there is, it must be a double-barreled gun. The double-barreled crossbow in Elbert's hands directly stepped on all of Grafus's aesthetic standards. What kind of gun is this? Grafus looked at the shotgun in his hands, suddenly feeling a sense of disdain. This feeling is akin to suddenly seeing a stunning beauty sitting next to the plain-looking relative after a long day of exhaustion. To be precise, this is not a gun. This is a heavy crossbow, and its name is Kingdom Knight. Albert held the crossbow on his shoulder, showcasing every detail to Grievous. The red stock, silver body, brass-like decorations, and muzzle. Each detail captivated Grievous' gaze. The Kingdom Knight has extremely high penetrating power, can be equipped with various types of ammunition, and is capable of long-range precision strikes. Anyone targeted by it cannot escape unscathed. Listening to Albert's explanation, Grievous instinctively stepped forward a few paces, his eyes glued to the Kingdom Knight. Seeing the opposite side's lack of composure, Albert couldn't help but find it amusing. According to information from members of the Dual Gun Pirates, Grievous is a gun enthusiast with an obsession for firearms. This guy values his shotgun above all else. If it gets damaged during a fight, he sometimes even unilaterally stops fighting until he fixes the shotgun before continuing. So, knowing this information, Elbat had a good idea the moment he saw Grievous. Besides being used for long-range suppression and sniping, the Kingdom Knights can also equip shotguns for close combat. Want to see? Watching Grievous pack like a chick, Elbat exchanged 2 shells from the system and loaded them into the barrel. Bang! Bang! Elbat fired 2 shots at the ground not far away. Instantly, a dense layer of holes appeared on the hard floor, resembling a sieve. Gulp! Grievous, swallowing hard again, looked at the crossbow cannon in Elbat's hand with only one thought left. Obsession. Extreme obsession. Oh, mama, I feel like I found love again. But just as Grievous reached out to touch his new goddess, Elbat flipped his hands, and the crossbow cannon was directly recalled into the system. Hey, what about the gun? Why did you put it away? When he saw the stunning beauty disappear, an expression of immense regret filled Grievous's eyes. This is my weapon. I can handle it however I want. And if I lose it, it's none of your business. Well, when you lose it, please let me know the address. I can help you dispose of this unwanted trash. Elbat couldn't be bothered to deal with this shameless guy. He waved his hand at Grievous and said, "All right, could you please let me pass, you uncle with a toy gun? I still have shopping to do." After saying that, he picked up a shopping bag on the ground and prepared to walk around Grievous out of the alley. "Don't rush, little brother. How about I make a deal with you?" Grievous, with a fawning smile, blocked Elbat's way. Not interested. Elbat attempted to sidestep Grievous again, but was grabbed once more. "Come on, just let me take another look at your weapon or touch it. If possible, could you sell me the design for this gun? I can pay you a hefty sum." Elbat stopped and looked at Grievous, impatiently saying, "I'm not short on money. We're not related. So why would I sell it to you? Don't be in a hurry. Actually, I'm Grievous, captain of the Double Gun Pirate crew. A big pirate with a bounty of 160 million berries. If you sell me this gun, not only can I pay a high price, but I'll also owe you a favor." "You're Grievous?" "Absolutely." Grievous revealed a confident smile, and the next moment, Elbat summoned the crossbow cannon again and pointed it at his head. "Although I'm not short on money, 160 million berries is still tempting. Just try to exchange you for a bounty." "Bro, calm down. Don't make jokes like that." Elbat rolled his eyes and hoisted the crossbow cannon back onto his shoulder. "You're the one who started joking first. Don't block my way. If you keep getting in my way, be careful I turn you into a sieve." "No." Grievous immediately hugged Elbat's thigh. "Big brother, just sell me this gun, and I'll do anything you want. Does this guy have no burden of being a great pirate? Can he do anything?" Elbat raised an eyebrow and revealed an inexplicable smile at Grievous, making the bearded strong man feel a shiver in his heart. And he hurriedly said, "As long as it doesn't go against my personal principles, and I can't be made to sell my body. Am I that kind of person?" Elbat snorted a couple of times and looked Grievous up and down. "I don't have much else, just a few things missing. If that's the case, I can do it. I'm the best at finding things." Grievous volunteered loudly. After all, his plan was to stabilize this kid first, get the gun in hand, rescue that foul woman Sarah, and then run away immediately. Finding things? Let this kid do it. I'm not done yet. Elbat glanced at Grievous, and seeing him a bit uneasy, continued, "You're not the only one helping me find things. You and them have to cooperate, and no conflicts are allowed. These are all small matters." "No problem." Grievous replied without hesitation. "Since the conditions are settled, let's talk payment. 100 million berries. Elbat's words made Grievous's smile freeze instantly. "You're robbing me." "That's right, I'm robbing you. Take it or leave it." Grievous cursed. In the waters near Lozkine Island of the New World, a large turtle-shaped ship covered in green trees was slowly advancing. A W-shaped mustache decoration hung at the bow of the ship, and a black pirate flag was fluttering in the wind on the mast. This is the flagship of the walled pirates, the Rosdia. At the beginning of the construction of this battleship, in order to complement Bondi Wald's Momo fruit, the shipwright Garum placed many cannon firing positions around the ship's hull, and between the deck and the mast, he also concealed an incredibly large cannon. Not long ago, the walled pirates and the Whitebeard pirates erupted in a great battle on Gem Island. And it was under the cover of this cannon that the walled pirates were finally able to escape successfully. Unfortunately, aside from this giant cannon, the many other cannons on the ship Loxeti turned into a pile of scrap metal under the power of Whitebeard's trimmer fruit. Thus, while resting on Lozkine Island, Bondiwald set his sights on the island's master cannon maker, Plank. "Ha ha! As expected of a master cannon maker, what he makes is really good. Standing about 4 meters tall, Wald caressed the several towering cannons beside him, turned around with a big laugh, and patted the black figure beside him. The figure wore a dark round hat, had black-framed glasses perched above his nose, thick hair, and a long beard on his chin, with a flintlock pistol tattooed on his right bicep. He was none other than the master cannon maker, the half-fishman Plank, whom Wald had specifically invited. Plank's father was a shipwright on Lozkin Island, and his mother was an adult fisherman, both of whom had already passed away. From a young age, he was interested in firearms and had worked as an apprentice in a well-known weapon shop on the island for a while. Later, in his 20s, he made quite a name for himself on Lozkin Island. Plank did not shy away from doing business with pirates, but he had never entertained the thought of going out to sea. If it weren't for Wald visiting him at midnight and having a harmonious discussion about whether to join me or else, he probably would still be sleeping soundly in his little nest. Captain, since the new cannons have been installed, why not give them a try? Carrying a huge square iron hammer and wearing artisan glasses, Garum stood by the cannon, gazing at the sea ahead, and made a suggestion. Give it a try, sounds good. Wald glanced at the listless Plank beside him and waved for the sailors on the ship to load the cannon with ammunition enhanced by his abilities. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by several brilliant tongues of fire, cannonballs the size of human heads shot through the air with a booming sound. Momo 50X cannon, with Wald's ability activated. The cannonballs suddenly expanded out of thin air, transforming into massive black iron balls that blotted out the sun, instantly covering the sky within a radius of several hundred meters. At the same time, the speed of the cannonballs also increased several times, easily breaking through to supersonic speeds. Circles of blinding white sonic booms suddenly spread out, and the fierce winds and deafening sounds filled the entire sea in front of the Loxeti ship. Under the enhancement of Wald's fruit ability, these new cannons actually emitted a destructive power. The name World Destroyer truly lived up to its reputation. Boom! The sound of the explosive shells echoed through the heavens and the earth, and the clouds were shattered by the shockwaves of the cannonballs. The aftershocks continued to spread, and the powerful impact swept across the skies, causing a certain drunk guy moving on a cloud to step wrong and plummet from the sky. Captain, it seems like you hit something? While the pirate crew was still immersed in their captain's terrifying power, a young subordinate looking around seemed to have noticed something. Whoosh! As Kaido's descending figure gradually enlarged, the lookout on the observation tower also sensed something was off and quickly picked up the transponder snail to warn Wall below. Unknown personnel detected in the sky, warning. Warning. Under the vigilant gaze of the lookout, Kaido's figure tore through the sky, heading straight for the Loxeti. Boom! Bang, bang, bang! Accompanied by several deafening booms, Kaido crashed through several buildings on the ship before finally stopping his descent. Thanks to the size and solid construction of the Loxeti, it was able to withstand Kaido's rampage. After countless impacts, Kaido's alcohol fog brain had finally cleared up a bit. Kaido, that rookie from the rock ship? Just as Kaido rubbed his somewhat dizzy head and sat up, Wald had already brought his pirate crew members over. What are you doing on my ship all alone? Are you here to join me? You are Wald? Kaido rubbed his head and stood up, looking painfully at the wine stains on his pants, and angrily said, Is it you who fired at the sky and ruined my drink? Join you? Kaido slowly removed the kanabo from his waist and shouted angrily, An old man who's half a foot in the grave shouldn't dream. I won't join a weakling. Ha ha. Did I hear that right? This guy actually said that Lord Wald is weak. That's hilarious. If you want to challenge the king, you first have to get past us, you bastard. Before Wald could speak, his pirate crew had already started to shout. Although Kaido now had his own reputation, he had not yet reached the point of being widely known. Even if they were unaware of Kaido's strength, even if they did know, they wouldn't have much fear. In the pirate world, the power of haki can be seen as an embodiment of mental strength, and the collision of haki can be said to be a clash of beliefs. The young Moria dared to confront the young Kaido head-on. However, after his companions all died, he underwent a significant change in character, becoming a fat otaku relying solely on zombies and fruits. Crocodile dared to challenge Whitebeard when he was young and even fought Barrett. But after experiencing tremendous setbacks, he also underwent a change in character, starting to seek the legendary king of the underworld, ultimately falling to the Straw Hat. The Wall Pirates, originally featured in the plot, had their strength greatly diminished due to Captain Wald being long frozen and the executives due to their old age, made the entire pirate crew's combat power not very strong. Additionally, Wald harbored grievances against his subordinates who had abandoned him. resulting in the entire pirate crew's cohesion being weakened to a shambles. Yet, even such a walled pirates, the world government still summoned the 7 warlords and the Navy headquarters, led by a Kainu, set out to exterminate them. This shows the importance the world government placed on them. Although the current walled pirates had not yet reached the level of their heyday, as the captain, Bondi Wald, had already begun to reach the peak of his strength. Boss, when walking, you must show your bravery. Keep your weapon in a prominent place and have a fierce gaze. This way, those kinds of people won't keep surrounding you. Griffy, with a cigar in his mouth, spoke in a rather bold manner, still holding onto the double-barreled shotgun he once cherished. He wouldn't easily give up on his past love until Elbat handed him the Knight of the Realm. Behind him, Elbat strolled leisurely down the street with several shopping bags. Unlike before, since Griefus started accompanying him, there were indeed fewer covetous gazes from both sides of the street. TCH, with you by my side, why bother worrying about so much? As soon as the words were spoken, Elbat's observation Hockey sensed Griefus's mood suddenly lift considerably. This is not excitement, but anger. As the two walked and talked suddenly, a small phone bug in Albert's pocket rang. Sorry, give me a bit of personal space. I need to take this call. After pulling away slightly from Graves, Albert answered the phone bug. Brother Iba, we've discovered traces of the Walled pirates near Roskune Island. Descatri's voice came through the phone. Walled, that world destroyer Bondi Wald? Albert frowned slightly, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Sure enough, the phone bug immediately confirmed that bad feeling. The bighorn gorilla from earlier seemed to have been shot down by that guy named Wald while it was having fun in the sky. Now the two are fighting fiercely on Wald's pirate ship. I knew it. That bastard getting drunk always brings me a bit of surprise. All right. I'll go take a look. You inform a few squad leaders and have them prepare for battle with the Walled pirates. After hanging up, Albert walked back to Graves. The person helping me find things just got attacked, so you two should be considered colleagues now. Come help me out, and when we fight, I'll hand over the Kingdom Knight crossbow to you. How about it? Graves took a couple of deep puffs from his cigar, laughing loudly. That's exactly what I want. Wahaha. Boss, how did you know I, Graves, am always eager to help others? Meanwhile, on the Walled pirates' ship, the Rosiety, Kaido and Wald had already started to throw punches. So what if I hit you? Wald picked up an iron ball the size of a fist and smashed it toward Kaido. Do you think I should compensate you for the drink? Arrogant brat. Do you think you're your Captain Rocks? Whoosh. The iron ball expanded dozens of times as it moved, creating waves of air in its wake. Facing the massive iron ball that was coming at him like a meteor, Kaido immediately transformed into his strongest beast human form. Although I don't like you, old man, that exaggerated way of greeting really gets my blood pumping. Kaido swung his kanabo toward the incoming iron ball. Wait, something's off. The expected violent impact did not occur. The huge iron ball was sent flying into the sky by Kaido's brute force, as if it were a baseball being hit. Just at that moment, when Kaido was momentarily distracted, Wald's figure suddenly disappeared. The next second, he appeared right in front of Kaido. Momo, 10 times speed. Bang! Wald's foot kicked Kaido in the face. However, Kaido, who was caught off guard, clearly wasn't affected much. He just tilted his neck slightly from the sudden impact. This look? Are you a Zoan-type user? Wald's impression of Kaido was still stuck in the phase of being an intern in the Rocks Pirates, so he was momentarily stunned when he first saw him use his fruit ability. Of course, he had such an illusion because both the world government and Kaido himself needed to take the blame. Although Kaido obtained the fish fruit from Charlotte Linlin during the God Valley incident years ago, under the old Captain Rock's teachings, Kaido had already gotten used to using Haki to solve various battles. Although the world government updated his bounty, they did not widely promote his abilities. After all, every time this guy broke out of prison, it was like giving the world government and Navy a big slap in the face. Therefore, reports about Kaido were mostly just brief and simple. Old man, are you scratching my itch? Hearing Kaido's mockery, Bondi Wald's expression suddenly darkened, and the foot that kicked Kaido's face quickly retracted and then kicked out again, this time with significantly more force than before. Momo, 30 times speed. You think I won't fight back? Die, Thunderbawa. Kaido was somewhat annoyed by this insult. He directly ignored the incoming foot and swung his kanabo straight at Wald's head. Seeing that the opponent completely disregarded his attack and was willing to trade blows, Wald felt his own fighting spirit ignite. You want to go all out? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Since Kaido intended to clash head-on, Wald wanted to show Kaido what the outcome of that would be. Wald's toes made contact with Kaido's face once more, while his chest also received a friendly greeting from the kanabo. Bang! Both sides attacked each other simultaneously, and coincidentally, a layer of armed Haki covered the points of impact. The heavy blow from the kanabo sent Wald's body flying. Meanwhile, Kaido, who took the hit, staggered back, causing cracks to form on the ground, and a large area of swelling and blood appeared on his fierce face. During the backward flight, Wald pulled out a handful of fine iron sand from his pocket and hurled it toward Kaido. Momo, 50 times buckshot. The fine iron sand, comparable to the power of large sniper bullets, instantly struck Kaido's body, which was covered in armament hockey. However, to Wald's surprise, the fine iron sand couldn't even break through his defenses. After producing countless crisp sounds of impact against Kaido, it was deflected away. Old man, don't embarrass yourself with such low-level sneak attacks. The pitch-black armament hockey gradually faded, and Kaido wiped the shoe prints and blood off his face, making a provocative gesture. Want to try again? You little brat, looking for death. Wald steadied himself on the ground after retreating, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He drew the long knife at his waist, which suddenly enlarged 50 times, and with a powerful swing, a slash quickly shot towards Kaido. The slash continuously expanded in midair, and its speed rapidly increased. Momo 50 times slash. Watching the 50 times enlarged slash descending like a force of nature, the surrounding pirates quickly scattered, feeling a surge of excitement. Their captain is a monster, just as they were about to witness how that naive fool was split in half by their captain. The one named Kaido swung his dark mace. Thunderclap. The slash and the mace clashed. An immense power was directed into the sky. In an instant, the sky was clear. At that moment, Wald leaped into the air, raising the 50 times enlarged long knife to chop down at Kaido. This old man, fighting isn't a game of size. Kaido gripped his mace tightly with both hands, forcefully flipping it to deflect the descending knife, while leaning slightly forward, stepping onto the knife blade, and charging fiercely at Wald. Thunderbagwa. Wald's pupils constricted sharply. He had no time to block, and could only immediately cover his entire body with armament hockey. Bang! Kaido swung his mace, and Wald's body was once again violently sent flying. The ground was plowed into a wide trench by Wald's rapidly retreating body, with rocks and trees along the way shattered to dust. In an instant, a fierce wind erupted like a released beast, swirling up clouds of dust and wreaking havoc on everything around. Kaido, you have truly angered me. Amidst the swirling dust, Wald's voice, filled with rage, echoed. Momo 100 times speed. Wald covered his entire body with dense armament hockey, instantly turning himself into a pitch-black little black man. The Momo fruit allows the user to amplify the speed, power, volume, weight, and other properties of objects they touch by multiples, up to a maximum of 100 times. This ability gave Wald tremendous offensive power, earning him the title of World Destroyer. However, unlike the Zoan type, which directly enhances physical strength, the Superman-type Momo fruit does not improve Wald's defensive abilities. Prolonged periods at 100 times speed put a significant strain on his body. Therefore, every time Wald uses it, he must first cover his entire body with armament hockey to withstand the 100-fold enhancement. If the previous 50 times speed was already too fast for the human visual nerve to capture, then Wald at 100 times speed was almost like teleporting across space. So fast, Kaido's expression changed. He hadn't expected such a terrifying transformation when Wald increased his speed to 100 times. Moreover, unlike Sarah's playful attacks, Kaido sensed a lethal threat from Wald. Frowning, Kaido secretly prepared his spike club for an attack stance. At this moment, his observation hockey could still track Wald's movements, but his body could no longer keep up with his mind's reactions. Since he couldn't dodge, he had to defend and counterattack. Seasoned by countless battles, Kaido quickly thought of a countermeasure. He also covered his entire body with armament hockey and focused intently on defending against Wald's impending attack. Bang! Wald's fist made contact with Kaido's soft abdomen for the first time today, and Kaido felt as if he had been struck by a meteor, experiencing a sharp pain in his internal organs, with a mouthful of rich blood rushing up his throat. Got you. The moment I hit you, your speed inevitably slowed down. But the pain stimulated Kaido's senses, making him clearer than ever. At this moment, that was your opening. Rumble 8 trigrams. Boom! The two attacks, one after the other, created a deafening roar. The earth roared, and the air screamed. Kaido's heavy and powerful strike instantly shattered Wald's dark and shining armament hockey, as if it were made of paper. Both combatants' towering bodies were sent flying almost simultaneously, crashing into the sides of the forest and kicking up a cloud of dust. Under Wald's 100 times speed enhancement, he could still counterattack. Is that Kaido really human? The crew members of the Wald pirates, who had retreated to a safe distance, could hardly believe their eyes at the near mutual destruction of the two. Hey, who won? Do you know? One of the pirate lackeys asked softly. I don't know. I couldn't even see their attack trajectories. I didn't see either. The surrounding pirates shook their heads. Regardless of the outcome, there is only one invader. Let's go support Lord Wald, and we can definitely take down this invader. Galeram said as he was about to lead everyone towards the battlefield of Kaido and Wald. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, halting abruptly to dodge a bolt of lightning that fell straight from the sky. There's an enemy. With Galeram's shout, everyone instantly became alert, and Galeram looked up at the sky above. A figure standing with crossed arms was hovering in midair, a pair of large dragon wings slowly flapping and stirring the surrounding air. Clutched in his feet was a burly man with a full beard. The two individuals are Elbat and Grafus. Who are you? Galem's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Elbat's ears in midair, although he didn't want to admit it. If it came down to it, he should be that guy's little brother. Elbat pointed to the two people who were fighting in front of him and said, everyone, just do me a favor and don't interfere with their battle, okay? Do you think you're someone important? Galem replied in a deep voice. It seems that negotiations have broken down. Elbat spread his hands, revealing the crimson dragon scales that covered his arms. Indeed, he didn't have the same fruit ability as Shanks, and encountering such a situation would require a fight. Since you won't give me face, then I have some skills in martial arts. Elbat smiled and raised his hand, lightly snapping his fingers. Instantly, a crimson wave spread from his arm. In no time, dark clouds gathered and lightning surged. Since you dodged my earlier greeting, how will you respond this time? Sorry, Enel, I can't think of a name for this move, so I'll borrow your idea for now. Thousand Thunder. Zizizi. The thunder roared, and a thick current of electricity emitted a series of roars. The booming thunder instantly filled the entire pirate ship, as if the apocalypse was about to arrive. Countless thunderbolts descended upon the pirates, whose pupils widened in shock. For a moment, the air around Elbat filled with a burnt smell. Several bolts of lightning seemed to strike the calm seen nearby uncontrollably, causing some innocent fish to suffer immediately. At this moment, in the duel arena, Kaido and Wald, who had been forced apart by the rampant thunder, exchanged glances at Elbat, who was scratching his head in midair. It's my first time using it. My aim is a bit off. Please forgive me. You two continue. Kings against kings, generals against generals. Elbat knew that Kaido didn't like him interfering in his battles, but he wouldn't allow any other disruptive factors in this duel. Clearly, this attack achieved the effect Elbat expected. Under his intimidation, the remaining members of the Wald pirates who had dodged the lightning all focused their attention on him. Hey, Grafus, stop playing dead. It's your turn to show up. Elbat shook the bearded Grafus, who was somewhat afraid of heights. The two in front are Kaido and Wald, but who the hell are you? Grafus, being held by Elbat, turned his head and questioned. If he still didn't realize he had been set up, then his bounty of over 100 million would have been for nothing. Let me reintroduce myself. I am the vice captain of the Beast Pirates, but at the same time, I am your boss. Elbat pointed at the kingdom knight in Grafus's hand. You better recognize the goods you received. Bullshit. I only agreed to help you find something. Grafus immediately retorted. Oh, really? Elbat took out a transponder snail from his pocket, and then a familiar conversation was played. No problem with our cooperation in finding the items. Let's not create any conflicts. Grafus, you set me up. By the way, let me tell you, no matter where you run to, I can instantly retrieve this thing in your hand. Elbat articulated a harsh reality word by word. So, Grafus, you wouldn't want your newly acquired gun to just disappear, right? Grafus, you sly old man. Hearing Elbat's words, Grafus glared at him fiercely and sighed helplessly. Meeting you is my bad luck. Fine, put me down. Unable to fight back, unable to escape, and this gun was just too tempting. How could he let go of this newly acquired beauty? Stop acting like a jilted lover. Others might think I've done something to you. I promise you, once this battle is over, I will tell Kaido to let all the members of your double gun pirates go, giving a stick and then a sweet date. This trick is timeless. Indeed, after hearing Elbat's words, Grafus felt much better inside. The two slowly landed on the ground, and as they looked at the approaching members of the Wald pirates, a sinister smile appeared on Grafus's face. I'm feeling very displeased right now, so let's vent on you bunch of losers. Just in time, he had some old scores to settle with the Wald pirates. Lights out. Bang. A thick smoke bomb exploded among the crowd of the Wald pirates, and Grafus charged into the crowd with his gun. Time to settle old scores. Just as Grafus was fighting fiercely in the crowd, the battle between Kaido and Wald on the front line also entered a heated stage. The thunder just now was also a mythical beast type. Huh? Your luck is pretty good, Kaido, Wald said, rubbing his heaving chest and gasping for breath. Although the effect of the Momo fruit was simple, brutal, and powerful, Each time the fruit's ability was used, it greatly consumed the user's stamina. After frequently using the fruit's ability, his stamina was now far from what it was at the beginning. He never expected that the Kaido, who had become a user, could withstand so many of his attacks and still not fall, even increasing the frequency of his defense and counterattacks. Yororo, that guy's my right-hand man. Are you envious? Old man. Kaido looked visibly more disheveled than Wald at this point. His right cheek was swollen, and there were several dents from punches on his chest, with bruises all over his body and a large amount of blood seeping out. To be honest, your punches really hurt, old man. I didn't expect you to have such strength. Kaido's mouth twitched into a sinister smile. As a mythical beast-type user, during this conversation, aside from a few serious injuries, his superficial wounds were visibly healing at a noticeable speed. Not far away, Elbat casually took down a cadre of the walled pirates and glanced at the recovering Kaido, squinting his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. I have to say, although the Zoan-type abilities don't have as many flashy effects, they're indeed tough, except for mythical beasts. This dog seems to have improved in battle again, especially in terms of vision and speed. It has transformed from passively taking hits and waiting for an opportunity to counterattack, to now being able to keep up with the speed enhanced by Vald and engage in counterattacks. This is simply ridiculous. If it continues like this, it's no surprise that Kaido will win for sure. Wald's physical stamina flaw isn't obvious when he encounters opponents with lower strength than him or those who are equally weak in physical fitness. However, fighting against a tough opponent like Kaido, this flaw is fatal. Besides, no matter how you look at it, Kaido's bounty has reached 500 million berries. 500 million versus 200 million. The advantage is mine. Even the onlooker Elbat can perceive the current battlefield situation, and Kaido and Wald, with their richer battle experience, are naturally more aware. Old man, how long can you keep fighting like this? Kaido grinned with bloodshot eyes and a fierce look, his conqueror's haki overwhelming the area, causing Wald's movements to slow down slightly. Seizing the moment Wald hesitated, Kaido charged forward, swinging his kanabo at Wald's helmet. You little brat. I'll keep hitting you until you're down. Bang, 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 bang. The two nearly invisible figures began to clash fiercely again. If it weren't for the continuous sounds and the waves of air rolling out, no one would have noticed that a great battle was erupting here. In just a few seconds, Kaido and Wald had exchanged blows dozens of times. This high-frequency counterattack was precisely the situation Kaido desired. Bang! With a loud crash, the two figures separated again. Huff, huff, huff. Wald was already starting to breathe heavily. This intense exchange had drained a lot of his stamina. What's the matter? Can't keep up? Our fight has just started warming up. I haven't encountered such an enjoyable opponent in a long time, so we must fight to the fullest today. Kaido let out a wild laugh. He was a battle fanatic, and now that he faced a worthy opponent, he was naturally getting more and more excited. But not everyone was like him, a lunatic who enjoyed fighting. For example, Wald clearly no longer had the desire to continue the battle. Knowing his own situation, he had to admit that with his rapidly declining endurance, he was no longer Kaido's match. Since he couldn't win and they had no deep-seated grudges, it would be crazy to keep fighting. Wald twisted his wrist slightly, gestured to the watching Garam, then casually picked up 2 handfuls of dirt from the ground, shook them in his hands, and said, Kaido, today I admit defeat. I'll go back and practice before coming to find you again. After speaking, he suddenly threw the dirt at Kaido and Elbat, simultaneously activating the ability of the Momo Momo fruit. Momo Momo 100-fold bullet. Instantly, the dirt expanded into 2 huge mounds of mud rushing towards them. You bastard, trying to run in the middle of the fight? Kaido roared angrily and smashed the dirt clumps with his kanabo. As dust flew, both Elbat and Kaido saw Wald had quickly reached Garam's side. At this moment, Garam had 2 oddly shaped shells in his palm. Cubic air compression. The shells were a unique product of Sky Island, the wind shells. Garam used his cubic fruit ability to compress the fierce winds expelled by the wind shells together. Then, Wald pressed his palm against the 2 cubes created by Garam and pushed hard. Flying to the sky, Momo Momo 100-fold wind. The 2 cubes shot out at high speed and exploded right in front of Kaido and Elbat, the powerful winds blowing both of them in gray fuss, who had been caught up into the air. Garam, it's up to you now. Don't worry, Captain. Hearing Wald's command, Garam squatted down and quickly activated his fruit ability, and the ship beneath him was reconfigured into a new structure in an instant. Momo Momo 100-fold speed. Just as the ship formed its new shape, Wald quickly enveloped the entire ship with his ability. Whoosh! The temporarily modified ship, under the influence of the abilities of the 2 devil fruit users, began to operate at full speed, disappearing from the sight of Elbat and the others at an exaggerated pace. In the blink of an eye, only the white line left by the ship remained on the surface of the sea. This is the retreat plan that has always been maintained on the walled pirate ship, which can be described as a kind of alternative soul fusion technique between walled and garum. This method allows the ship to instantly enter an overloaded state, enabling it to escape from enemy pursuit at an extremely fast speed. However, the downside is that it can only move in a straight line and can cause irreversible damage to the hull. Watching the walled pirates execute their escape flawlessly, the two who had stabilized themselves rapidly in the turbulent sky exchanged glances. "Hey, Kaido, you're well informed. Do other pirates also escape this smoothly?" Elbat pointed at the white line on the sea while holding the somewhat nauseous Graphus in one hand. "It's my first time seeing this too." Kaido also lost interest in the pursuit at this moment. He summoned a few flame clouds, sat down on them, and muttered in discontent. This old guy is such a low-level pirate. Just as Elbat and the others were bewildered by Wald's cunning behavior, a phone call from thousands of miles away on Judicial Island in the Grand Line caused Fuzzcarl, the newly appointed CP9 chief, to lose his usual composure. "Nanny." Hearing the secret orders from the world government through the transponder snail, Fuzzcarl was so shocked that he fell off his chair. Beside him, Dut, who was organizing documents, said slowly, "Chief, the coffee spilled." "Don't worry about the coffee now. Big trouble has come." Fuzzcarl lowered his voice to signal Dut to be quiet, then communicated a few more sentences with the transponder snail before hanging up with a serious expression. "This is troublesome." Dut stood there expressionless, saying nothing. "Hey, you. I'm telling you it's a problem." Fuzzcarl slapped the table with both hands, then messed up his hair in frustration, looking quite agitated. "How did it end up like this? Wasn't my advance investment wasted? Damn it. Chief, what happened? Did the mission fail? Or was that dancer you kept in the West Sea discovered by the lady?" Dut's cold face finally showed some change. "It's more serious than that. I've confirmed with Lord Shao from CP0 multiple times. He ordered all CP agencies to immediately spread the news that the Homingu family was former celestial dragons in the Celestial Kingdom." "Oh," Dut simply replied, his expression returning to one of indifference, though a hint of regret appeared in his eyes. "Your reaction is too flat." Fuzzcarl retracted his exaggerated expression and said in a low tone, "I originally planned to step in to help when the Homingu family encountered some minor troubles. But I didn't expect that Homingu really abandoned his identity as a celestial dragon." As Fuzzcarl spoke, he began to lose his composure again. After spreading the identity of the Homingu family as former celestial dragons, they will definitely become an outlet for the public's grievances. This is a disaster. I seem to have learned something I shouldn't know. "Chief, you were the one who wanted to get involved," Dut said calmly. "Fuskal." In the pirate world, celestial dragons are regarded as descendants of gods, and everyone must unconditionally fulfill any request from the celestial dragons, with no law able to stop it. More precisely, the laws of the world government are tailored to serve the celestial dragons. If anyone dares to offend the celestial dragons, they will face endless torment. And if they dare to resist or even injure these scoundrels, the Navy will send its highest combat power, the Marine Admirals, to carry out a crackdown. Therefore, at that time, Fuzzcarl, considering the future career, was extremely flattering to the Homingu family, but who would have thought? "Chief, since Homingu has abandoned his identity, then he shouldn't be considered a celestial dragon anymore. Even if the Don Quixote family in the Holy Land wants to vent their anger, it shouldn't have anything to do with you." Dut questioned in confusion. Fuzzcarl shook his head with worry and said gloomily, "I hope the higher-ups will consider it that way." As it turned out, Fuzzcarl was overthinking. The reason for the release of this secret directive is not only due to the celestial dragon's hostility towards Hawkmingu, but also because he accidentally touched upon an absolute taboo that should never be violated. Before arriving in the Seljuk Kingdom, the re-education of their two sons became the top priority for Hawkmingu and his wife. Therefore, in addition to bringing a lot of wealth, they also copied a large number of books from the Don Quixote family and took them to the Seljuk Kingdom. The younger son, Razanandi, was still young and had not been exposed to many of the celestial dragon's bad habits. Thus, his inherently kind nature allowed him to quickly adapt to the new environment around him. However, the elder son, Don Quixote da Flamingo, was used to a life of commanding slaves and constantly clamored to return to Mary Geos, which greatly troubled Hawkmingu and his wife. As a result, they increased the educational efforts for da Flamingo and hired several good scholars to serve as private tutors at home. These private tutors were none other than a group of historians from O'Hara who had fled here. These scholars unexpectedly discovered that in the collection of books belonging to Hawkmingo, There were several volumes written in ancient script while teaching Doflamingo. Moreover, there are modern reprints of these books available on the sea. This significant discovery made the scholars of O'Hara feel as if they had found a treasure, prompting them to frequently visit the residence of Homingu. This unusual behavior immediately attracted the attention of CP agents monitoring the Ho family. After uncovering the truth, the 5 elders quickly made a decision. They instructed the CP agents not to act hastily and to aim to attract more rebellious individuals interested in ancient texts to the Seleucid kingdom. At the same time, the 5 elders secretly ordered the CP organization to ensure that Homingu would pay a heavy price for his foolish actions. On a certain deserted island in a new world on the beach. "Hey, Kaido, I remember you said to go catch a fish to grill, right?" Elbat lay on a deck chair, squinting his eyes and looking at a certain bull-headed fool who had just completed a bungee jump. "What you have in your hands is not a fish. It's a fishman. You can't eat this." "Of course I know that." Kaido, through the plank he was holding onto the beach, pointed to the giant sea beast's corpse floating on the sea, and said, "I saw this guy floating on the surface, ready to use himself as bait to attract a big sea beast, so I took the initiative to intercept his prey. This guy's guts, I like it." Elbat looked at the somewhat pale plank, who was constantly spitting out seawater, and suddenly had a new understanding of Kaido's thought process. Moreover, he had already guessed what Kaido was about to say next. Sure enough, Kaido carefully examined Plank's 4-meter-tall, muscular body and nodded in satisfaction. "From now on, this guy will be a member of our beast pirates." "I knew it," Elbat replied. "Forget it, let it be. By the way, I forgot to ask you, is this guy your new recruit?" "Well, he's not as strong as the ones I recruited." Kaido pointed at Greyfuss, who was sitting on the beach, fondling the knight of the kingdom like a fool, and asked curiously, "That guy is Greyfuss, the captain of the Double Guns Pirates, the boss of that red-haired girl who recently held a knife to your neck." "Oh, that little girl, I remember." Sarah left a deep impression on Kaido. After all, it's rare to find someone as brave and pure as her in the New World. I promised him that as long as he helps me with my work, we'll release those imprisoned by the Double Guns Pirates. While talking with Kaido, Elbat extended his right hand and shot a scarlet dragon energy towards the sea. Moments later, the sea surface boiled, and a massive water vortex shot the corpse of the sea beast killed by Kaido into the sky. "Hey, Kaido, tell me honestly, how do you fare against Gold Lion? If it's a head-on clash, I can't win. That old guy's attack power is too strong. I can hold on for a while, but I would definitely lose in a fight." Seeing the sea beast's corpse being lifted, Kaido spoke while expertly exhaling a hot breath. Elbat used dragon energy to create a gentle breeze, evenly sprinkling various seasonings on the subtly fragrant sea beast's corpse. "Then why are you still provoking him?" "What do you mean I'm provoking him? Didn't you knock Gold Lion down?" Kaido said while controlling the angle of the hot breath's heating. As the aroma gradually spread, he summoned a flame cloud to serve as the table for the soon-to-be roasted meat. Elbat leaped up and jumped next to the giant sea beast barbecue, tearing off a large piece of roasted meat and saying while eating, clearly, "It's you who set your sights on Shiki's new ship, planning to take it as your flagship, change the name, and after painting it, you just sat there drinking while blaming me." After just finishing a battle, Kaido was also hungry. He walked over to the barbecue, tore off a piece, and started chewing. Then, he pulled out his beloved large red wine gourd from his waist, shook it a couple of times, and frowned before putting it back. "How about we find a Navy base later to restock? Don't worry, things aren't as bad as you think. Whether it's John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, or that old lady Lin Lin, or old man Whitebeard, they can all see that if we let Shiki continue, we will all be in trouble in the future. But even the rocks from back then couldn't make us submit, let alone him." Although Kaido and the others were members of the Rocks Pirates back then, they were not actually subordinates who submitted to Rocks. So even if that bastard Shiki wanted to come for revenge, his main force wouldn't be able to come with him. As for him coming alone, we could just team up to take him down, and with Quinn and Jin, we could take turns with our mythical Zoan powers and wear him down. Aren't you always against others interfering in your battles? Well, we are despicable and shameless pirates. Naturally, we do whatever it takes to win. That's you don't drag me into this. Elbat rolled his eyes at the laughing Kaido and fully immersed himself in the big meal in front of him. Bloop bloop, just as the two were enjoying their meal. The phone bug in Elbat's pocket rang. "Hey Jim, what's up?" "Mr. Elbat, I just had a significant discovery while chatting with Beautios. This guy said he has seen the red gem we have been searching for." "What?" "On the other side, after the walled pirates retreated to a safe distance. Gale Ram also restored the ship to its normal state." Bang! Walled, who was fully exerting the abilities of the Momo fruit, collapsed directly, and several cadres also sat exhausted on the ground. While Wald was fighting Kaido, Greyfuss was clearing out the weaklings, and Elbat was not idle either, beating up several cadres of the walled pirates to prevent them from disturbing Kaido's elegance. Therefore, these cadres were also heavily injured. Just as Wald and his crew were about to ask the ship's doctor, Nathan, for help with their injuries, a pirate underling approached. He supported Wald with one hand and asked with concern, "Captain, how are you feeling now?" "Haha, I'm Bondi Wald, how could I?" Crack. Before Wald could finish his sentence, he felt as if all his strength had been drained away, only to see handcuffs appearing on his wrists. This is Seastone. Flying finger gun. Bang, bang. Several sounds of air breaking came from the darkness, and several more blood holes appeared on the severely injured Wald, causing him to faint directly due to his excessive injuries. "What do you guys want?" First Mate Benjack loudly questioned the several crew members who walked out of the darkness. "These guys are new members who just joined the pirate crew a while ago." "Vice Captain, you're so smart. Can't you tell that we're about to betray you?" No. We are agents of the world government, and the word betrayal cannot be used to describe us. These agents infiltrated the Walled pirates on the government's orders, tasked with helping the Navy capture Walled, the menace at the necessary moment. However, unexpectedly, after a battle with the Beast pirates, Walled was severely injured and unable to stand. Moreover, all the cadres around him were also injured, leaving only the relatively unscathed Benjack in good condition. The agents immediately recognized this as a tremendous opportunity. The Walled pirates had entered a rare state of weakness. Thus, they quickly initiated their operation. You shouldn't expect anyone to come to your rescue. The government has promised that as long as you help us capture Walled and the cadres on a ship, all your crimes will be pardoned. So, Vice Captain, what do you think a normal person would choose in this situation? The agent displayed a victorious smile, looking at the unconscious Walled lying in a pool of blood. A glint of determination flashed in Benjack's eyes. Enduring the pain, he shouted, "I, by the order of the Vice Captain, declare the temporary disbandment of the Walled pirates. Everyone aims to survive and break out on their own." By the time Elbat and Kaido returned swiftly to Lozkune Island on the Flame Cloud, Jin and Buddius had already been waiting at the dock for a long time. Without waiting for the flame cloud to dissipate, Kaido jumped straight down in a high-altitude bungee jump to stand in front of Jin and Buddius. "Boss Kaido, brother Elbat." Elbat jumped down after Kaido, and upon seeing Buddius, he tossed a pendant with 2 beads into his hands and directly asked, "Are you sure you've seen this kind of red gem?" Buddius picked up the pendant and examined it carefully. After pondering for a moment, he nodded seriously. "Yes, it's this kind of gem. That guy Spike has one just like it hanging around his neck. That gem is particularly sturdy and saved his life twice. So he has always regarded it as his talisman. If it looks the same and is particularly sturdy, then it must be right. Where's that guy Spike?" Kaido asked eagerly. "Spike and I are from the same hometown. He used to be the captain of the Hound Pirates. Later, I learned from the newspaper that the Hound Pirates were defeated by the treasure hunter John and his subordinate Blame." Buddius slowly shared what he knew, and Elbat turned to look at Kaido after hearing this. "Another one of your old seniors. What do you say this time?" With John's greedy nature, the chances are high that he has taken that gem. To take the gem from him is basically unlikely. We will probably have to fight. Dealing with him isn't difficult, but finding his location could be a bit troublesome. John loves treasure. Throughout the year, he only buries his own treasure and pursues others' treasure, which means he is basically wandering aimlessly at sea. Therefore, his gem pirates do not have any fixed territory in the New World. This also made his trace increasingly difficult to find. With 3 beads, the quantity I can modify can be directly doubled from the current basis. And I can also create some new things. Elbat casually moved his mouth. Just like the recovery potions and antidotes you gave to Jean and the others. Recovery potions are not expensive in the system mall. Currently, Kaido's gold medal class is barely maintaining its teaching progress mainly thanks to this. As for the antidotes, they cost 5 points per bottle and have been tested by Quinn. So far, they can basically neutralize most common poisons on the market. Moreover, they also have a certain suppressive effect on his Mad Dragon virus. This effect made Quinn, a scoundrel with considerable research in biochemistry and virology, question life itself. This also led him to lose focus a few times in Kaido's private class, resulting in him getting a severe scolding from Kaido. Seeing Elbat nodding, Kaido raised an eyebrow and immediately took out a transponder snail from his pocket. "Although I can't find him, there is someone who can." As he spoke, he skillfully dialed a number. After a series of beeps, the call connected, and the transponder snail in Kaido's hand began to show some new features, with a female voice coming from the receiver. Well, Kaido, you actually called me. How rare. After all these years without contact, I thought you had long died in the Navy's prison. On Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin was sitting at a revolving round table, shamelessly grabbing desserts from the table with her hands. She had just given birth to a set of triplets and was in urgent need of nutritional supplements. The name Cake Island sounds a bit unreliable, but in reality, it is very large. As the headquarters of the infamous Big Mom Pirates in the New World, the island boasts an excellent geographical location and abundant resources. Don't worry, you old hag. When the day comes that someone cuts you down, I'll be just fine. Next to the desserts, a transponder snail with dragon horns emitted Kaido's voice. I'm calling you this time for no other reason than to ask where that bastard John has run off to. Well. Charlotte Linlin suddenly burst into her signature loud laughter. Hey, Kaido, is this how you speak to your great benefactor? Can you stop bringing this up all the time? You old hag. Kaido was so angry that he almost smashed the transponder snail in his hand. Well, you still lack patience, Kaido. She was quite pleased that this little brother Kaido suddenly called her. But she didn't expect that Kaido wasn't calling to catch up, but instead was inquiring about John's whereabouts right away. Charlotte Linlin resumed her voracious eating posture and vaguely said, So what do you want with John? Are you after his treasure? That guy John isn't easy to deal with, but if I tell you where he is, we can team up to pull off a big score. How about we split the treasure 50-50? No need. I'm just looking for him because he stole something from my subordinate, Kaido casually rejected. Really heartless. Fine. I'll let you know as soon as I have news. You've been developing recently, so remember to pay me a consulting fee. As soon as Charlotte Linlin finished speaking, Kaido cut off the call. Looking at the transponder snail in her hand that had returned to its normal appearance, Charlotte Linlin revealed a familiar expression. Although she was very interested in John's treasure, there was no need to overthink or push herself hard for it. There were no weaklings on Rock's ship, especially not someone like John, who had made a name for himself. To deal with John, her children were not strong enough. She would have to step in personally. Now that the tax revenue from her territory could support the normal development of her pirate crew, her main priority was to protect her own little territory. Furthermore, John's movements were unpredictable, and if the reward was right, she could help Kaido. But since Kaido had refused now, there was no need for her to push herself forward. Well, and you, even if you get John's treasure, how will you deal with that brutal line next? When you come begging me, don't blame me for being too greedy and not remembering old times. In her hand was the intelligence regarding the defeat of the Golden Lion Shiki by the Beast Pirates. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Kaido looked at the several people beside him who were exchanging glances and said with a pout, All right, let's wait for that old hag to give us news. As soon as the news arrives, we'll gather our forces and deal a big blow to that bastard John. Is that it? Elbat looked at Kaido in disbelief, pretending to be surprised as he asked, Your relationship with Charlotte Linlin is actually so close? This is not normal. Didn't you often say that the relationships among the members of your Rocks Pirates are not good? Could it be that you have some improper relationship with her? Like, did she borrow a seed from you or something? Elbat became more and more absurd in his words until he finally made Kaido furious. Bullshit. Kaido transformed into the abstract sharp-toothed form from the comic and shouted at Elbat. I just owe that old hag a pretty big favor. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Isn't it? Didn't you use to call Charlotte Linlin Big Sister all the time? Kaido, how did this guy know? So what should we do now? Should we wait here for Charlotte Linlin to send us news about John? Even if we knew John's location, it wouldn't be something we could deal with right away. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have survived for so long. Let's stick to the original plan. First, we take a piece of territory, settle these thousands of people, and then we can think about John. Kaido gave Elbat an unexpected answer. What? Have you found a suitable target? Elbat knew that Kaido had been studying the maps of the New World for a while, likely planning to find a suitable foothold for the Beast Pirates. That's right, I've got my eyes on this. Kaido pulled out a map from his pocket, and Elbat looked at the location he pointed to. Gordstino Islands? In the New World, aside from a few desolate places, most islands have owners. The Gordstino Islands, which Kaido pointed to, were recently the territory of the Black Demon Pirates. Indeed, the captain of the Black Demon Pirates is the one Elbat referred to as the Devil's Hand, Monskera, the first lickspittle in history. Ever since this guy traded away his capable subordinates for a bounty to please Charlotte Linlin, the Black Demon Pirates have gradually fallen into decline. Without the deterrence of the Black Demon Pirates, the Gordstino Islands naturally became a tempting piece of fat meat that everyone wanted to devour. However, due to its unique geographical location, nestled between several major powers, the surrounding big forces did not take action, instead tacitly treating it as a buffer zone. As a result, it was occupied by a group of new pirate crews and pirates without fixed territories. Nowadays, the Gordstino Islands are a mixed bag, roughly divided into 3 factions. One part consists of newcomers who have just arrived in the New World and have not yet realized its brutality, including several semi-pirates with bounties over 50 million. Another part consists of veteran pirates who have been in the New World for a long time, but, due to their insufficient strength, do not want to join other forces and still have no fixed territory. The last group includes some underground forces operating in the Dark World, which consist of both bloodthirsty bounty hunters and dirty, cunning slave traders. These factions are intertwined, and different groups rise and fall every day in the Golestino Islands. Beyond these three forces, there's also a group of militia formed spontaneously by civilians to maintain basic order on the island. The individual strength of the militia members is not particularly strong, but they are numerous and backed by a military factory. This is a heavy factory that the Black Demon Pirate Group once spent a fortune to build. Inside, it can not only produce firearms and ammunition, but even has an assembly line for producing fortress cannons. The Black Demon Pirate Group once made a sizable arms business in the New World thanks to this factory. Arms are quite common in the New World and can even be considered a top-tier hard currency. Battles are constantly happening at sea, so there is no worry about a lack of market. However, as the Black Demon Pirate Group gradually declined, this golden goose naturally attracted the covetous eyes of others. The sea pirates around the Golestino Islands were wary of each other, so they had no intention of starting a fierce battle over a single military factory. But among the smaller factions within the islands, there was less hesitation. In the New World, strength is the best currency for communication, and it is common for people to frequently study the techniques of wielding metal sheets and the usage of peanuts. Therefore, to avoid suddenly becoming a victim of some rogue, the workers in the factory and the islanders united to form a guard team. The four factions are mutually restraining each other, creating a strange balance in the Golestino Islands. Boss Kaido, although the Golestino Islands are indeed decent, there are only about 100,000 people combined across several islands. Our current military strength is around 3,000. This small place can't support so many of us for long. Jean expressed his doubts. Naturally, Golestino Islands are not enough. Kaido moved his finger on the map. But if we add the Kingdom of Hyder and the Kingdom of Martin to the south, that would be completely sufficient. Boss Kaido, both the Kingdom of Hyder and the Kingdom of Martin are member states of the world government, and there's a G-12 naval base nearby. If we attack such a place, we might face a strong counterattack from the Navy. We might not be able to withstand it. Quinn looked at the location pointed out by Kaido and raised his concerns. The Navy is the largest force at sea. Even in the pirate era decades later, with the frequent appearances of the four emperors, the seven warlords, and the Revolutionary Army, the Navy remains the biggest power. Perhaps the total number of pirates is much larger than that of the Navy, but they are ultimately just a scattered mass. The Navy might be extremely wary of certain pirate factions for various reasons. However, overall, no pirate crew can compete with the colossal Navy. If the situation is like this decades later in the pirate era, it's even more so today. If these two countries were not within the protective radius of the world government, it would be one thing. But there's a glaring Navy base nearby, and you want to attack right under their noses while paying protection fees to a member state of the world government, as a thug and bodyguard for the world government. As long as there's a living person in the Navy headquarters, they cannot just sit idly by. Quinn, you still don't understand the situation at sea? Kaido laughed heartily. The situation? Just as Quinn was puzzled, Kaido pointed to a few islands on the map. To the southeast and east of the Golestino Islands are the territories of Old Lady and that bastard Shiki, while to the southwest is Whitebeard's activity area. You see, if we take this archipelago, doesn't the G-12 naval base, and these two kingdoms look like a fist reaching into the pirate encirclement? Normally, if we attacked these two kingdoms, the Navy would likely provide support from the G-12 base. But after last year's battle with Shiki in the Rod Sea and the recent ambush of the Whitebeard pirates at Gem Island, the Navy's frequent strikes have alarmed most pirates in the New World. Given the current situation, do they dare to venture in alone to cause us trouble again? But what if they do act recklessly? Quinn muttered quietly. If they dare to come, then I dare to fight. As long as the war is stalemated for a while, I believe my old predecessors will definitely prepare a big gift for the Navy. Disland Island, a small island at the center of the Golestino Islands, is perpetually covered in snow and is a typical winter island. The climate on the island is harsh, and there are no special resources, so it is basically an uninhabited desert island. Yet today, two groups of pirates brave the wind and snow to come to this small island, when several factions are mutually restraining each other and unable to develop further. The best way to break the balance is to unite with one or two of the factions and sweep away those still in the minority. Thus, these two groups of pirates agreed to meet on this deserted island for negotiations, intending to establish a larger pirate alliance. Both sides were in good spirits and exchanged ideas pleasantly, soon reaching a consensus in a cave. However, before they could raise their alliance toast, a sudden, violent explosion on the small island caused the originally harmonious parties to draw their weapons. Tom, you still haven't given up, huh? Get lost, Jerry. I don't need to go through all this trouble to kill you. The captains of both pirate groups raised their hands to swear to the sky, but neither lowered their guns. It was obvious that no one believed the other's words, even with an oath. Just as the situation fell into a stalemate, a figure stumbled into the cave. Not good, Captain. A group of unknown pirates is coming. The giant leading them is terrifying, and the brothers can't hold them off. Before he finished speaking, a meteor hammer flew from behind him into the cave, smashing the negotiation table in front of the two pirate captains. Listen up. If you surrender, I won't kill you. But once I charge in, I can't guarantee what will happen to you. The piercing cold wind accompanied Alfred's roar as it entered the cave. The two captains looked at the meteor hammer, which was larger than their heads, and they both swallowed hard. Hey, you guys say something. Do you know I'm in a hurry? Alfred frowned when he sensed no response from inside. Not long ago, at the operational meeting, Elbert had not only reiterated the various disciplines he had imposed, but also presented some good items as rewards for those who fought bravely. The rewards included money, equipment, rare items, and a modification quota. Other things were fine, but the modification quota instantly lit up in Alfred's eyes. As someone who escaped from punk hazard together with his companions, it would be impossible for Alfred not to envy Quinn and the others. Especially upon learning that the abilities gained after modification were not afraid of seawater, Alfred's envious gaze almost stuck to Jean. However, he knew his own situation. Unlike Jean, who was invited by Elbert, and Quinn, who had saved Kaido's life, as a rescued person, he couldn't demand more from others. But now, with such an opportunity in front of him, though he was a whale fisherman, Alfred felt his entire skin begin to ignite with excitement. Likewise, following the principle of fair competition, Elbert informed the two division leaders, Janoga and Olive, about the modifications and had Quinn demonstrate. After all, the monster template would gradually be popularized throughout the Beast Pirates, and it would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to bring it out early as motivation. Sure enough, after learning that their vice captain had such a monstrous ability, both of them felt a significant boost in their sense of belonging to the Beast Pirates. According to the deployment during the operational meeting, the Beast Pirates should first find a suitable place in the Gorstino Islands to establish a forward base before continuing to attack other islands within the archipelago. After careful consideration, Kaido directly chose Disland Island. Although the climate on this island is harsh, its geographical location is very advantageous, as it is not far from the three main islands of the Gorstino archipelago. While the powers within the archipelago may flaunt their strength here, ultimately it is due to the interconnection among several major forces that they have no intention of engaging in direct conflict. Similarly for them, the Beast Pirates are essentially on the same level as those major forces. Therefore, after occupying Dislan Island, the Beast Pirates can launch multiple offensives, rapidly sweeping across the entire Gorstino archipelago with great speed, minimizing unexpected occurrences. Once the attack order was established, Alfred and his two companions, fueled with enthusiasm, competed for the title of Vanguard. Even after the meeting ended, they privately arranged a real combat match. In the end, Alfred, who had received short-term training from Teacher Kai, won this bout, successfully positioning the 3rd Division as the first wave of the attack. By quickly dealing with the forces on the island, they could claim the credit and move one step closer to gaining the ability modification. This is the logical thinking process in Alfred's mind. So after charging onto Disland Island, he instructed the small officer Babanuki from the 3rd Division to command the crew to surround the island, while he himself used his intermittently effective observation haki to locate the two groups of pirates negotiating inside a cave. What a waste of time. I have made a military pledge in front of Kaido. Alfred gripped the iron chain in his hand, the other end connected to the meteor hammer that had just flown in. Sharp skin palm. He yanked the chain back with one hand, while his bent legs instantly straightened, explosive power exerting on the ground, and his body whooshed into the cave. That guy came in, hurry! Everyone get him! The pirates surged forward, but Alfred was like a tank rampaging through, with no pirate able to stop his advance. All the pirates blocking his path were knocked away like bowling pins. For a moment, the cave was filled with screams. Bang! After landing on the ground of the cave, Alfred secured the meteor hammer back to his waist and grabbed a pirate by the ankle, lifting him up with one hand. The unfortunate pirate's body instantly lost control, and in a swift motion, Alfred lifted him up by his legs. Whoosh! Like wielding a whip, Alfred swung the unfortunate pirate in a continuous arc. Then, he looked towards the crowd of pirates gathered ahead. Aim, release. In the next moment, the cannonball was fired. Boom! The terrifying power was beyond what these weak pirates could withstand, and the crowd was scattered by the human cannonball. The unfortunate pirate crashed into the crowd and then violently slammed against the wall of a cave further back, accompanied by a dull thud, turning him into a bloody mess. The remaining pirates, witnessing such a bloody scene, fell silent in shock. The terrifying gap in strength left all the pirates present frozen in place. How could such a monster exist in the New World? A pirate who had just arrived in the New World not long ago was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his face filled with disbelief. Alfred's brutality and terror had shattered his preconceived notions. Fear spread among the crowd, and under the shadow of death, two trembling pirates seemed to regain some ability to move their legs. Run! Get away from this monster! This is the consensus of everyone. Alfred did not stop these people from escaping because he had sensed that the members of the 3rd Division had already organized an encirclement outside the cave. Before departing, Kaido had instructed the captains of the various divisions that this operation was not only to seize territory, but also a form of training. Among the more than 3,000 subordinates of the Beast Pirates, many were not much stronger than these pirates, but what Kaido wanted was a ferocious pirate crew, not a bunch of small fries who could only fight in favorable conditions. Therefore, after Alfred crushed the enemy's will to resist, he chose to hold back. If he did everything himself, as the division captain, how could his subordinates get any training? What if Kaido was not satisfied later and he missed out on the rewards for improvements? People can unleash tremendous potential when fighting for survival. And these pirates who escaped from the cave were excellent training materials. Under Kaido's influence, Alfred had gained some insights into teaching. In no time, the battle was over. The overwhelming numbers, firepower, and high-end combat power made victory a given. The resisting pirates on the island were quickly killed, and most of the remaining ones chose to surrender. Well done, Alfred. I must reward him when he returns. On the Beast King's ship, Kaido hung up the transponder snail, smiling as he picked up his wine gourd and took several big swigs. Then, with a spit, he expelled the liquid onto the deck. It was actually water. Which bastard replaced my wine with water? It was Lily who was supposed to exchange it. What is the problem? Elbat, sitting in a nearby lounge chair, watched the displeased drunkard in front of him. Kaido, don't forget, you are still in a drinking ban. Due to Kaido's frequent drunken mishaps after the Beast Pirates War meeting, Elbat approached him with some dragon wine purchased from the system. The description of dragon wine in the system claimed it would absolutely get even a dragon drunk. Priced at 10 points per bottle, and Elbat generously bought 2 cases. You used to say that if someone could drink you under the table, you would quit drinking, right? So, Elbat exchanged 200 points for a passive talent that made him immune to drunkenness and directly outdrank Kaido in front of all the subordinates. Of course, afterward, under certain someone's unpleasant attacks, Elbat didn't go too far and left a way out for the drunkard. He banned drinking before taking down this archipelago, and whether they could drink afterward would have to wait until after the battle. Just as Kaido was eagerly preparing to go out and wreak havoc with his kanabo, Elbat timely stopped him. You just said you want to train the pirate crew, but now you're running out alone to take all the work yourself. What kind of behavior is that? Sit down. You cannot participate in this war. Do you have any objections? Are you planning to play dirty? Try glaring at me again. You dog. Kaido may not keep his promises to outsiders, but he still retains some integrity in front of his own people. Under Elbat's coercion, Kaido obediently stayed on the Beast King ship and became a transponder snail guard. Soon, the division leaders on the front lines felt the verbal pressure coming from Kaido. Quinn, where are you now? Just setting off? I told you 5 minutes ago to gather the team, and you're only just leaving now. Jin, you are limited to getting your division to East Melon Island within 10 minutes. What excuse is it that there's no wind? If there's no wind, paddle with your hands. If you don't arrive on time, I'll smash you. Jinbe, are you still eating? Get rowing. No eating until you reach your destination. Bang. Elbat slapped Kaido directly, stripping him of his authority to use the transponder snail. This guy is getting more and more ridiculous. Could it be that he's really experiencing some withdrawal symptoms? Winter Melon Island, the largest of the 4 main islands in the Galstino archipelago, is also a spring island that enjoys a temperate climate year-round. The strongest pirate factions in the archipelago are entrenched here. Therefore, in terms of personnel arrangements, Kaido directly assigned Jin and Queen to lead 2 divisions in an assault on this island. The number of pirates on Winter Melon Island is around 2,000. Additionally, due to the developed military-industrial sector in the Galstino archipelago, These pirates are well equipped with firearms and ammunition. When the Beast pirates launched an attack on Guaran Port on Wintermelon Island, several groups of pirates immediately formed an alliance, relying on the coastal batteries at Guaran Port to initiate a defensive action. Fire! Queen shouted angrily from the deck. Dozens of cannonballs erupted from the pirate ship beneath him, directly blowing one of the coastal batteries in Guaran Port to pieces. At the same time, a cannonball whistled in and blasted a large hole in the cabin behind Queen on the deck. Sometimes naval battles are like this. No matter how strong a battleship is, it may not gain any advantage against coastal artillery. Especially on the flank where the Beast pirates were attacking, there were occasionally pirate ships harassing them, greatly distracting the attention of the two divisions during their assault. Faced with setbacks, the Beast pirates quickly unleashed their trump card, the B-2 bomber. No, it was the fully beastified Jin. The streamlined body of the explosive scale dragon skimmed across the surface of the sea, and droplets of scale-like fragments continuously fell from Jin's body, scattering quickly in all corners of the pirate ships like snowflakes under the influence of gravity. The next second, those scattered scale fragments began to emit a subtle red light, which gradually blossomed into brilliant fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a sea of fire erupted on the surface of the sea. Then, Jin twisted in the air and flew toward the coastal battery position. Watching the devastation among the pirate ships, a bearded captain in charge on the shore immediately shouted, "Everyone scatter, maintain a loose formation, maximize our firepower advantage, and do not engage in close combat with them. Seabass, find a way to take out that ability user in the sky." Seabass was a capable subordinate under the bearded captain, an animal-type bird fruit, sparrow form user. Upon hearing the captain's order, he rushed into the sky without hesitation. However, as fast as he went up, he came down just as quickly. After exchanging a punch with Jin, the immense impact sent him crashing back to the ground. When he stood up again, his right arm was clearly hanging down. Jin's strength at this moment was no joke. With the Luna Liao bloodline and the explosive scale dragon template boost, he had completely surpassed his original growth trajectory. The recent exchange of punches did not affect Jin's plan. He shook his body and quickly scattered his scales around the coastal battery. Boom, 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 boom. Just as the pirates below had not yet had a chance to escape, countless red lights burst forth, and a terrifying explosion occurred once again. The first line of defense on Wintermelon Island, the most crucial coastal artillery in Guaran Port, was instantly obliterated. Bang, bang, bang. Seizing this opportunity, countless cannonballs from the Beast Pirates fleet under the gunner's operation directly struck the port. The pirates defending inside the port sensed the danger and began to call for reinforcements via snail phone while slowly retreating toward the center of the island. Seeing that there was no longer any resistance in the port, the Beast Pirates began to slowly steer their ships into the port. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The pirates aboard quickly disembarked, and the junior officers in the divisions organized their manpower to set up simple defenses before charging after the retreating pirates under Queen's lead. Jin also quickly flew behind the pirates, dropping scale bombs, causing the crowd below to be thrown into disarray. "Kill! Everyone, charge with me!" Queen roared, transforming into his hybrid form and leading the charge at the forefront. This battle can't just let that bastard Jean take the spotlight, right? If I dare to slack off, I'll definitely be dragged into the little classroom by Kaido for education. Thinking of this, Quinn quickened his pace. The members of the Beast Pirates began to roar, crazily keeping up with Quinn's footsteps. "Hurry! They are rushing over! Counterattack quickly! Roar!" The pirates, forced into a corner, had no choice but to turn around and fight back. One middle-aged man wearing a captain's hat transformed into a massive frog, roaring as he charged at Quinn. "So you're also a zone fruit user? Do I need to spare your life? What a hassle." Quinn frowned as he looked at the giant frog charging towards him. He knew his boss's preferences, and the identity of a Zoan user made Quinn subconsciously lighten his strength a bit. However, the middle-aged man didn't take the hint. His speed suddenly increased, and as they drew near, he leaped into the air, his plump body astonishingly soaring into the sky. The middle-aged man tensed his muscles, concentrating all his strength in his hands. At the highest point, he fell down like a meteor. Frog drop. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and the ground around Quinn immediately caved in, stirring up clouds of dust. Quinn stood in the deep pit, legs slightly bent, hands raised high to meet the descending middle-aged man. The massive shockwave from the impact pushed the pirates behind him back a few steps. The middle-aged man flipped backward and kicked toward Quinn's chest while in midair. Frog stamp. Although Quinn was somewhat prepared, he was still pushed back a few steps by this powerful blow, leaving several large footprints on the ground with his beastly dragon claws. Quinn rubbed the slightly swollen area on his chest, took a hard puff from his cigar, and shouted, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Although this series of attacks left Quinn with no scars, if his performance reached Kaido's ears, he would definitely have to take a few extra private lessons. The thought of possibly suffering a few passionate beatings from his boss because of this guy made Quinn's eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked to Horn. At this moment, Jean had also landed back on ground. After all, his abilities had too uncertain a range of lethality, and in such chaotic battles, it was easy to injure teammates. Since he couldn't be an aerial bombardier, he decided to become an indestructible ground Tyrannosaurus. Flames blazed behind him as Jean directly ignored all attacks directed at him on the battlefield, charging into the crowd and starting his mowing mode. The overall situation of the battlefield began to gradually fall under the control of the beast pirates. Meanwhile, the trio of Jinoja, Alif, and Alfred attacking northern Melon Island found things much easier. On the sea outside the island, Alfred wore a vicious smile as he unsheathed the meteor hammer from his waist. "Boys, fire at will," he shouted, swinging the meteor hammer into a round moon. In the next moment, Alfred released his grip, and the meteor hammer was flung out. The heavy and menacing hammerhead, pulled by the long iron chain, sliced through the air, instantly turning a cannon on the dock into scrap metal. With a flick of his wrist, the force traveled through the chain to the hammerhead, and the sharp iron spikes firmly lodged into the hard rock beside the cannon. Alfred yanked the chain, pulling his body forward, and leaped directly from the deck, quickly landing in the port. He yanked the meteor hammer out of the rubble, looked at the surrounding pirates closing in, beckoned with his fingers, and a proud, sinister smile appeared on his face. "Try this move." Alfred raised his thick arm high, throwing the meteor hammer to knock one person over, while simultaneously unleashing a Fishman Karate, Tonka Wajing Fist. Bang, bang, bang. Several pirates were directly knocked to the ground by the swift shockwave of Fishman Karate. "Come on, I want to fight 100. Just as Alfred was crazily shouting, the members of the third team on the pirate ship behind him successfully landed on the shore, following in Alfred's footsteps and rushing into the port. The Skady, the violent little Lowly, was also mixed in among the fighting group. She didn't charge to the front like Alfred, but instead practiced her skills with the ordinary pirates at the bottom of the beast pirates. Meanwhile, Jinoja led the fourth team to conduct a pincer attack from the east and west sides of the island. Due to the complex terrain of northern Melon Island, the population was not dense, and most of the forces on the island were newcomers who had just entered the New World. These pirate crews are bold and daring, exuding a rough and reckless energy. However, the newcomers have a fatal flaw. Their combat experience is too shallow. They can hold out for a while against someone like Alfred, who confronts them head-on, but if they encounter seasoned veterans like Jean Oga, who have been in the New World for many years, they are quickly found to have weaknesses and are brought down to the ground. Before long, the pirates on Pumpkin Island collectively performed a French salute under the earnest teachings of the veterans from the Beast Pirates. Compared to the bloody battles on the other two main islands, the attack on Pumpkin Island by Elbat was much easier. Unlike the spring-like Winter Melon Island, Pumpkin Island, which is also part of the Gorstino archipelago, is a summer island rich in resources and with a hot climate. However, the largest force on this island is not pirates, but a group of guards composed of civilians. When Elbat arrived alone at the edge of Pumpkin Island's port, he saw rows of guards armed with long spears standing neatly in formation on the dock. Behind them were dozens of giant cannons pointing skyward, and a knight clad in armor stood at the front of the line, waiting intently. The ships of the beast pirates stopped about 500 meters from a port, and Elbat transformed into his beast-human form, soaring into the air. "Lay down your weapons, cease your resistance, and submit to the beast pirates." Elbat's deep voice echoed throughout the port. The armored knight stepped forward, shouting, "You are not welcome here, pirates." Elbat replied, "I think you may have misunderstood something. We are not here to negotiate or discuss. We are here to inform you. You now have two choices: accept or be forced to accept." Elbat displayed a brilliant smile at the knight and raised his hand, sending a crimson ripple into the sky behind him. Sometimes, appropriate displays of force can have a very good effect. Just as the guards were unsure of what this guy was doing, the sky suddenly brightened and turned a deep red. Dozens of fire meteors, the size of houses, gradually gathered and slowly grew larger in everyone's view. "Submit or die." Elbat's voice rang out again, exuding an undeniable authority. The armored knight murmured to himself, "Who are these people?" Due to the war in the Gorstino archipelago, newsbirds had not approached this area recently, so the people on the island lacked understanding of what had been happening outside. Particularly, The news of Kaido's capture didn't even make the front page, so naturally, fewer people were paying attention to him. If you have the ability to deal with the other active pirates around us, we can accept your rule. An elderly man with a cane stepped out from the guard team beside the armored knight. He was the factory manager of the Pumpkin Island factory and also the father of the knight. Father, we can. Shut up, Janip. The old man glared fiercely at his son. As a man with rich experience, he could tell at a glance that the person above them was definitely a top-tier devil fruit user. Such a person cannot be underestimated on Pumpkin Island. Being ruled by a certain pirate is not an unusual thing in the New World, compared to the strange kings of the allied countries. The pirates who have fought their way out of the seas clearly value the territories under their command more and cherish the islanders, who can provide value even more. In this magical world, there are even people willing to pay a high price to enter the territories of certain powerful pirates, as it means a safer living environment and even lower living costs. For example, Charlotte Leanlean's territory, Tato Land. Due to the power of the soul fruit, she requires those living in her territory to pay a month's lifespan every 6 months as a unique protection fee. Although her subjects live in constant danger due to her sporadic cravings for souls, very few pirates dare to cause trouble in her territory because of her protection. Coupled with Tato Land's abundant ingredients and the relatively humane rule of the Charlotte family, when calculated carefully, the lifespan of Tato Land's residents is actually much longer than that of many people outside. Pumpkin Island was once ruled by the Black Demon Pirate crew, and they were well aware of the pros and cons of being ruled by pirates. There had been pirates on the island before, but those who looked like cannon fodder were not worth the effort to understand, and were quickly driven away. We don't need to worry about Winter Melon Island and Cantaloupe Island. Our pirate crew has already attacked the island, and the battle is probably coming to an end. Elbat sensed the distant sounds of gunfire gradually weakening with his observation hockey, indicating that the battle at Winter Melon Island was nearing its conclusion. As for the pirates on this island, I will take you there. I know the locations of those pirate strongholds on the island. The knight in armor suddenly spoke. The guards constantly monitor the movements of the pirates on the island, and as their captain, he naturally knows where those pirate strongholds are located. Captain Ganip, don't worry everyone. If those fireballs in the sky come crashing down, none of us will escape. Let me lead the way for this person. It's a good opportunity to see what kind of strength this person has. Ganip reassured the crowd around him. There's no need to trouble yourself. Elbat stretched out his arm and lightly waved it forward. Dozens of fire meteors swiftly streaked across the sky, scattering in all directions. Boom! 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 Moments later, a series of loud explosions erupted on Pumpkin Island. Now that those pirates have been dealt with, although there may still be some stragglers, it will be up to your guard team to clean them up. So from now on, this island belongs to our beast pirates. After giving a few more reminders, Elbat left behind a pirate flag for them to raise in a prominent position and turned to leave. He needed to hurry back to the beast ship after all. There was a certain drunkard who had been abstaining for days and was about to reach his limit. God knows what kind of madness Kaido would unleash during his absence. As Elbat's figure gradually faded into the distance, Ganip quickly organized his men to begin investigating the situation on Pumpkin Island. After a while, Ganip returned with the members of the guard team, all of them wearing solemn expressions. Many people gathered around Ganip, starting to inquire about the situation. Ganip, what happened? It's nothing, just feels like our preparations were a bit too childish. Nearly 1,000 pirates and 5 pirate ships on Pumpkin Island have disappeared under the attack of that mysterious person just now. Such a blatant disparity in strength caused Ganip's brain to crash on the spot. This also made him fully understand how ridiculous the resistance of these people was. All right, as long as everything is fine, let's go have a meal together. I haven't eaten much since this morning. Now that you mention it, I'm a bit hungry too. Let's eat. The members of the self-defense force started to gather for a meal with their arms around each other. Meanwhile, the beast pirates were also preparing their banquet in a large square on Wintermelon Island. Under the strong offensive of the beast pirates, all the islands in the Gorstino archipelago, including an ancient island in the west, had now fallen into the hands of the beast pirates. According to the plans discussed by Elbat and Kaido, Wintermelon Island would serve as the future headquarters of the beast pirates. This place is rich in resources, and with the captured pirates totaling a population of 60,000, it could ensure the beast pirates maintain a certain level of stability in various supplies in a short period. Pumpkin Island was planned to be an industrial base. The original guard team would be ordered to disband, and its members would join over 10,000 residents on the island to work in factories, contributing to the upcoming arms business that the beast pirates intended to develop. The beast pirates would form new patrol teams to ensure their daily safety. The ancient island in the west was eyed by Queen, who planned to transform it into a research base. At the same time, due to the complex terrain of Melon Island in the north, although the population there was not large, Elbat also planned to make use of it. Last time when he exchanged crossbows with Greyfuss, Elbat discovered something particularly interesting. The finished ore in the system, such as Sparrowstone, generally sells for around 3 points per piece. However, a small Sparrowstone vein, when exchanged into reality, could yield over 1,000 Sparrowstones, and the price needed was only 1,000 points. It is important to note that the system can buy back the items Elbat materialized in reality at the original price. By flipping this around, one can earn more than 3,000 points in an instant. Although it's not much, it's a steady stream. Moreover, the extracted minerals can also be used to craft weapons, which can then be sold for money to buy gold. It's a double-loop cycle, winning big, after handing over the metal ores in the system to Quinn for appraisal. Elbat chose 4 types of ore veins that weren't very expensive, but could serve as raw materials for weaponry. He purchased dozens of ore veins buried in Melon Island. As for the miners, of course, it was the old tradition of the Beast Pirates to capture prisoners for mining. The captured pirates by the Beast Pirates. Those with bounties were exchanged for rewards, while the rest without bounties were all thrown into the mines by Elbat. At the same time, Kaido assigned the work of supervising to certain violent pirates in the crew. Evil people need to be ground down by evil. Anyway, these pirates were all worthless scoundrels, so it was just treated as labor reform. The cold Dislan Island had no practical value. Therefore, Elbat directly transformed it into a cemetery for the Beast Pirates, where members who died in battle could rest in peace. On the sea, very few pirate crews care about their ordinary subordinates who die in battle, let alone arrange a burial site. This approach has slightly increased the sense of belonging among the many subordinates of the Beast Pirates. As for the other scattered small islands, some have become watchtowers, while others have been planned as teaching bases for Kaido. Since the first group of students under teacher Kaido successfully completed their education course, this top-notch instructor on the sea plans to raise the difficulty of his teaching. He even intends to invite an outstanding graduate to serve as a teaching assistant for a period of time. After dealing with the captives, burying the deceased, and treating the injured, it was time for the long-awaited banquet and awarding of merits that Kaido had been looking forward to. Queen directed the members of the 2nd Division to set up the banquet venue, and then pulled out a microphone from somewhere to become the host of the banquet. The most basic reward is material wealth, which is what most pirates need the most. Kaido generously waved his hand and directly awarded each participant in the battle a reward of 100,000 berries. At this time, berries had not significantly depreciated, and whether for purchasing drinks or visiting the red light district, 100,000 berries was enough to enjoy for several days. After all, most pirates do not have a habit of saving, and no one knows if they will see the sun tomorrow. Therefore, living for the moment is the consumption principle for most pirates. Not long ago, Elbat and Kaido announced a series of rules and regulations for their territory. For example, members of the Beast Pirates can enjoy cost price when purchasing drinks and other supplies within the territory, and can receive discounts when repairing damaged weapons, etc. However, freeloading in any sense is strictly prohibited. Similarly, those who want to discuss import and export business can do so, but cannot harass civilians or force them into prostitution. The entertainment industry on the sea has always been very developed, and such matters cannot be completely controlled. Even the Navy has not prohibited them. Initially, some individuals were not accustomed to this, but after Jean properly dealt with 2 typical cases, everyone became much more obedient. After distributing bonuses to everyone, the next rewards were for those outstanding employees. First up were 100 pirate subordinates who displayed exceptional bravery during the battle. Kaido directly awarded each of them another 100,000 berries. Following that, 10 particularly outstanding pirate subordinates were presented by each division. Elbat prepared a battlefield first aid kit for each of them, containing 3 bottles of recovery medicine and 2 bottles of antidote. Kaido then granted them qualifications for the cadre selection competition. After discussions among Elbat and others, it was decided to implement a clear promotion mechanism within the Beast Pirates. Ordinary members, cadres, vice captains, and captains. After each major battle, or during mid-year evaluations, each division can recommend 10 members from their division to participate in the end-of-year cadre selection competition. The future cadres of the Beast Pirates will be selected through this competition. The top 10 outstanding winners of the selection competition will receive the title of preliminary cadre. All preliminary cadres and active cadres will participate in a ranking competition. with the last 10 losing their cadre qualifications and returning to ordinary member status. The first place will have the right to challenge the senior cadre. Once these individuals left the stage, the highlight of the banquet followed, the rewards for the battle heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the warmest applause to welcome our 3rd Division Captain, Alfred. With Queen's dramatic shout, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The atmosphere in the room was well motivated by him and encouraged by the surrounding subordinates. Alfred cheerfully walked onto the stage. In this battle, if we talk about the greatest contribution, it would naturally be the bomber Jean, who made the opponent cry for help. However, Alfred's performance was also truly remarkable. Jean knew about Alfred's desire for transformation abilities, so he planned to help his old friend a bit. In the audience, the envy in the eyes of Jean, Olga, and Olive grew stronger. As for jealousy, there was some, but not much. After all, there would be opportunities in the future. It would just come a bit later. Let's allow this guy to enjoy a few days of pride. The host, Quinn, directly pulled out a large cardboard box from behind. Congratulations, stinky fish. Come and draw one to see how lucky you are. Inside the box were small pieces of paper, each with the names of various templates prepared by Elbat. Alfred fished around in the box for a while and directly pulled out a piece of paper. Upon unfolding it, the 2 large characters Shattered Dragon stood out clearly. Just as Alfred was about to ask about this ability, Elbat walked straight up to the host's stage. Are you ready? Elbat asked with a smile. Ha! I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, Brother Elbat. Alfred laughed heartily, and then his body was enveloped by Elbat's dragon aura. The pirates in the audience had no idea what was happening on stage. Just as they were eagerly anticipating, the host Quinn stepped forward to adjust the atmosphere. Don't worry, everyone, once Brother Elbat finishes, you'll know what happened. Next, I would like to invite a warrior to come up on stage. Let's welcome the 3rd Division member Babanuki. Babanuki, who later became the guard captain of the Beast Pirates Quarry, was still a young fellow at this time. First, in the battle on Disland Island, he, along with many other 3rd Division members, forced many pirates to surrender. In the battle against Winter Melon Island, he followed behind Alfred, chasing and cutting down 300 to 400 pirates down a street. Later, a group of around 600 pirates occupied a high point and continuously ambushed the 3rd Division's attack. Babanuki circled around the back of this group of pirates and used the bombs in his hands to disrupt the enemy's formation, providing significant assistance for Alfred's frontal assault. In this war, he can be considered as having achieved remarkable military accomplishments. The young man whose name was just called has lost the fierceness he had on the battlefield. Now, standing on stage, he even shows a bit of shyness. Behind Quinn is a huge spinning wheel, divided into several sections, with the words Lucky Spin written in large letters in the center. It's simply ugly to the extreme. Come on, let's see how lucky you are. Quinn gestures for Babanuki to stand by the wheel and points to the pointer on top. Wherever this pointer lands, that's your reward for today. Brother Quinn, if it lands on the line between 2 sections, can I take both? What are you thinking, kid? If it lands on the line, spin again. This method of obtaining rewards was devised by Kaido. As the number and scale of battles increase in the future, the frequency of rewards will also increase. The rewards for the executives can be customized, but the rewards for the pirate subordinates below require a bit more thought. It can't always just be money, right? So Kaido simply created a lottery wheel, and what you get depends on luck, which leaves no room for complaints. Brother Quinn, what is on that wheel? Oh, just some very practical items. If you're lucky enough, you might even gain some unexpected abilities. Unexpected abilities? As the two were talking, the dragon energy around Alfred dissipated, and a massive bipedal dinosaur suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The dinosaur's body was covered in shimmering blue-scaled skin, with iron pillar-shaped claws. Its arms and the tip of its head were covered with a layer of green, gel-like substance. From a distance, it looked like it had a green glowing pompadour hairstyle. As you can see, our vice captain, Brother Elbat, has the ability to grant Zoan-type devil fruit powers. If you're lucky enough to land on the ability transformation section, you could get a chance to be transformed by Brother Elbat, just like your squad leader. Babanuki looked in the direction Quinn was pointing. Sure enough, there's a section on the wheel labeled ability transformation. However, compared to other sections, this area was a bit too small. Quinn's voice echoed through the venue, and everyone stared in amazement at Alfred, who was slowly transforming back into human form. The size of a dragon was not large, but if he didn't transform back in time, a slight movement from Alfred could cause the stage to collapse under him. If that happened and the banquet was ruined, some drunken fool would definitely hit him. Elbat didn't mind Quinn revealing his abilities to the Beast Pirates. After all, if he wasn't using them, it was no different from not having them at all. In the future, the Blackbeard Pirates would be hunting devil fruit users all over the world. He just planned to create a zoo, Could the world government really force him to be sealed away? At this moment, Alfred, after excitedly roaring a couple of times, ran off to familiarize himself with his new abilities. Meanwhile, the subordinates below were envious and started to cheer. Babanuki, hurry up and spin. I'm getting anxious just watching you. Yeah, you better have good luck. We didn't see it clearly just now. We want to see the vice captain's abilities again. The ones cheering were just people who loved to watch the excitement, but Babanuki's luck was indeed remarkable. It could even be said that his luck was off the charts. He really landed the pointer on the smallest area. Ability transformation. You little brat, you really... Quinn stared at Babanuki with an odd expression for a moment, then picked up a box and walked over to him. Draw. What you draw depends on yourself. Babanuki grinned and reached into the box, directly pulling out the topmost slip of paper. Quinn took the slip and handed it to Elbat. Melted dragon? That's quite a good ability. With a wave of his hand, Elbat enveloped Babanuki in dragon energy and slowly loaded the melted dragon template he redeemed from the system into him. As the dragon energy gradually dissipated, Babanuki, who was carefully feeling the unfamiliar power within him, did not choose to transform into beast form like Alfred. Instead, he remained in human form. This tantalizing behavior quickly aroused public outrage. Hey, Babanuki, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and transform for us to see. Yeah, stop dragging your feet. Are you so happy that you've turned silly? Shut up, you bunch of bastards. Babanuki, coming back to his senses, glared at the hecklers below with a displeased expression and began to draw upon that unfamiliar energy within him based on his instincts. Red and black scales started to gradually emerge, and 2 red whiskers grew from the corners of Babanuki's mouth. At first glance, it even looked a bit like Kaido's transformation. No way could this guy have obtained a similar power to Big Brother Kaido. But what's up with that tail? The pirates below went from shock to laughter in just a few seconds. Babanuki's initial transformation did look quite intimidating. However, when that tail resembling a palm appeared, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's so funny? This is a serious Zoan type. Babanuki inserted his tail into the ground and began to concentrate, gathering his energy. The crowd, initially expecting a spectacular display of Babanuki's abilities, started to murmur as they saw him standing still, holding his breath. What's this guy doing taking a big dump? Haha, you're not wrong. It does look a bit like that. Shut up, you guys. Babanuki shouted with a frown, and the ground behind him began to glow. Withdrawing his tail, he grasped a steaming ball of magma with the tip of his palm-like tail. Whoosh! Babanuki swung forcefully, and the magma ball shot off like a fiery meteor towards the distant sea. The magma dragon can secrete protective fluids from its fin glands, which can dissolve the ground, allowing it to freely burrow underground even on hard rock surfaces, and it can create lava and rocks for defense and attacking enemies. Moreover, the magma dragon can smear magma on itself to form a thick layer of scales, acting as a natural cushioning material that can reduce damage from impacts. As for why it took Babanuki so long to create a magma ball, it can only be said that he hasn't fully mastered the abilities of the magma dragon yet. Once Babanuki matures, many fire-type abilities will surely not pose much of a threat to him. Burning fruit to fill the enemy. Additionally, it should be noted that some Navy members are present. Although his performance is currently lacking, Babanuki, having gained abilities, still makes many envious. The party is still ongoing, and many people are approaching him with their drinks in hand. This dog thing, if I can still go back standing today, I'll crawl out of here. Brother Iba, isn't this drink particularly hard to swallow? Do these people have a grudge against him? They keep forcing him to drink such terrible stuff. Descatterly gnawed on a large bone, completely unable to understand the people around her forcing Babanuki to drink. It's fine. These people just want to share in the good fortune of the European emperor. Perhaps it's their way of expressing celebration. Albat's words were not without basis. For instance, in a corner of the banquet, a woman wearing a triangular sailor hat with fair skin was desperately pouring a mug of barley wine into the mouth of a pig-headed man with a full beard. I'm out here fighting tooth and nail against a bunch of stinky men, and you dog, surrender just because of a gun? Drink, you guy, drink for me. Watching the woman pour wine while slapping the pig-headed man, the pirates who initially wanted to come over and flirt instantly scattered. The banquet lasted for 3 days, during which Alfred, who had regained his abilities like Babanuki, was also forced to drink by others, and in the end, the two were directly carried back to the squad. What awaited them was a new wave of bombardment from the squad members. Quinn and Jean approached Elbat. Brother Elbat, can my ability be modified and enhanced? Since it can be modified once, can it be modified a second time on that basis? That's right. Some modified abilities can be further modified, and the intensity will increase significantly. The secondary modification Elbat mentioned refers to the template upgrade within the system. As long as you pay the same points as when you purchased it, you can upgrade the template comprehensively. For example, Quinn's Black Erosion Dragon, although it was a reward from a package, can also be purchased in the system's mall with the corresponding template. However, the price of such ancient dragon templates in the system is as high as 60,000 points. After buying it, combining it with Quinn's Black Erosion Dragon can upgrade it to the Chaotic Black Erosion Dragon. And 2 Chaotic Black Erosion Dragons combined can be upgraded to the Heavenly Reversal Dragon. To fully evolve Quinn into the Heavenly Reversal Dragon, it would cost about 180,000 points, which is equivalent to 8 tons of gold. These golds need Elbat to continuously absorb for 180 days. Damn, who is working for whom? No matter how Elbat felt about it, Quinn's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. As a scientist, Quinn had always had a strong curiosity about Elbat's extraordinary racial abilities. Now, he was even more interested. Jean, who was standing nearby, also showed excitement in his eyes behind the mask upon hearing this news. During this time, under Elbat's suggestion, Jean refrained from entering his hybrid form during lessons with Kaido to hone his haki, while also giving up the racial talents of the Lunaria tribe. At first, Kaido taught with great enthusiasm. However, as Jean, a training fanatic, secretly purchased many recovery potions from Elbat using his small fortune, his increasingly hardened body gradually caused teacher Kaido to wear a painful expression. Why do all my students have such extraordinary talents? Meanwhile, to conceal his true identity, Jean always wore a mask. The two went to find Elbat, while others sought out Quinn. Kaido still held the intention of training troops during the battle at the Gold's Dino Islands. Therefore, the officers held back during their attacks, which led to many injuries in the battle. One of the injured, named Scorch, like Babanuki, charged towards the port following his division captain. Unfortunately, he was hit by a bomb during the charge, resulting in a severed right arm and extensive burns all over his body. Although he was later saved, he was essentially left as a cripple. While in a hospital bed, he made a request to exchange his achievements from this battle for an opportunity for human modification by Quinn. After researching the modifications Elbat had made to himself, Quinn had just the right new ideas in terms of technology and was in need of a test subject. Naturally, he gladly accepted Scorch's request. When Elbat learned that Quinn was going to conduct human modifications, he also came to watch the spectacle. Since the experimental base on Watermelon Island to the west of Goldzino Island was still under construction, Quinn set up a makeshift experimental platform directly on Wintermelon Island. These two guys are tough characters. One truly dares to take action, and the other truly dares to make others take action. But since both sides are willing to fight and willing to take hits, he didn't say much. However, it must be said that Quinn's skills are quite good, even though the experimental conditions were rudimentary. But Scorch's surgery was still very successfully completed. Quinn originally planned to replace Scorch's shortened right hand with a revolver machine gun, but Elbat obviously had other ideas. So, at his strong insistence, Scorch's right hand was replaced with a bizarre crossbow provided by him. The crossbow was predominantly black and gray, somewhat resembling a submachine gun, high-energy rapid-fire crossbow. The design of the crossbow was a bit large, but after a slight adjustment by Quinn, it was successfully attached to Scorch's broken right arm. As for the burned skin, Quinn used some unknown metal provided by Elbat to create a steel body for Scorch. After all, even in the New World, not everyone is a sword master capable of cutting through iron, and a steel body is still very useful. Coupled with special neural connection technology, a day later, Scorch reappeared before everyone with brand new equipment and a fresh appearance. Although his physique had become quite bulky after the modification, his combat power had increased rather than decreased. Elbat handed Scorch 2 boxes of specially packaged ammunition, smiling as he said, "The crossbow I installed for you not only can load regular ammunition, but can also use certain special bullets. This is the matching special ammunition. Consider it a reward for your brave performance. In the future, you'll have to trade military merits for more." After receiving the bullets and familiarizing himself with his new equipment, Scorch's first act upon returning to the squad was to demonstrate his newly acquired power in front of everyone. With such impressive abilities, what's the point of not showing off a bit? He glanced around, seemingly looking for something suitable, and finally, a massive rock on the sea came into his view. "Do you see that rock over there?" Seeing the surrounding brothers nod seriously, Scorch raised his right hand, now transformed into a crossbow, and loaded a white special bullet marked with the word slash that Elbat had given him. Bang! Accompanied by a slight sound, a jade green slash shot out from Scorch's crossbow, directly splitting the towering boulder in half. With the fusion of the world's will, the special bullets within the system had undergone some magical modifications. Watching the surrounding pirates with their jaws nearly dropping, Scorch suddenly felt a special sense of satisfaction. Did you see that? If you want power, then fight fiercely. Even if you're injured, we have another way to become stronger. Scorch's performance almost ignited a new wave of enthusiasm in the Beast Pirates. And Quinn's experimental registration area was immediately bustling with people. This also forced Elbat to establish new rules, stating that non-combat injuries would not be eligible for body modifications. Similarly, with Babanuji and Scorch as benchmarks, the members of the Beast Pirates became significantly more ferocious in battle. Gorstino Island, Pumpkin Island. The island has returned to its usual calm, and the various factories that have been idle for a long time have started operating again. Due to the long-term influence of factory culture, the residents of Pumpkin Island have essentially become professional workers under the Beast Pirates. Every month, the Beast Pirates distribute salaries to the residents of the island based on their positions. These wages can be used to buy daily necessities at several hundred Beast convenience stores on the island. As for managing the daily affairs of the island, Kaido doesn't want to bother with it, and is too lazy to do so. So he asked Elbat to find a manager responsible for overseeing Pumpkin Island. This person is the father of the former captain of the island's guard team, Jainipe. The old man used to be the director of a military factory during the rule of the Black Demon Pirate Group. After the downfall of the Black Demon Pirate Group, under his leadership, the residents of Pumpkin Island quickly established their own self-defense force relying on the military factory, enduring a difficult period. He is a rare talent in terms of management. Elbat had Jinipai's father draft a management plan for Pumpkin Island, and after reviewing it, he made slight modifications to the unrealistic ideas and directly appointed him to take office. The policies implemented by the Beast Pirate Group on Pumpkin Island received unanimous praise from the island's residents. Although the wage standards in the factory are significantly lower than in other parts of the sea, they're still much better than the policies during the rule of the Black Demon Pirate Group. The primary task of the factory now is to ensure the rearmament of the Beast Pirate Group. At the same time, to repay Kaido for saving his life, Plank, the master of artillery, personally entered the factory to guide the workers on Pumpkin Island in improving their artillery technology. To better support this master, Kaido kindly entrusted Base to bring Plank's wife and daughter from Lozkyan Island. And since there were guns and cannons, the shipbuilding industry naturally couldn't fall behind. Therefore, after a friendly agreement on $1 million per person benefit exchange between Kaido and Base, a slave trafficking gang inexplicably appeared on Lozkyan Island. These slave traders are very cunning. They often take advantage of the dead of night to sneak into the homes of shipbuilding elites on the island, quietly drugging the whole family, and then packing them up to take away. Unfortunately, these people have a bit of bad luck. Every time they sail on the sea, they always encounter the patrol ships of the Beast Pirates. And how could the slave traders possibly win against the pirates? So, every time the slaves on board are kindly rescued by the members of the Beast Pirates and safely sent to Wintermelon Island. What? You want to go back to Lozkyan Island? Sure, but if you encounter slave traders along the way, the Beast Pirates won't take responsibility. Faced with reality, these shipbuilding elites can only helplessly accept it. Gradually, the shipbuilding industry on Wintermelon Island began to take shape. Once everything gradually stabilized, Kaido started hunting operations around the islands centered on the Gorzdino Islands. As a buffer zone between major powers, there are particularly many wandering pirates in this area. If they actively submit and surrender, Kaido will take them as subordinates. And when encountering those who dare to resist, if there are any that catch his eye, Kaido will also give them a chance to think things over in the mines and farms. For a time, because of Kaido's stirring up trouble, there is a sense of impending storm in the New World. At the Navy headquarters, in Marshal Kong's office, Admiral Sengoku, Zephyr, and Rear Admiral Crane were sitting on the sofa, chatting with Kong. The war that broke out a few days ago on Turberlin Island has yielded results. The Butcher Purga, with a bounty of 260 million berries, was personally killed by Kaido, and his pirate crew was defeated by Kaido's First Division. Sengoku said in a deep voice, "According to intelligence, there are now multiple suspected mythical Zoan users in the Beast Pirates, and we need to increase our observation of this Beast Pirates." Rear Admiral Crane added, "Where did Kaido find so many powerful fruits? Could it be that this guy quietly obtained the treasure of the former rocks?" Sengoku said with some confusion, "It shouldn't be. Rocks wasn't that rich either. Why worry so much? We are troubled, but someone will be more troubled than us." Zephyr shook his head and said that there are only so many territories in the New World. If there is one more person who can sit at the table, the other ambitious people will have to eat less. Kaido is clearly qualified to share in the spoils, and many pirates in the New World have not yet realized his ambition. Therefore, The Navy is preparing to stir the pot on this issue. By then, due to interests, Kaido will definitely have to fight a few times with others. Regardless of who wins or loses, the power consumed will be that of the pirates. This is a good thing for the Navy at this stage. How much is Kaido's bounty again? A few hundred million? Kong suddenly asked. There are too many pirates on the sea, and it's normal not to remember someone's bounty at the moment. 500 million berries. Zephyr, who had recently interacted with Kaido, blurted out. Then let's make a round number and raise it to 1 billion berries. Kong said in a deep voice. Marshal, do you mean to prop up the beast pirates? If that's the case, we might as well add a bit more. Sengoku immediately realized Kong's intention and proposed. Directly define the beast pirates as the strongest pirate group of the new era. Then raise the bounties of Kaido's mythical Zoan subordinates. At the same time, publicly declare that the beast pirates have obtained the treasure of the Rocks pirates. By then, whether for profit or fame, many pirate groups in the New World will be unable to resist taking action against the beast pirates. Flattering and killing is an old trick of the Navy. When Shiki and Whitebeard's pirate groups were expanding wildly, the Navy used this tactic. It directly caused the Flying Sky Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates to be exhausted every day dealing with challenging pirates, allowing second-line players like John, Silver Axe, and Charlotte Linlin to develop rapidly, bringing the New World into an era of competing heroes. But this method is also very easy to backfire. If Kaido and the Beast Pirates endure it, then the events of Shiki's time may repeat themselves. Rear Admiral Crane frowned, clearly not agreeing with this decision. Back then, Shiki and Whitebeard were propped up by the Navy as candidates for pirate overlords. As a result, Whitebeard was completely uninterested in this title, only thinking about wandering the world to gather suns, while Shiki directly won in this public opinion dispute and was recognized by many pirates as the pirate overlord. He even got a very cool nickname, Pirate Admiral. So, this plan is a double-edged sword. If not used well, it can easily hurt oneself. What are you afraid of? Although Shiki is a bastard, he is undeniably a very capable bastard. What level is Kaido at? Can he be compared to Shiki? I don't believe it. This tactic can't fail when applied to someone like Kaido. Sengoku's words did indeed move the others. Who is Kaido? That is a fool who can get caught by the Navy while drunk on their warship. Such a person being elevated is not the fault of the Navy, but of the world itself. Beihai, Seleucid Kingdom. Inside the Great Barley Inn, a group of guests from the West Sea are registering their identities at the front desk of the inn. These people are the scholars from O'Hara who were invited by Doflamingo's tutor to study ancient texts together. Name? The hotel receptionist asked eagerly. In front of him stood a delicate silver-haired girl with an excellent temperament. However, her skin appeared slightly tanned, likely due to spending a lot of time at sea. Lena, the girl said as she handed her identification to the receptionist. How many people? How long will you stay? The receptionist quickly glanced over and recorded Lena's identity information. 7 people in total, staying for 3 days. How many rooms? 4. That will be a total of 12,000 berries. The girl directly took out 12,000 berries from her pocket and handed it to the receptionist. The receptionist checked it and handed the girl 4 room keys. Rooms are on the 4th floor on the right side. The girl nodded, took the keys, and called for the others to come to the elevator. Soon, the elevator arrived, and the female attendant inside smiled sweetly at the group. They naturally walked into the elevator, but just as the doors were about to close, a hand suddenly stopped them. Sorry, please wait for me. A man in a black suit entered, showing a hint of apologetic smile to the group. They had no objections and squeezed in slightly to make room for the suited man. Once the elevator doors closed, the man adjusted his clothes a bit, turned to the scholars, and said, "Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I am Spandam, recently appointed as the head of the Cypherpole North Sea Operation Team." Upon hearing this, the scholars in the elevator were all shocked. However, as seasoned veterans of the sea, they were very good at controlling their expressions. "Nice to meet you. Chief of the CP organization. We are merchants from the Melvis Kingdom. My name is Nicolina. Please take care of us." The girl seemed flustered as she extended her hand in greeting, secretly scrutinizing Spandam with a doubtful gaze, her underlying worry well concealed. Spandam nodded with a smile, revealing a meaningful grin. "Merchants, huh? I wonder if you have any goods that I like." "Yes, Chief. We sell toys for children. Something like you, a person of high rank, wouldn't find interesting." Nicolina smiled awkwardly, her words revealing a hint of fear. "Children's toys? Oh, that's really unfortunate." Spandam shrugged helplessly and walked over to the female attendant inside the elevator. Suddenly, he turned and asked, "I wonder if knowledge can also be considered a commodity?" "You just again, Chief. Knowledge can only be obtained through learning. Of course, The books that carry knowledge still require money. Oh, really? If possible, I would like to buy a book on interpreting ancient texts. Can you tell me where I could find one? At this, the expressions of the scholars, which they have been trying to maintain, finally changed. Among them, a tall man immediately drew a dagger and swung at Spandam. At the same moment, the female attendant in the elevator sprang into action. She bypassed Spandam, swiftly knocked the dagger from the man's hand, then bent down and kicked him to the ground. Her gaze swept to the nearest girl. "Run, Lena," someone among the scholars shouted, and suddenly a transparent air portal opened behind the girl. Just as the female attendant was about to attack Lena, a silent old man grabbed the girl's arm and pulled her back. Bang! The two almost simultaneously vanished into thin air. Following that, air portals appeared behind several scholars, and they all leaped back, disappearing one after another, as if by magic. Spandam? What is? He hadn't yet recovered from the series of events. It's probably some kind of teleportation devil fruit ability, the female attendant sighed, standing with her hands behind her back. What now, Chief? How do we pursue them? Looking at his hesitant subordinate, Spandam waved his hand helplessly and said, "Forget it, just report it as it is." In Mariehua, the Holy Land, the 5 elders were seated on a sofa while Cypherpole Commander Figureland Right stood before them. "This time, you Cypherpole have really disappointed us, right?" said the Justice God, Topman Wokuli, glancing at his favored young subordinate, his tone solemn. "I apologize for acting recklessly without understanding the opponent's specific abilities. It was my subordinates who were too eager." Wright did not argue, but stood quietly, waiting for reprimand. The 5 elders had high expectations for Figureland Wright, a rare elite among the celestial dragons. Over the years, under the organization of St. Floors, Cypherpole has rarely disappointed them, consistently providing very satisfactory answers. However, this time, the operation in the North Sea was truly disappointing. Now that this group of scholars has escaped, it will be much harder to catch them next time. The agricultural martial god, Shepherd St. Peter, placed the Cypherpole operation report on the table and shook his head. After this capture operation, the scholars from O'Hara, who have already sensed that the world government might have discovered certain signs, will definitely raise their vigilance to the highest level. With the ability of the Door fruit, which has a strong escape capability, the 5 elders can foresee that future capture operations will be much more difficult than expected. "I'm sorry." St. Flores spoke softly. "You should indeed apologize." The financial martial god Izambaron V, Nejru's saint, holding the original demon slayer, said somewhat angrily. But soon, he controlled his tone and said, "However, now that it has come to this, there is no point in saying too much. I just hope you Cypherpole won't make such a low-level mistake again." "Yes, understood." St. Flores nodded in response. "What about that idiot from the Don Quixote family? How is the tutor he hired doing now?" Still unwilling to speak, the environmental martial god Marcus Mazur, Saint, suddenly remembered something and asked curiously. "No, that guy's been locked up by Spandam in the dungeons of the Seleucid Kingdom. CP9 has set traps near the dungeon, and the sea prism stone bullets have already been distributed." Hearing Marcus Mazur Saint's question, St. Flores hurriedly replied, "I think we need to get him back to the Holy Land as soon as possible. I believe Punk Hazard should have a way to make him talk." The scientific defense martial god, Jagaruzia Satan, Saint suddenly spoke up. "Are you planning to use that new interrogation drug invented by Caesar?" Izambaron V. Nejru Saint immediately understood his old friend's plan. "That's right. Although the success rate may not be high, the situation is urgent, and we have no other choice." Jagaruzia Satan, Saint's suggestion quickly received unanimous agreement from the other 5 elders. "So what should we do about the Seleucid Kingdom? If I'm not mistaken, that Door fruit user and the scholars should still be in the Seleucid Kingdom." Topman Vacheli Saint stroked his mustache and asked the others. Although the Door fruit ability is strong, it also has certain limitations. At least, opening a door on the sea is something that cannot be thought of without the ability being awakened. Similarly, if that Door fruit user had already awakened, Spandam should have escaped from the hotel at that time. The Seleucid Kingdom is surrounded by cliffs, and there are only 2 ports in the entire country that allow entry and exit. Therefore, as long as the ports of the Seleucid Kingdom are blocked, those scholars will have no way to escape to the vast sea. Thus, those people are definitely still in the Seleucid Kingdom. My suggestion is to rather kill the wrong person than let one go. We don't know how many fish that bait has attracted, but as long as we level the Seleucid Kingdom, no matter how many fish come, they will die. It's just a non-member country. Destroying it is no problem. Shepherd X. P. T. Saint's voice was very calm, but the coldness and ruthlessness were exceptionally strong. "I think that is a good idea. Let the Navy handle this operation." Deploy 3 non-combat ships, 5 giant warships, and let Sengoku oversee the situation. Use Cypherpole actively cooperate with the action. By the way, regarding the public opinion for the destruction of the Seleucid kingdom, remember to inform the various newspapers that the reason is that certain nobles in the Seleucid kingdom publicly slandered the celestial dragons. The sea is getting more and more chaotic, and this incident is just right to deter those countries that are somewhat complacent. Yes, I understand. I will instruct them to do a good job. St. Flores nodded in response. Don't let us down again, Topman Flores. A war of national extermination was quietly decided among the magnificent powers, with the decision-makers feeling not a single ripple in their hearts. Orders were quickly transmitted from the Holy Land Mary Geos to the Navy headquarters in Marineford. After finishing the meeting regarding the beast pirates, Sengoku received this strange deployment order in his office. Someone in the Seleucid kingdom publicly slandered the celestial dragons? Why have I never heard of such reports? Moreover, 5 top warships, 5,000 soldiers, 5 rear admirals, 1 elite rear admiral, and 1 admiral. With such a military configuration and the intelligence support from the CP agency, is the government determined to completely destroy the Seleucid kingdom? It's important to note that the top warships deployed by the demon-slaying order number only about 10. Could it be that the warring states have recalled the information discussed with Fuzz Carl not long ago regarding certain scholars studying ancient scripts? The world government has already noticed the traces of those scholars. If they have indeed deciphered the secrets of historical texts, then it's not surprising that the government is reacting this way. Such matters are truly a headache. At this moment, the warring states have vaguely guessed the intentions of the world government. Even if he feels a bit reluctant, as a Marine admiral, there are certain things he cannot choose not to do. The closer one gets to the upper echelons of the Navy, the more constraints imposed by the world government increase, and the likelihood of being assigned or assisted in doing things one is unwilling to do becomes greater. Ancient weapons are powerful leverage that can overturn the existing order. It is not a good thing for anyone, even the world government itself, to obtain them, no matter how bad the order is. It is 100 times better than chaos. If those scholars really find the code to open Pandora's box, the order at sea will be completely destroyed. Erasing all potential dangers with cannon fire, though cruel, is indeed the simplest and most efficient method. With this thought, the reluctance in the warring states' eyes gradually faded, replaced by a determined look. Just as the warring states were preparing for the upcoming North Sea expedition, the plan to eliminate the Beast Pirates officially commenced. Kaido of the Beasts, Captain of the Beast Pirates, bounty of 1 billion berries, dead or alive. The Dragon of Evil, Albert, Vice Captain of the Beast Pirates, bounty of 870 million berries, dead or alive. Flame Maniac Jean, Officer of the Beast Pirates, bounty of 500 million berries, dead or alive. Mel Scientist Queen, Officer of the Beast Pirates, bounty of 460 million berries, dead or alive. Green Tyrant Alfred, Officer of the Beast Pirates, bounty of 430 million berries, dead or alive. Jean Oga, Alif, and others with bounties were not left out, with their bounties increasing by tens of millions to over 100 million berries. At the same time, even the slightly outstanding pirate subordinates who performed well in battle were assigned a bounty of 10 million by the Navy, with top performers like Babaluki and Scorch having initial bounties exceeding 30 million. Even Discatelli, who had hardly made a move and only appeared with Kaido a few times, was generously awarded a bounty. The ghost-faced girl Discatelli, bounty of 400 berries, dead or alive. This has allowed the Beast Pirates' total bounty to easily surpass the 5 billion mark, becoming a new major force in the New World. In no time, the title of the strongest pirate crew of the new era spread across the seas, aided by the Navy. In the Tato land area, on Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin looked at the newspaper in front of her, a hint of disdainful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Well, Kaido, this little brat is doing quite well. That guy rocks from a mythical Zoan type, didn't he have such things? The Navy's tricks can only fool those idiots. However, regarding the Gords Dino Islands, who would have thought that Monscara's territory actually fell into Kaido's hands? That means Kaido must have stockpiled quite a bit of weaponry. Paraspero. Yes, Mama. A tall young man with heavy makeup responded. Last time I asked you to keep an eye on that guy John S. whereabouts. How is the progress now? Charlotte Linlin turned to look at her eldest son. Lick. According to the intelligence provided by Mr. Humans, his people have tracked John's movements in the North Sea and are still following up. Paraspero licked the giant lollipop in his hand, speaking slowly. North Sea? Is that guy off treasure hunting again? Charlotte Linlin frowned. Now that Kaido has risen powerfully, the pressure she faces from the Golden Lion has been greatly reduced. She was initially thinking about teaming up with Kaido to take down John, but unexpectedly, that guy has run off so far. Send a copy of the intelligence we collected to the Beast Pirates and casually discuss arms trading with them. By the way, charge a higher consultation fee for this intelligence. Yes, Mama. The Seleucid Kingdom? Elbat looked at the information Kaido handed him, slightly furrowing his brow. This is a non-member country in the North Sea. What is John doing there? The intelligence regarding John was sent over by Charlotte Lin, and Kaido arranged for Jin and Perispero to discuss arms trading. Now, various places in the New World are at war, and the Big Mom pirates have suffered significant losses in arms, needing urgent replenishment. So they directly exchanged Kaido's 10 million berry consultation fee for 4 ships of arms to be transported back. What else can we do? Treasure hunting, of course. Kaido casually replied. Although John's movements are mysterious, he cannot escape the eyes of those who are observant. The wealth behind him is enormous, and many in the New World are tempted by this money. That guy used to be very afraid when he was on the ship, yet he is very greedy, always thinking someone would come to rob him of his stuff. So he developed a habit of going out treasure hunting alone. Kaido took a sip of his drink, a hint of disdain flashing across his face. After Rox died, his inheritance vanished without a trace, and many suspected that it was that guy John who did it. After all, he is a bag fruit user, perfectly capable of stealthily collecting the treasures left by Rox. Therefore, more and more people in the New World are keeping an eye on him. The Four Seas are not like the Grand Line, especially in non-member countries of the world government. Not many people can track him, making treasure hunting much safer. After hearing Kaido's words, Elbat nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in the New World, on the flagship of the Flying Sky Pirates, a middle-aged man with extremely long golden hair, wearing an orange and yellow captain's cloak and smoking a cigar, sat cross-legged on the deck, looking at a freshly printed newspaper. The strongest pirate crew of the new era? The Navy's little tricks haven't changed at all. This is the new pirate overlord of the New World, known as the Pirate Admiral Shiki the Golden Lion. Although he has shown some signs of being a sycophant for Roger, he still retains a bit of rationality. A few years ago, the Navy attempted similar moves, which led to a deterioration in Shiki's relationships with his former friends. Although the plan ultimately ended with the Navy failing to gain anything, it left a deep impression on Shiki as the party involved. When Shiki saw Kaido's bounty of 1 billion berries, he felt nothing was amiss. That kid had already exhibited great talent when he was on the Rock's ship, and now with the added power of a mythical Zoan, a bounty of 1 billion berries is not excessive at all. However, what intrigued him more was the vice captain of the Beast Pirates, Elbat. That guy, Rain, was defeated by this Elbat fellow, and mythical Zoans really are good candidates. Shiki, being an old veteran, is well aware of what kind of person Kaido is. To develop the Beast Pirates to their current scale under such a foolish leader, this Elbat vice captain has made significant contributions. Therefore, Elbat's bounty not only recognizes his strength after defeating the Bloodlion Rain, but largely attributes the current development of the Beast Pirates to him. In recent years, under Shiki's leadership, the Flying Pirate crew has been unstoppable, like they were on a cheat mode. First, they defeated the Silver Axe Pirates head-on in the Rod Sea. Then they made the Navy fleet, which came to take advantage, retreat, and defeat. Warships are like toys against Shiki's float fruit. With these 2 victories, Shiki officially claimed the throne of the pirate overlord. However, he also has several hidden dangers, such as the lack of a capable second-in-command. Currently, the Flying Pirate crew is developing smoothly, which is fine. But if anything were to happen to Shiki, there would be no one to clean up the mess, and the Flying Pirate crew could collapse just like the Rocks Pirates did. While Shiki was contemplating whether to find Roger for a chat in hopes of recruiting him as his vice captain, a figure dressed as a clown and wearing a white lab coat, with an explosive hairstyle, swaggered onto the deck with an unrecognizable gait. Roger had entered the New World a while back, but Shiki did not know where he had gone now. Puff, 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 puff. Roger Indico, your shoes are too loud. Don't you think he walks like he's farting? Shiki yelled at his most trusted subordinate, Dr. Indico. Doctor. Indico did not respond verbally, but hurriedly gestured various signs. I have intel to show you, he said. Then bring it over, Shiki replied, putting down his newspaper to receive the intel from Dr. Indico. After reading it carefully for a moment, a look of ecstatic joy gradually appeared on Shiki's face. Is it confirmed? Those guys can really understand ancient texts? Shiki asked seriously, clutching the intel in his hand. Dr. Indico nodded and replied, That's right, Admiral. After several tests, we found that those scholars indeed have the ability to interpret some ancient texts, and they are quite interested in them. So you could talk after all, Shiki exclaimed, almost dropping his cigar in shock. Isn't it normal for me to talk? Ignoring his boss's antics, Dr. Indigo continued, but among the external forces we are manipulating, we also discovered the presence of world government agents around these people. The corners of Shiki's mouth curled into an exaggerated arc as he held his cigar. Ha ha! What's there to fear from a bunch of rats in the sewers? Once I uncover the secrets of the historical texts, the world government will have to bow to me. The historical texts contain many unknown secrets recorded in ancient scripts. However, ancient texts are strictly prohibited by the world government, so very few people know about them. Shiki has spent years pondering these texts, but without anyone to teach him, he has made little progress. However, recently, while guarding against the Navy, Shiki noticed something strange. On this vast sea, a group of scholars wanted by the Navy suddenly emerged, seemingly researching historical texts. Shiki secretly arranged for people to help them escape the Navy's pursuit and began to monitor their movements. As for Shiki's purpose in wanting to understand these texts, it wasn't out of interest in that historical period from 800 years ago. After all, what does the world government's dark history from 800 years ago have to do with me, a pirate captain? Compared to that, who's to say who is more corrupt? What he was interested in were the records of ancient weapons capable of destroying the world. After all, as long as he got his hands on these things, combined with his sufficient strength and influence, he wouldn't need any dark secrets. He could still overthrow the world government and dominate the seas. Believe it or not, I want to meet those scholars. As for our pirate crew, let our subordinates stay put for now. We'll deal with everything when I get back. Dr. Indigo hurriedly asked upon hearing Shiki's words. That guy Ryan was captured by the beast pirates for a bounty. Should we organize a rescue and take revenge on the beast pirates? That brat Kaido isn't someone to mess with either. We'll talk about revenge when I get back. As for organizing a rescue, you can decide that for yourself. Shiki replied, somewhat headache-stricken. Given the current situation, if he were to engage in intense conflict with Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Wang Ji, and others wouldn't even need to communicate. They would probably team up and come over to hammer him. When he held back, these old friends, despite having conflicts with him, often fought fiercely among themselves. But once he made a move, those old friends who couldn't stand each other would instantly set aside their grievances and join forces against him. Even if the Flying Sky Pirates were strong, a fierce tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. In fact, this was one of the reasons why Shiki was pursuing ancient weapons so fervently now. Kaido had figured out the current situation, which is why he ruthlessly established his authority under Shiki's name. By the way, where are those scholars now? Shiki asked as he walked towards the door. A day ago, our spies in the North Sea reported that the Seleucid kingdom seems to have offended the celestial dragons. Therefore, all the ports in the country have been blocked, so they should still be staying in the Seleucid kingdom. This chapter recounts the childhood experiences of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Those familiar can skip ahead. In the North Sea, the capital of the Seleucid kingdom, Seleucia, to cater to the king's preferences, cherry blossom trees and rose bushes that bloom all year round were specially transplanted in the city. Thus, Seleucia was also referred to by the people as the city of dual flowers, the city where cherry blossoms and roses dance together. In this city, rich with sweet aromas, the rumors regarding the family of the ancient noble Homingu being former celestial dragons finally erupted under the influence of the CP agency. At first, it was just some kids, encouraged by certain adults, secretly throwing stones at the courtyard of the Homingu family. But after a few days of anxiety, seeing that no one came to stop them, the surrounding people grew bolder. Especially the hot-headed Doflamingo often boasted, "You lowly commoners, I am a celestial dragon." This further confirmed the rumor's authenticity among those nearby. They smashed windows, dumped garbage, and even committed burglary. Homingu had considered seeking help from the city guards. However, under the obstruction of the CP agency, the efficiency of the city guards was abysmally low, until one day, spurred on by several CP agents, a few drunkards stormed into Homingu's residence. Where have those celestial dragons gone? Catch them and burn them all. The group of drunken men, along with CP agents, were loudly searching for the whereabouts of the Hua Mingu family while setting fires. Soon, the nearby residents were all aware of what was happening. After a while, the search party, holding torches, grew larger and larger. Before long, the originally dim street was filled with crowds coming and going. In the dark basement of the courtyard, Hua Mingu listened anxiously to the commotion outside. Just moments ago, a group of crazed drunks had burned down their house. If it weren't for his quick reaction, his wife and 2 children might have perished in the flames by now. "Father, why are they trying to kill us? What have we done wrong?" Doflamingo lowered his head, burying his face deep in the darkness, trembling all over. His voice was filled with pain, resentment, and anger. He hated those residents who bullied them for no reason. However, deep down, he hated the father who had brought him down into the mud even more. Originally, he should have been a lofty, celestial dragon, but now he was being trampled on by a group of lowly commoners, forced to hide in this basement in constant fear. Although the Homingu family appeared very pitiful now, being celestial dragons meant they could not be considered innocent. Even though the 20 celestial dragon families together had no more than a 5-digit number of members, and some lived their lives like domesticated pigs in Mariewa, as long as they continued to enjoy the privileges granted by the world government, they must also bear the backlash that comes with such power. Don Quixote Homingu's thoughts were good, yet naive. He believed he had given up the rights and identity of a celestial dragon. These ordinary people just need to thank him, accept him, and they would ignore his past as a celestial dragon. But in reality, people only double their hostility, anger, and hatred towards him, a former world noble, reflecting their disdain for the world government and the celestial dragons. So you all are hiding here. As the basement door was violently pulled open, a blazing torch illuminated the dark underground. A resident with a twisted expression looked at the elegantly dressed man with manic joy, his eyes filled with pathological excitement and savagery. Please spare us. In Homingu's eyes, there was a pleading look as he begged repeatedly. Kneel down and beg me. The resident holding the torch slowly raised the corners of his mouth, his gaze revealing a sickly delight. Thud! Homingu unhesitatingly knelt on the cold floor of the basement. Please spare us. He lowered his head, trembling with his pleas. Ha ha, so you noble world aristocrats can also kneel and beg. While laughing, tears suddenly streamed down his cheeks. When my son was taken away, I also knelt down and begged like you. But all I got was a brutal beating, nothing else. It's all because of you damn celestial dragons that our lives are so hard. The resident's eyes suddenly turned fierce. Come quickly, that damn celestial dragon family is here. Homingu stared wide-eyed at this untrustworthy resident. Did you find them? Kill them. Dozens of residents armed with various household items surrounded them with faces full of hatred, wearing expressions of vengeful glee. Bang, bang, bang. A brutal beating ensued. If you have any grievances, come at me. Please spare these 2 children. Homingu curled up, shielding Rosinante and Don Quixote Doflamingo beneath him. Wah wah wah, daddy. The young Rosinante cried out, looking at Homingu's injured body. You bastards! Doflamingo glared with hatred, blood running down his forehead, dripping onto his sunglasses and blurring his vision. You bastards, listen up. I will survive and then crush you filthy commoners one by one like insects. Boom! Red lightning suddenly appeared, an unnamed aura crashing down like a massive hammer into the minds of the surrounding crowd. Bang! 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 One by one, the crowd wielding household items fell to the ground, their eyes rolling back. After a while, Doflamingo's small figure trembled and stood up again. Though he didn't know what had just happened. Poof! Blood blossomed. Doflamingo thrust a sharpened iron rod fiercely into the chest of an unconscious person. I keep my word. I will crush you insects one by one. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Poof! Poof! Moments later. The entire street was soaked in blood, severed limbs, and corpses littering every brick. Doflamingo, a dazed Homingu, stared at the blood-soaked figure in front of him. Father, do you regret it now? Standing amidst a pile of corpses, Doflamingo turned his head sideways to glare at his father, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps I was wrong. Homingu lowered his head, feeling regret. But what good was regret now? It was easy to give up the title of world noble, but returning to Mariewa was nearly impossible. Let's go, Doflamingo. Take your mother and brother with you. We will go to a place where no one knows us, and once it's safe, I will call Mariewa. I hope it's not too late. On the sea, a battleship belonging to the Beast Pirates was sailing rapidly. This was Kaido's latest customized vessel, the Phantom, made for Elbat at Rorskin Island. Pirate ships are an important source of firepower on the sea, when the strength of both sides is similar. The side with a strong ship and artillery can gain a significant advantage. First, elite forces are mobilized to intercept those powerful beings who can ignore cannon fire. Then firepower is used to cover the area, conducting carpet bombing. This way, it wouldn't take long to cripple a pirate crew. And this tactic is best executed by the Navy. In the sea environment, unless one has a special devil fruit ability or is a powerhouse like Rayleigh who can cross the sea with their physical body, an individual generally can't withstand the waves and can be slowly dealt with through persistent efforts. Thanks to the Navy's vigorous propaganda, the number of pirates around the God Valley Islands has surged, causing more trouble and conflicts. To deal with this widespread chaos, Kaido ordered each officer at Roarskin Island to have their own exclusive ship, allowing them to lead their crews in rapid strike actions in the surrounding waters. Just when everyone was incredibly busy, Elbat had quietly arrived at the edge of the doldrums aboard the Phantom. The Phantom is a three-masted armed sailing ship with dual propulsion. When there is wind, it sails with the sails up. When there is no wind, the pirates on board can directly use the wheel to navigate. Upon entering the doldrums, the three white sails on the ship were completely retracted, and the pirates began to make their way to the ship's lower deck. Soon, the sailboat restarted, moving at a significantly slower speed than before. Since the celebration feast ended, Elbat's status has gradually risen to be on par with Kaido. Not all pirates are reckless madmen. Many have their own agendas. Since their vice captain has the ability to grant people Zoan-type devil fruit powers, it means that if they can gain Elbat's favor, they might also obtain this power. Thus, when Elbat announced his intention to recruit a group of people to accompany him on a stroll in the North Sea, a group of sycophants seemed to see an opportunity to be close to their idol and eagerly signed up. Some recruitment spots even experienced group roles. In the end, after fierce competition, over 300 pirates successfully boarded the Phantom. Look over there. Discardily sat on Elbat's shoulder, pointing in surprise at the sea not far away. A large number of sea kings were gathering, seemingly rushing towards them. Just as Discardily exclaimed, the sea kings seemed oblivious to the massive sailing ship, swimming straight past it on the other side. Sarah, there seems to be a sea king nest nearby. Tell everyone to take a detour and avoid the sea kings. Elbat instructed Sarah beside him. Elbat was a complete landlubber in his previous life. He had only seen the sea once, and even learned to swim gradually in this life. He could sit on a ship without issue, but if asked to navigate and command it, he would be instantly flustered. Unlike those sycophants on the ship, Greyfuss and Sarah, who hail from the North Sea, were specifically called by Elbat to lead and operate the ship. As for the reward, it was 10,000 rounds of various types of crossbow ammunition, lured by the temptation of a new gun each year. Greyfuss agreed to Elbat's recruitment conditions and successfully became a member of the Beast Pirates. Along with him, his Double Gun Pirates also merged into the Beast Pirates. In the Double Gun Pirates, Sarah not only served as the vice captain, but also held various roles, such as navigator and helmsman, making her a core member of the crew. As for Greyfuss, aside from holding a few captain privileges, he was mostly only helpful during battles. The mines on Melon Island had successfully begun operations thanks to the efforts of the captured pirates. The mined, or was partially converted into points for Elbat's system, while the rest was processed into high-performance military equipment. Elbat had begun entrusting Quinn to replicate several types of special ammunition within the system, believing that with Quinn's abilities, replication should not be a problem. The reason those Sea Kings did not notice the sailing ship was due to the effects of the sea stone embedded in the ship's hull. However, this does not completely ensure safety. If one accidentally collides with a Sea King, or if the sailboat stops for too long, it is still possible to be detected by the Sea Kings. After all, the sea stone is loaded at the bottom of the ship, which can only make the Sea Kings mistakenly think it is part of the ocean, rather than completely obscuring their senses. Greyfuss does not understand this principle and continues to shout loudly on the deck. It is not until a certain irritable red-haired beauty can no longer tolerate his foolish behavior and throws him into the sea to calm down that he finally quiets down. The width of the calm zone is not too large, but it is not small either. After 2 days of sailing, the Phantom finally passes through. Along the way, everyone narrowly avoided waves of attacks from Sea Kings. If they hadn't dodged in time, Elbat would have had to carry the ship for a distance. Although the process was quite thrilling, they ultimately faced no real danger and successfully arrived at the North Sea. Amid the cheers from the Phantom, the 3 sails were raised again. At this moment, the tension that everyone had held for 2 days finally relaxed. The first mate said, "The 4 seas are not like the Grand Line. There are no navigation pointers. We can only rely on the sea charts to control our direction. We need to find an island to dock, and by the latest North Sea charts." Sarah walked down from the lookout tower, still holding a pair of binoculars. "Once we get the sea charts, we can determine the exact location of the Seleucid Kingdom and the subsequent route." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Just as the two were discussing, Sarah was preparing to look for a current to ride when Greyfuss, who had been quiet for a moment by the ship's side, suddenly started shouting, "Can you shut up? I'm looking at the sea charts." Before Sarah could finish her complaint, Greyfuss pointed into the distance and shouted, "Look over there. Someone is stealing a ship. It seems to be our fellow traders, but they aren't flying the pirate flag." Elbat was momentarily stunned and looked in the direction Greyfuss was pointing. Sure enough, there was an armed sailing ship without any flag, apparently pinning a 3-masted ship to its side, This was clearly a boarding action. The reason Grafus recognized that the people on the armed sailing ship were fellow traders was that such things were quite normal in the pirate world. Many trading fleets act as merchants in the ports, but turn into ship robbers when they encounter other merchant ships at sea. It was simply a matter of skill. The guards and sailors in the trading fleet were incredibly adept at switching their identities. Before Elbat and Sarah could speak, Grafus excitedly shouted to the pirate crew behind him. "Hurry, hard to port. Let us rob those crews up ahead." Elbat smiled as he watched the beast pirates rush towards the pirate ship ahead. He wouldn't engage in such pillaging himself, nor would he allow his subordinates to do such shameless acts. However, he would oppose teaching a lesson to a bunch of no-good scoundrels. After all, the labor camp of the beast pirates was still short of many good miners. If they didn't capture more worthless scoundrels, how could they fill the labor shortage? Besides, fellow traders are enemies. We are all pirates here. Aren't we robbing from you? The beast pirates originally started out by robbing fellow traders. Meanwhile, on the armed sailing ship, a man in a black suit and sunglasses also spotted the approaching phantom ship. As the skull with Kaido's dead face gradually became clear, the man's expression turned grim. "Damn it, Lord Spandam, it's the beast pirates. They're coming towards us." The man's voice was filled with fear. "Quick, loosen the ropes. We need to escape." Spandam ordered in a panic. The men in black suits on the ship quickly sprang into action, but due to the boarding action, their armed sailing ship was tightly bound to the side of the three-masted ship, making it difficult to escape in time. As Elbat and the others swiftly approached the two ships, they could see the group of men in black suits struggling to dismantle various ropes and grapples. "These guys are brutal, even more ruthless than us pirates," Grafus remarked, puffing on a cigar as he watched the busy black suits ahead. Now, there were hardly any survivors left on the three-masted ship. The bodies were being tossed into the sea one by the black suits at the stern. Grafus was indeed telling the truth. Pirates were brutal, but they generally understood the difference between a full meal and a starving one. Robbery was robbery, but it was primarily for profit. Unless they encountered particularly fierce resistance, they rarely killed. Some business-minded pirates, besides collecting a certain protection fee from passing merchants, wouldn't directly rob others' goods. If you wiped out an entire merchant fleet, leaving no one to operate, who would you rob in the future? Especially in the New World, where territories are marked. If your own territory is plundered clean, would you dare to run into someone else's territory to do the same? You would just be asking for trouble. Yet this group directly killed everyone on that ship. How the pirates in the North Sea become this ruthless? Grafus muttered softly. Something's not right. A glimmer of realization sparked in Sarah's eyes, and she pointed the muzzle of her firearm directly at Grafus's mouth. "These people aren't pirates. They're from the world government. Everyone be careful." After Sarah's reminder, Elbat also noticed the faint insignia of the world government hidden in the folded sails. The world government? "Notify everyone. Prepare the cannons. If anything seems off, fire a few shots." Seeing the pirate ship slow down and aim its cannons at them, Spandam's already grim face turned dark. He looked around and saw his subordinates still busy dismantling the ropes between the two ships, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Ahead are the strongest pirate group in the New World, the Beast Pirates. Spandam's voice carried over the sea, clearly reaching the phantom ship. "That guy over there is interesting." Grafus exhaled a cloud of smoke and looked at Elbat. "Brother, are we still going to fight?" Since the other side started with sweet talk, it was clear they had no immediate intention to engage in battle. However, whether this battle would start was not up to Spandam. "He is indeed an interesting fellow. Let him come over and have a chat." Elbat sensed with his observation hockey that the agents on the ship ahead were desperately trying to remove the ropes between the two ships, clearly planning to flee. The one speaking was evidently the leader of this group of agents. After all, a bunch of them were dressed in black suits and sunglasses, while he was the only one wearing a striped coat on the outside. "The sight of you standing out like a crane among chickens makes it hard for me to believe you're not the leader." "That is right, you. Come here." Grafus pointed at Spandam. Seeing the bearded man on the other ship signaling for him to come over, Spandam's mind turned slightly, and he stepped onto the phantom ship with a moonwalk. Then, the moment he saw Elbat, his expression changed instantly. With the beast pirate's popularity soaring on the sea, how could Spandam not recognize Elbat, the second in command with a bounty of 870 million berries? How could such a big shot come by? Could it be that Kaido also knows about this group of scholars? Is he sending Elbat over to intercept that secret criminal on my ship? Spandam's mission this time is to transfer the scholar captured by the CP agency to Mariewa. For the sake of secrecy, Their escort team is taking a rarely traveled route along the edge of the doldrums. The three-masted sailing ship they sunk was actually a legitimate temporary pirate ship. When those guys saw Spandam and the others, they thought they were just ordinary merchants. As a result, they charged in recklessly and encountered a rare counter-kidnapping incident. For confidentiality reasons, Spandam ordered to eliminate everyone on that ship. But unexpectedly, while handling the bodies, they attracted a prehistoric beast. The CP agency is a serious intelligence organization. Their strengths lie in infiltration, assassination, and gathering information, so it's better to avoid direct confrontation with big pirates. Moreover, Spandam is not a character driven by a strong sense of justice. At such times, self-preservation is the priority. Spandam's changing expression naturally caught everyone's attention. Elbat raised an eyebrow and directly asked, "From your reaction, it seems you've heard my story?" "Hee. The Beast Pirates are the strongest pirate crew in the New World. I have long admired your name, the Evil Dragon Elbat, and seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation," Spandam flattered with a smile. "Stop pretending. You're an agent of the world government, right? What's your name?" Elbat asked directly. "My name is Spandam. Just an ordinary staff member on Judicial Island of the world government." Spandam thought Elbat probably wouldn't recognize him and that he could easily pass this off today. But who would have thought that Elbat was a time traveler? He actually remembered Spandam, especially since his useless son Spandam was one of the characters Elbat disliked the most when he watched the anime. Ordinary staff member? Spandam. You appearing here means the people on that ship are either CP5 or CP9, right? Cough cough. Spandam's heart tightened, and he quickly coughed twice to cover up the embarrassment and shock on his face. It shouldn't be. How was he recognized? Could it be that there was a leak in our cipher pole? You have a keen eye, sir. I'm so perfectly disguised, yet you saw right through it. If you were to join our cipher pole, at the very least, becoming the highest commander of CP9 would be no problem. In fact, I think the head of cipher pole might not even have as much capability as you. Since his identity had already been seen through by Elbat, Spandam decided to admit it openly. All right, save those compliments for your superior." Elbat waved his hand. "What are you talking about? What I just said wasn't flattery. It was my genuine admiration for you. You may look down on me, but you cannot underestimate my sincerity." This continuous stream of beautiful words left Elbat completely speechless. Meanwhile, Spandam's series of actions also left Grayfus and Sarah, who were standing nearby, dumbfounded as they looked at the man in the suit with extreme astonishment. This guy is really smooth with his words. Elbat had initially planned to give this guy a little warning before discussing serious matters, but he couldn't resist Spandam's flattery skills, which were truly impressive, especially with that obsequious smile of his. Elbat felt a bit embarrassed to take action. Cypherpol, as the strongest intelligence agency of the world government, has information reach that extends to every corner of the sea. If they could establish some cooperation with Cypherpol, it would greatly aid in the search for the jewels. The world is not simply black and white, but rather a delicate shade of gray. Although the Beast Pirates are naturally opposed to the world government in terms of stance and consider it an enemy, this does not prevent both sides from reaching cooperation behind scenes. In Elbat's previous life impression, after the Beast Pirates took over Wano country, the largest buyers of the massive amount of weapons and sea prism stone produced with the world government. Who knows, in the future, he and Spandam might really become business partners. Spandam is a person skilled at gauging people's hearts. He knows that the Beast Pirates wouldn't invite him on board for no reason. So he kept a flattering smile on his face and asked, "I wonder what you call me over for?" Elbat pointed to the men in black suits ahead and asked, "What are you all doing?" Spandam chuckled a couple of times and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing serious. Just encountered a little thief who thought we were easy prey." Spandam's words were all true, just not the whole truth. Elbat didn't expose him and directly waved his hand, saying, "All right, I'm not interested in your world government's messy affairs. Bring over the good stuff from your ship quickly. Don't make us go look for it ourselves." "Hey, no problem. How could we trouble you?" Spandam immediately turned to a strong man on the armed merchant ship and ordered, "Hans, bring the ship closer, and quickly send people to our warehouse to bring over the good stuff for the Beast Pirates." This guy with such a good attitude, I can't help but like him. Elbat couldn't help but pat Spandam's shoulder and said, If one day the CP organization can't make it, you can come find me. Our Beast Pirates need talents like you." That's right, someone as versatile as Spandam is a rare breed in the Beast Pirates, which is a group of brutes. Elbat considers himself to be of average intelligence, perhaps just a little less than Kaido when he's sober. But in the company of the various oddities in the Beast Pirates, he sometimes feels exceptionally intelligent. Hearing Elbat's words, Spandam's face instantly brightened. No problem. Who knows? Maybe one day I might trouble you. Spandane lowered his posture. As a black glove for the world government, not many people like him have a good ending. For now, his abilities can still bring benefits to the world government. So they remain his good bosses. But what about in the future? Having a few more fallback options is always a good idea. After some pleasantries, Elbat spoke again. Since your CP organization is a world-class intelligence agency, I happen to have a few pieces of information I want to ask you about. Don't worry, I won't inquire about internal information of the world government. Spandane secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and said, "You're too polite. Just say what you need. I will definitely tell you everything I know." After saying that, he even put on a listening posture. Seeing this, Elbat directly asked, "It's nothing major. I just want to know if you know the recent whereabouts of treasure hunter John." The information about John has always been provided by Charlotte Linlin. But this is not good news for the Beast Pirates. After all, listening to both sides leads to clarity. He asked Spandane to verify the information between the two parties. Spandane's expression stiffened, hesitantly asking, "Does your Beast Pirates plan to?" Since I asked, I'm not afraid to tell you, our Beast Pirates are expanding, but now we're a bit strapped for cash. So our captain wants to find an old comrade to help us out, Elbat said generously. The whereabouts of treasure hunter John are quite hard to determine. Spandane frowned and said, "So you don't have any leads on him now?" Elbat asked. "We do. Our cipher pole specializes in intelligence. But let me make a call first." After a brief communication with the archives of the CP organization, Spandane smiled and said, "Treasure hunter John was seen about a month ago arriving at the SilverDragon kingdom in the North Sea from the New World. He stayed in the kingdom for 5 days before going back to sea and lost track. However, 2 days ago, someone from our CP organization saw him in the northern small town of Rosetown in the SilverDragon kingdom." Hearing Spandane spill a lot of information, Elbat couldn't help but look at Cypherpole with new respect. Regardless of the CP organization's stance or their battles, these guys' capabilities in intelligence are simply terrifying. Spandane also noticed the surprise in Elbat's eyes. He leaned in closer to Elbat and whispered, "This could be considered me showing my value. I just hope that if I ever run into trouble in the future, you can take me in, considering I still have some use." Although Elbat didn't know how much sincerity was behind Spandane's words, he still nodded seriously. "Thank you." Spandane sighed in relief, slightly pulling back the distance between him and Elbat, and asked, "Is there anything else you need help with?" "There is indeed one more thing I need your help with," Elbat casually said. "Our captain Kaido has been reading some Buddhist scriptures lately and wants to buy a string of prayer beads to wear. As his subordinates, we naturally took this matter to heart, but our captain is a battle fanatic, and the quality of those beads on the market is too poor. They often break in battle if not handled carefully. So later, we found a bead like this." Elbat took out the dragon pearl from his pocket and handed it to Spandane. "I just want to use your CP organization channels to see if there are any similar beads in the world. If there are, our Beast Pirates are willing to buy them at a high price." Spandane carefully examined the dragon pearl and nodded seriously. "If I get any news, I'll definitely notify you. By the way, this is my private number. You can contact me anytime if you need anything." Spandane pulled out a notebook from his pocket, quickly wrote down a string of numbers, and handed it to Elbat. After the agents moved everything from the warehouse onto the Phantom ship, Elbat left the armed sailing ship under Spandane's respectful send-off. As the Phantom ship gradually sailed into the distance, Spandane wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a deep breath. "Quick, Hans, report to the top. Just say we discovered signs of an impending conflict between the Beast Pirates and the John Pirates. Also, help me call Robin Hahn. Just tell him I want to borrow his World Jewel Guide to take a look. Spending a bit of money is worth it, as long as the most important prisoner is ultimately safe. Otherwise, if this scholar were taken away by the Beast Pirates, he would have to run away with them today." Meanwhile, in the New World on the Gorstino Islands on the Western Ancient Island, this island was primarily built as a research laboratory for Quinn. Now, Kaido is walking in the corridor of Quinn's laboratory. He was invited by Quinn to see his new invention, which Quinn said would definitely interest him. On both ends of the corridor, there are many transparent glass jars, and 1 or 2 people in lab coats are moving back and forth. This is Quinn gathering some researchers using his previous connections and the recent surge in fame of the Beast Pirates, mainly to help him out. The earlier glass jars looked relatively normal. At least Kaido, this big roughneck, could understand a thing or two. But as he ventured deeper, the contents of the glass jars gradually became bizarre. When Kaido saw Quinn, he was holding a thick syringe, filling it with a mysterious black liquid. In front of him, a man was tightly bound to an operating table. Seeing Kaido approach, Quinn immediately put down the syringe and ran over with a flattering expression. "Hey, Kaido, you're here." "Quinn, What on earth made you call me over? Kaido looked curiously at the man tied to the operating table and asked, "That guy looks familiar. Is he from our crew?" "Boss, how could I dare to experiment on my own brother? You and Brother Elbat would skin me alive." Quinn let out a strange cry and quickly explained. "This guy is a pirate captain who challenged us in our territory a while back, an animal fruit user with a monkey fruit ability. After being defeated by Babanuki, he refused to surrender. I just happened to need an animal fruit user as a test subject, so I negotiated with the 3rd Division to bring him over. Coincidentally, what I want to discuss with you today is related to this experiment." Seeing Kaido sit cross-legged and take out his flask to start drinking, Quinn knew it was his time to shine. With a wicked smile, he returned to the operating table, lifted the syringe, and looked at the unfortunate pirate captain, saying, "Don't worry, it won't hurt at all. You're a strong animal fruit user. Just focus and bear with it." Woo woo woo. The man tied to the operating table had his mouth sealed with a special tape, only able to make muffled sounds. Meanwhile, the terror in his eyes was about to overflow. "I'm just a lucky guy who ate a devil fruit and came to the new world by chance. Who knew that while our crew was eating hot pot and singing, we suddenly got ambushed by a bunch of unknown guys in an unfamiliar sea. The leader guy came up and gave me a big slap, asking if we would surrender. In that situation, of course, I couldn't surrender. Then I got knocked out. When I woke up, I was already tied to this operating table, next to a big guy who looked like a bad person, holding a syringe as thick as my arm to stab into my body. Big shot, I really didn't know that your methods in the new world were this perverse. If you give me a chance to speak, I will definitely surrender. Don't stab it in. Mom, I want to go home." What the man was thinking, Quinn didn't know and didn't care. He only smiled as he plunged the syringe into the man's carotid artery. Soon, half a tube of black liquid rapidly spread throughout the man's body with a flow of blood. Before long, the man began to shake violently, instantly entering his hybrid form. Bang, bang, bang. Then, the man let out a roar, his eyes instantly turning blood red, and the various shackles binding his body were torn apart in an instant. Only a large iron ring around his chest remained intact. The sea stone was fine, but he could already transform into his animal form. His power significantly increased, and it was observed that his rationality was beginning to show signs of chaos. As long as his body didn't collapse, the dosage could be increased. During this period, although Quinn had conducted many similar experiments using captives, it was the first time he used Zoan-type devil fruit users as test subjects. From the results of the experiment, it was obviously very successful. Quinn transformed into his beast-human form and approached the man with bloodshot eyes, using his pair of wing claws to firmly pin down the man's hands. The syringe in his hand once again pierced the man's carotid artery, injecting the remaining half a tube of the drug into him. Roar! The man's eyes instantly turned white, and he let out a scream, entering a complete beastification mode. Suddenly, the hockey stone iron ring on his chest also made cracking sounds. Bang! The iron ring shattered. The man seemed to lose his sanity and lunged at Quinn, his 2 powerful arms crashing down toward Quinn's face. Bang! Quinn's wing claws blocked the incoming attack, and he turned back with an excited expression to look at Kaido. "Boss, how is it?" Quinn frantically recorded various data in a small notebook while speaking. Now this guy's defense and strength have increased at least 5-fold. However, the unique recovery speed of the Zoan type has decreased significantly. And look, boss, this iron ring is mixed with hockey stone, and it was easily broken by this guy, which indicates that after absorbing the drug, he can overcome some of the effects brought by the hockey stone. While excitedly fending off the man's various attacks, Quinn continued. Moreover, this power is controllable. Once there are signs of mental breakdown, I can retract this power in time. Then, Quinn lifted his hand and pressed it on the head of the now irrational man. With slight pressure, several streams of black dragon energy flowed out from the man's forehead. For a moment, the man's body began to struggle violently again, but as time passed, his struggles gradually calmed down, and he seemed to lose all strength, reverting back to human form, foaming at the mouth and convulsing on the ground. Quinn directed 2 researchers to rebind the man on the experimental table before taking out a new vial of medicine and walking up to Kaido. This medicine is a research product I improved based on the raging dragon virus within the body. It can instantly enhance the strength of a human several times, but the duration is still under study. Quinn handed the vial to Kaido, pointed to the unconscious man behind him, and continued, based on previous experience. If the physical quality is substandard, using the medicine may lead to a complete gene collapse. Similarly, if I do not retract the raging dragon virus from within, the person injected will eventually go mad and die. Therefore, the best users are Zoan-type devil fruit users. So, this thing in your hand has quite a few side effects. Kaido said dismissively as he stood up. After undergoing Elbaf's miraculous transformation abilities, his perspective had improved significantly, and to him, Quinn's products seemed just average. Don't rush, boss. Seeing Kaido's lack of interest, Quinn hurriedly said, the biggest limitation of this medicine is physical strength. Since ordinary people's physical strength is insufficient, what about dinosaurs, which are far stronger than humans? After saying that, Quinn commanded someone to bring in 2 iron cages covered with black cloth. Lifting the cloth revealed 2 tall Spinosaurus inside. Boss Kaido, this is just an ordinary Spinosaurus from the island, and the other one has undergone my modifications. Compared to the ordinary Spinosaurus, the one modified by Quinn had many noticeable differences. Its green scales had turned dark green, and faint black mist could be seen drifting out from between the scales. This Spinosaurus has started to undergo an unknown mutation due to the constant stimulation of my raging dragon virus. Not only has its scales significantly hardened, but it also shows moments of restored sanity during battles, and its intelligence level has greatly improved, allowing it to respond to some simple commands. Brother Elbat once said he would help you build a mythical beast army. My strength isn't as strong as Brother Elbat's, but assembling a group of charging dinosaur troops should still be feasible. Quinn's words immediately piqued Kaido's interest. He was very interested in Zoan-type users, and, rounding it off, powerful animals were also targets that attracted him. Go on, how do you want me to help you? Kaido asked, weighing the vial in his hand with a puzzled expression. Quinn understood Kaido, and after spending some time together, Kaido also knew that this fat man wouldn't call him over just to show off. Hee boss. Aren't there's still 2 Zoan-type devil fruit users locked up in our mine? Can you hand them over to me? That way, we can validate each other, and the speed of the medicine's improvement will be faster. Quinn said with a flattering grin. The security of the mine had always been handled by the First Division. Elbat had once instructed Jean that all captives mining in the mine were a considerable asset. They could be beaten or scolded, but they should not be easily allowed to die. This rule has been well implemented by Jean. So if Quinn wants to bring 2 people from the mine, he really needs Kaido's approval. I can help you with this, but if what you produce doesn't meet my expectations, I'll hold you accountable. Don't worry, boss, I won't let you down. Meanwhile, the golden crow of the North Sea fell to the ground. The sky gradually darkened, and the ocean currents on the surface began to calm down. Leaving the calm belt, the outline of an island gradually became complete. Prepare to dock. Sarah, holding a telescope, looked for a while and loudly issued the order, after which the pirates on the ship began to get busy. The beast pirates are now quite famous, and to avoid attracting further attention from the Navy headquarters, Elbat ordered to take down the pirate flag from the top of the Phantom ship after parting ways with Spandam, disguising it as a simple armed sailing ship. Moreover, there are very few knowledgeable people in the 4 seas, and even if they hang the beast pirates flag, they may not recognize it. The port on the island was still bustling with ships, and after nightfall, the lights around the dock were very bright. With the light, Elbat saw a triangular archway standing next to the dock, with a picture of a snake wrapped around a gun. Below the picture, the words Freedom Town were clearly visible. Looking towards the shore, Elbat noticed that the overall style of this town was very similar to that of a western town in a certain beautiful country. With many people on the shore dressed in cowboy outfits, their expressions serious, giving off an unapproachable vibe. Importantly, Elbat could always see that in certain places around these people's waists, there were obvious bulges. Guns. Here, almost everyone is carrying a handgun. When the Phantom successfully docked at the port of Freedom Town, the flagless ship instantly attracted a lot of attention from the darkness. Hey, look over there. Seems like a big fat sheep. Fool. Do ordinary merchant ships dare to come near here? Let's wait and see. Yeah, right, don't rush. Let some idiots test the waters. Amidst the whispers of the rats in the dark, the subordinates of the beast pirates poured out from the Phantom, instantly suppressing the greed of most people present. Feeling the fierce gazes ahead, Elbat suddenly felt his ear being gently tugged. It was Descathley sitting on his shoulder. The little girl pointed at 2 groups not far away and said, Quick, look, Brother Elbat, they're a navy. Everyone followed the girl as towards the distance and saw 2 groups happily chatting at the port. One group was dressed in standard mafia uniforms, wearing sharp black suits. The group clashing with them was a group of Navy in justice uniforms. The 2 sides were fiercely confronting each other. To dare chase and attack the Navy in front of so many people, the Mafia in the North Sea really have guts. Elbat turned to look at Grafus and Sarah beside him. Well, it's okay, we've seen more explosive scenes, Grafus said proudly while blowing smoke rings. Although the mafia culture in the North Sea is not as rampant as that in the West Sea, the chaos on the sea is by no means inferior. Gangs, pirates, mercenaries, assassin organizations, any kind of evil force that humans can think of can thrive in the North Sea. Therefore, attacking the Navy on the street is really not a rare sight. Is there anything more explosive than this? Is the atmosphere in the North Sea this wild? Elbat felt he needed to rethink the customs and habits of the North Sea. After leaving some subordinates to guard the ship, everyone entered the streets of Freedom Town. Soon, a huge sign caught Elbat's attention. Freedom Town, the freest place in the entire sea. Even the air is filled with the sweet scent of freedom. Below this passage is a line of large red flashing letters. Turn right in 300 meters ahead, and you will encounter the best gun shop on the island. This advertisement in Beihai is indeed refreshing, Elbat commented silently. The group continued to walk into the town. In the next moment, a series of gunshots rang out ahead, but the pedestrians on the street seemed unfazed, casually finding nearby cover as if it were a common occurrence. For a moment, it made the group of beast pirates standing at the street corner stand out. However, soon after, with two crisp bang-bang gunshots, the continuous poo-poo gunfire abruptly stopped. The pedestrians who had taken cover on both sides of the street dusted off their clothes and continued their activities as if nothing had happened. Truly, this is Freedom Town. It really is free. The corners of Elbat's mouth twitched slightly. The port of Freedom Town is large. Exiting the port and walking along the street, one can see a huge square. The square is lined with various shops, and many young men and women are strolling around. You have a night to relax and rest. We will prepare to set off early tomorrow morning, Elbat said. Remember the rules on the ship, and by the way, if anyone can't get up because they're drunk tomorrow, I won't waste time waiting for them. Understood? The surrounding pirate subordinates replied loudly. Then I will go by sea charts and replenish supplies. The items on the ship also need restocking, Sarah responded. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and groups of people began to act separately. Descartes directly abandoned Elbat and mingled with Sarah. The little lowly showed an astonishing love for shopping, frequently dragging Sarah into various shops to buy gold and silver jewelry, as well as fancy clothes. Hey, Elbat, how about we go grab a couple of drinks? Grafus asked while holding a cigar. Sure, let's go check out the tavern and try some of your northern sea drinks. Elbat replied with a smile. Due to geographical reasons, the pirate world has completely different climates on each island, which gives the drinks on each island their unique characteristics. Ever since he acquired the talent never drunk after 1,000 cups, he welcomed drinking without hesitation, treating it as if it were just a beverage. Freedom Town is somewhat famous in the Northern Sea. It's a small town developed around pirates. As they walked towards the tavern, Grafus, with a cigar in his mouth, pointed to two groups of people glaring at each other not far away and introduced Elbat. As you just saw, the people here could be a bit irritable. What you just saw was called irritable. What are you looking at? What about you? Try looking again. The fight began, and Elbat and the others encountered this kind of dialogue along the way. A disagreement led to American-style quick draws, and if someone was displeased, they would charge in with a knife. This was a common scene here. In short, it was a town filled with violence. Fortunately, Elbat and his companions were also skilled at solving problems with violence. This was the territory of the famous Northern Sea Gang, the Montmar family. The triangular archway by the dock bore their family emblem. The Montmar family established a rule on the island that pirates were not allowed to harm civilians, and this measure was enforced quite well. Grafus continued to act as a suitable tour guide, explaining to Elbat, on one hand, the Montmar family is indeed quite powerful, and the various forces in the Northern Sea would not provoke each other over such matters. On the other hand, pirates tend to spend lavishly. If there is no one to cater to them, wouldn't that be quite disappointing? As long as there is profit to be made. Even Bloody Berries have plenty of people trying to earn them. The service industry in Freedom Town was particularly developed, so finding a tavern wasn't difficult. As the sky grew darker, it was the busiest time for the tavern. Just as Elbat and his companions arrived near the tavern, they could already hear the noise inside. A young pirate hurriedly stepped forward, saw the tavern door open, and immediately made way for Elbat. With an exasperated glance at this proud young pirate, Elbat said nothing and walked straight into the tavern. Ever since witnessing Spandon's exceptional flattery skills, these guys seem to have undergone some evolution in their minds, becoming more proactive in their daily behavior. Elbat glanced around the corner of the tavern, his eyes showing a hint of regret. In an environment full of strangers, he didn't like sitting in the center, enjoying the gazes from all directions. Just like in his previous life, when he preferred quietly sitting by the window listening to the teacher, he now liked to nestle in a corner while drinking. Just as Albert was about to find a random empty seat to sit down, the young pirate who had opened the door for him immediately sensed an opportunity to perform. He strode over to the corner, and with a loud bang, slammed a stack of berries and a short gun directly on the table. Take the money and get lost. You, a Mediterranean man, suddenly showed an expression of embarrassment and anger on his face. But before he could explode, several young pirates gathered around him with unfriendly expressions. The man snatched up the cash and arrogantly said, "Humph, if you want to leave, then leave. Just wait." After the bartender cleaned the table, the members of the Beast Pirates sat down and ordered some dishes and a few barrels of the tavern specialty drinks. Speaking of which, aside from Grafus, the other young pirates were drinking at the same table with Albert for the first time. These people were not at all pretentious and soon began chatting and joking around. Just as a few of them were enjoying their drinks, a strange voice came from the entrance. "Uncle Mose, give me 3 pounds of roasted meat, 3 pounds of wine, and the usual for everything else." Following the voice was a boy of similar build to Grafus, who greeted the tavern owner at the bar with a smile and tossed a bag filled with berries onto the tavern counter, seeming like a regular customer. "Here it comes." The tavern owner, a balding old man in his 50s or 60s, looked at the bag of money with some surprise and couldn't help but ask Pike, "Where did you get so many berries? Didn't you use all your money to buy a sailboat? Where did this money come from?" Pike laughed heartily and replied, "Uncle Mose, you underestimate me too much. I've been hanging around this free town for over 10 years now. Making a little money is quite normal, isn't it?" The old man placed a tray with hot roasted meat on the table and asked in confusion, "The money isn't the issue. But didn't you say you planned to set sail today? Why haven't you left yet?" Pike choked on his words and retorted angrily, "Why do you care, old man?" The old man, Mose, in a huff, threw the bag of berries back beside Pike and said impatiently, "You little brat, I've never liked you. Learning to drink before you're even an adult, you might end up drunk one day and get killed. Also, this money for drinks is too much. This isn't some black market. Take your extra money and get lost after you've finished drinking." Facing the owner's grumbling curses, Pike didn't say much. After putting the bag back in his pocket, he raised his glass and started drinking heartily. A few nearby drunks gathered around. "Hey, Pike, I heard that the ship you planned to take out to sea was bought by selling your family assets." "Family assets? It's just a few fishing gear. That guy Zimmerer charged me 30,000 berries for that broken ship. When I become a great pirate, and the name Say or Pike echoes across the sea, I'll definitely come back to settle the score with that black-hearted guy." Say Or's voice was booming under the influence of alcohol. Not far away, Elbert heard this and couldn't help but turn to look at Say or Pike. Say or Pike, the tough guy from the Don Quixote family. Say or Pike. "Elbert, are you interested in that little brat?" A perceptive little brother immediately leaned in to ask as he noticed Elbert glancing toward Say or. "A bit. I just feel that this little brat could grow up to be a remarkable man." Elbert never expected to run into the impressive tough guy from the original story in this tavern. "Forget it. We'll talk about the future later. Let's drink now." Elbert turned back, raised his glass, and said, "Come on, let's have a few more drinks. Today, the bill is on me, Elbert." "Oh, cheers to Brother Elbert." The atmosphere at the Beast Pirates table instantly reached a climax. For pirates, having someone treat them to drinks might just be the happiest time of the day. On the other side, Say or Pike was drinking while telling a few drunks around him about his plans for the future. Just then, a mocking laugh suddenly rang out from outside the tavern, and a few middle-aged men, armed and red-faced, kicked open the tavern's door with a bang. Echo across the sea. "Ha ha, little brat, you really know how to brag. You plan to come back to settle the score with me? Come on, today I'll give you the chance. Come at me." Zemeter's words made Say or Pike's face flush. He knew these guys were drunk and looking for trouble, but under the influence of alcohol, without thinking, he grabbed a wine bottle from the table and threw it at Zemeter's face. Smash! The bottle shattered, and blood instantly flowed from Zemeter's face. The intense pain sobered him up a bit. Looking for death, Zemerer angrily pulled out the pistol at his waist. "I'll kill you, you little brat." Bang! The bullet pierced the air, and Say or Pike jumped to dodge the incoming dark projectile. "You little brat, dodging quite fast. I'll make you dodge." Bang, bang, bang. Flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, and soon, bullets were flying all over the tavern, with food and drinks scattered everywhere. The patrons inside the tavern quickly ducked for cover, fearing the stray bullets would hit them. Yet despite this, many still got hit. Say or Pike was also hit in the calf due to a delayed dodge, which slowed him down significantly. Zemeter looked at Say or Pike, whose forehead was dripping with cold sweat, baring his yellow teeth with a cruel smile in his blurry eyes. "Still running, little brat? I'll finish you today." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole suddenly appeared in the middle of his forehead. "Bastard! If your shooting is so bad, go practice in hell. Beside Elbert, a pirate brother furiously raised a cup and fired his flintlock, which was still smoking. Damn it. I finally got a chance to toast brother Elbert. And you bastard, dare to break my wine cup. Bang, bang, bang. 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. Even the gods will be troubled by this. The pirate brother fired these shots without any emotion, purely out of personal grudges. After this commotion, Elbert and the others lost their interest in drinking. Without Elbert needing to say anything, the remaining pirate brothers quickly subdued the few middle-aged men left. They handed over the bounty to the bald owner Mose for handling, as compensation for the conflict. The rest were stripped of their clothes and hung at the tavern's entrance. After finishing all this, the beast pirates bought some more drinks and milk, preparing to return to the ghost ship. Unexpectedly, Pike limped over to Elbert and the others, kneeling down in front of them with a thud. The kid shouted about the importance of righteousness in life, saying things like a drop of water should be returned with a fountain, and resolutely wanted to take the recently fired pirate under his wing as his big brother. This little brat, Greyfuss, exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes showing a hint of admiration. The pirate beside him turned to Elbert at this moment. Hey kid, you just said you want to become a great pirate? Elbert looked at the bloodied kid with a determined face, a smile on his own. That's right. I dream of going to sea. Even if you don't take me in, I will set sail to become a pirate soon, Senor said with a serious expression. All right, since that's the case, you will be our beast pirates in turn from now on. Greyfuss, you will temporarily be in charge of training this kid. Elbert turned to look at a bearded man who was puffing smoke. Me? Greyfuss pointed at himself in confusion. Of course, you're the laziest one on the ship. Who else could it be? New World, Turbulent Island. A warship with the figure of a sauropod carved on its bow, slowly anchored at the edge of the island. This is Quinn's Brachiosaurus, named to commemorate his wild and carefree days. Are you sure? The Beast Tamer pirates are on this island right now? Quinn asked while eating a red bean rice cake. That's right, Brother Quinn. Those guys held a feast on this island after defeating Daifugo. The pirate underling quickly replied. Wow, still having a feast. They really are a bunch of newcomers from the paradise. So reckless. Quinn took a sip of the red bean rice cake, then took out a cigar from his pocket, took a couple of puffs, and looked at another pirate underling beside him. Sea Bass, hold the din mushy steady for me. If you drop it, you'll have to pick it up yourself. Don't worry, Brother Quinn, I'll hold it steady. Sea Bass made an okay gesture to Quinn, and a pair of gray wings suddenly sprouted from his back. As one of the captives who reformed after the Winter Melon Island battle, he successfully integrated into the Beast Pirates with the special bonus of the bird fruit, sparrow form. Now, he has become a messenger under Quinn's 2nd Division. Today, he came to Turbling Island with Quinn and some 2nd Division members to take down the Beast Tamer pirates on the island. A group of pirates who recently arrived from the first half of the Grand Line defeated a junior officer from the 2nd Division and took over this island. Along with them, besides some scientists in white coats, there were also a batch of special members from the Beast Pirates. Captain Queen, all the monitors and testing devices have been installed and are ready to start the experiment. A scientist in a white coat rushed to report to Queen. Hearing this, Queen downed the red bean cake in his hand and shouted, Everyone stay on the ship. The research team take the testing equipment and follow me to the island. In the center of Turbulent Island, there was a quiet little village in the dense forest where a group of people was gathered around a huge dining table, happily drinking and eating meat. Ha, this is great. Turnus, you're still so strong. I heard that the guy named Devago is some kind of junior officer from the 2nd Division. Haha, wasn't T defeated by you in no time? So cool. No kidding. Our captain is the Beast Tamer Turnus with a bounty of 22 million berries. What, the Beast Pirates? Just hearing the name tells you they can't be our captain's match. Just as these pirates were bragging bang, the door of the village was suddenly pushed open with force, and a guy who looked like a little shrimp barged in. No, this is bad, Captain. A monster we don't know where it came from is bitten back into death and is charging towards us. Monster? Turnus paused slightly in his drinking. Suddenly, the floor and tables in the village began to tremble. Not good. Everyone come out with me to face the enemy. After Turnus finished speaking, he immediately put on a floral captain's cloak, grabbed a long knife, and hurriedly ran out of the room. Stepping out of the village gate, he came to an open area and stopped to gaze. Instantly, Turnus' pupils constricted. Boom! A Spinosaurus, covered in black mist, leaped up and landed in front of Turnus with a thud. The Spinosaurus not only had thick armor on its chest, but it also wielded sharp blades on its claws. It swayed its tail, staring fiercely at the group of pirates as if hunting. What is this thing? A dinosaur? What else with the armor? The pirates gripped their weapons tightly, staring in astonishment at the monster before them. In the sky, Sea Bass let out a sharp whistle. and the recording transponder immediately aimed at the village below. Roar! Hearing the command, the Spinosaurus let out an angry roar, opening its massive jaws and lunging at Turnus. Clang! Turnus drew his long knife from his waist and pressed it firmly against the foul-smelling maw. The Spinosaurus, failing its first attack, tilted its head and quickly turned around, its thick tail whipping like a steel whip, striking Turnus's side before he could defend. Boom! Turnus's body flew out like a broken sack, crashing through the village wall and creating a large hole. Captain, members of the Beast Tamer Pirates immediately raised their weapons and launched a fierce attack against the massive Spinosaurus. Bang, bang, bang. Black bullets pelted the Spinosaurus's chest armor like raindrops, producing a series of loud sounds. The Spinosaurus completely ignored these weak attacks and lunged forward to bite a pirate who was shooting. Rip! Accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, the standing pirate was instantly bitten in half by the Spinosaurus. Hansen! Cries of despair rose from the crowd, but the Spinosaurus paid no attention to these cries. It slightly turned, and several flashes of cold light passed by. Poochie! A member of the Beast Tamer Pirates was instantly shredded into a blur by the Spinosaurus's sharp claws. No! More cries of despair erupted as a burly man holding a rocket launcher aimed at the Spinosaurus and pulled the trigger. Die, monster! Bang! Sparks flew, and thick smoke billowed. As the smoke gradually cleared, the Spinosaurus appeared before everyone with its body nearly unscathed. What kind of monster is this? Some sat limply on the ground, while others began to observe and glean some insights. Avoid the armor on this monster's chest when attacking. Aim for other unarmored areas. A guy who seemed to be an officer immediately directed the others. Bang, bang! The gunfire erupted again, and several pirates wielding swords leaped up and struck fiercely at the Spinosaurus's head. Clang! Sparks flew. The pirates were horrified to find that their attacks had little effect, leaving only faint white marks on the dense layer of scales, just as the members of the Beast Tamer pirate crew were momentarily stunned by their failed strike. A thick tail appeared like a venomous snake. Bang! 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 Several humanoid holes appeared on the walls of the small fort. At that moment, Telnos, who had just been knocked away by a tail, returned to the battlefield. You monster, what do you want to do to my crew? His steps suddenly accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, he moved beside the Spinosaurus. Crouching down, raising his knife, he leaped into the air. The long knife in his hand drew a bright white arc in the sunlight. In an instant, the knife light reached the Spinosaurus's neck. In that moment, the scales shattered. Dragon blood gushed out, and a long crack appeared on the Spinosaurus's neck. Just as Telnos breathed a sigh of relief, a shadow suddenly appeared above him. Bang! A powerful dragon claw collided violently with his body in midair, and the sudden impact sent Telnos crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, on a small hillside not far from the fort, Quinn and several lab-coated individuals watched the battlefield, which had erupted into chaos again. Frowning as they spoke, what's going on with the hardness of the scales? How could they be so easily split? Lord Quinn, this is the data sent from the testing device. One lab-coated individual handed a stack of documents to Quinn. Quinn flipped through them seriously, his frown tightening. The increased defensive power of the scales is significantly lower than we estimated, not achieving the expected effect, and the enhancement in strength has also decreased considerably. It seems there must have been some oversight in the experiment. Lord Quinn, should we continue? A lab-coated individual asked, puzzled. Of course we continue. Notify the crew on the ship to release a few more test subjects, and inform Seabass to zoom in on the recording. At the edge of the fort, just as Telnos was getting up from the ground, movement was detected in the dense forest behind the Spinosaurus, and a series of low growls echoed in everyone's ears. In the terrified eyes of the Beast Tamer pirate crew, several dinosaurs of various shapes quickly appeared, surrounding the small fort. There's more than one monster? Run, run! Amidst the roars of the dinosaurs, the Beast Tamer pirate crew was about to face a bloody storm. The sky was clear and blue, and the sea was a deep blue. Are they really okay? The newly transitioned Senior looked at the heads bobbing on the surface of the sea behind the Phantom, then turned to his newly recognized big sister beside him. After boarding the ship, the girl who considered herself the in-turn big sister, Descatry, approached him, and after a friendly exchange, she immediately assigned this new little brother to her crew. Don't worry, they're all tied with iron chains, they won't sink. At most they'll just drink a bit of seawater. Descatry moved her limbs, quickly doing stretches. As Uncle Greyfuss said, this is just a little punishment for them. If they cause trouble while drunk or delay boarding time again, then we will remove their chains. Senior looked at the faces on the sea that were turning pale and felt that his life on the ship would definitely be exciting in the future. So what are you doing these movements for? Senor asked, a bit puzzled as he saw the girl constantly moving her body. What do you mean by you? When you call me, remember to add a respectful title in front. Senor. This little girl, clearly several years younger than me, still wants me to call her big sister, but can't beat me. How frustrating. You just joined our pirate crew and aren't familiar with our rules. In the 100 Beast pirate crew, strength is respected, and as long as you have the capability, you can keep climbing up. So every month, our pirate crew holds a challenge match among the various divisions. Discathery stretched her arms and continued, saying, all members can challenge those who hold a higher position. If you win, the two of you swap positions. If you lose, you forfeit a month's position allowance. Can I participate? Senor's eyes lit up. The little girl shook her head while moving her shoulders and said, no, not even you can participate, and neither can I. Why not? Senor asked, feeling frustrated. If we can't challenge, we can't exchange positions, which means we have to hold the title of intern for a long time. So annoying. We belong to the interns. That bullhorn gorilla has stipulated that all underage pirates will automatically be classified as interns, and interns cannot participate in challenge matches. Bullhorn gorilla? Yes, that's our captain of the 100 Beast pirate crew. I'll show you our pirate flag later, and you'll know what he looks like after he died. Senor, since neither of us can participate, why are you, Sister Lily, still warming up? Seeing the dangerous glare from Discathery, Senor quickly changed his question. The little girl showed a teachable expression and nodded with satisfaction. Although we can't participate in the challenge matches, usually after the challenge matches, that bullhorn gorilla will come to assess the training conditions of the interns. Remember before we left, that guy specifically reminded Brother Iba not to forget this. So I have to be well prepared now. Assessment? That's right, simply put, it's a fight. The challenge match on the Phantom ship ended particularly quickly. After all, those who could run to the North Sea with Elbat are all clever characters. No one wants to go all out in this informal match held outside the divisions. As Discathery expected, after the challenge match, what awaited her was a monthly exam organized by Elbat. The assessment took place on a piece of ice temporarily frozen by Elbat, and many pirate siblings who heard the news gathered on the deck of the Phantom ship to watch the battle. Especially those dozen pirates who had just climbed out of the sea and made mistakes. They strongly insisted on watching this exam before entering the ship's treatment room. Then, these people were severely beaten by the ship's doctor before cursing and leaving the deck of the Phantom ship. Amid the cheers of the pirates, Discathery and Elbat slowly landed on the ice. Lily, it has indeed been a long time since we practiced together. Don't worry, I'm not Kaido, I won't be that harsh. Elbat grinned, revealing a friendly smile. For today's assessment, he specially exchanged a hammer from a system. There was no other meaning. He just wanted this little girl to have a real exam feeling. Knowing Elbart's character, Discathery had no intention of holding back and directly entered her beast-human mode at the start. Oh, here comes little Lily's beast-human form. The watching pirates cheered, making it seem like a large celebrity press conference. Watching Discathery transform in the arena, Senor, her number one little brother, was left utterly speechless. This is my big sister? The last time she hit me, that little girl didn't even use her full strength. Damn it, when will I, a dignified man, be able to stand up completely? Regardless of Senor's thoughts at this moment, the battle between the two on the ice officially began with Elbat's command. At the first moment, Discathery not only retreated but also jumped backward, her gun wings quickly transforming, with the nozzles at the wing tips aimed at Elbat. Since the assessment has started, I'll greet you with this move, Comet Strike. Boom! The Scarlet Dragon energy surged forth like a machine gun, a thick energy beam roaring towards Elbat. Your attack this time is better controlled than last time at Punk Hazard. Not bad. Not bad. It seems that Kaido's teaching quality is very good. Elbat sidestepped and cleverly dodged this attack. Then, he suddenly pushed off the ground, as if an invisible force was lifting his feet in the air. Whoosh! His body accelerated instantly, like a flash of lightning tearing through the sky. In the blink of an eye, Elbat, wielding a heavy hammer, was already in front of Discathery. Come on, let me see how well you've learned the rest of your skills now. Bang! The heavy hammer, wrapped in armed hockey, fell rapidly, and Discathery quickly spread her silvery wings in front of her. After a stumble, she used all her strength to block Elbat's powerful strike with great difficulty. Not bad. Your defense and strength have improved a bit. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed, and a white whirlwind swept across the ice surface. Crack! Crack! Cracks began at the point where Discathery landed, rapidly spreading like a spider web across every inch of the ice surface. After a moment of stalemate, Elbat changed his move first. He retracted the hammer, stepped on the little girl's outstretched wings, leaped forward, and harshly kneed Discathery in the head. Discaturli quickly raised both hands over her head to block Elbat's knee strike. Just then, Elbat twisted his wrist, taking advantage of Discaturli's temporary loss of sight to prepare the wolf-tooth club for another attack. Instantly, a shadow quietly descended upon the little girl's chin. With such a good teacher, you still haven't trained your hockey well, Lily. Kaido has a saying that is very true. Relying on abilities can only show momentary ferocity. Only hockey is the power that transcends everything. Of course, someone like me who is a cheat can't be counted in. Accompanied by Elbat's deep voice, the hammer, which embodied Kaido's highest teaching principles, made close contact with Discaturli's little chin. Bang! The little girl was immediately sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ice surface. So you, little girl, must master hockey as soon as possible. In this regard, you see, I'm a very good example. Back in the day, Elbat did not continue to attack, but stood in place and began to educate Discaturli, shamelessly embellishing his own experiences of cheating as a positive example. But the little girl clearly did not want to listen to his nonsense. The dragon gem in her chest flickered with red light at an increasing frequency, emitting a roar like a fighter jet engine, and streams of scarlet dragon energy gradually spread throughout her body. At the tails of the 6 wing guns, the scarlet glow became even more dazzling, with large amounts of air being drawn in. Boom! A massive amount of high-pressure dragon energy erupted from the tails of the wing guns, and Discaturli shot up like a red glowing meteor, soaring to an altitude of 1,000 meters in just a few seconds. The pirates on the ghost ship cheered and gasped in amazement, excitedly waving to the red meteor in the sky. You bastards are so noisy. I'm in assessment. Just behave and be an audience. Elbat turned back and shouted at the crowd on the ghost ship. Suddenly, the cheers turned into low murmurs. Brother Elbat is so boring. Exactly. Wrapped in dragon energy, Discaturli directly ignored the effects of wind pressure, letting the chaotic airflow sweep over her body now spiraling down like a supersonic fighter jet. The sky where the dragon wings passed not only produced circles of white air waves, but also created extremely sharp sonic booms. Sensing the trajectory of her attack with observation hockey, Elbat raised an eyebrow. Can this little girl master this move well? The cute star sky crash? Elbat pretended to take a defensive posture with the heavy hammer in his hand, seemingly ready to take this hit head-on. But just at the moment before both sides were about to collide fiercely, he suddenly pushed off with both feet to the side, easily dodging Discaturli's advance. Bang! Unable to stop her momentum, Discaturli crashed head-first onto the ice, the tremendous force instantly shattering the ice layer, and the little girl blinked as she crashed into the sea. Seeing his prediction come true, Elbat shook his head helplessly at the large hole in the ice beside him. She really couldn't stop. This cute star sky crash is still too strenuous for you to use right now, Lily. Just as the pirate subordinates were about to jump into the sea to rescue her, red light flickered beneath the ice, and a sound like an engine starting quickly reached everyone's ears. Bang! The ice shattered, and a silvery figure burst through the ice, accompanied by scattered ice crystals, drawing a brilliant rainbow in the sky. Daring to mock me, I'm going to hit you hard next. The little girl let out a delicate shout, and the scarlet dragon energy continuously surged out from the wing guns on her back. Before long, it completely enveloped Discaturli's body. Dragon energy enhancement. Dragon energy enhancement is a strengthening state that Discaturli developed through Kaido's continuous education. It uses the dragon energy of the celestial comet dragon within her body to stimulate her physique, allowing her to gain even greater power and speed in a short period. Of course, this stimulation must be kept within a threshold, although increasing the stimulation without regard for anything can geometrically amplify the values. The cost is that the body will be severely injured by the raging energy. In the state of dragon energy enhancement, the dragon gem on Discaturli's chest began to rapidly swell, and massive amounts of air began to surge into the little girl's body. Thump! Thump! The air was transformed into surging dragon energy through the celestial comet dragon's special organs, and the scarlet brilliance was transmitted through the blood vessels to every cell in her body. Discaturli's entire body, covered in silver scales, began to gradually turn red, and her originally sky-blue pupils and hair also turned scarlet. Dragon energy seeped out from the gaps in the girl's scales, and Discaturli bent down, her right hand clawing, as the wing guns on her back erupted with a massive amount of dragon energy flames. Whoosh! The girl leaped out, and, under multiple bursts, her speed directly broke the sound barrier, almost instantly appearing in front of Elbat. But unfortunately, this rapid strike was directly blocked by Elbat with his arm. Bang! 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 Sparks flew. Under Kaido's training, Descartes has adapted to the coordination between her dual-wielding guns and the wing guns on her back, and the rhythm of her attacks is proceeding in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Elbat has wrapped his arms in dark-armed haki, perfectly resisting the girl's rapid attacks. Her skills are improving quickly. It seems Kaido's recent training has been quite effective for you. Now let's test your on-the-spot reaction. I'm going to attack Lily. Come on. During their exchange, after a few moves, Elbat seized a slight opening that Descartes inadvertently exposed, switching from defense to offense, swinging his massive hammer quickly toward Descartes' exposed abdomen. Descartes' wing guns suddenly released a burst of dragon breath, allowing her to twist out of Elbat's strike in an unscientific manner while simultaneously sweeping her left elbow. Elbat chuckled, lifting the hammer aimed at Descartes' abdomen, directly colliding with the girl's incoming elbow. Bang! Descartes felt a massive force hit her, being sent flying by Elbat's terrifying strength. Oomph! Bring it on! The girl quickly reappeared in front of Elbat, launching a flurry of attacks with her hands and wings, striking at all of Elbat's vital points like a storm. If this were a real battle, Elbat would definitely have thrown a solid punch to counter all those flashing moves. But since it's a school exam, that wouldn't be appropriate. So, Elbat immediately wrapped himself in armed haki, transforming into a pitch-black figure, enduring Descartes' storm-like assault. Bang, 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 bang. The dull sounds of collisions echoed as Descartes' fists fell like raindrops. Within a few seconds, the girl unleashed hundreds of attacks. Although not every strike was with full force, she still exerted about 70 to 80% of her strength. Even so, Elbat remained unharmed, and the clothes wrapped in haki showed no signs of wear from Descartes' onslaught. I can't do this anymore, I'm so tired. The girl stepped back a few paces, waving her small hands, her rabbit ears drooping. Resting? Elbat quickly followed Descartes' retreating steps with his massive hammer in hand. This is an exam, and when it ends is not up to you to decide. Watch the hammer. Damn it! As Descartes saw Elbat's hammer swinging towards her, she reached out to defend while taking a deep breath. She worked to calm her inner turmoil, focusing her mind and guiding the mysterious and unfamiliar power within her. In no time, the girl's figure vanished, replaced by a sleek silver dragon. Bang! The dragon's fangs clamped down hard on the descending hammer, and Descartes took a deep breath as the wing guns behind her exhaled a jet of scorching dragon breath at the close-range Elbat. Elbat sidestepped to avoid the dragon breath, only to see a thick tail swinging towards him. The tail, like an iron whip, was quickly blocked by Elbat's arm, sparks flashing between the scales and haki. That was a beautiful strike. Elbat grinned, loosening his grip on the hammer, retracting his right hand slightly before delivering a powerful smash to Descartes' head. Bang! The forceful punch slammed down on Descartes' hard scales atop her head. Bang! The shockwave shattered the ice surface, creating ripples in the sea behind. Taking advantage of Descartes' momentary stagger, Elbat stepped forward, grabbing her swinging tail and hoisting Descartes onto his shoulder. Then, with a swift motion, he executed a shoulder throw, sending the girl soaring into the sky. Come on, Lily. Let me see your ultimate move again. This time I promise to take it. You better not trick me. After being thrown into the air, Descartes was enveloped in a crimson glow, her body swirling down like a meteor under the protection of dragon breath. Standing on the ice, Elbat gripped the hammer tightly, the thick armed haki wrapping around the makeshift weapon. Come on. Whoosh. Bang. The deafening sound of the collision shook the air as if it had been torn apart by this power, the ice continually cracking and reforming under Elbat's protection, while the sea churned in waves. Good power, but little Lily, you're still too green. Elbat grinned, pushing off with his feet to swiftly evade Descartes' advance. Then, in the next moment, taking advantage of Descartes' forward momentum, Elbat swung the hammer enveloped in intense armed haki towards the girl's head. Bang! When the girl resurfaced from the sea, Elbat cheerfully announced the end of the assessment. Big brother Elbat, you have no integrity. Didn't you promise to take my move? Descartes frowned, loudly scolding the shameless brat. Yes, I did take your move, but I never said I wouldn't change my tactics afterward. Elbat patted his chest and said, besides, I'm also teaching you a lesson, little Lily. Don't forget what our identities are right now. We are fierce, cunning pirates. As villains, isn't lying common occurrence? Shouldn't a villain do whatever it takes to achieve their goals? Now you're facing me. What if you encounter someone even more cunning and ruthless than I am in the future? Descartes was left stunned by Elbat's words. What kind of audacity allows someone to say such things without batting an eye? Big brother Elbat, you've learned bad habits from that bull-headed gorilla. The little girl shot Elbat a fierce glare before turning to walk back to her room, clearly not wanting to engage with this shameless brother any further. As the pet of the Phantom ship, Descartes is currently living with Sarah, and their room is filled with spoils from their shopping trips. Seeing that Descartes didn't argue back, Elbat walked back to his room like a triumphant general, happily closing his eyes to watch his favorite anime. The others on deck, seeing that the fun was over, returned to their posts. Sarah called over Senor and Grafus, planning to discuss the upcoming route with them. Senor had been fishing at sea with his father since he was 7. After his father's death, he faked his age and worked as a sailor on a deep-sea fishing vessel for a year. Later, when the fishing boat was attacked by pirates, he narrowly escaped and returned to Freetown, taking up fishing again. He knows the hydrological conditions near Freetown very well. Therefore, when discussing the upcoming route, Sarah directly brought him, the local expert, into the conversation. After arriving at the next island, we have 2 routes to choose from, but in my opinion, it's not very ideal. Sarah spread out the sea chart and pointed to a few small islands on it, saying, one route goes north through Yumeltown, then turns east to reach the southern part of the Land of Snow, and then departs southeast to arrive at Nimian Island, which is northwest of the Seleucid Kingdom. The other route requires passing through Erstown and Hemmerstown from the south, then heading north to reach Haiyan Island, and finally turning northeast to arrive at the Seleucid Kingdom. Grafus furrowed his brows tightly as he looked at the 2 large arcs Sarah drew on the map. Even if the information provided by that guy Spandane is true, if we hurry along this route, that guy John will probably leave before us, Sarah said with a helpless shake of her head. Grafus looked at the sea chart, feeling overwhelmed. He pointed to the Seleucid Kingdom's emblem on the map and asked curiously, the location of Freedom Town seems not far from the Seleucid Kingdom. Why can't we just go straight there? It's like this, big brother Grafus. Every year at this time, a thick fog rises to the east of Freedom Town, completely covering the sea surface. Any ship would get lost in it, Senior quickly replied. Thick fog? A small head poked in among the group. It was Descartes, who had just changed her clothes. Since you encountered thick fog, why not ask Brother Iba? Just as everyone was puzzled, Descartes continued. In the past, when we encountered foggy weather on the island and it was difficult to hunt, he would always snap his fingers and disperse the fog. Everyone, Brother Iba's fruit ability can control the weather and even create natural disasters. Not to mention thick fog. Even storms are just a snap of his fingers for him. He once seemed to say that he is a man who can summon wind and rain. I still remember his silly face. Our first mate has such abilities. How come we didn't know? It's no wonder Sarah and Grafus didn't know. After all, since Elbat joined the Beast Pirates, he gradually shifted from being an elemental mage to a traditional mage like Gandalf in order to train his hockey. Grafus had seen Elbat manipulate lightning and thought that was just his ability, but he didn't expect he had underestimated Elbat. Since the first mate has such abilities, then we can change our route to go straight through the fog from Freedom Town, reach Haiyan Island, and then head northeast. In this case, we should be able to reach the Seleucid Kingdom in about 4 days. Sarah thought for a moment and immediately replanned a new route. In that case, when Brother Elbat wakes up, I will show him the new route. Just as Grafus was about to put away the sea chart and call everyone to have lunch, he saw Descartes take out 2 round, ball-like objects from her cute bag on her right side. There's no need to be so troublesome. I can wake that lazy bum who sleeps like a pig from bed right now. The little girl's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Just right. His room is on the top floor, so it won't disturb anyone else. Elbat, who was watching a drama with his eyes closed, felt a familiar chill. Meanwhile, on the sea 1,000 miles away, a 2-masted sailboat was cutting through the waves, speeding ahead. Behind the 2-masted sailboat, there is a massive naval warship. Bang, bang, bang. As cannonballs exploded on both sides of the 2-masted sailboat, towering columns of water erupted from the sea. Along with the cannonballs came a booming roar. Roger, Carp, you mad dog. Standing at the back of the ship, Roger gritted his teeth and said, you really are a sticky candy. How long have I just been in the North Sea, and I already run into you? Ha ha. Meeting his fate, Roger, today I will definitely capture you. After saying that, Carp made his fists, as big as sandbags, crackle together and shouted to the back. Quick, bring up 2 more sets of cannonballs. On Roger's pirate ship, Roger said to the members of the Roger pirates beside him, as usual, I'll hold off Carp. You all go chop down the mast of the warship, and the rest be ready to set sail at any time. After that, Roger laughed loudly at Carp. Ha! Carp, every time you say you want to capture me. But here I am, still galloping on this vast sea. Roger launched his exclusive taunting skill at Carp, and the effect was outstanding. Next, both sides began to execute Roger's plan smoothly and skillfully, under the powerful protection of Elbat's abilities. The Yomi no Kaze directly ignored the thick fog east of Liberty Town and successfully reached Sea Swallow Island. Sea Swallow Island, the most notorious lawless area in the North Sea. If Liberty Town gives a feeling of volatility, then Sea Swallow Island can be considered a completely dark place. Evil groups and organizations from all over the North Sea gather here. There are basically no ordinary people on the island. Even a small stall owner at the dock might have once been a member of a gang or an ace of an assassin organization. Murder, robbery, and other crimes are everywhere on the streets of Haiyan Island. However, despite being an illegal territory, Haiyan Island is surprisingly prosperous. Here is the largest casino and auction house in the North Sea, and it is also the largest free trade area for the underground forces in the North Sea. Precious specialties from other seas can almost be bought here, and sometimes there are even rumors of 1 or 2 devil fruits being auctioned. To some extent, this place can also be seen as an important point of communication between the North Sea and the outside world. After all, even in darkness, there's a set of order that belongs to it. After docking the ship at the shore, Elbat turned his head to look at Senor. This kid's great pirate dream was first crushed by Descatli's performance in the monthly exam, and then silenced by Elbat's terrifying ability to change the world with a wave of his hand. All right, Senior, don't make such a complicated face. You have a long way to go. You know this place better than we do. So hurry up and take us around nearby. We don't have much time to stay here. As a paradise for villains, Sea Swallow Island has many colorful activities. Brother Elbat, what is that? The little girl Descatli asked while sitting on Elbat's shoulder, pointing at a shimmering sign ahead. The neon lights on the sign flickered pink, vaguely outlining the silhouette of a beautiful woman, with blue lights beside it shaped like a wine glass. Oh, you don't need to know that now. You'll understand when you grow up. Oh, do those sisters work in that place? They look so pitiful, wearing so little. Elbat, at this moment, a clever young pirate quickly replied, Sister Lily, you're right, we should go help them now. A few people behind him immediately echoed his words and walked towards the few poor sisters under the little girl's gaze. Huh, when did they become so kind-hearted? Just as the little girl was confused, Grafus lightly tapped Elbat's arm and pointed to a gleaming building, asking Brother Elbat, are you interested in going in to play a few rounds? Elbat followed his finger and saw the words Montmar Casino immediately come into view. A casino? This was Elbat's first time seeing a casino in reality, both in this life and the last. Let's go in and experience it. I've never been here before. After saying that, he quickened his pace towards the casino entrance. However, halfway there, Elbat suddenly dashed into a nearby clothing store. What is up with your outfit? Grafus looked at Elbat, who had just come out of the clothing store, his face full of confusion. He wore a black suit, a white shirt, a white scarf, and a long black trench coat. Especially that slick back hair made Grafus feel that Elbat seemed to exude an inexplicable aura. You don't understand. Usually, those who dress like this at a casino get the attention of the goddess of gambling, Elbat said as he directly lifted the curtain and walked into the casino. Goddess of gambling? Shouldn't it be the goddess of luck? Grafus muttered quietly as he followed him into the casino. Sarah was not interested in participating in such gambling activities. He took Descatli and headed towards a shopping mall around the casino. There were many casinos on Haiyan Island, ranging from high-end to low-end. The one Elbat entered was a high-end casino. Upon entering, there was a splendid hall filled with various gambling addicts, and the gambling options were dazzling. After scanning the area, Elbat suddenly froze at the entrance. What are you doing at the door? Do you find the hall too noisy? It wouldn't hurt to go to a private room. I haven't been there yet. Grafus gently pushed Elbat and mumbled a few words. Elbat regained his senses and smiled as he walked into the hall, laughing. Keep up, keep up. I'm taking you to meet a big shot. Big shot? What big shot? Grafus followed Elbat's direction. Soon, his gaze, like Elbat's, locked onto a particular gambling table. There was no way around it. That face and that iconic big mustache were just too familiar. Gol di Roger. Grafus's pupils suddenly constricted. Gold, Roger, who defeated Rox, was already a legendary figure in the New World, with a status even higher than Kaido's. Definitely among the top few pirates. At this moment, Roger was not wearing his long unwashed captain's cloak, but casually dressed in a floral shirt and beach shorts. Yet, even in this outfit, his aura was completely different from the surrounding small fries. That's him. Elbat nodded. Grafus only recognized Roger. But Elbat had also spotted the other members of the Roger Pirates in the casino. Why are these guys coming to the North Sea for team building instead of fighting in the New World? Seeing Elbat getting closer to Roger, Grafus pulled back and said, Hey, what are you doing? You know he asked Gold, Roger, and you're still approaching him? Our beast pirates have already offended Shiki. You don't want to provoke Roger too, do you? Don't worry, I'm just going to say hello. Elbat replied with a smile. He wasn't tea like Kaido, whose mind was filled with nothing but alcohol and violence. He was merely a bit interested in the future Pirate King. Elbat walked up to Roger despite gray, fuse-worried gaze. Hey, you look like you're having good luck. Want me to join you for a couple of rounds? Elbat patted Roger's shoulder and asked. Nassario Elbat? Roger recognized him and laughed. Pointing to the chips on the table, I smell good wine on you. Let us skip the gambling and bet on drinks instead. Like Kaido, Roger was also a heavy drinker. Just earlier, while dining on the ship, Elbat had exchanged some hunter beer in the system, and he was surprised that Roger could still catch the scent now. Betting on drinks? Sure. If I win, the chips on your table are mine. If I lose, this bottle of wine is yours. Elbat directly exchanged a bottle of SilverDragon whiskey from his system and placed it on the gambling table. This is whiskey? What a unique aroma. Roger sniffed and looked intoxicated. Have you not had a drink in a while? Roger's current appearance was just like Kaido before the attack on the Gorstino Islands. Mentioning this made Roger's face instantly turn angry. Not long ago, when we first entered the North Sea, we had a few barrels of wine. But somehow that old bastard carp found out our whereabouts and blew up all my wine with a cannonball. I haven't had any to drink these past few days. You really are unlucky, always being chased by that guy carp. Huh? As they laughed, Elbat suddenly paused and asked, so, does that mean you might attract carp over here? Well, it's not impossible, right? Are you afraid of him? Not really afraid, just, it's quite troublesome. Elbat stroked his chin and said, Indeed. That guy is exceptionally clingy. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. The muddy streets were filled with sewage, and a little golden-haired boy, about 7 or 8 years old, barefoot and in ragged clothes, walked briskly into a small alley. He, that fool Herba, Doflamingo, counted the crumpled belly in his hand, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth beneath his sunglasses. He leaned against the wall of the alley and slowly sat down on the sewage-covered ground, gradually pulling out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket. With this money, I should be able to take my mother to see a doctor. Huff. Doflamingo lit the cigarette with trembling hands and took a deep drag, the confusion in his eyes becoming clearer. The current life he was living was unimaginable for someone who was once a celestial dragon descendant. Why? Why must I fall from the peak of the sky into this mud? Why must I, as a descendant of a god, endure such suffering? These days, Doflamingo has thought countless times about ending his life. However, the hatred inside him and his dissatisfaction with the world kept him going. You little brat, you took my money. Where do you think you're going? Just as Doflamingo finished his cigarette and was about to leave, 3 shadows blocked the entrance of the alley. Herba. Herba was the fool who had just been scammed out of 10,000 berries, and Doflamingo never expected this guy to react so quickly. Doflamingo's expression darkened as he continuously stepped back, slowly retreating to a raised brick. There's a flintlock hidden inside, which Doflamingo obtained as a trophy after killing a small thug during a gang fight. This alley is also a cleanup spot for Doflamingo after committing a crime. He would stay here for a short while to eliminate anyone following him. How dare you trick me, brat? It seems you're tired of living. Herb's gaze towards Doflamingo was icy. Doflamingo realized that today's situation could not be resolved peacefully, so he decided to strike first. I tricked you because you're stupid. Doflamingo pulled the flintlock out from inside the bricks and fired 2 shots, knocking down 2 of Herb's men. You little brat. Seeing 2 of his brothers fall instantly, Herb was both shocked and furious. He rushed into the alley, drew a dagger, and lunged at Doflamingo, who was reloading. Doflamingo, noticing this, immediately threw the flintlock at Herb's head and turned to run. The two chased each other deeper into the alley. Keep running, you little brat. A sinister smile appeared on Herb's face. Do you think you have me figured out? Doflamingo reached into a stone brick and pulled out a short gun. Hee. I originally only intended to trick you for some money, but since you chased after me seeking death, I can't be blamed. Bang bang. Just as Doflamingo was about to rummage through his spoils, a robust figure appeared at the alley's entrance. I'm not playing anymore. You must have cheated using observation hockey. After another failed attempt to secretly use observation hockey to peek at his opponent's cards, Elbat threw down his own cards in frustration and took a heavy gulp from his glass. It's impossible. I've already summoned the gods. How could I lose to Roger? That clearly doomed guy, and I've lost 12 times in a row. This guy is definitely cheating with his observation hockey. That's right. This guy's observation hockey has the ability to listen to the voices of all things. It's simply a cheating tool. It's even possible that this bastard used the technique of observation kill on me. Otherwise, how could I not see his hidden cards? Roger chuckled as he kicked the 12th bottle of SilverDragon whiskey into his arms and said to Elbat, Brother Elbat, this is purely luck on my part. How about we play a couple more rounds? Who knows? Your luck might turn around. Get lost. You're just as shameless as Kaido. Elbat retorted with a laugh. Even though he knew Roger was cheating, Elbat couldn't do anything about it. He always thought his dual haki was trained well enough. But he didn't expect there to be such a large gap between him and the world's top powerhouses. It seems that after returning from the North Sea, it's time to find that guy Kaido for some serious training. As for whether teacher Kaido is willing, isn't teaching and educating supposed to be the duty of every teacher? Roger downed a bottle of SilverDragon whiskey and said with dazed eyes, "Brother Elbat, I can't help it. That guy Carp not only ruined our liquor, but all the treasures in the cabin were blown into the sea by that cannonball. Now our Roger pirate crew is short on money. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here picking up cash. Listen to what you just said. Meeting someone like you is just my bad luck." The card game ended hastily under Elbat's insistence. The two sat at the gambling table in the casino, drinking as if no one else was around. One was an old adventurer who had traveled to many places, and the other was a time traveler from a world of information explosion. When they started chatting, they could talk about anything from all corners of the world. In this era, Roger rarely encounters someone he can talk to so openly. Therefore, his impression of Elbat is getting better and better. Damn, I really envy that bastard Kaido. Although they haven't known each other for long, he still wanted to ask, "Elbat, would you like to join my ship? How about being my first mate?" Roger comfortably burped and started rambling. "Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up by Rayleigh when you go back?" Elbat laughed and looked towards the corridor on the second floor of the casino. "How could that be? I'm a captain." Roger shouted loudly, fueled by the alcohol. Elbat shook his head with a smile and said, "Sorry, I'm not very interested in your pirate crew. And although Kaido is somewhat of an idiot, he's not bad overall. So I don't have any thoughts of switching jobs for now." "Is that so?" Roger smiled and said, "Then I won't force it." Bang! The two clinked their glasses again and downed their drinks. After that, Roger stood up to bid farewell. "After this last drink, I have to go back. If I miss the boarding time, those guys will give me a good beating. I think even if you go back now, you'll still get a good beating." As Roger's figure gradually walked away, Greyfuss and the pirate underlings immediately walked over to Elbat. "Is that guy really the country destroyer, Roger?" Greyfuss puffed out smoke and asked in confusion. "It feels. The nickname belongs to his secondary creation. I couldn't find Roger's nickname, so I came up with one based on his country-destroying behavior. Does it seem like this guy is not very smart, thinking about that bastard Kaido?" Elbat said. "Tear." Seemingly realizing something, Greyfuss muttered softly, "Does becoming strong require sacrificing a part of one's intelligence?" As he spoke, he turned to look at Elbat. "Elbat, what do you mean by that? Why are you looking at me? I'm perfectly normal. Okay." Rolling his eyes at Greyfuss, Elbat stood up and waved his hand. "I'm heading back to the ship. You guys continue to play. Just make sure not to forget the departure time." "Okay, brother Elbat." The pirate underlings replied in unison. At this point, Greyfuss also lost interest in gambling and planned to return to the Yomi no Kaze with Elbat. However, when the two arrived on the ship, they learned some rather ridiculous news. The pirate underlings who had just gone down to bring warmth to those ladies were kidnapped by the gang. Indeed, without flying the pirate flag. Although it reduced the Navy's attention, it also diminished their deterrent effect on those rats in the darkness. Elbat looked at Greyfuss. "How about you go take a trip? See Swallow Island, Fisher Street, Phoenix Tail, Flower Hotel, Montmar family's residence." Montmar Hill, who was only in his 30s, was sitting in the luxurious office at the top of the hotel, staring solemnly at the man leaning on the sofa in front of him. The man before him was dressed in a black suit, wearing a black flat cap, with a fox mask that seemed neither crying nor laughing under the brim. "Lasky, I just sent the last batch of kids to you. Why are you here to urge me again today?" Montmar Hill opened the drawer of his desk and took out a fine cigar. As the smoke wafted, his voice drifted along with it to the man beside him. Lifting his hand to press down his flat cap, a hoarse voice came from within the mask. "The higher-ups are in a hurry. It's not my fault to ask you to help out a bit more." Lasky waved his hand, dispersing the smoke that made him somewhat uncomfortable, and continued in a low voice. "Recently, we in CP9 plan to train a new batch of members, so naturally, we need a lot of orphans." Montmar Hill stuffed the cigar in his mouth, took a few hard puffs, and then exhaled a thick cloud of smoke at Lasky. "I've prepared the kids, but you CP9 must help me with one thing. Introduce me to Mr. Dorag Piccolo." "The big-hand mortician Dorag Piccolo?" Lasky asked in confusion. "What do you want to meet that pervert for?" The big-hand mortician Dorag Piccolo is a rising force in the dark world in recent years, mainly engaged in organ trafficking and human trafficking, as well as assassination and mercenary services. Montmar Hill tapped the cigar on the ashtray in front of him and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Just want to discuss some business with this celebrity in the dark world." The Montmar family has been deeply rooted in the North Sea for hundreds of years, and it is entirely reasonable to have close cooperation with the world government. These dark forces can use the world government to reap more benefits, and the world government can also use these dark forces to do some inconvenient things. It's just a mutual exploitation. After thinking for a moment, Lasky readily agreed to Montmar. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, a sudden roar erupted beneath them. The entire phoenix flower seemed to shake, and some debris fell from the ceiling above them. What on earth happened? Montmar looked at his shoulder with a very ugly expression. It was already covered in dust. Could it be an earthquake? Just as Lasky was speculating, someone stumbled in from outside the door. Young Master Hill, something terrible has happened. Someone is attacking us. How could anyone have the audacity to do that on Haiyan Island? The Montmar family's reputation and power in the North Sea are not small, and even though Montmar Hill is just a minor member of the family, it's still the first time someone has come to attack them on Haiyan Island. Moreover, Montmar Hill is quite shrewd. He wouldn't provoke opponents he couldn't handle in business. It's a big bearded man holding a particularly large firearm. Oh, and he has a dozen burly henchmen with him. As soon as that guy arrived, he threw 2 bombs that directly blew up the front door of our hotel, shouting for us to hand over someone. Before Montmar Hill could get angry, Lasky immediately frowned and asked, "Big bearded man? With a particularly large firearm?" The reporting henchman nodded and hurriedly said, "That's right. The barrel of that guy's firearm is probably as thick as my forearm. He clearly isn't someone to mess with." After hearing the henchman's description, Lasky's pupils suddenly constricted. Who cares if he's hard to deal with? In the entire Haiyan Island, who would dare to touch Montmar Hill? You go notify the brothers, grab your weapons, and... What are we going to do? Lasky scolded, glaring fiercely at Montmar Hill, and without explaining anything, he took out a stack of wanted posters from his pocket. "Do you see this guy?" Lasky pulled out one of the posters, pointed to the likeness of Grafus on it, and asked. Seeing the henchman nod, Lasky waved his hand, urging him to quickly go out and close the door. "Lasky, even if this guy has a bounty of 190 million berries, we shouldn't." Montmar Hill said somewhat unwillingly. "Do you know who is backing this guy?" Lasky glared at Montmar Hill. "Does this guy not read the newspaper every day? The outlaw Grafus, with a bounty of 1.9 billion berries, is now a fighter for the Beast Pirates. The Beast Pirates behind him have a bounty that has exceeded 5 billion berries, making them the strongest emerging pirate crew in the New World. Do you really want to go against him?" Not long ago, the captain specifically sent information saying that the vice captain of the Beast Pirates, the evil Dragon Elbat, with a bounty of over 800 million berries, was discovered in the North Sea. If Grafus is here now, what do you think Elbat would be? Lasky's words immediately caused Monsieur to break out in a cold sweat. If he comes to me for people, doesn't that mean? Monsieur suddenly realized something, and sweat poured down his forehead. Perhaps it's possible that one of your subordinates has kidnapped a member of their crew, or maybe even a family member of the crew. Lasky's analysis made Monsieur feel a surge of panic. He hurriedly opened the door and rushed to his secretary, asking anxiously, "Are we receiving goods on Sea Swallow Island today?" After thinking for a moment, the secretary replied, "Yes. We indeed have 2 hound dogs delivering goods to us today, 2 children around 8 or 9 years old. Additionally, at the Red Rose Bar, our Black Widows also brought some. Hurry up and bring them out properly, with good food and drinks waiting. Go now." Monsieur shouted loudly. This is truly an unexpected disaster. At this moment, some are joyful, some are sorrowful, some are anxious, while others are relaxing. Elbat is in a strange state of both sorrow and relaxation. Initially, he thought that after gaining the ability of hockey, he had practiced well enough. But comparing himself to top-tier figures like Roger, he suddenly feels really inadequate, especially when it comes to observation hockey. Elbat is sure he saw a strong disdain in Roger's eyes. Elbat had to work hard to develop his own observation hockey. In this regard, his talent, passive, from the death trials didn't help at all. The only result of his hard work was harshly looked down upon by someone else. How can he tolerate that? He must find a chance to give that bastard a good beating. Additionally, Elbat is quite puzzled about the awakening of Conqueror's hockey. This thing is quite mystical. Not only is it a powerful ability, but it's also a symbol of prestige among the top tier of the New World. If you don't have Conqueror's hockey, you would even feel comfortable greeting others. Every time he sees Kaido's dragon body shake, causing enemies to roll over with white eyes, it would be a lie to say Elbat doesn't envy that. He can cheat his way through the training of armament hockey and rely on Kaido to tough it out with observation hockey. But what about Conqueror's hockey? After thinking it over, Elbat realizes he only has 2 paths to take. One is that he inherently has the qualities of a king, being 1 in a million. The chosen one. Elbat initially thought this probability was ridiculous. But then he remembers he is a time traveler, 1 in a billion. In comparison, Elbat felt that the probability of awakening his conqueror's haki was quite high. Another path is similar to armament haki, which is like cheating. Conqueror's haki can be entwined, and it hurts a lot when used against someone. This also means that Elbat can rely on his talent, passive, death trial, and cultivate armed color haki, bringing people over to help him cheat. Unfortunately, that guy Kaido doesn't know how to use Conqueror's haki either, which means that if Elbat wants to awaken his Conqueror's haki, he must spar with a strong person who knows how to use Conqueror's haki and take some hits. Calculating this, there's one more reason to beat Roger. While everyone on Haiyan Island was lost in their own thoughts, not far away on the sea, a warship was heading toward Haiyan Island. The warship was enormous, with a doghead figurehead at the bow, which was the flagship of the naval hero, Carp. Standing on the deck, Carp was shouting into a transponder snail. No sightings of Roger in Hermel's town? Good, keep observing. There are only a few island around here. That guy Roger can't run far. Yes, Vice Admiral Carp. Just as he hung up the transponder snail, it rang again. Vice Admiral Carp, we have discovered traces of the Roger pirates on Haiyan Island, reported the naval intelligence officer on the other end in a low voice. Upon entering the North Sea and learning about the location of the Roger pirates, Carp, eager to catch Roger, did not wait for his customized warship, which had yet to arrive in the North Sea, but instead set sail on a random branch warship. As expected, after the mast was destroyed by Roger and his crew, that warship was left stranded, and Carp could only watch helplessly as the Roger pirates sailed away. This time, he learned from the lessons of the chase a few days ago. Wow, looks like I'm quite lucky. After hanging up the phone, Carp laughed heartily and immediately turned to his aide, Bogart. Notify the nearby naval bases to send their warships to Haiyan Island. I want to catch Roger and the others in a net. With a grudge against Roger, and after finishing 2 episodes of a new anime, Elbat paused the show in the system, opened his eyes, and walked out of the room. He pulled Sarah, who was busy on the deck, and asked, "Are the supplies on the ship ready for departure?" Most of the supplies have already been loaded onto the ship. Only some ordered drinks are not fully prepared yet. I've sent someone to urge them, considering that this place is not far from the Seleucid Kingdom. We only prepared 10 days' worth of drinks and food this time. The rest of the space has been used to stockpile ammunition. Sarah quickly recounted the various preparations on the ship, like a qualified stewardess. What about Gray Foes? Is that guy back yet? Elbat asked in confusion. I haven't seen him yet, but he called me not long ago and said he was preparing a surprise for you. While they were talking, the crew member sent to urge the drinks returned. Bringing bad news. What? No drinks? Sarah's voice suddenly rose. The other party said his wine cellar was raided yesterday, and not a single barrel was left. So we can't complete our transaction, the pirate crew member said, panting. Are there any other places selling wine? Elbat frowned and asked. Wine is not only used for banquets, but is also the most important freshwater resource while sailing at sea. Setting sail without enough wine is extremely dangerous. The wine exchange in the system is fine for occasional indulgence, but if they drink freely, Elbat feared he might go bankrupt in just a few days. Yes, there are a few wine shops in the West, but the prices are doubled. The pirate crew member immediately replied. Not flying the pirate flag has its downsides. Although it reduces a lot of trouble from the Navy, lacking deterrent power always attracts some clueless small fries to come bother you. These unscrupulous merchants. Sarah, take a few people with you to the wine shop and tell the owner that I don't care whether what that guy said is true or false. In any case, before we set off, I want to see at least 100 barrels of wine in the ship's hold. Understood? All right, leave it to me. Huff, huff. Running all the way, Doflamingo was struggling to support himself against a lamppost, panting heavily. Fortunately, he had dug a small hole in a wall in the alley, which gave him an escape route. He never expected that fool Helba was actually from the Montmar family. Running away like this wouldn't work. He would be caught sooner or later. Doflamingo knew how powerful the Montmar family was on Haiyan Island. If he didn't return home in time and get his family to leave the island quickly, his mother and brother would face great danger. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Doflamingo's expression changed. After glancing around for a few seconds, he immediately pried open a window and quickly climbed inside. The room inside the window was filled with large wine barrels, and the air was thick with the rich aroma of wine. This is a tavern storage room. The footsteps outside the window are getting closer, and there seems to be a noisy argument coming from the shop ahead. It looks like this is the only way. Doflamingo quietly contemplated a strategy while looking at the barrels around him. He walked over to a wooden barrel, carefully tipped it over to the ground. and waited for the liquid inside to drain before cautiously righting it and crawling inside. Hurry, move all the liquor from here. Led by a short and stout man, Sarah and a dozen fierce pirates rushed into a liquor store. Galagas, what on earth do you want? Who are these people? The store owner, Bumir, was both shocked and angry. Just as he was about to resist, he was immediately pinned to the ground by Senor. Hee, Bumir, you don't need to pretend anymore. My wine cellar has been emptied by you guys, right? Try to use this method to borrow a knife to kill someone. You should take a look in a mirror and see what you look like. Galagas squatted in front of Bumir, gently patting his beard, and revealed a sinister smile. I advise you not to move. The greedy Hamer was killed by these guys for resisting too fiercely. You wouldn't want to be the next one, would you? Hearing this, Bumir's struggling body suddenly stiffened. Heaven have mercy, Galagas' wine cellar was stolen. Although he knew who did it, he really had no part in this matter. At first, he was gloating, but unexpectedly, he was now facing a tragic turn of events. Just thinking about how Hamer, who was stronger than him, had vanished without a trace, made Bumir feel weak. He whispered a warning, Galagas, I really didn't take your wine, but I know who did. Let them release me, and I'll take you to find them. Upon hearing this, the curve of Galagas' mouth lifted higher. He smiled and asked two pirate lackeys to let Bumir go, then stepped forward to put his arm around Bumir's shoulder, whispering, I knew you weren't that kind of person, brother. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you today. I'll take the liquor from here. Don't rush. Let me finish my words. This wine is considered as bought by my brother. I'll give you a 10 profit on the purchase price. Just consider it helping a brother out. Once you're done here, I have another place to visit. Bumir immediately reacted when he heard Galagas mention another place. Brother, I feel like you might be a bit shorthanded. What if it delays your delivery time? Should I allocate more manpower to you? Really? Then I thank you for that, brother. Who are we brothers? In fact, I've always opposed that kind of unfair competition. But alas, there are just too many liquor stores near the port, and I can't persuade them. The two old foxes completed a tacit transaction in an instant, resulting in other liquor stores near the port suffering the consequences. However, Galagas didn't expect that a little brat was hiding inside one of the empty barrels. The pirates of the Beast Pirates didn't even notice the weight difference while moving the liquor. As long as it wasn't empty, they moved it all away. Finally, more than 300 barrels of liquor were collected in a short time, just as Sarah was gathering her pirate subordinates to move the liquor. A group of people dressed in various outfits, led by Graves, arrived at the Phantom ship. At this moment, Elbat, who was lying on the deck sunbathing, raised an eyebrow slightly at the few people appearing before him. Who are these people? Graves leaned close to Elbat's ear, pointed to a few burly men with their heads down not far away, and whispered, those guys are the idiots who were just set up not long ago. The Montmar family originally wanted to use them as organ meat tickets, but later they somehow learned that those idiots were from our beast pirates, so they let them go. After that, he pointed to another young man with a fawning expression. That guy's the head of the Montmar family from Seagull Island, Montmar Hill. According to him, he's here to apologize to you. Elbat looked in the direction Graves pointed. Let those idiots go to the sea to wake up. As for you, Montmar Hill, come here. Hearing Elbat's command, Montmar Hill quickly ran to Elbat's side. Elbat stood up, and a very perceptive subordinate immediately brought a chair from the room and placed it behind Elbat. Elbat sat on the chair with a grand demeanor and looked at Montmar Hill, saying, since you haven't gone too far, I'll give you a chance to explain. I am very sorry, respected Lord Elbat. Montmar Hill smiled, slightly bowing with an apologetic expression. Oh, you know me? Of course, the vice-captain of the Beast Pirates. The great pirate evil Dragon Elbat, with a bounty of 870 million berries. I naturally won't mistake you. Montmar Hill maintained a smile, and his words slightly revealed some respect. There are many lookalikes and face-blind people in this world, coupled with a somewhat skewed technological tree, making information inconvenient in many places. Most of the time, people can only judge someone's identity from the wanted posters, and it's likely they have never seen the real person in their life. Some individuals can effortlessly impersonate others just by doing a little makeup and embellishment based on the distinctive features on the wanted posters. However, as the head of the Mumma family from Haiyan Island, the well-informed Mumma Sierra has obviously confirmed the true identities of Elbat and his group during this time. I, your humble servant, am deeply anxious about the unintentional offense committed by the family members to your esteemed department not long ago. Mumma Sierra waved his hand, and several men in black suits, carrying several large black briefcases, walked onto the deck of the Phantom ship. We have specially brought gifts to apologize to you, and we sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Mumma Sierra's demeanor was very humble. The more he analyzed the 100 Beasts pirate group, the more he realized what a huge entity it was. The Mumma family could not afford to provoke them, even if they united all the underground forces on Haiyan Island. So it was better to bow down and admit defeat. Apologize? Elbat looked at the several briefcases appearing before him, feeling somewhat speechless. Is it the Northern Sea rampant with black and evil forces? Why is everyone so sincere? Spandane would be one thing, but what's up with your mama family? As one of the local tyrants of the Northern Sea, shouldn't you be a bit more arrogant? But as the saying goes, one should not hide a smiling face. Since Montmassier has taken this posture, Elbat had no intention of making things difficult for him. Killing someone's family over a disagreement is not called a villain. It's called insanity. When being a pirate, wanting to grow strong and create brilliance is important, and aside from fighting, understanding human relationships is a significant plus. In his previous life as a homebody, Elbat lacked in this area, but that does not mean he didn't understand. After having two pirate subordinates move the gifts to the storeroom, Elbat began to engage in pleasantries with Montmassier. While the two were conversing, Senior and others also delivered over 200 barrels of liquor to the Phantom ship. The scene on the Phantom ship was bustling, catching the eye of a big-nosed, bruised-faced bearded man on the nearby Roger pirate ship. Hey, Rayleigh, what do you think about us robbing them? Silbaz Rayleigh, with a head of golden slicked-back hair, looked at his captain, whose mind was filled with jumping thoughts, and asked in confusion, "Not long ago, you were calling them brothers, and now you're thinking about robbing them? Roger, isn't that bad? Isn't it natural for pirates to rob other pirates?" Roger flashed a brilliant smile, and besides, I'm not calling it robbing. I'm reclaiming the treasure that belongs to our pirate group. Yesterday, after drinking, I forgot to take the chips I left on the table. That guy Elbat must have taken the chips I won to exchange for money. What's wrong with me taking something from him? Suddenly realizing he had misspoken, Roger froze and immediately covered his mouth. But it was too late. So what you said about not winning money when you came back was all a lie to us? Roger, the glint in Rayleigh's eyes behind his glasses flashed red. And we trusted you so much, handing you the last bit of funds on the ship to gamble. And this is what you did? At the same time, the members of the Roger pirate group stood up with sneers, their eyes flashing red as they gradually approached Roger. Wait, I can explain. Bang, bang, bang. Enough. If you keep this up, I'm going to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. I'm really going to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. You guys, I'm the captain. Just wait. Roger's shouting did not make everyone stop. Instead, it made them grip harder. At this moment on the Phantom ship, Elbat looked at the lively scene on the Roger pirate ship in the distance and silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. He turned to Scartley and waved to the little girl. Lily, later you and Senior go tidy up the storage room on the bottom floor. Just consider it their room. Elbat pointed to the two serious-looking boys behind Greyfus and said, "These two were the gifts that the Montmar family sent back along with a few pirate subordinates." After witnessing Greyfuss's impressive display at the Montmar family's base, they immediately expressed their desire to join the Beast Pirates. "Oh, I have new little brothers again?" The little girl looked excitedly at the watermelon-headed guy and a small, muscular man in front of her. "That's right. These two are the interns that Greyfuss just recruited onto the ship. From now on, they need to practice hard so they don't lose their position under the big sister's leadership." Elbat smiled and patted the little girl's head. After that, he turned to Greyfuss. "Greyfuss, since they're your recruits, you might as well take charge of their training in the future. After all, you don't have much to do on the ship anyway." "Greyfuss? Me again?" The drinks are all collected, so the Beast Pirates are naturally ready to set sail. Under Sarah's command, the Phantom ship slowly raised its sails, and the pirate subordinates pulled the heavy anchor out from the harbor. Elbat stood on the deck, looking towards the not-so-distant dock. Sure enough, the Roger pirate ship was also ready and was now slowly leaving the harbor. At this moment, Roger, sporting a bruised face, stood at the bow of his ship. Upon feeling Albat's gaze, he happily waved at Elbat, mumbling something that couldn't be heard due to the strong wind, but it was likely some good wishes. Elbat waved back at Roger as a farewell. On the Roger pirate's ship, Roger watched the Phantom ship slowly sail out of the harbor, shrugging helplessly. Sigh. This guy Elbat is really confident. I even specifically reminded him that the direction he's heading in has the Navy coming this way. He's just like his Captain Kaido. A real hard-headed kid. It's a pity I actually wanted to recruit this guy onto my ship. Rayleigh looked at Roger, then at Elbat waving in the distance. He suddenly felt his hand itching again. Should I find a reason someday to team up with Jabba and give this brat another beating? Not far from Sea Swallow Island, a large naval warship with a dog head emblem swiftly cut through the incoming waves. Behind this warship were over a dozen smaller branch Navy ships. Vice Admiral Karp had already confirmed that the Roger pirates were indeed at the harbor of Sea Swallow Island, preparing to set sail. A major from the North Sea branch, 226, stood behind Karp, reporting loudly. "Ha ha! finally caught this guy's whereabouts again. Carp laughed heartily, instructing those around him. When you see the Roger pirate ship later, don't approach it. Maintain fire suppression from a distance. Bogart, you take command. Understood, Vice Admiral. Bogart quickly responded. Report. A non-flagged, three-masted sailing ship has been spotted ahead. According to observations, we have found the figure of the beast pirate's vice, Captain SilverDragon Elbat, on the ship's deck. Soldiers at the lookout tower urgently reported. The appearance and specific information of the beast pirates had gradually become well known to people around the world since the Navy began its publicity activities. Beast pirates? SilverDragon Elbat? Carp frowned slightly, murmuring, what is a guy like him doing here in the North Sea instead of the New World? Let's not worry about him for now. Let's capture that bastard Roger first. Yes, on the Phantom ship, Elbat had already instructed everyone to prepare for battle, but unexpectedly, the naval warship seemed to ignore them and directly sailed past them. He even saw Carp calmly wiping a booger on a large cannonball. What do these navies mean? Elbat saw that the Navy was not planning to play with him, so he wouldn't seek out boredom. Meanwhile, on the lookout tower of the Roger pirates, Buggy, who was on alert duty, also noticed something unusual about the Navy. Captain, the Navy is directly ignoring the beast pirate ship and is coming straight for us. Buggy's voice reached the deck, and Roger and the others were all stunned. That pesky dog Carp. Why is he chasing only me? Roger gritted his teeth as he looked at the Navy warships closing in from all directions, feeling frustrated. And that guy Elbat, we drank together last night. Can't he help us out today? I even called him brother for so long. What a lack of loyalty. Roger, we're all pirates. If that guy were to come help, it would really be a miracle. Besides, weren't you the one who wanted to pull a job on him at first? Rayleigh said with a smile. Ha, Rayleigh. You make a good point. Roger laughed heartily, drawing his ace and pointing it at the Yomi. Good brothers should face difficulties together. Since that bastard Elbat is unwilling to help us, let's drag him down with us. Everyone, set sail. At this moment, Elbat inexplicably shivered. He turned to Sarah, who was planning the route, and said, Sarah, speed up. Since the Navy doesn't intend to pay us any mind, let's leave this cursed place quickly. I have a bad feeling. But before he finished speaking, a shout came from the lookout tower. Elbat, it's bad. The Roger pirates are charging towards us with the Navy. Elbat, I knew it wouldn't be good to run into that guy Roger. Watching the Roger pirates get closer, Elbat walked from the bow to the stern, shouting at Roger on the back deck. Roger, you bastard. You brought Carp here. Deal with him yourself. Don't drag me into this. Ha. Elbat, aren't we brothers? We drank together yesterday, and today you just turn your back on me? Roger laughed heartily. Don't come over, bastard. Everyone, man the outer wheel and move at full speed. Elbat cursed Roger while immediately instructing the other pirates to go to the lower deck to man the outer wheel. You two old bastards are in love and fighting. Don't drag me into this. The Yomi was indeed a ship customized by Kaido on Roarskeen Island, and its performance was quite impressive. The pirate ship chasing Roger had followed for a long time, but still couldn't catch up to the Yomi, and the distance was only increasing. Meanwhile, Carp's dog-headed battleship was also slowly closing in. Wahaha, Roger, I want to see where you run now. Carp laughed loudly, taking out a transponder snail and shouting, all warships, aim at the Roger pirates and fire at full force. Boom, 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 boom. With bursts of fire, cannonballs exploded around the Roger pirates, creating splashes of water. The members of the Roger pirates began to use various means to fend off the cannonballs falling like rain. Ha. Today I'm going to sink you to the bottom of the sea, Roger. Bone fist, meteor. Carp laughed as he grabbed a cannonball from the ship and threw it at the Roger pirates like a baseball. Whoosh! The cannonball, with a swift whistling sound, quickly appeared in front of Roger. Clang! Roger leaped up and slashed the rapidly flying cannonball, causing another splash on the sea surface. The strong airflow exploded instantly, pushing the pirate ship off course by several meters. This change made Roger's eyes light up, just as everyone was desperately fending off the dense cannonballs in the air. Roger suddenly went to the stern, revealing a big, silly grin. Rayleigh, I suddenly thought of a brilliant escape method. Seeing his captain's look of triumph, Rayleigh's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly shouted, No, Roger, don't. But he was too late. Roger had already drawn his sword and swung it fiercely towards the stern. A swift slash shot from the tip of Ace, smashing down onto the calm sea, instantly splitting it open. Moments later, as the slash dissipated, the parted seawater eagerly filled the crack, colliding and forming several waves on the surface. Roger excitedly reached the bow, steadying himself with his left hand on the railing and waving his sword forward with his right, shouting, Yo-ho, the waves are rising, hold on tight, brothers. Let's speed up. At the same time, all the members of the Roger Pirates had successfully turned into drenched chickens. Damn, this idiot captain. It seems I was too lenient just now. The raging sea waves surged to dozens of meters high. Driven by the giant waves, the pirate ship beneath Roger leaped over the Yomi in an instant. Ha ha, Brother Elbat. We meet again. Roger, why are you running so fast? You're a big pirate in the new world now. Why don't you dare to fight Carp behind you? Elbat pointed at Roger, who was grinning ahead, angrily scolding. Roger looked relaxed with a playful smile while escaping, showing no tension. He looked like a habitual runaway. What the hell? The biggest regret of my life was fighting with that guy Carp when I first set sail, and he chased me for over a decade. Driving me crazy, Roger cursed, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. So you're dragging me down with you? I even called you brother for so long. Are you even human? Elbat shouted at Roger, who was getting closer. What do you mean dragging you down? Shouldn't we face difficulties together as brothers? Roger smiled and shook the ace in his hand, his gaze sharpening as a dark slash shot towards the Yomi from the tip of his sword. Seeing this, Elbat quickly leaped from the deck, crossing his arms in front of his chest to block Roger's sudden attack. Roger, what the hell do you want to do? At this moment, Elbat still maintained his human form, bouncing in the air like he was on a trampoline. This is the Moon Step, one of the Navy's 6 forms. The Navy's 6 forms consist of shaving, moon step, finger gun, storm kick, iron block, and paper drawing. These 6 types of physical techniques not only allow one to comprehensively train various bodily functions during practice, gaining superhuman physical qualities, but they can also be transformed into powerful combat skills during battle. This can be considered a very comprehensive training method and combat technique set by the world government. Moreover, while the 6 styles are not exactly common, they are still quite easy to master for those who are willing to study them. When Elbat was learning hockey from Kaido, he conveniently learned all of them. Good brother, if you can buy me some time, once I escape, I will definitely notify Kaido to come rescue you. Elbat exclaimed. Elbat, waiting for that dog Kaido to save me? Do you even believe what you just said? Roger replied. Aye. Elbat shouted in frustration midair. Haha, Elbat brother. As long as you help me hold off that mad dog Carp for a while today, consider it a favor, and there will definitely be rewards in the future. If I can't escape today, I'll just drag you down with me, and we'll both go to impel down, Roger said with a grin, giving Elbat a thumbs up. Elbat was almost driven mad by Roger's shamelessness. All right, so that's how you want to play it, huh? No scum, eh? I'll play along to the end. Elbat's expression darkened, and a scarlet dragon aura appeared in his palm, which he swiftly threw into the sea. After doing this, he quickly stepped on the air and arrived above the Roger Pirates, his face gloomy as he said, It seems today you are relying on me. Let's skip the pleasantries. We're both pirates, so let's talk about something practical. I can help you hold off Carp for a while, but what can you give me? Elbat's sudden change in attitude left Roger momentarily stunned. Is this guy confused? Seeing Roger's ghostly expression, Elbat turned and shouted to Sarah on the Phantom ship. Sarah, come here for a moment. Sarah didn't ask much and directly activated her ability, appearing right next to Elbat. Elbat grabbed Sarah's arm to prevent her from falling and said, You saw it too? This is a member of our pirate crew. She has eaten the teleportation fruit. She can teleport our ship out of the Navy's pursuit range. So we indeed have a way to help you stop Carp. But what is the reward? Watching Roger look like he wanted to say something, Elbat interrupted him directly. I know what you're thinking right now. I dare to lend her to you. But do you dare to use her? Hearing Elbat say this, Roger immediately discarded the small thought that had just arisen. However, this guy Elbat really is fearless. Does he have that much confidence in his own strength? Wait a minute. Roger turned and walked toward the cabin, then came out holding a treasure box. You help me block Carp, and this Zoan-type devil fruit is yours. How about it? After all, the Roger Pirates rarely ate the devil fruits they obtained. They mostly traded them for money to buy alcohol. Who in a new world doesn't know that Kaido's dream is to be a zookeeper? This Zoan-type devil fruit is definitely a good bargaining chip. Elbat pretended to ponder for a moment and said, Okay, but I need to collect the payment first. Don't worry, Elbat, am not as shameless as you, Roger. If I say I'll help you block Carp, I will definitely do it. If you're really worried about Sarah, go ahead and stop the ship. Seeing the Phantom ship really starting to lower its sails under Sarah's command, Roger immediately ordered his crew to raise the sails to the maximum. As expected of Kaido's subordinate, this reckless energy is just the same. Roger tossed the treasure box into Elbat's hands, waved at him, and shouted loudly, Brother Elbat, hold on a little longer. I will definitely notify Kaido to come rescue you. I don't believe you. However, Elbat still pretended to be very trusting, seriously nodding and shouting. Since I've taken the money, I must do the job. I'll go help you block Carp right now. Looking at Elbat's figure, Roger felt a bit guilty. After all, tricking a fool is unethical. Although Roger himself didn't have much ethics. On the Phantom ship, Grafus leaned beside Elbat, looking at the approaching Navy fleet, and quietly asked, "Brother Elbat, how are we going to escape?" He didn't believe Elbat would actually fight the Navy hero Carp just for a devil fruit. What he did earlier was purely taking advantage of Roger's ignorance of Elbat's abilities. Elbat weighed the devil fruit in his hand and smiled. "What are we running for, Grafus? This is something I need to teach you. Since I took someone else's money, I must do the job for them. I'm not shameless like that bastard Roger." "Oh, you really are going to fight?" "Of course." Elbat put the fruit back in the box and handed it back to Sarah. "I promised Roger to help him block Carp for a while, but how long exactly is up to me to decide, right?" A sinister smile appeared on Elbat's face. "Moreover, even if I block Carp, can they really escape?" At that moment, a roar came from a nearby warship. "Roger, you can't escape." Bone fist, meteor shower. Carp's hands moved rapidly, and in just a few breaths, dozens of cannonballs flew towards Elbat and Roger like meteors. At the same time, Carp slightly bent his knees, and his feet suddenly exerted force. Whoosh! He came flying towards them like a cannonball. "Sarah, you and Grafus organized the crew to deal with those cannonballs. I'll block Carp." Elbat's intention to block Carp was not only to play a trick on Roger, but also to see how much of a gap there was between him and this world's top expert. That guy Kaido is at best in his complete form, and there's still a certain distance from the old monsters like Roger and Carp who have evolved to their ultimate forms. Roger's words: "They will definitely have a fight in the future, but for now, let's test out Carp's skill." Dragon Thunder Charge. Pale lightning rapidly spread across Elbat's body. He pushed off with his feet and charged at Carp, who was flying towards him at incredible speed, enveloped in lightning. At the moment Elbat moved, Carp's observation, Haki, instantly captured Elbat's attack trajectory. He abruptly halted his forward momentum, dodging Elbat's fierce punch in a very strange posture. Is this a paper drawing? A large amount of lightning erupted from Elbat's toes as he brushed past Carp. His body suddenly stopped, and as he lightly tapped the air, he rolled backward while his legs, wrapped in white lightning, traced a graceful arc in the air. Dragon soaring kick. "You little brat are really in the way." Carp raised both hands over his head, blocking Elbat's descending legs. Using the force of their collision, both of them stepped back a step. "Evil Dragon Elbat, are you planning to stop me?" Carp frowned as he looked at the Elbat before him. "Did your beast pirates ally with the Roger pirates?" Carp had no idea about the little schemes between Elbat and Roger. Seeing the other party blocking his path while the Roger pirates quickly made their escape below, he immediately developed some misunderstandings. "Carp, don't talk nonsense. I just temporarily took on a job. Who would ally with that bastard Roger?" Elbat hurriedly denied it, as if something dirty had stuck to him. "That guy is a big pitfall. Whoever gets involved is doomed. If I had known he was so shameless, I should have controlled my curiosity back then and stayed away from that broomstar. I don't care if it's an alliance or a contract. Since you came to block for him, I'll just capture you first, and then go find Roger to settle the score." Although Carp had an inexplicable obsession with Roger, now that a pirate was delivered right to his doorstep, he wouldn't miss the opportunity. Besides, don't think that just anyone can block me, Roger. Carp shouted at the Roger pirates, who were quickly making their escape below. These two are really full of passion. Hey, stop shouting. As long as you accompany me for a good fight. When you catch Roger later, I'll help you out. Looking at the Navy admiral in front of him who had put all his thoughts on Roger, Elbat shrugged helplessly. "Really, wahaha. Then I truly thank you. Evil Dragon Elbat. As long as you help me catch Roger, there's no way I'll let you go, right? I'll go greet you at Impel Down and try to get you a separate room." Carp laughed heartily, offering a reward that left Elbat speechless. "Oh wow, you have me all figured out? I am Iron Fist Carp. Kid, watch my fist." Carp threw a punch, his fist charged with the power of armament hockey, smashing straight towards Elbat's head. Elbat quickly twisted his waist, his massive black sword unsheathed from behind, also wrapped in armament hockey, swinging towards Carp's fist. Carp's fist retracted slightly, and his body suddenly shifted like a piece of paper, dodging Elbat's swinging sword. At the same time, his retracted fist swung out again, hammering towards Elbat's chest. Elbat reacted swiftly, his pair of towering horns appearing above his head, armament hockey quickly wrapping around them, colliding head-on with Carp's fist. Bang! In Carp's astonished gaze, Elbat's straight bangs effectively blocked his fist. Moreover, the sensation on his fist told him he had not broken through the opponent's armament hockey. Are the kids nowadays this strong? Their hockey mastery is surprisingly high. Just as Carp was slightly dazed, Elbat forcibly altered the trajectory of his sword strike, swinging it towards Carp's position. Carp raised his hand, armament hockey enveloping his arm in a thick layer of black. Iron block. Bang. Elbat's slash struck Carp's dark arm, producing a clear sound like metal clashing, sparking with bright sparks. Isn't it said that iron blocks are all illusions? How is Carp this hard? Just then, Elbat's observation hockey issued a strong warning. Crack. It turned out that while Carp blocked the slash, he kicked out a leg, directly striking Elbat's side waist. The powerful impact sent Elbat staggering uncontrollably to the left for a few steps, barely stabilizing himself in midair. You little brat, your body is really tough. No wonder you have the confidence to block me. Carp shook his hand, frowning as he spoke. I have to say, that kick just now felt like kicking a piece of sea prism stone, causing his foot to tingle. Likewise, when it comes to hardness, we're evenly matched. Carp didn't waste any more words, the armament hockey around his fist intensifying again. After Elbat coated his massive black sword with a layer of dark paint using hockey, he began to swing it. The massive black sword struck the air, creating a series of whooshing sounds. However, Elbat did not strike directly at Carp. Instead, he spun around in place, building up his strength before colliding with Carp's incoming fist. This is a power-up technique personally taught by Teacher Kai. After trying it, Elbat felt it was indeed quite good. Bang! The shockwave from the collision instantly dispersed the clouds in the sky, leaving it clear and sunny. As the two were to stand still, Elbat seemed to suddenly sense something and quickly pulled back the shining black greatsword, holding it in front of him. In the next moment, Carp's massive figure suddenly appeared in front of Elbat, his clenched fist smashing down onto the shining black greatsword. Bone fist, meteor strike. This swift and fierce strike caused Elbat to stumble. Then, Carp stepped on the air and, taking advantage of the moment Elbat was adjusting his stance, moved behind him with ghostly speed. Bone fist meteor barrage. Two pitch-black fists the size of bowls struck Elbat's back like cannonballs. Just as the fists were about to make contact with Elbat's body, the Conqueror's hockey, wrapped around Carp's arms, flowed rapidly like water. So you think your body is tough? Huh, I'll just hit you in a different way. This is a high-level application of armament hockey, capable of projecting it outward and penetrating the surface of objects to directly damage their insides. Elbat took this hit fully, being sent flying over 10 meters, with a breath suddenly trapped in his chest. Cough, 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 that hurt. Elbat coughed up a mouthful of old blood, feeling the heaviness in his chest ease significantly. Carp's punches are indeed quite heavy, but after Elbat truly endured it, he suddenly felt. It seemed to be easier to take than he imagined. It hurt, but the damage it caused wasn't that severe. If he turned on a pain blocker, he could fight this guy all day. At this moment, after a series of attacks, Carp took a slight step back, frowning as he looked at Elbat. What kind of monster are you? Not only are you tough on the outside, but you're also as solid as iron on the inside. My punch would take a moment for your Captain Kaido to recover from. Yet you only spat out a mouthful of blood and you're fine? Maybe you didn't use much strength. Why don't you put in a bit more effort? Elbat secretly activated his pain blocker and quietly taunted you. Carp was both amused and angered by Elbat's brazen remarks. Then I'll add more strength for you. He roared and swung a punch. Carp's attack was incredibly swift, and Elbat seized this opportunity to start experimenting wildly with various combat techniques that Kaido usually taught him. He dodged many attacks when possible, and when he couldn't, he took them head-on, then spat out a few mouthfuls of blood to put on a show. New training partner 1. Brother Elbat from the Beast Pirates is truly amazing. Is this how strong people fight? We need to take the time to observe closely, and we must remember all the key points. The notes from the crew of the Yomi Yomi ship were filled with the character for Reckless. The Roger Pirates truly live up to being Kaido's underlings. Their fighting style, when reckless, is identical. Wow, how many mouthfuls of blood has he spat out? Doesn't this guy feel any pain? Elbat's hard-headed style of fighting caused a stir among the two pirate ships sailing below, seeing that he couldn't break through after a long attack. Carp saw that the Roger pirate ship was gradually distancing itself from the Navy fleet. He finally decided to reveal his trump card to deal with this tough nut Elbat. Dark red lightning erupted from Carp's body like a massive explosion, instantly sweeping across the sea. An invisible air current raged violently, tearing at the Navy's justice cloak, causing it to wildly flutter under this momentum. The entire world seemed to lose its color and sound, leaving only those eyes radiating the aura of a king. Carp raised his arm, dark red thunder quickly coiling around his dark arm. Tough. Not afraid of pain? Then you should try my punch. With his voice echoing, Carp's body shot towards Elbat like a bolt from a crossbow. Bone fist. Impact. Boom. As that iron-like heavy fist swung, the sea roiled and the space trembled, as if it wanted to tear the entire world apart. The unimaginable, terrifying impact of the fist, like a meteor falling, suddenly erupted in front of Elbat's blocking arms. Bang! Elbat was directly sent flying by this unparalleled, powerful strike. A strong force rudely knocked him down into the sea, causing a massive splash. Now you can behave yourself. As the red lightning subsided, Karp retracted the Conqueror's hockey from his arm and took out the din mushy from his pocket. Bogart, that brat of a dragon has been knocked into the sea by me. Lead them in to capture this group of pirates from the Beast Pirates. I'll go find Roger first. Yes, Colonel. At this moment, on the Roger pirate ship, Captain Karp's warship is heading towards the Beast Pirates. The lookout on the ship, Buggy, quickly reported the latest intel. Just as I expected, with that guy Elbat taking the hit, the Navy's arrest target will definitely change. Roger laughed heartily. But Captain, Karp is still chasing us. Roger? Roger took Buggy's telescope and looked at Karp, who was rapidly approaching in the sky. Cursing, that mad dog is really infuriating. When that guy catches up, just like before, we'll take turns engaging him in combat. Don't give that mad dog any time to rest. Everyone else, speed up. Just as Roger and the others were preparing for battle again, the helmsman, Sandbell, suddenly brought bad news. Captain, it's bad. A large piece of floating ice has appeared at the bottom of the ship, and now our ship can barely move. As Roger looked puzzled, the temperature of the sea began to drop rapidly. The cold wind howled, and white frost began to rise. In an instant, centered around the Roger pirates, the sea gradually transformed into a world of ice and snow. Immediately, both the pirate ship and the warship were frozen on the surface of the sea, unable to move at all. The vast sea has frozen. Little Kalabaki shivered, watching the frost gradually spreading across the deck. What on earth is going on? It seems we can't escape now. Meanwhile, Shanks, also trembling, looked at the Navy breaking through the ice layers towards the Beast Pirates and frowned, saying, "This isn't the Grand Line. Why would such extreme weather appear? Other branches of the Navy might not be able to break through the ice layers." However, as the flagship product of Water 7, Karp's main battleship was built to operate under various extreme conditions. In the current situation where the ships were frozen, Karp and the Navy fleet behind him would be a big problem. "Karp, you bastard! Why do I keep running into you? Can't you find someone else to mess with?" Roger shouted angrily at Karp, who was running over. The frozen sea made it impossible for the ships to move, but Karp was unaffected. Stepping on the ice surface actually increased his speed a bit, and soon he reached just a short distance from the Roger pirates. "Haha, once I catch you and throw you into impel down, I'll naturally go find someone else, Roger." Karp's arm suddenly turned pitch black, aiming at the Roger pirates. And he threw a punch. Bone fist, galaxy strike. The punch wind rushed forward, and Roger, with a clang, unsheathed ace from his waist and swung it at Karp from a distance. God's avoidance. The dark, sharp slash collided with Karp's punch wind, and the powerful air current instantly created cracks on the frozen sea surface. "I'll hold off that mad dog for a bit. You all hurry up and break this damn ice." Jabba, who was beside Roger, leaped up and immediately started fighting with Karp, who was rushing over. Just as everyone was preparing to break the thick ice, Rayleigh's eyes sparkled, and he nudged Roger, who was looking for an opportunity to take over. "Hey, Roger, look. Your good buddy is climbing up from the sea." Rayleigh pointed ahead. "What good buddy? Are you talking about that guy Elbat?" Roger looked in the direction Rayleigh was pointing with some surprise. Sure enough, he could vaguely see Elbat's wet figure. That guy actually took Karp's hit? No, wait. Isn't he a devil fruit user? How could he possibly climb out of the sea? Roger knew the intensity of Karp's Conqueror's hockey attack. Anyone who could take that hit was a top figure on the sea. And someone like Elbat, who was taking a head-on, was even rarer. That guy not only took Karp's attack, but look at the bottom of their ship. Following Rayleigh's hint, Roger looked at the bottom of the Phantom ship and saw that the ice had stopped advancing as it spread around the ship. So that damn ice was created by that guy Elbat? How strong is his desire for revenge? Rayleigh drew his sword, ready to join the battle between Jabba and Karp. Before he left, he turned to Roger and said, "Given the situation, why not soften up a bit and ask your good buddy to give you a lift?" Rayleigh, Roger would rather be killed by Karp here and taken to impel down than ask that bastard Elbat for help. Roger gritted his teeth and slashed at the ice, causing the water below to surge upwards, and in no time, new ice blocks began to form. The bizarre gathering speed of Elbat, WCNM. As Roger grumbled, Elbat climbed up from the sea and looked at the fiercely contested ice battlefield in the distance, nodding in satisfaction. Sure enough, that guy Karp still cares the most about Roger. "Everyone, hold on to the guardrails. We're going to greet the Roger pirates properly." Oh, Elbat's form gradually grew larger, and moments later, he transformed into a giant dragon soaring through the sky. The Phantom ship was designed with the possibility of Elbat carrying passengers in mind. And after several attempts in the comm zone, Elbat had become increasingly skilled at this ability. If it weren't for the consideration that Roger, that old sly fox, might interrupt his takeoff, Elbat would have flown away long ago. He grabbed the iron chain surrounding the Phantom ship and, like lifting a basket, pulled the ship up from the sea. Seeing the Phantom ship flying over, Roger sheathed his sword, stood on the deck, and shouted at the sky, "Brother Elbat, you finally made it. I just saw a carp throw you into the sea. Do you know how anxious I was? How about this? I'll give you another devil fruit, and you take us for a ride, okay? Roger, regardless of whether you have another devil fruit or not, this price is hard for me to handle." Elbat quickly swept past Roger and Carp's heads with the Phantom ship, scattering dragon energy into the sky, and laughed broadly at the people below. "You are my beloved friends. My brothers. So, it needs to be more money. Roger, I just wanted to pull you into the water to share the pressure with me. How could you do this? I even called you brother for so long. How much more? Besides a devil fruit, I need an additional 3 billion berries." Elbat directly made a lion's big mouth. "That's impossible. We don't have that much money. At most we can give you at most 300,000 berries." Roger immediately shook his head in rebuttal. "TCH, a bunch of broke fools who can't squeeze out any oil. Deal. Just like at the beginning. I want to get the goods first before doing business." Despite his disdain, Elbat immediately agreed. Roger was momentarily taken aback by the straightforward answer. However, given Elbaf's recent good reputation, he chose to trust him. So when Sarah returned to the Phantom with the devil fruit and 300,000 berries, Roger immediately gathered the crew members who were still chiseling the ice. Just then, the skies suddenly darkened with clouds, and heavy snow began to fall. Amidst the snowflakes, hail the size of heads fell like rain onto the ice surface. Roger noticed that the silhouette of the Phantom above was gradually shrinking. "Roger, my good brother, next time there's such good fortune, be sure to call me. I have things to do, so I'm leaving now. Bye, everyone." The helmsman Sam Bell said expressionlessly, "Captain, it seems you've been played." "I know." Watching the Phantom rise higher and higher, Roger on the pirate ship felt disheveled in the cold wind. If he still didn't realize that he had been deceived by that dog Elbat at this point, he wouldn't deserve the 2.8 billion bounty. Roger's face darkened as he soared into the sky, quickly drawing out Ace, and a pitch-black slash flew toward the Phantom ship. In the sky, Elbat shifted the Phantom ship to a different position, revealing a sinister grin on his face. A white light flashed from his mouth as a super low-temperature breath, mixed with a biting cold wind, sprayed toward Roger's crew on the ice. At the same time, the hail in the sky seemed to be under control, frantically smashing down onto Roger's ship. "Seeing you all so fired up, let me help you cool down for free." While defending the pirate ship against the bone-chilling dragon breath, Roger shouted at Elbat in the sky, "Elbat, you dog, taking the money and not doing the work. How can you be so shameless? Roger, how dare you say that to me? I, Elbat, have no other way to survive but by betraying my brothers. Whatever. I'm shameless, so what? If you have the guts, come and fight me. Roger, this guy, I really want to beat him up. Those 2 devil fruits will serve as compensation for you scamming me. Just go to Impel Down and serve your time. Goodbye." Elbat spread his wings and quickly flew into the distant sky. At the same time, the blizzard above Roger intensified. Elbat WCNM, being high in the sky. Elbat naturally couldn't hear Roger's curses below. Even if he did, he would ignore them. "Bah, this damn day, daring to drag me down like this. Tomorrow he will dare to let me take a bullet for him and raise a child. You should go love and kill your arch-nemesis Carp. Don't come and bother me." In order to quickly get rid of this disaster, Elbat's flying speed increased. Soon, after flying out of the frozen sea, Elbat placed the Phantom on the sea, transforming back into human form and returning to the deck. "Elbat, you've really put the Roger pirates in a tough spot this time. What will we do when we encounter them again after we return to the New World?" Greyfuss said with a troubled expression, having just provoked the Golden Lion. Now he has also messed with Roger, offending 2 out of the 3 legendary pirate crews. Wouldn't those 2 big brothers in their own pirate crew want to mess with Whitebeard as well? It feels like our beast pirates are in danger of annihilation at any time. Can't you think of something good? Like those bastards getting caught by Carp and thrown into Impel Down or something. Elbat said somewhat exasperatedly. Do you believe it yourself, Elbat?" Greyfuss said hesitantly. "What is a legendary pirate? It's a legendary pirate if the Navy can't do anything about them. Of course, someone like Kaido doesn't count. Don't worry. Running away is all about skill. That guy wanted to trick me at first, and if I got tricked, who would I complain to?" Elbat said confidently. "Besides, if it really comes to that, we still have Kaido. After all, he is the captain." Greyfuss. What you said is indeed reasonable. You're the big brother. So whatever you say goes. Sarah, where are we now? Ignoring Greyfuss's complicated expression, Elbat turned to Sarah. Vice Captain, we are currently on the east side of Sea Swallow Island. We just need to adjust our direction slightly to enter the correct course. It will take about 3 days to reach the Selig Kingdom. Sarah took out the nautical chart, compared it for a moment, and then gave Elbat an accurate answer. 3 days. Just as Elbat was struggling with whether to call Spandane to ask about John's situation, the kitchen door below the cabin suddenly opened, and a pirate underling came up holding a ragged, yellow-haired little boy. Elbat, I just caught a little brat sneaking onto the ship in the wine cellar. By the way, I also found 2 broken guns on his waist. I'm not a little brat sneaking onto the ship. My name is Don Quixote da Flamingo. The boy's words made Elbat pause for a moment. Is this little guy going to become the famous underground intermediary in the future, king of the newspapers Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Has he already been kicked out of Mariewa? At the edge of the deck, several little heads were also watching da Flamingo struggling in the hands of the pirate underlings. Look, that little brat is even wearing sunglasses. Descathery pointed at da Flamingo's round sunglasses in surprise. He really looks much more arrogant than Virgo. A little muscular guy next to Descathery quietly commented. Bika, didn't your throat get healed by the secret medicine? Why are you still speaking in a low voice? Descathery looked at the little muscular guy in confusion. Hee, it's a habit, big sister. Pika replied, scratching his head innocently. Do you think I'm going to have another little brother? But that guy looks so thin and weak. He might be really weak. The little girl examined da Flamingo from head to toe and ultimately concluded that this guy was a weakling. At this moment, da Flamingo, who was unaware of being labeled as weak, gave up struggling and fearlessly stared at Elbat, asking, Are you the boss of these people? At such a young age, he seemed to not know what fear was. Of course, if he wasn't being held, he would be even more appealing. Rude little brat. The pirate underling seemed quite dissatisfied with da Flamingo's tone and turned around, planning to teach this little brat a lesson. Before going up to the deck, this pirate underling had reminded da Flamingo to speak politely. It seemed he had completely forgotten that advice. No witties. Elbat spoke up to stop the underling's violent actions, his eyes glimmering as he looked at da Flamingo. To be precise, I'm the highest authority on this ship now. So what do you want to do? Don Quixote da Flamingo. I wonder if your life has been completely tainted by darkness? Under Elbat's intrigued gaze, da Flamingo began to speak. I have a deal to propose. I wonder if you're interested? Oh, a deal? Let's hear it. Elbat responded with an interested expression. You're pirates, right? And really powerful pirates? A strange look flashed across the little demon's face. Just now, Elbat's display of freezing the sea was seen perfectly by da Flamingo, who had just emerged from a barrel. That moment of earth-shattering brilliance instantly planted a seed of longing in the boy's heart. Pirates are indeed pirates, but whether they are powerful or not can only be described as okay. Elbat scratched his nose and said, I know a treasure location worth hundreds of millions of berries, and I can take you there. But as a condition of exchange, I need you to find someone to cure my mother's illness and take me and my family to the holy land of Mariewa on the Red Line. Also, I hope you could train me. A hint of ferocity appeared on da Flamingo's face. I want to gain power. I want revenge. I want to destroy everything that has brought me suffering. That raging aura of anger surged forth, momentarily leaving the members of the Beast Pirates staring at this little brat in a daze. Elbat raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Little brat, your conditions are a bit much. Hundreds of millions of berries are not enough, but since I'm kind-hearted, I'll give you a discount. He stopped da Flamingo, who was about to continue speaking, and continued, whether it's curing your mother or taking your family to Mariewa, as long as the money is right, it's no problem. But as for whether you can gain power, that will depend on your own efforts. After speaking, he waved to Descathery, whose eyes were sparkling. Lily, this little brat is up to you. Prepare a bed for him in the trainee crew room, and have Senior take him to take a shower and change clothes. With more and more miners on the ship, Elbat had specifically set aside 2 rooms as rest areas for trainee crew members. Then, Elbat turned to look at Greyfuss. Greyfuss? Like those little brats, this little guy will also be handed over to you for training from now on. He didn't expect Greyfuss to actually be quite good at teaching. For example, Senior has already made significant progress compared to when he first boarded the ship. After arranging everything, Elbat planned to go have a heart-to-heart with Spandam. He also needed to ask Kaido to get some new information from Charlotte Limlin. Several days have passed, and I wonder if there will be any changes with John. But at this moment, da Flamingo, feeling underestimated, raised an objection. I don't want to learn from this big, bearded man. If I am to learn, I want to learn from the strongest. Da Flamingo fixed his intense gaze on Elbaf. I want to learn from you, even surpass you. Only then can I pull down the sky above me from the clouds. Doflamingo's voice was youthful yet loud, his ambition unmistakable. A good ambition, but still a bit presumptuous. You have much to learn, kid. Elbat chuckled and shook his head. Doflamingo frowned, pointing at Grafus and boasting. So if I beat this guy, you can teach me? Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, kid, are you serious? Don't laugh. I've taken down several bastards myself. I've beaten guys who look like him. Elbat looked at the somewhat agitated Doflamingo and laughed while shaking his head. Although this little yellow-haired kid might very well grow into a big shot in the future, right now, he was just a reckless brat who didn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Since you said so, I'll give you a chance. If you win, I'll teach you. If you lose, you'll be responsible for cleaning the deck for a month. How's that? Elbat glanced at Grafus, wondering if he was interested in playing with this kid. After that, he added, 100 rounds of special ammunition. Isn't just playing with this brat? I'm most interested in that. Grafus, who initially showed some reluctance, instantly softened. Doflamingo, huh? You little brat actually dare to treat me like a nobody. Come on, let me show you the strength of Grafus. This guy, if he knew that Quinn had successfully replicated the first batch of special bullets, would definitely cry on the deck. Under Sarah's command, everyone spread out into a circle, with Doflamingo's dual arena in the middle. Clang! Grafus wasted no time and directly threw a short knife and a short gun onto the ground. Pick up the weapons and attack me. Elbat initially wanted to see what tactics or tricks Doflamingo, who claimed to have killed several people, would use to ambush Grafus, but then found that this guy picked up the short knife and charged in with gritted teeth. Hey, little demon, did you pick up the wrong script? Has the reckless buff of the beast pirates started to affect you? Clang, clang. With two crisp sounds, Grafus merely tilted his gun slightly downward to block Doflamingo's attack. Clang, 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 clang. Failing to land a hit, Doflamingo quickly swung the short knife in his hand, but as expected, all were firmly blocked by the Kingdom Knight in Grafus's hand. The gap was just too big, despite Doflamingo using all his strength and attacking desperately. It had no effect whatsoever. So much so that Grafus even took the opportunity to yawn twice in between blocks. Damn it, watch the gun. Feeling underestimated, a furious Doflamingo shouted and pulled out the short gun. But before he could pull the trigger, he was quickly knocked down to the ground by Grafus. Elbat felt embarrassed for him watching this series of actions. Speechless, he thought, clearly he should be a pretty shrewd guy. But how come at this moment he seemed to have lost his mind, since he decided to use a gun, then stop with the nonsense? But then Elbat thought about it and realized it wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, up to now, Doflamingo had never seriously learned how to fight or how to engage in combat. So being both inexperienced and reckless could actually be forgiven. Relying solely on momentum and ferocity wouldn't win against me. Grafus took a puff of his cigar and shook his finger. Kid, let me show you the vastness of this world. Grafus suddenly took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Doflamingo. The next second, the muzzle of the knight's gun was pressed directly against the little Yasha's forehead. You're done for, kid. Boom. A small red ball exploded in front of Doflamingo, and immediately a burst of gas gushed out from within the ball. This is a special anesthesia ball for capture. Get a good sleep, little one. When you wake up, we'll start the formal training. Senor, it's time to get up. The awakened Doflamingo groggily crawled out of bed, staring blankly at Senor standing in front of him. Stop sleeping. Instructor Grafus is still waiting for us. Hurry and change your clothes. Senor pointed at the black jacket next to the little Yasha. Since that day, when Doflamingo was knocked out by Grafus with a capture-specific anesthetic bullet, he officially became Senor's roommate. Every day, besides training, his main job was to clean the deck. Doflamingo had only recently joined the Beast Pirates, and Grafus had generously allowed him not to participate in morning training with Senor. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to sleep this late. As for his parents and younger brother Ozanani, Elbat directly instructed the Mont Blanc family on Hyoko Island to protect them, and also found a renowned doctor for the little Yasha's mother. After being able to call his parents, Doflamingo's training became much tougher. After breakfast, Grafus appeared at the right time. Since you two little ones have finished eating, come with me. A few trainees quickly walked to the stern of the ship. Grafus pointed to the ice blocks being dragged behind the ship and said, "That is the training ground provided by Brother Elbat for you trainees. Our practical classes will be held there in the future. However, we won't need it today. After your cultural classes, Brother Elbat instructed that he would take you to see the world." The cultural class was initiated under Elbat's strong request and to Scatley's firm opposition. Children like this are more suited to books and homework. How can one have a complete childhood without piles of workbooks? The cultural classes for the 3 trainee crew members are conducted separately. For those like Descatli and Doflamingo with a good foundation, Elbat arranged for them to have a teacher named Sarah who mainly teaches some knowledge about navigation and mathematics. Elbat doesn't require them to be particularly proficient, but in this ocean-dominated world, it's always good to master more of this knowledge. Moreover, during the breaks, Elbat would also come over to listen to teacher Sarah's lessons. As for Senor, Pika, and Virgo, who can barely recognize a few characters, they would attend Greyfuss's literacy classes with the older illiterate crew members. That's right, don't be fooled by Greyfuss's rough appearance. This guy is actually quite cultured among pirates. After the cultural class, and after lunch, there would be a big training session that everyone would participate in. Elbat was very dissatisfied with the last playful challenge match. The journey on the sea is extremely dull, and to give this energetic group of rascals something to do and prevent them from bothering him all the time, Elbat personally funded a few martial arts competitions. The prizes, though not much, were just a couple of bottles of recovery potions, but still attracted these pirate boys. What pirates pursue on the sea are merely a few points: safety, strength, and wealth to enjoy. No one would ever complain about having too many recovery potions. You never know when one might save your life. Today's martial art competition was different from usual. After finishing lunch, Doflamingo finally realized what Greyfuss meant by seeing the world. In the distance, a massive island gradually emerged on the sea, covered with vegetation resembling a tropical rainforest, and occasionally, a faint roar could be heard on the ship's deck. Greyfuss pointed to the island ahead and said, "According to report from the lookout tower, that is an ancient island very similar to one in our Beast Pirates headquarters. Speaking of which, why is there an ancient island in the North Sea? Due to climatic reasons. The environmental differences between islands in the Grand Line are quite evident. However, the 4 seas are relatively stable, making ancient islands in the 4 seas quite rare." While Greyfuss was speaking, a huge dinosaur suddenly charged onto the beach, roaring at the forest behind it. Then, a pair of strong arms reached out from the forest and, with a loud bang, knocked the dinosaur to the ground. The owner of the arms was a gorilla covered in shiny black fur. The ambushed dinosaur quickly stood up and bit down on the gorilla's arm. The battle between the 2 giant beasts kicked up a cloud of dust and also had a tremendous impact on the hearts of the few children. The enormous size was always a huge deterrent for ordinary people. Those 2 rampaging monsters were a big trouble in Senor and the others' eyes. Instructor Greyfuss, our task today isn't to fight those monsters, right? Pika asked in fear, looking at Greyfuss, who was exhaling smoke. Doflamingo beside him also secretly swallowed. How could that be? How could I let you do something so unrealistic? Greyfuss rolled his eyes at the 2, and just as they were secretly relieved, he grinned and said, "Later, Brother Elbat will organize a hunting competition, and everyone on the ship, except Sarah and little Lily, must participate. As for you guys, come with me to the island to participate in this competition." Hearing that Descatli would not participate in this competition, the others, except Doflamingo, did not feel anything wrong. They were very clear about their big sister's strength. Such a competition was indeed child's play for that little girl. But even if she wouldn't participate, Elbat still arranged a little task for the little girl to save someone. Although the area of this Taiku Island is not larger than that of the Gorstino Islands, it is not small either. This is a good opportunity to help Descatli adapt to the information capture ability of the Celestial Comet's high-speed movement. It would be quite embarrassing if she ends up unable to stop or if her mind can't keep up with her hands. Once the Phantom found a suitable spot to anchor, Elbat handed each member disembarking a stench bomb. The stench bomb is the item Elbat dislikes the most. However, it must be said that its effectiveness in driving away wild beasts is top-notch. A few trainee crew members also received a stench bomb and followed behind Greyfuss as they disembarked. After weaving through the jungle for about 100 meters, they encountered a gray giant wolf that was significantly larger than an ordinary horse. Upon seeing the giant wolf, Greyfuss immediately gestured to Doflamingo and the others. "Now it's up to you. This guy will be your practical test for today." Just as the battle was about to break out, the air between the giant wolf and the group rippled, and a transparent, circular door suddenly appeared. 7 or 8 masked individuals emerged from the circular air door, carrying wooden boards. "What is this?" Just as Senor and Doflamingo were still in shock, Greyfuss raised his Kingdom Knight. "Don't move, guys." He aimed at the suddenly appeared group, and upon hearing Greyfuss's voice, the individuals carrying the boards froze in place. "Who are you?" Just as Greyfuss was about to finish his sentence, the giant wolf, seeing that no one was paying any attention, bared its sharp white teeth, and let out a low growl. It leaped forward and bit toward Senior, who was closest to it. Bang! Flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, and at the moment the bullet approached its body, the giant wolf nimbly dodged to the side, which was unexpected given its size. Huh! Seeing his shot miss, a hint of interest flashed in Grafus's eyes. Taking advantage of the giant wolf's retreat, Grafus quickly ran closer while still aiming at the mysterious individuals and kicked directly towards the wolf's eye. The giant wolf turned its head, opening its massive jaws in an attempt to fight back, and not far away, Doflamingo even caught a whiff of the strong, fishy odor. Grafus was somewhat surprised by the wolf's reflexes, but his reaction was equally quick. With a powerful push from his left foot, he propelled himself directly into the air, reaching a height above and slightly forward of the giant wolf's head. Grafus's right foot, pivoting on his left, executed a spinning kick towards the giant wolf's head. This time, the giant wolf couldn't dodge and was kicked in the head. They say wolves have iron heads and tofu waists, and this time, Grafus truly witnessed it. With that kick, he felt as if he had kicked a steel plate. Fortunately, even though he didn't use all his strength, the giant wolf's head still let out a crisp crack. Bang! The giant wolf's massive body crashed through several trees, flying nearly 10 meters before coming to a stop. Even as it struggled to get up, it was futile. The giant wolf's head had been deeply caved in, inflicting it with a fatal wound that was difficult to heal. Even with its strong vitality, it could no longer survive. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The people present hadn't even reacted when the battle was already over. After the fight, Grafus continued to point his gun at the suddenly appearing mysterious figures and said, "Now it's time to continue our chat, gentlemen. Who are you?" In the sky, Elbat was using his observation hockey to direct a jet fighter cub in a rescue operation. "Lily, there's an idiot in the southeast who stole a dinosaur egg and is currently being chased by 3 Allosauruses. Go save him and throw him on the ship. Lily, there's a poor soul in your 12 o'clock direction who fell into the swamp. Go pull him up and throw him back on the ship. Lily, there's a guy in your 5 o'clock direction who was kidnapped by savages. Go rescue him and throw him on the ship. Lily." Elbat's voice continuously reached the Skaterly's ears through the phone bug. The little girl was like a red lightning bolt, darting around the island under Elbat's command. Each time she appeared meant that someone had lost their qualification for the competition, and also meant that several ancient trees, whose ages were unknown, had suffered a great calamity. Time passed quickly, and soon the top few contestants of the competition were revealed. After Elbat handed out the prizes one by one, he saw Grafus walking over with the trainee crew members, followed by several strange individuals carrying wooden boards. "Who are these people?" Elbat asked Grafus, puzzled. They claimed to be an expedition team from the North Sea Humor Kingdom, and their leader was named Nicolina. After saying this, Grafus handed Elbat an identification card. Elbat looked at the card, which indeed bore the name and occupation of Nicolina. Not only that, but it also included an explorer qualification certificate and various specialized exploration tools. However, as a traveler, Elbat completely ignored this seamless disguise and saw through the true identities of the group. Silver hair, dark skin, and the surname Nico, combined with that very familiar face. I bet a chopper that this is definitely Nico Robin's mother, Nico Alvia. As for the various old men behind her, they must be the scholars from O'Hara. No wonder O'Hara has remained undiscovered all these years. These cultured people are really difficult to deal with when they get started. Oh, fellow adventurers. We are also an exploration team from the Gorstino Islands in the New World. I am their leader, named Elbat. Elbat extended his hand with a smile. "Since you are pretending here, I'll join you for some fun." Lord Elbat, Mr. Grafus has already informed us of your identity. Standing at the front, or be a pause for a moment before speaking softly. "Elbat, Grafus, why are you such a chatterbox? This is really embarrassing. In fact, there isn't much difference between exploration teams and pirates. After all, as long as it's not sanctioned by the government, it's essentially piracy." After some training with the Beast Pirates, even though he felt awkward inside, Elbat still firmly controlled his expression. "You do have a point." Orbia smiled and gently grasped the arm that Elbat had extended. "Pleased to meet you, Lord Elbat." Not knowing he had already been noted down in someone's little notebook, Grafus spoke up. "By the way, Brother Elbat, on our way back, just now, these people discovered an ancient ruin on this island. Sarah has already taken a few people to take a look. So what do you think? Are you interested in checking it out? Exploring ruins is a very dangerous activity. The traps inside are always unpredictable. But for Sarah, who has the ability of the teleportation fruit, facing the various dangers inside is much simpler. The real challenge is how to open the gate of this ruin. Sister Sarah, this door won't budge at all. If it doesn't work, let's just blow it up. As soon as Elbat and the others arrived, they heard the complaints of the pirate underlings fiddling with the ruins ahead. This sentence immediately touched the sensitive nerves of these scholars, and several old men hurriedly shouted, "You can't blow it up. What does it have to do with you? Who are you?" The pirate younger brother impatiently glanced at these old men, and then, after catching sight of Elbat next to them, instantly put on a smile. "Oh, you must be joking. This is a relic left over from many years ago. How can we possibly blow it up?" The old man, who was still preparing to offer a few words of advice, was left stunned in place by the speed of the change in expression. "Are these pirates really that easy to talk to? You are an expedition team. You should know how to get in, right?" Elbat turned to look at Orbia. Looking at this situation, Orbia stared at the entrance of the ruins, thought for a moment, and said, "We should be able to." Then, she looked at Elbat. "Lord Elbat, the treasures inside can be yours. But please do not destroy anything inside the ruins once you enter. If you can promise me that, we will help you open this door." Orbia knew very well that her group couldn't stop them, and rather than letting them enter and cause random destruction out of curiosity, it was better to help them and minimize the damage to the ruins. You just want to explore the ruins, but don't want the treasures inside. Your expedition team is quite strange. Elbat lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. "We pursue spiritual wealth, not material wealth. I know you pirates wouldn't understand." After Orbia said this lightly, she walked toward the entrance of the ruins. What a proud female scholar. With the help of the scholars from O'Hara, they finally found the correct way to open the door. Sarah, carrying the recovery and antidote potions that Elbat had given her, was the first to enter the ruins. She continuously triggered various mechanisms and quickly dodged using the ability of the teleportation fruit. Before long, she had explored a very safe passage. Elbat led a few members of the beast pirates and the scholars from O'Hara along the route that Sarah had opened toward the depths of the ruins. He even summoned 2 fireballs to float in front, providing ample lighting for the team. The scale of the ruins was not large, and it didn't take long for them to reach the end. At the end was a mass of huge vines, which wrapped around 2 dark objects. "These vines should be destroyable, right, Miss Nico?" Elbat turned to Orbia beside him. "Go ahead." Elbat smiled and waved his hand, and the crimson dragon energy gently swept over the lush vines. In a moment, with flashes of red light, the vines gradually turned to ashes, revealing the true forms of the 2 dark objects. A square stone tablet and something resembling an altar appeared before them. Both Elbat and Orbia exclaimed in surprise. Orbia was astonished to see a piece of historical text here, while Elbat was dumbfounded by the altar-like structure, because in the center of the stone basin on the altar lay a round red jewel. "Griefus, you did a great job." Elbat patted Griefus on the shoulder and quickly walked to the altar to pick up the red jewel. Ding. Task item detected. Collection progress, 316. Reward. Ancient Dragon Species Ice Curse Dragon Template 1, 200,000 points have been credited. Please check. After securing the jewel, Elbat walked toward the historical text. At this time, the scholars from O'Hara had already formed a circle in front of the historical text, their eyes nearly pressed against the cold stone slab. Hey, let me through. Elbat pushed one of the scholars aside, ignoring the angry expression on the other's face, and walked up to Orbia. "We agreed that as long as we don't destroy anything here, all the treasures here belong to us, right?" "That's right. So what do you want to do?" Orbia frowned and asked. Elbat waved his hand, and several pirate subordinates immediately stepped forward to pull the scholars from O'Hara away from the historical text. "What do you think I'm doing?" "Of course, I'm taking my things." After saying this, Elbat stepped in front of the historical text, his hands transforming into dragon claws. Gripping the edges of the stone tablet, and with a forceful upward pull, he yanked the heavy historical text straight out of the ground. "Let's go, everyone. Back to the ship." At this time, on the Phantom ship, the idle pirate subordinates, after drinking to celebrate the day as competition winner, began to start a fishing contest by the shore in small groups. "Come on, Peak, Virgo, Pika, and Doflamingo. Let us see who can catch the most fish today." Descartley, holding a fishing rod and a small folding stool, called out to the battling Senior and Pika, stopping to wipe the sweat. Senior turned to Descartley and said with a smile, "Sister Lily, you're so relaxed right now. It won't be good if Brother Elbat comes back and sees this." "No way. Exploring ruins takes a lot of time. Those guys won't come back for a few hours, so don't worry." Descartley waved her hand. Senior thought for a moment and felt that what the girl said made some sense. "Then let us fish for a while." He smiled and turned to go grab his fishing rod. However, he hadn't taken 2 steps when he saw a group of figures gradually appearing on the shore. Senator focused his eyes and indeed saw Elbat carrying a huge stone tablet walking towards them. Senator hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Hey, stop fishing. Brother Elbat and the others are back." The little girl, who had just settled in to fish, was stunned for a moment and then mumbled as she put away her fishing rod. Damn, they came back so quickly. The group returning triumphantly from the ruins did not move slowly, and before long, they reached the vicinity of the phantom ship. Elbat bent his legs slightly, exerted force, and then leaped onto the deck of the phantom ship. The heavy historical text pressed down on him, causing the wooden planks on the deck to creak. Elbat carefully placed the historical text on the deck and called over his pirate subordinates to bring a huge black cloth. He directed the pirate subordinates to tightly wrap the historical text in black cloth, then laid a layer of waterproof canvas on top. By the time the scholars from O'Hara arrived on the deck, what they saw was a completely packaged giant gift box. "Lord Elbat, we agreed not to damage the items inside the ruins, and your actions completely violate our agreement." Orbia walked up to Elbat and angrily questioned. It must be said that most scholars are indeed reclusive and focused on their research. Sometimes they can be quite rigid. Elbat had never met someone like Orbia, who dared to point at a big pirate and shout without considering the power gap. He waved his hand to signal the surrounding pirate subordinates to pull the noisy scholars away, and when only he and Orbia were left on the deck. Elbat smiled and said, "Miss Nico, I must remind you that an agreement is based on mutual trust to reach a consensus." But Orbia's pupils suddenly contracted. But in just a moment, her expression became confused, as if she did not quite understand what Elbat was saying. "This acting is really impressive." Elbat continued to smile as he spoke. "O'Hara." Elbat noticed that the moment his words fell, Orbia's body seemed to stiffen slightly, but she still pretended not to understand, asking with a puzzled expression, "What happened to O'Hara? Do you need me to say more?" The historical text under the all-knowing ancient tree and Ms. Nicole Orbia. The moment her name came out of Elbat's mouth, the last bit of hope in Orbia's heart was shattered. "How do you know my true identity?" Orbia bit her lip and asked softly. "Huh?" Elbat took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep breath. "This is our own source of information. Sorry, it's hard to disclose. Let's go, and I will give you a reward." Orbia quickly frowned and said, even though there was a door fruit user in their team, the current situation was completely different from that in the elevator. Just like the information held by the world government, the distance for the door fruit to open a door was quite limited. However, these imaginative scholars found another way. It didn't matter if the distance was short. They just needed to open a few more times. So each of them carried a wooden board, taking turns to set it up on the sea. And that's how they escaped from the Seleucid kingdom. It was also fortunate that this was the relatively calm North Sea. If they tried this in the Grand Line, they would have died countless times already. "Let you go. A reward? By the way, do you know how much bounty you all have with the government?" Elbat said with a smile. "Tell me your terms. If you really wanted to hand us over to the world government, then this conversation wouldn't be happening." After the initial panic, Orbia had calmed down considerably. She also realized that the person in front of her was a notorious pirate, and pirates are all about profit. They won't waste time discussing things that don't involve benefits. This woman is really calm. Elbat's thoughts gradually began to diverge as he looked at Orbia and started to ponder. Why would the red gem be enshrined in a relic with historical texts? Is there a connection between the two in the world of pirates? Could it be that when I find the historical text, there might be clues about the red orb? If that's the case, then this group of scholars from O'Hara might be very useful. From Orbia's perspective, the guy opposite her was staring at her with a fixed gaze. Huh. After a struggle in her mind, Orbia took a deep breath and nervously touched her collar. Her movements were stiff, and tears of humiliation filled the corners of her eyes. Fortunately, the black short-sleeved shirt she was wearing still had a few buttons. So Elbat reacted just in time before he could feast his eyes. Wait. Elbat hurriedly called out to Orbia, surprised as he asked, "What are you trying to do? Don't you want to threaten me and force me to comply? As long as you don't tell anyone about O'Hara." "I agree," Orbia said with tears in her eyes and a choked voice. "Elbat, am I that kind of person in your eyes?" Stop. When did I ever say I wanted to do such a thing? Do you have some misunderstanding about my character?" Elbat said, somewhat displeased. Orbia hesitated for a moment and retorted, "Aren't you staring at me like that with that intention? Aren't all you pirates like this? Should I still have any expectations of you? Do you scholars have such a deep stereotype of us pirates?" "Sigh, I just want you O'Hara to help me a little. Can you not jump to conclusions?" Elbat shook his head helplessly. These scholars really seemed to have read themselves silly. Orbia was slightly taken aback. It seemed that Elbat had indeed not said much. He was just a bit agitated because his hidden identity had been seen through. "Help. After learning that Elbat did not intend to use O'Hara's secret to force her compliance, Orbia fastened her clothing again. What can a scholar like me help you with? Elbat took out a red jewel and tossed it into Orbia's hand. This was the red jewel found just now at the altar next to the historical text. Like the historical text, this type of jewel had an indestructible nature. Elbat pointed to the jewel in Orbia's hand and continued, I have been searching for this kind of jewel. Now that someone has placed it alongside the historical text, there must be some connection between the two. Since you scholars from O'Hara are experts in historical research, I wonder if your tree of knowledge has any records about this jewel? I'm not very clear about this red jewel. I need to return to O'Hara to give you an answer, Orbia replied after thinking for a moment. No problem. I can go with you to O'Hara when the time comes, Elbat said with a smile. But for now, you must stay on my ship. I can hand over the historical text for your research, but the results need to be shared with me. No problem. Ahem. Elbat coughed a few times, and a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. He steeled himself and said, That Miss Nico about what happened just now. Heaven knows. The scene earlier was quite a shock for Elbat, a lifelong single man. Just now, wasn't I talking to Mr. Elbat about the historical text the whole time? Orbia said calmly. No wonder she is Nico, Robin's mother. The similarities in appearance and personality between the two are strikingly identical. Yes. We were just discussing the historical text. In the North Sea, in the waters of the Seleucid kingdom. At this moment, the sea was calm, with no signs of any sailing ships. The shipping lanes in this area seemed to be artificially blocked. Just then, the surface of the sea began to rise and fall. And amidst the surging waves, a massive fleet flying the naval flag slowly appeared. This is the top war weapon of the Navy headquarters. A giant warship that can be used to carry out various unconventional missions. Each giant warship is equipped with a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, capable of carrying 1,000 soldiers, 12 large naval cannons, and 50 rapid-fire guns, truly armed to the teeth. As the leading shipbuilding industry in the first half of the Grand Line and a flagship product of Water 7, these giant warships not only boast powerful firepower, but also impressive speed. With fully unfurled sails and mechanical external wheels on the sides, they can outrun 99 of pirate ships on the sea. In addition to the 5 giant warships from the headquarters, Sengoku has also mobilized over 30 warships from various bases in the North Sea to assist in the attack. In total, there are 40 various warships and nearly 20,000 naval soldiers. This immense power is enough to crush any resisting force in the North Sea, and their target is the nearby Seleucid kingdom. The naval fleet moves very quickly, and in less than 10 minutes, it approaches the port of the Seleucid kingdom. Generally speaking, ships only stay at the ports of the islands. Therefore, by simply blockading the port, one can directly trap everyone on the island, especially for islands like the Seleucid kingdom, which is surrounded by cliffs on all sides and has only 2 ports for entry and exit. Once the port is sealed, it becomes very difficult to escape. In the past few days, the Navy in Beihai has set up blockade lines around 2 ports to ensure that no one can sneak out of the Seleucid kingdom. On the sea, within the Navy fleet, a naval lieutenant commander ran onto the deck holding a din-din mushi and saluted General Zhanghua, saying, General Zhanghua, the fleet's various departments are ready. Please give the order. Zhanghua took the din-din mushi and asked, What about the evacuation ships arranged by the CP agency? They are already docked and ready to set sail at any time. The lieutenant commander immediately replied, All right, evacuate the civilians onto the evacuation ships at once. If there aren't enough ships, send 2 warships over. Zhanghua's eyes glimmered with a mirror-like light, his voice carrying a hint of determination. Notify everyone in 6 hours. All ships will fire according to the scheduled plan. Yes. The naval lieutenant commander responded and immediately rushed to the ship's communication room. In the underground secret chamber of the Seleucid Kingdom's CP agency, Fuzzcar, dressed in a black suit and holding a cup of high-quality coffee, looked at his companion Dute. How is the evacuation work arranged? Our people have all retreated to the warships, and the supplies and weapons have been properly packed, Dute reported earnestly. What is the situation with the civilians? Fuzzcar took a small sip of coffee and quietly asked. We have successfully spread the news that the Navy is about to destroy the Seleucid Kingdom, and now most of the population in this country is heading towards the docks. Dute's voice remained calm as always, but a subtle gloom appeared on his face. What about the evacuation ships? Fuzzcar's gaze was fixed on a coffee cup in his hand, his expression shifting with complexity. According to the plan, the evacuation ships are ready. Dute paused for a second before quickly answering. Is that so? Then I appreciate your efforts. Since everything is ready, let's leave. Fuzzcar's interest was evidently low at this moment, and his steps were heavier than usual. Commander Fuzz. Dude's tone suddenly rose, and he quickly walked in front of Fuzzcar, whispering, "Why don't we stay a little longer? After all, this is your hometown." Before Duke could finish a sentence, he was interrupted by Fuzzcar raising his hand. Hometown? That ceased to exist the moment I entered Cypherpole. He adjusted his black suit and continued walking forward. Moreover, what is the use of looking at something destined to be destroyed? The news of the Navy's impending destruction of the Seleucid Kingdom quickly spread. Meanwhile, Elbat, who was lying in his room watching a show, also received related information. Spandane, are you sure you're not joking with me? Elbat frowned as he listened to Spandane's voice coming from the den mushy that woke him up. How could I possibly lie to you about this, Lord Elbat? Spandane's voice still carried a hint of flattery. The Navy is indeed implementing a plan to annihilate the Seleucid Kingdom, and if nothing unexpected happens, they will launch a full-scale attack in 2 hours. You owe me a personal favor for this, but it's urgent, so I'm hanging up now. I'll contact you later. Elbat quickly hung up the den mushy, rushed out of the room, transformed into his beast form, and flew above the ship, the Yume. Seeing Elbat starting to pull the iron chain securing the Yume, Sarah, who was in class, hurriedly asked, "First officer, what happened?" "There's no time to explain. I'll tell you on the way. By the way, Sarah, which direction is the Seleucid Kingdom?" Sarah glanced at the sky, then pointed her arm forcefully in one direction. "That way." "Okay, everyone hold on to something nearby. Don't get thrown off." Elbat yanked on the iron chain, pulling the Yume out of the water, and said, "It might get a bit bumpy, hang on." After speaking, he spread his wings and flew in the direction Sarah pointed. At the same time, Spandane, who had just hung up the den mushy, showed a smug smile. "Commander, is it really okay for you to leak information like this?" Hans asked, looking at the smug Spandane in front of him. "Fool, how can this be called leaking information? I'm using the existing resources to extract new information, understand? In any case, it has nothing to do with him who wins or loses in the battle between the Beast Pirates and the Navy. It's better to use this soon-to-be outdated information to gain favors and results." Spandane took out a new den mushy from his pocket and quickly dialed it. "Commander Carl, I have the latest information to report to you. In the waters near Nemean Island in Bay High, a large Navy headquarters warship had become battered and was slowly sinking to the seafloor. Surrounding the warship were many broken shipwrecks. A large number of Navy personnel were clinging to these wrecks floating in the sea. Surprisingly, Vice Admiral Karp, a naval hero, was also sitting on a piece of shattered wood, talking on a den mushy. So that guy Shiki has already appeared in Bay High? The den mushy in Karp's hand, styled with a mohawk, emitted a low voice. "That's right, Brother Kong. I really have no way to deal with that guy," Karp said helplessly. Karp was now drenched, with blood on his fists and several cuts on his arms and thighs. This seems quite serious, but for Karp, who has mastered the art of returning life, this injury is just a minor one. This battle was merely an encounter, and neither Shiki nor Garp emerged victorious. Although Shiki left several scars on Garp, Garp equally left multiple fist marks on Shiki. This battle also had a connection to a certain handsome guy. The Roger pirate ship, frozen in ice, was battered by the pinpoint bombardment of over a dozen Navy warships, destroying its side and mast. Ultimately, it was Roger who induced Garp to use Conqueror's Haki in a clash, shattering the ice and allowing them to escape. Then, Roger and Rayleigh employed a technique to slice through the waves to accelerate their escape from Garp's pursuit. According to a certain red-nosed individual's recollection, once they finally reached a safe location, Roger spent several hours cursing someone's name towards the sea. Meanwhile, Garp, having lost track of Roger, led his fleet to a Navy base near Nemean Island for a rest. On the way, he happened to run into Shiki, who had also received word and was coming to find Roger. These two are also old acquaintances, so when they meet, they naturally have to have a match. On this vast sea, there are two incredibly difficult opponents, Whitebeard and Golden Lion. In the face of their tricky abilities, fleets and firepower are nothing but illusions. Especially Golden Lion Shiki. As long as he doesn't encounter stormy weather, his float fruit allows him to manipulate everything, bombarding you from the sky. Karp is evenly matched with Golden Lion thanks to his moonwalk, but the fleet behind him is quickly shattered by several of Golden Lion's powerful moves. Naturally, Karp, having lost his footing at sea, loses the battle. According to early intelligence, Golden Lion Shiki has a strong interest in historical texts, and he might already know that the group of scholars is trapped by us in the Seleucid Kingdom. Moreover, there's news from CP that the vice captain of the Beast Pirates, Dragon Elbat, who fought you not long ago, is currently heading towards the Seleucid Kingdom. Don't these bastards think the world is chaotic enough? On the other end of the transponder snail, Steelbone Kong's voice is filled with anger and fatigue, growing increasingly serious. The North Sea, no, it should be the Seleucid Kingdom, is much livelier than we imagined. Brother Kong, since that's the case, we should hurry and notify Sengoku to come back, Carp said with concern. Now, Sengoku has to face Shiki along with a reasonably strong Elbat. And based on Carp's understanding of Roger, that guy would definitely want to get involved in such a grand scene. In this situation, it's not just Sengoku, the general of the headquarters, who is feeling the pressure. It's likely that the entire Navy headquarters together wouldn't be able to find a good solution either. I have applied to the government, and the response I received was that we are not allowed to withdraw. Steelbone Kong's voice was full of helplessness. Not allowed to withdraw? Carp's voice suddenly rose by an octave. What are those old men going crazy about? Cough, cough, Carp. Be careful with your words. Steelbone Kong coughed twice and continued. Sengoku's mission this time is extraordinary. Withdrawal is impossible. I have already contacted the North Sea Branch 226 to send search ships in your direction. And I have also sent Zephyr through the government as fast track to urgently head to the Seleucus Kingdom for support. Now you must immediately abandon the pursuit of the Roger pirates and go to the Seleucus Kingdom to assist Sengoku in carrying out the mission. The voice on the Den Den Mushi paused for a few seconds, seemingly contemplating something, and continued. Additionally, your mission is limited to helping Sengoku deal with various unexpected situations. You are not allowed to interfere in anything else. Inside the Seleucus Kingdom, Fuzzcall and his team, having exited the underground secret chamber, hurried towards the port along the predetermined evacuation route, watching the people of the Seleucus Kingdom gradually boarding the evacuation ships in the distance. Fuzzcall's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Dude, do you think we as agents are all destined for hell in the end? Fuzzcall turned to Dude beside him and whispered softly. I'm not sure, but I think you, sir, must have made up your mind, Dude replied calmly, his tone full of persuasion. What do you mean I've made up my mind? I'm just following orders in this whole matter. Okay, Fuzzcall said, speechless. Sir, if you really don't want to do it, then why force yourself? Dude replied, you're just cut out to be a thug in this life. Remember, in Cypherpole, many times, you can't just choose not to do something. But sir, you also often do things that are contrary to your words. That's not the same. You fool, Fuzzcall shouted sternly. Doing things contrary to one's words is not something I can decide. It can only be done when there is a need from above. Do you understand? I don't get it. That statement is a bit convoluted. Dude shook his head and said seriously. But sir, I think it's a pity for you to be a CP9. You should go to the World Government's Federal Assembly and be the speaker. The corner of Fuzzcall's mouth twitched, and some of the frustration in his heart dissipated a little. Although this guy's sense of smell isn't very sharp, he can be quite eloquent at times. Once you become the speaker, the position of CP9 chief will be vacant, and who knows, I might get the chance to enjoy commanding others as well. You, my friend, must definitely remind Afu to stay away from you in the future, or else he might be led astray by you, this idiot. In the southern sea area of the Seleucus Kingdom, on Kuner Island, the once tranquil remote island is now filled with shouts and curses. 8 pirate ships are quietly anchored in the southern waters of the island, with all the pirates gathered on the decks of the ships. At the top of the pirate ship, a skull flag with a steering wheel painted on the back and golden-haired features is fluttering in the wind. These pirates are members of the 1st Division of the Flying Pirate Crew under the command of the Golden Lion Shiki. Although there are only 8 or 9 ships, they are all elite troops of Shiki. Amid the admiring gazes of these pirates, the island of Kyun began to shake violently. In just a moment, this small island floated slowly into the sky like a balloon. No matter how many times one sees Shiki's power, it is always so shocking. Of course, our captain is the pirate overlord of the New World, the Golden Lion. Sitting at the edge of the island, Shiki held a cigar in his mouth, looking at the intelligence in his hand. The sea breeze gently brushed against his brown and yellow captain's cloak, and his golden long hair flowed in the wind like a lion's mane. A burly man quickly walked up behind Shiki and respectfully said, Admiral, we received news from Indigo that the world government has organized evacuation ships at the port of the Seleucus Kingdom, and 80 of the population has boarded the evacuation ships. If the information is correct, those scholars should be on those ships. Huh. Shiki exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, staring blankly at the sea and sky ahead. Gaia, why do I always feel a sense of unease at this moment? At that time, Adams Gaia, the captain of the 1st Division of the Flying Pirate Crew, said arrogantly, Admiral, what is there to worry about? With our abilities, not to mention the warring states, even if the Navy headquarters comes together, we are not afraid of them. Ha ha, you're right. My worries are indeed a bit pretentious. Shiki extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together and gently flicking them upwards. In an instant, the pirate ships on the sea were grabbed by an invisible hand and quickly flew into the sky, just like the island. You guys, set off. Go bring back my ambitions. Oh, at noon, with the sun high in the sky, upon Sengoku's command, over 30 warships of the Navy aimed their hundreds of various cannons at the Seleucus kingdom. Boom! Boom! Countless shells filled the sky like a dense rain and fell upon the prosperous urban area of the kingdom. Boom! Boom! Countless shells exploded on the land of the Seleucus kingdom. In the blink of an eye, the entire island was engulfed in smoke and flames. Hurry! Load the ammunition. Adjust the angle. The goal of this mission is to destroy the Seleucus kingdom, to cleanse this nation in the name of justice. The previous attack was just a trial shot. Once all the warships adjusted their fire trajectories, the real bombardment was about to begin. The carpet bombing by over 30 various types of warships could plow through the Seleucus kingdom from end to end in just 1 hour. Especially the Navy's most terrifying weapon. The ammunition used by the giant warships had unimaginable power, often able to collapse a tall building with just one shell. This is a devastating attack, second only to the demon-slaying order. Under such firepower coverage, there won't be a single intact patch of grass left in the Seleucid kingdom. Report to General Sengoku that the artillery has completed the first round of bombardment on the Seleucid kingdom, on the deck of the warship. A colonel from the naval headquarters reported to General Sengoku, who was observing the battle. All warships will conduct the second round of bombardment in 5 minutes, and additionally, notify the supply ships to prepare for ammunition resupply. General Sengoku immediately issued the order. Yes, the colonel from the naval headquarters saluted in response. General Sengoku took out a Dindon Mushi and, after hesitating for a moment, dialed the number. Bururu General. A white mask gradually appeared on the face of the Dindon Mushi. This is a method usually used by CP9 to conceal their appearance while executing missions. Fuzz Carl, how is the arrangement for the refuge ships going? Sengoku's voice was filled with deep determination. Admiral, the refuge ships have already set sail, and according to the government's orders, we have planted sufficient bombs at the bottom of each ship and lured the 2 pirate groups to the nearby waters. Fuzz Carl's voice was very calm, showing no emotional fluctuation. Next, those 2 groups of pirates who slaughtered civilians will flee south. At that time, I'll trouble you to have the Navy pursue them. I understand. The Navy will continue with the bombing mission, and after you have dealt with everything, I will order the Navy to chase those pirates. The glasses on Sengoku's nose concealed the depth and gloom of his gaze behind the thick lenses. Admiral, some members of those pirate crews have already received their compensation. I see. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku stared at the blazing fires of the Seleucid kingdom ahead. I hope the cannon fire can strangle this nascent evil. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the second wave of naval bombing proceeded as scheduled. Meanwhile, guided by CP's organization, the 2 pirate groups gradually approached the refuge ships sailing on the sea. Bang, bang, bang. Under the manipulation of certain individuals, the 2 pirate ships erupted with intense flashes of fire. Shells exploded on the sea surface, and with a loud bang, one of the refuge ships suddenly turned into a mass of debris. The pirates are here. Run. The people on the refuge ship let out piercing screams, frantically paddling their oars in hopes of quickly escaping the pursuit of the pirates. But how could the government, which had already set up a deadlock, allow these doomed people to escape? Boom! Boom! The explosions continued to ring out on the refugee ship. The development of the situation was proceeding smoothly, just as anticipated. However, at that moment, a slight breeze seemed to stir up on the sea. Keek-keek-keek. A wild laugh echoed from above the refuge ship. Lion's might, heavenly roll. Accompanied by several lion roars, numerous massive lion heads formed from the atmosphere quickly charged toward the pirate ships that were firing. Bang! Bang! As these lion heads shattered the pirate ship, they also swept up the seawater like a gale, lifting all the people on the doomed ship into the sky. This is bad. Big trouble is coming. Not far away, on the government observation ship, Fuzz Carl frowned as he held a telescope, looking at the figures in the air. Hurry, hurry, call for help. Quickly summon the great Buddha ancestor. Lionwei Yusua is here. In the air, Shiki waved his hand again, and the ground on the floating island behind him began to wriggle. In the blink of an eye, a large platform made of soil appeared in the sky. Under Shiki's control, the platform rapidly flew towards the people in the sky. Ha ha! Go back and tell Sengoku that I, Shiki, have taken these people. If you want them, come find me in the new world. With the goods in hand, there was naturally no need to linger here. Just as Shiki was about to take off, he suddenly stopped, frowning at the sea level not far away. A Navy warship was approaching, a massive Navy battleship. And, standing on the deck of the battleship was none other than Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. It turns out that even before ordering the fleet to carry out the bombardment mission, Sengoku had already rushed towards the direction of the refuge ship. Based on the existing intelligence analysis, the Navy knew that pirates were targeting this group of scholars. Therefore, handling the refuge ship had become particularly important. But what Sengoku didn't expect was that Shiki would strike so quickly. Sengoku thought that the world government really valued these scholars. Shiki murmured a few words, and then a wild smile gradually appeared on his face. Ha, the more you value these people, the more it proves that my thoughts are indeed correct. What about the Navy? What about the world government? I am the Golden Lion. His body gradually descended, eventually standing on the surface of the sea. As his toes lightly touched the seawater, an inexplicable force quickly spread deep into the ocean. In the next moment, the shimmering sea surface suddenly surged, and amidst the swirling water, several towering waves quickly appeared, roaring like rampaging beasts as they charged towards the Navy battleship. Truly impressive, Shiki. Even a greeting has such grandeur. Sengoku on the battleship clicked his tongue and said. As he spoke, golden light gradually emerged from within Sengoku's body. Momins Latte. A golden Buddha appeared on the deck of the battleship. This is the ability of a warring states general, animal type, human fruit, mythical Zoan, great Buddha form. This is also the origin of the title Warring States of Buddha. Exterminate evil great compassion palm. The golden light in Warring States' hands became increasingly brilliant as he pushed his palm forward, and a massive shockwave suddenly erupted from the bow of the ship, directly smashing towards the enormous tsunami that seemed to sweep away the heavens and the earth. Bang! The golden shockwave quickly dispersed the tsunami, and the crushed seawater surged back up, creating countless turbulent waves. Under the impact of these waves, the warship began to rise and fall rapidly on the surface of the sea. At this moment, the figure of the golden lion soared into the air again. Meanwhile, several lion heads formed from the seawater appeared on either side of the warship. Little Crane, the safety of the ship is in your hands now. Warring States took off his justice cloak and the tie from his chest, speaking in a deep voice without looking back. Chief of Staff Crane, a lieutenant general, lit a lady's cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. Got it, be careful. Crane was a backup plan prepared by Warring States, just in case. And it was clear that this preparation was indeed needed now. After hearing Crane's response, Warring States no longer hesitated. He exerted force with his legs and leaped forward at high speed towards the golden lion Shiki. Although he could not fly freely in the air like Shiki, with the support of Moonwalk, walking freely in the air was not a problem. In midair, Warring States swung his palms to the left and right, shattering the seawater lion heads on both sides of the warship, then aimed at the position of the golden lion Shiki and struck again. Exterminate evil Vajra, fury. The golden shockwave smashed towards Shiki like a force of nature, and the air it cut through seemed to resonate with waves of sacred sound. Warring States, you guy. It's the same few moves over and over again. I'm really tired of seeing this. A wild smile appeared on Shiki's face as he quickly drew two scimitars from his waist. These two swords are Shiki's beloved blades, the dry wood and the cherry ten. Dark red lightning coils around the blades, and as Shiki swings his hands, two dark red slashes shoot out rapidly. Slash wave. The shockwave collides with the slashes in midair, instantly causing the surrounding airflow to become chaotic, and this force travels to the sea, creating waves. Shiki, why are you meddling in these troubled waters instead of staying properly in the new world? Sengoku swiftly approaches Shiki through the air, waving his hands as shockwaves rain down on the golden lion Shiki. Haha, Sengoku, I'm not the Navy. There's no need for me to report everything to you. Shiki swings his now pitch-black twin swords, sending slashes flying from his hands, colliding with the numerous shockwaves in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Roaring sounds emanate from the center of their battle, and various light pollution effects paint the sky in complex colors. Sengoku's figure passes through the heavy effects and quickly reaches Shiki. A massive golden hand descends like a giant hand of heaven, pressing directly towards Shiki. Evil repelling, Akala. At Sengoku's roar, the golden lion crosses his twin swords to block in front of himself. Boom! The Buddha's palm collides with the sharp blades, and golden light flashes in Sengoku's hands as a powerful shockwave erupts once more. Shiki, caught off guard, is forcefully sent flying hundreds of meters away. However, He seems unfazed by this minor setback, still wearing a proud smile. It seems you've made some progress lately, Sengoku. Taking a deep puff from his cigar and exhaling, Shiki lets out a low growl. Lion's might. The clouds and air above swirl rapidly, instantly transforming into two majestic lions. Shiki's domineering aura surges as he quickly outfits the two lions with pitch-black armor. Imperial heavens roll. The lions leap towards Sengoku, with Shiki following closely behind with his sword. Evil repelling, wrathful King Kong. Sengoku brings his hands together, and brilliant golden light erupts around him. In an instant, a terrifying wave appears on his palms. The pitch-black lions are closing in, ready to pounce, when Sengoku swiftly opens his clasped hands, unleashing a powerful shockwave that directly shatters the two lions. Simultaneously, Sengoku's palms collide with the slashing twin swords of the golden lion. Boom, boom, boom. The two engage in a fierce battle in midair. Below, on the sea's surface, under the command of Admiral Tsuru, the Navy officers on the giant warship quickly calibrate their cannons, aiming at the two in the sky. Tsuru shows no intention of considering Sengoku's safety, immediately ordering everyone, fire at will. The cannon mouths belch flames, and dozens of cannonballs fiercely fly toward the location where Shiki and Sengoku are battling. Cannonballs? Sengoku, don't embarrass yourselves with such tricks. Shiki laughs heartily, waving his palm toward the cannonballs, ready to let the Navy ships below taste their own medicine. But soon, he realizes something is wrong. His float fruit ability cannot control these cannonballs. Just as he is caught off guard, Sengoku rushes forward with a palm strike. Shiki hurriedly raises his dry wooden cherry tint to block Sengoku's powerful palm, but this causes several cannonballs to fly beside him. Boom! The cannonballs from the giant warship possess tremendous power, and a violent impact instantly sends Shiki flying. If he hadn't quickly used Haki to cover his body, this blow would have certainly caused him serious harm. Is that the Wash Fruit's ability? That old hag Tsuru came along with you? As old rivals, just as the Navy understands Shiki's abilities. Shiki is also very familiar with those in the Navy who have always been a tough match for him. Admiral Tsuru from the Navy headquarters, along with Karp, is a Paramecia-type Wash Fruit user. When Tsuru wraps the cannonballs in a layer of Wash Fruit ability, the Golden Lion's float fruit cannot control the cannonballs covered by that ability from a distance. It is precisely because Tsuru can wash away Shiki's abilities that the Navy is not too helpless against him. Seeing the attack effective, Tsuru calmly commands, continue the assault. Don't let up on the firepower. Don't worry, Sengoku is a mythical Zoan user. These cannonballs won't do him any harm. Upon hearing this, the Navy on the warship breathes a sigh of relief and begins to unleash round after round of cannon fire. The chaotic airflow generated by the cannonball explosions makes it very uncomfortable for Shiki, the float fruit user. Meanwhile, amidst the thick black smoke and flames, a robust figure quietly approaches. Bone fist, meteor strike. A pitch-black iron fist appears rapidly in front of Shiki like a cannonball emerging from the smoke. In a critical moment, Shiki immediately swings his cherry tent to block this rapid strike. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, the two opposing waves of Haki instantly disperse the black smoke, revealing Karp's athletic figure. Ha ha ha! Karp, you bastard, instead of resting properly, you came here to ambush me. A hint of ferocity flashes across Shiki's face as he tightens his grip on Cherry 10. That should be my question to you, you bastard Golden Lion. Karp roars, quickly closing the distance to Shiki by stepping through the air, reaching for the blade of Cherry 10. Simultaneously, Sengoku targets Shiki's head, bringing down a palm strike. Facing this dangerous situation of being attacked from both sides, Shiki lightly taps the air with his toes, pushing off and swiftly floating backward, immediately creating distance between him and the two. At that moment, however, Sengoku's attack trajectory suddenly changes. He strikes forward with a palm toward the place Shiki is floating backward to, unleashing a powerful shockwave that instantly hits Shiki. This blow sent Shiki flying out. The three were opponents of the same level. Although Shiki was slightly superior to Sengoku and Garp, facing two opponents was still quite challenging. As Shiki flew backwards, he looked up at the sky, thought for a moment, and then flew towards the direction of the Celestial Kingdom. As a user of the float fruit, as long as he wanted to escape, almost no one could catch him. Except when facing Roger, Shiki's mind was still relatively normal. The current strength of the Navy had completely exceeded his expectations. He wasn't a fool to insist on confronting the Navy head-on. Not running? Was he supposed to wait to be beaten up? Seeing Shiki fly away without looking back, Garp and Sengoku exchanged a glance and quickly followed him using the moonwalk technique. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal for Shiki to run away. But now, he likely held scholars who could understand ancient texts in his hands. Such hidden dangers are enough to ignite the world. How could Sengoku possibly turn a blind eye? Meanwhile, in the sky above the clouds, the citizens of the Seleucid kingdom rescued by Shiki are being held captive by the sky pirates in a certain area of the island. Under the influence of Shiki's abilities, the ships of the Sky Pirates' First Division have also begun to move towards the Seleucid kingdom. Not far from this large fleet, Elbat is carefully observing the movements ahead while holding the phantom ship. He has a telescope in his hand, a product of the system that can change size according to his physique. Let me count. Shiki, Garp, Sengoku. Oh, when did the Navy deck become so lively? The float fruit is indeed quite useful. If this continues, Shiki will soon be able to escape. Right? No way. How can I not add fuel to the fire in this situation? Elbat chuckled, and a flash of crimson dragon energy flickered in his hand. In an instant, the clouds churned, the wind howled, and lightning and thunder roamed the sky. The originally clear sky began to darken, and the atmosphere over the sea gradually became tumultuous. On the sea surface, a hurricane was forming, roaring towards the large fleet of the Sky Pirates. The few people in pursuit also noticed the sudden change in the environment. How is it possible for a storm to come at this time? Shiki was completely stunned. The float fruit has strong mobility and a large destructive range. It can be said to be an extremely terrifying ability with a high upper limit. But the float fruit also has a fatal weakness, the violent stormy weather. In such weather, although Shiki can still maintain a certain combat power thanks to his formidable swordsmanship, the mobility provided by the float fruit will be completely lost. Sengoku also realized the opportunity at this moment and immediately took out the transponder snail from his pocket, commanding, "Little Crane, immediately instruct the fleet to encircle. Today is a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. Perhaps we can capture that bastard Shiki and throw him into Impel Down." Facing Shiki, who has lost the advantage of his fruit, as long as several high-ranking Navy officers rush in, it is highly likely they can beat him to a pulp. On the other side, Shiki also sensed the impending danger, his eyes flashing with anger and surprise. Didn't those meteorologists say that there wouldn't be any storms in the Seleucid kingdom waters for the past few months? Shiki cursed angrily. Damn it, I even give Visalia so much research funding every year. A bunch of useless old bastards. Shiki had once had the fortune to meet a group of meteorologists for Visalia while searching for scholars. One side needed research funding, and the other needed to overcome the fruit's shortcomings. The two sides hit it off and began to cooperate. Shiki's smooth expansion in the New World naturally benefited from the meteorological support from Visalia. However, Shiki was not completely unprepared. The ships of the Sky Pirates' First Division were his reserve backup. Taking advantage of the storm not yet approaching, Shiki quickly waved his hand, and the fleet of Sky Pirate ships began to descend slowly from the clouds. Meanwhile, on the sea near the Seleucid kingdom, a pirate ship with obvious repair marks was slowly sailing. The members of the Roger Pirates on the ship noticed the Navy fleet bombarding the Seleucid kingdom ahead. "Is this the Navy's annihilation operation?" Jabba asked softly. "Not sure. I only saw a report in the newspaper a while ago about the Seleucid kingdom insulting the celestial dragons. But isn't the world government's response a bit too extreme?" Roger replied with a frown. The Roger Pirates mainly obtain their intelligence either by purchasing from certain informants or relying on newspapers and magazines. Of course, sometimes they also need Rayleigh to sacrifice a bit of his charm to extract some useful information. Therefore, their grasp of intelligence is really not that great. As a result, the various happenings in the Seleucid kingdom left the members of the Roger Pirates completely in the dark. "Hey guys, I think besides those Navy folks, there are some unexpected guys we should pay more attention to now." Rayleigh pointed to the sky behind them. 3 small black dots were rapidly approaching the direction of the Roger Pirates. "That shiny thing is Sengoku?" "That's right. And he's accompanied by that bastard Garp." "Shiki? That guy also came to the North Sea?" Roger, holding Buggy's telescope, looked surprised at the figures chasing in the sky and shouted loudly. "First Garp, then Shiki. If you add an Elbat from the Beast Pirates, all your new and old buddies are gathered." Rayleigh commented sarcastically. "What buddies? Meeting those bastards is definitely not a good thing. I don't want to see them." Roger disdainfully spat a few times. "But what are they doing over there? It seems Shiki has lowered his ships." Jabba said somewhat puzzled. "Forget those bastards. It would be best if Shiki gets locked up and Impel Down." Roger grumbled, dissatisfied. "I hope before he gets locked up, he can beat Garp in a serious injury. Without these two annoying bastards, I can't imagine how carefree my life would be. Just as Roger was muttering curses about Shiki and Carp, he suddenly noticed a shadow covering his position. Roger quickly looked up and saw an island emerging from the clouds, and higher in the sky, several pirate ships were slowly descending. "What's going on?" Roger exclaimed. A moment later, he quickly reacted. "Shiki, you bastard! Hurry, hurry, get the ship moving. That island is coming down." Not long after, Cuner Island was lowered by Shiki next to the island where the Seleucid Kingdom was located. At the last moment before the island landed, Roger and the others finally ran out of the falling range. However, the violent tsunami caused by the island entering the sea still pushed their ships far away. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 ships from the Sky Pirates also landed one by one on the beach beside the small island, and hundreds of pirates quickly emerged from the cabins. "There's a storm. Everyone get ready to immediately support Boss Shiki." Adams Gaia, the captain of the Sky Pirates' First Division, pressed both hands to the ground, and an inexplicable energy quickly spread around the island. The next second, the ground of Cuner Island rapidly changed. The earth churned, and sand and rocks quickly coalesced into a roaring lion's head, which bit towards Sengoku in the sky. Sengoku did not hesitate to strike out, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered the lion's head created by Gaia. Under Shiki's manipulation, the shattered stones reassembled into several stone lions, which then charged at Sengoku. On the ground, Adams Gaia clapped his hands together, and a large amount of soil suddenly appeared between Cuner Island and the Seleucid Kingdom. In no time, the two islands gradually merged into a large island. After completing everything, Adams Gaia conjured 2 gigantic stone lions in front of him, and after tossing 2 black stones into the mouths of the stone lions, he turned to a little dwarf beside him. "Purse, move faster." "Understood, Gaia. Remember to cover me with more earth later." The little dwarf Purse waved his hand and dove into the soil. Moments later, a huge face gradually emerged from the ground. Vaguely resembling Purse, feeling a little bug crawling around in his body, he disregarded it and shouted, "Gaia, I'm in." Purse's voice grew increasingly rugged. In the next second, as his words fell, 2 gigantic rocky fists shot toward the 3 people fighting in midair. Sengoku's expression tightened, and he swung his hands to the sides, sending 2 shockwaves rapidly towards the incoming rocky fists. Boom! The shockwave struck the rocky fists hard, creating clouds of dust. At that moment, 2 stone lions sprang out from within the rocks, their lower halves transforming into sharp stone spikes in midair, quickly shooting towards Sengoku. Clang, clang, clang. The stone spike struck Sengoku's golden Buddha-like body, producing a ringing sound. Sengoku frowned, about to say something, when suddenly a wave of weakness surged from within him. He focused and realized that 2 pieces of dark sea stone had somehow mixed in with the stone spikes. Not good. Sengoku seemed to realize something, and his expression instantly darkened. He looked up and saw Shiki with a smile at the corner of his mouth, slowly raising one arm. "Lion strength, Imperial roll," Shiki murmured, and the smile on his face became increasingly deranged. Suddenly, an inexplicable force erupted. At that moment, both the rocky fists and the stone lions in the sky turned into tiny particles of rock dust, frantically pressing towards Sengoku's entire body. Moments later, a massive stone ball, made of rock, appeared in midair. After forcing back Carp with a sword, Shiki waved his hand, and the stone ball rapidly descended toward Kunkin Island. "Shiki!" Carp roared angrily, his eyes filled with rage. He exerted force under his feet, his figure shooting through the air like a cannonball, instantly appearing before Shiki. Bone Fist, sinking to the bottom of the sea. Carp's explosive speed almost caught Shiki off guard. He crossed his dual knives in front of his chest, yet he was still struck directly to the ground by Carp's ferocious punch, creating a large pit. Boss Shiki, just as Carp planned to press the attack and shatter the stone ball, trapping Sengoku with a punch, a pair of enormous hands quickly appeared on either side of him. "Don't get in my way, you bastard." Red and black lightning suddenly appeared, an overwhelming aura bursting forth. The Conqueror's haki quickly wrapped around Carp's fist. Then, he threw a punch. Boom! The giant hand shattered, and rocks fell to the ground. A powerful shockwave surged toward the stone ball, trapping Sengoku with an unstoppable force. Lion strength, Imperial roll. The giant stone lion, wrapped in armament haki, roared as it rose up to collide with the shockwave. "There's no way I'm letting you have it so easily, Carp." Shiki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a dark expression. Although Shiki was incredibly powerful, he did not possess the monstrous physical qualities of Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. Without the enhancement of haki, he would still be injured if struck by a blade. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left behind a supreme great ship's helm joke in the future. However, his physical qualities had indeed reached an inhuman level. Carp's attack, while uncomfortable for him, did not cause him severe harm. Gaia, Purse, keep an eye on that stone ball. Don't let Sengoku escape, Shiki shouted, waving his hands forward, and the two stone lions lunged at Carp. Bone Fist, Galaxy Impact. Carp bellowed in midair. The hockey-wrapped punch wind exploded from his hand, and the overwhelming power instantly shattered the two stone lions. Carp stepped lightly and rapidly approached Shiki. The shattered rocks filled the air with dust, obscuring the view of the battlefield. But for powerhouses like Shiki and Carp, visual obstruction was a minor issue. The real contest was the mastery of their observation hockey. As Carp dove down, he seemed to sense something. His arms suddenly coated in a layer of dark armament hockey, and he kicked off to the side. Bang! Two sharp, famous swords struck Carp's dark arm hard, the impact of hockey instantly dispersing the dust around them. Bang, bang, bang. Bang! The two fought from the sky to the ground, their intense clashes creating numerous pits of varying sizes on the small island. Meanwhile, the Navy fleet, under the command of Vice Admiral Tsuru, quickly regrouped. The naval soldiers aboard the warships acted swiftly, loading cannonballs imbued with the wash-wash fruit's ability into the dark cannons. The battle between Carp and Shiki was beyond the participation of ordinary naval soldiers. Under the influence of Conqueror's hockey, numbers had lost their significance. But while people were ineffective, cannonballs were not. Once all the cannons reported ready, Tsuru immediately ordered, "Fire!" With a series of thunderous roars, hundreds of shiny cannonballs surged toward the stone ball, trapping Sengoku. Gaia, you keep applying pressure inside the stone ball. I'll block these cannonballs. A giant stone head resembling Purse emerged from the ground, and in a moment, a towering stone giant rose into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive power of the giant warship's cannonballs created numerous large pits on the stone giant, and thick black smoke enveloped the entire battlefield. That hurts, you Navy bastards. Purse let out a high-pitched roar, and the next second, the stones on his chest began to writhe, dark iron blocks like armor appearing on the surface of the stone giant. The stone giant spread its arms, and its massive rocky hands came crashing down on the Navy fleet like a falling sky. Standing on the deck, Vice Admiral Tsuru leaped into the air, running under the giant hands and gently touching them. Using the wash-wash fruit's ability, the heavy rocky hands began to float away like sheets of paper. Then, Tsuru kicked out with his left leg, flying straight toward the other rocky hand. Seeing this, the stone giant immediately retracted its hands, tearing off its right hand affected by the ability, revealing numerous small holes on its body. Inside the holes were dark cannons. Tsuru landed back on the deck, taking out a Din Mushi to command the fleet again. The stone giant in front was the 2nd Division captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, Purse, a Paramecia-type island fruit user. Becoming that big is just a target. Keep firing. Don't stop. The Paramecia-type island fruit allows the user to merge with the island and control all non-biological objects on it. This fruit combines the characteristics of the Stronghold fruit, the Fusion fruit, and the Stone fruit, making it a very powerful ability. Through the fruit's power, Purse, who has fused the Flying Sky Pirate Group's pirate ship into his own body, commands the pirate minions inside him to start firing back. The two sides exchange blows, creating quite a commotion. The sea is filled with thick smoke and the sound of cannon fire. At that moment, high above in the distant clouds, Elbat is using a telescope to observe the giant stone sphere behind the stone giant's body, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, that golden lion guy actually has the skill of the Earth Explosion Star? Who are those two? Griefus, do you know them?" Griefus, held by Descartes, puffs out smoke and says, "That tall guy is Adams Gaia, captain of the 1st Division of the Flying Sky Pirate Group, a natural-type Earth fruit user. And that short guy should be Purse, captain of the 2nd Division, a superhuman-type island fruit user." As a renowned pirate group, the appearances and abilities of each division captain are not a secret. Moreover, to make it easier to watch the show, Elbat, entangled by Descartes, equipped both of them with a pair of binoculars. As for the other personnel and the underworld ship, they have been moved by Elbat to a safer area further away. Now that Sengoku is trapped, Carp alone might not necessarily be a match for Shiki. Elbat, holding the binoculars and stroking his chin, seems to be pondering something. "Griefus, what do you think about me getting involved?" Elbat murmurs softly. "Big brother Elbat, you want to jump in? To fight Carp?" Griefus asks in surprise. "What else? To fight Shiki?" Elbat gives Griefus a look as if he were an idiot. Not to mention the naturally opposing stance of pirates and the Navy. Just from the priority of weakening, the Navy is undoubtedly the first target. From his understanding of anime in his previous life, Elbat is very clear about the biggest weakness of the float fruit. If it really comes down to it, with just the ability to control the weather, Elbat could easily overpower Shiki. As long as he can suppress Shiki, the Flying Sky Pirate group would not be a difficult opponent for the Beast Pirates. Therefore, when Kaido got into trouble with Shiki, he didn't feel too much pressure. But the Navy under the world government is different. It is truly filled with talent. This batch includes Carp, Sengoku, and Zifa as the main pillars, and the next batch will naturally have the 3 admirals of the natural system, Momonosuke, Tashigi, and others, along with civilian experts like Araki who are aligned with the world government. Calling the Navy the overlords of the sea is not an exaggeration. So if Elbat has to choose a target among the 2 below, it can only be Carp. Big Brother Elbat, if you team up with Golden Lion to take down Carp, have you thought about what kind of consequences that might bring? Grievous asks cautiously. Big Brother, you're my real big brother. First provoking Golden Lion, then tricking Roger, and now thinking about taking down the Navy hero Carp. Even Kaido doesn't dare to play like you. Who said I want to take down Carp? I'm just saying to get involved. At most, I'll just seriously injure that guy. Elbat waves his hand dismissively. Do you hear what you're saying? Injuring him would only create more hatred. Elbat looks at Grievous, who is full of disbelief, and shakes his head, saying, Perspective, Grievous, where's your perspective? As long as we can heavily injure Carp and Sengoku here, the Navy in the New World will definitely reduce their forces. Once they retreat, it won't be so easy for them to come back. And isn't this an excellent opportunity for our beast pirates to expand? Moreover, I'm just here to help. The Navy's main attention will still be on that bastard Shiki. What is there to be afraid of? Elbat's words make Grievous fall into deep thought. Just then, Descartes suddenly speaks up. But Big Brother Elbat, aren't you currently unable to defeat that scar-faced old man? Elbat, you little girl should talk less if you have nothing to say. Elbat's current strength is in an awkward state. Facing those weaker than him, whether in close combat or various elemental attacks, he can easily torment them. But when facing top contenders on the sea who can withstand his attacks, Elbat finds it a bit challenging. To put it simply, he is just a newly powered-up rookie, and his template for the Black Dragon hasn't fully merged yet. If he had to describe it, Elbat is like a Trinity Paladin. His healing and defensive talents are gradually maxed out, but his talent for punishing enemies is just beginning. Especially when he fought that guy Carp not long ago. He swung his big sword until it was smoking, yet he didn't even scratch him, which was quite demoralizing. What do you mean I can't win? Last time, if he really tried, it would have been 50-50. Descartes, what kind of look are you giving me? Watch closely later. Up in the cloud layer, Elbat is ready to spring into action, while the battle on Kuinur Island is becoming increasingly intense. Lion's wave slash, a slash powerful enough to split mountains, flies out quickly from Shiki's deadwood. Carp, with a cold face, shows no intention of dodging and directly raises his right arm to punch the incoming slash. Shiki, today, I represent justice to execute you on the spot. Bone Fist, Galaxy Strike. Shiki raises his dual swords to block Carp's incoming Iron Fist, and soon a powerful force explodes between his blades, forcing him back a few steps. Just as Carp prepares to launch another attack, suddenly his observation haki senses a threat. Many strong fighters possess this sixth sense. And if this sixth sense is trained and applied to observation haki, when cultivated to the extreme, certain future fragments may appear in their minds. This is a high-level application method of observation haki, foresight. Sensing the threat, Carp raises his arm above his head without hesitation. Sure enough, the next moment, a giant sword wrapped in frost falls from the sky, directly smashing towards his head. Behind the giant sword is a handsome guy with a red vest on his upper body. Bang! The impact of the two creates fissures in the ground, but the giant sword is firmly held back by Carp's dark iron fist. You again, you little brat. Carp suddenly raises his hand, knocking the brilliant black sword from Elbat's hand aside, and then curses, go back and practice for 2 years before challenging me again. However, as soon as Carp finishes speaking, Shiki has already charged forward, swinging his deadwood. Carp hurriedly raises his arm to block, while at the same time, another black light darts toward his chest like a venomous snake. This is another famous sword in Shiki's hand, Sakura 10. Although the strike did not pierce Carp's heart, Shiki could feel through the sensation in his hand that he had completely penetrated Carp's lungs. With a successful hit, he immediately withdrew Sakura 10 from Carp's body, not giving the latter any chance to counterattack. At the same time, at the moment Shiki pulled out his blade, Carp hurriedly used the technique of life return to stop the bleeding from his wound. If it were a normal person, they would have undoubtedly lost their ability to resist by now. But for someone like Carp, who isn't human, this wound could only be considered a relatively serious light injury. The 6 styles practiced by the Navy generals essentially enhance their control over their own bodies. Once one can control their body exceptionally well, they can learn a technique called life return. To put it simply, life return is akin to doing sit-ups. As long as one is a powerful figure, they usually have a good grasp of their own body, although the application can still vary slightly. Although Carp hasn't reached the ridiculous level of future Monkey D. Luffy, he has more than enough ability to stabilize his injuries in a short time. At this moment, after being struck, Carp did not pursue Shiki, but instead grabbed Elbaf's black sword. Elbaf had just wanted to shake him off when he suddenly felt a tremendous force pulling him forward towards Carp. Then he saw a fist wrapped in Conqueror's haki smashing toward his head. "I'll deal with you first, brat." Seeing the situation, Elbaf immediately transformed into Iron Head Boy. The dark armament haki quickly covered his forehead, and he charged forward to collide with the incoming fist. Bang! The moment Elbaf's forehead made contact with the iron fist, the powerful armament haki he had honed under Teacher Kai's training held for a moment before being ruthlessly shattered by Carp's punch. Elbaf let out a muffled grunt, a bit of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and he was immediately sent flying by an overwhelming force. At this moment, Shiki planned to use the same trick again, raising his hand to strike at Carp once more. However, this time his attack did not succeed. After sending Elbaf flying, Carp immediately countered, landing 2 precise punches on the blade that Shiki had swung at him. "Shiki, when did you become so shameless? All you do is sneak attack? Ha ha, I'm a pirate. Isn't it normal to sneak attack you?" Shiki laughed heartily while subtly glancing in Elbaf's direction. At this point, Elbaf had stubbornly gotten back up. Aside from feeling a bit dizzy, he seemed to have no significant injuries. This defensive power, that kid Kaido really hit the jackpot. Elbat's stubbornness caught Shiki's attention. "Beast Pirates kid, how about we join forces to deal with that bastard navy? I'll take the lead. Can you take some hits? As long as you can help me block a few of his attacks, taking him down shouldn't be too hard. Once we take out that bastard Carp, Shiki, will definitely reward you handsomely." If Shiki knew that the one who crippled half of his devil fruit ability was Elbat right in front of him, I wonder if he would still propose such a condition. Usually, the rebellious Shiki wouldn't extend such an invitation. But now, this cornered lion had no choice but to lower his proud head. Elbat didn't respond, just gave an okay gesture and began to coordinate with Shiki. Lion Chikagoya. Shiki's withered Trinithra 10 were constantly swinging, launching countless flying slashes towards Carp, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Amidst the flurry of blades, Shiki's figure followed closely behind, his double blades shining like cold light, quickly slicing towards Carp. At the same time, Elbat also closed in, his large sword exuding a bone-chilling coldness, wildly hacking at various parts of Carp's body. This offensive style made Shiki, a great swordsman who had immersed himself in swordsmanship for decades, frown uncomfortably. "You can't wield a sword, can you?" Elbat looked at Shiki in surprise and said without hesitation, "Of course I can. I can even unleash a flying slash." After saying that, a strong chill erupted from his dark sword. The cold air gathered together, and with Elbat's swing, it instantly formed a curved ice blade in the air, shooting towards Carp. What was that just now? A slash? Shiki expressed that he saw no traces of swordsmanship in Elbat's previous attack. It was all ability, without any technique mixed in. That's right. Elbat swung a few more times, again forming several curved ice blades in the air. This is also flying out from the sword. If that doesn't count as a slash, what does? As the two spoke, their movements did not slow down in the slightest. In fact, as they fought, they developed a certain level of tacit understanding. Sometimes Carp wanted to seize the opportunity to land a heavy blow on Shiki, completely ending the entanglement of the three. But at that moment, Elbat, the shield, would always appear just in time. Carp couldn't possibly pull back his punches every time halfway through, so most of his attacks landed on Elbat's hard body. Clang, clang, clang. Elbat felt the rapid growth of his armament haki and Conqueror's haki within himself, and a happy smile gradually appeared on his face. However, this smile was filled with mockery in Carp's eyes. This little brat has taken so many punches from me and still manages to smile. Oh, it's driving me crazy. Elbat and Ski are getting more and more in sync as they fight. If this continues, Carp is bound to lose. But as a man who has never been favored by fate, Ski's bad luck aura is starting to take effect. Just as the three on the island are fighting with great fervor, a figure cloaked in a mantle of justice breaks through the sea surface, swiftly making its way towards Adam's Gaia. It's Admiral Zephyr. Adam's Gaia, with a look of terror in his eyes, can't help but shout angrily. Zephyr? Hearing Adam's Gaia's exclamation, the three fighters are taken aback. Shatter, Armor Dragon. Zephyr quickly rushes to Adam's Gaia's side, gripping his shoulder with one hand while throwing a punch with the other. Rock Wall. A slab of stone shining with a black glow suddenly appears in front of Adam's Gaia, blocking Zephyr's fist. Your domineering aura is still a bit lacking. Shatter for me. Bang. The sound of metal clashing rings out as the stone slab breaks into countless pieces after withstanding Zephyr for a second or two. The dark iron fist crashes down with unstoppable force onto Adam's Gaia's raised arms, sending him flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into a pile of ruins. However, Zephyr does not pursue. Instead, he pushes off the ground with force, leaping straight to the stone sphere that traps Sengoku. Purse, stop him. Adam's Gaia, freeing himself from the rubble, quickly shouts. A pair of gigantic rock fists rise from the ground, aiming to smash down on Zephyr. Hollow grandeur. Zephyr snorts coldly, his armament haki instantly enveloping his body. He ignores the smashing rock fists and keeps his gaze fixed on the stone sphere not far away. You should go home to sleep, damn Sengoku. Shatter, Black Rhino. The pitch-black iron fist swings out again, crashing into the surface of the stone sphere like a rampaging rhinoceros. Boom! The powerful force instantly travels through the stone sphere, causing cracks to spread out. Boom! Stone debris flies everywhere, and chunks of rock shoot out. At that moment, the two giant rock fists also reach above Zephyr's head. Thanks to you, Zephyr. I almost fell into the trap of these pirates. Sengoku's regretful voice emerges from the swirling stone dust. Accompanying the voice is a powerful shockwave. The shockwave strikes the rock fists quickly and accurately, instantly turning them into dust. Sengoku, glowing with golden light, walks out from the pile of rubble surrounded by dust, his expression complex and grim. Ski watches the two figures gradually emerging from the dust, his expression darkening. This is really troublesome. You world government really must think highly of me to set up such a big trap. Ski's voice is filled with gloom. I just want to ask one thing now. Do those scholars really exist? The killing game formed under all these coincidental events makes Ski feel like he has fallen into the Navy's trap. Not just Ski, even Sengoku, who is known for his wisdom, feels that the development of the situation has a dreamlike quality. When Ski first appeared to kidnap the people of the Seleucid Kingdom, he had already prepared for the possibility of mission failure. Even if Karp arrived, he didn't think there would be a chance to turn things around. But now, the situation has taken a turn. Not only is completing the mission possible, but even capturing this guy Ski directly is completely feasible. And we can also throw Elbat into impel down along with him. Ski, if I say all of this is just a coincidence, would you believe it? Sengoku takes off his glasses, wipes them with his sleeve, and puts them back on. The scholars are real. Those people are real. There are no baits or traps at play here. If it weren't for this sudden storm, perhaps you would have succeeded. To be precise, you didn't lose to us. You lost to fate. What does it mean to kill with intent? This is it. Do you mean that the heavens are favoring your navy? Shiki suddenly burst into a mad laugh. Heaven? Damn the heavens. I am a golden lion. How could I possibly be defeated for such a boring reason? Shiki held his sword with both hands, and dark red lightning suddenly erupted from his body. The violent conqueror's haki resonated through the heavens and the earth, and Shiki's gaze was like that of a brutal beast, appearing incredibly terrifying under the aura of his conqueror's haki. Since we can't leave this island, let's settle the grudges of these years. Gaia, Purse, here we come, Captain Shiki. X2 Purse let the pirate subordinates continue their passionate exchange of fire with the Navy warships, stopped controlling the rock giant, and came to Shiki's side. At the same time, Adam's Gaia clasped his hands together, and chunks of soil quickly emerged from the ground. In an instant, dozens of stone lions appeared in front of Sengoku and the others. Black Lion Legion, go! Adam's Gaia covered these dozens of stone lions with his haki, commanding them to charge fearless towards Sengoku and the others. Above the raging lion pride, a pair of colossal rock fists shot out, enveloped in armed color haki, shimmering with a dark luster under the sunlight. Dark red lightning suddenly converged within the twin blades as Shiki wore a wild grin, slowly raising his arm. Come on, Navy! Lions might roll. The ground surged, rocks shattered, and 4 massive lion heads rose from the ground of the Seleucid Kingdom. In the distance, the sea surface. The Roger pirates watched the small island that continued to stir with excitement, surprisingly lacking any desire to cause trouble this time. They even contemplated throwing a feast to celebrate when they saw Shiki and Elbat being pinned down and beaten by the Navy. But just as everyone was in high spirits, Rayleigh brought some bad news. Scholars studying ancient texts. So, the Navy, Shiki, and that bastard Elbat came here for those scholars? Roger's tone revealed a hint of confusion. No longer the usual carefree demeanor. That's right, according to the intel from Shaki, the Navy's mission to annihilate the Seleucid Kingdom is not as simple as just insulting the celestial dragons as rumored. What they intend to do is clear out everything that might be connected to the scholars in the Seleucid Kingdom. But who knows where Shiki got the information to hijack that group of people, including the scholars. Better to kill wrongly than to let one go. That really is the government style, even more pirate-like than us. Beside them, Spark Jabba commented speechlessly. But what are Shiki and Elbat doing here? They don't seem to have anything to do with the scholars. Who knows? Maybe these two are very interested in ancient texts? Samber teased. Hey, Rayleigh, do you think there is a possibility that Shiki and Elbat, like us, are also searching for the great treasure? As soon as Roger's words came out, everyone exchanged glances. They came to find those scholars to decipher the secrets of the historical texts and obtain information about the great treasure. Rayleigh stroked his chin, thinking for a moment, then murmured softly, that is indeed very possible. If they don't have your ability to talk to stones, naturally, to understand the content of the historical texts, they would need to consult someone knowledgeable. Rayleigh looked at Roger and continued. So, Roger, what are your thoughts next? He crossed his arms and leaned against the railing, waiting for Roger's response. We have been searching for traces of the legendary Raftel for the historical texts. And now, a group of scholars who can interpret ancient texts has just appeared here. If I'm not mistaken, they must have clues about the remaining historical texts. Roger rambled on, his expression gradually becoming firmer. So guys, this time I've decided to be reckless and go to the island to grab those scholars and ask them for the remaining clues about the historical texts. The lightning in the sky danced like silver snakes, illuminating Roger's gradually rising smile. As expected of you, Roger, still as willful as ever. Rayleigh wiped his glasses that had been splashed with seawater, shaking his head helplessly. You didn't even need to ask that question, just sail the ship in. Spark Jabba laughed and scolded Rayleigh. That's right, if the captain doesn't join the fun, he wouldn't be GOLD. Roger. The surrounding pirates cheered. Captain Roger, what if after we drive off the Navy, Shiki refuses to hand over the people? Buggy said worriedly. If that guy refuses, we'll beat him until he agrees. I've been finding him unpleasant for a long time. Samber, who was steering the ship, interjected. If that guy doesn't want to save face, we'll help him save face. His suggestion quickly received everyone's agreement. Haha, good idea. Samber, hard to port. Let's go find that bastard Shiki. Underground in the palace of the Seleucid Kingdom, in an irregular dark passage, a figure was slowly advancing with a torch in hand. The figure was slightly tall and thin, with purple hair casually falling over his shoulders, and a steel knife hanging at his waist. This person was the treasure hunter John that Elbat and the others had been searching for. The dark passage John was currently in led to a secret passageway to the royal treasury of the Seleucid Kingdom. 300 years ago, the then Seleucid Nandi established his kingdom on this land and buried the treasures he plundered throughout his life beneath the royal palace. 6 months ago, by chance, John obtained this information. After handling a batch of newly acquired treasures, he hurried to the Seleucid Kingdom. After months of inspection and undercover work, he finally confirmed the location of the treasury. The space inside the dark passage was very narrow, barely allowing one person to pass through while bending over. But as John continued to delve deeper, the space in the dark passage gradually seemed to widen a lot. Before long, a large bronze door appeared in front of him. A door? John looked at the door, took out a notebook from his pocket, and began to carefully flip through it under the torchlight. The pattern is about the same as described. It seems the treasury should be right ahead. The bronze door had 3 slots, and looking through the slots, one could see a row of tightly packed mechanisms inside. Why go to such trouble for a broken treasury? John gently pressed his hand against the door. Feeling for a moment, a smile gradually crept across his lips. Seleucid Nandi designed the entrance to the treasury so complexly, I thought I would return empty-handed, but unexpectedly, he actually left such a big flaw. John's palm stroked the bronze door for a moment, and miraculously, the entire door gradually shrank in his hand until it disappeared. No wonder these ignorant people from all over the world don't know to mix the bit of sea prism stone into the door. What fools. After silently mocking, John stepped forward. After walking for another few minutes, a vast space shimmering with golden light suddenly appeared in his view. Piles of gold coins were neatly stacked in every corner of the space. Jewels and gemstones were carelessly discarded like waste on the ground. In the center of the treasury, several small treasure chests were placed in the most prominent position. Hundreds of years had passed, and the chests were filled with signs of corrosion from time. This is a gold coin issued by the world government. This is the king's scepter lost by the Mayfield Kingdom. And here is a purple emerald from the First Kingdom. John moved like a treasure appraiser amongst the dazzling array of precious items. He joyfully observed the origins of these gold and silver treasures while quickly absorbing them into his body using his abilities. When the golden light inside the cave gradually faded, he slowly walked towards the treasure chests. Opening the treasure chest is indeed the most exciting moment. Let me see what these little treasures are hiding inside. Clack, clack, clack. Just as John was about to open the treasure chest, the underground space suddenly trembled violently. In an instant, the earth surged. The rocks in the entire underground space seemed to be manipulated by someone crazily surging towards the surface. John seized the opportunity to absorb all the treasure chests into his body. However, this also made him lose the last chance to escape being engulfed by the rocks. The soil and rocks wrapped around him surged upwards like a frenzied beast, and faced with a dangerous situation where he could be crushed to death if he wasn't careful. John had to urgently activate his abilities to absorb the surrounding rocks into his body. Moments later, the rising rocks stopped moving and buried in the soil. John quickly sensed the soil around him through his observation hockey, which gradually formed a large and majestic lion's head on the ground. At the same time, a familiar and rebellious voice reached his ears. "Navy, let us fight with all our might." The familiar face of Shiki was instantly captured by John's observation hockey. Shiki? How would he be here? John looked around and found that all the people present were some familiar faces. Kong? Sengoku? Zifa? Every time he saw a figure, his nerves would jump, and by the end, John felt as if his heart had jumped into his throat. Wasn't I digging for treasure? What's going on with Shiki and these Navy people? Recently, he had been pursuing the treasure of Salugas Dinin and had not paid attention to the situation at sea. So naturally, he knew very little about the war of extermination initiated by the Navy. But at this moment, he couldn't think too much. The rocks and soil wrapping around him began to press and squirm again. In the next second, the massive rock lion's head, carrying John, smashed down toward a certain point. John sensed the falling debris from the stone's movement with his observation hockey, felt the howling winds around him, and also sensed Carp charging at him with a clenched fist. Wait, Carp, what's going on? Why am I suddenly facing Carp? Just as John instinctively covered his entire body with armament hockey, Carp's fist, crackling with dark red lightning, quickly struck the rock lion's head. The terrifying force transmitted through the rock, violently impacting John's tense chest. Bang! The rock shattered, and John spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying back as if struck by a rhinoceros, then crashing down onto the writhing ground with a bang. His eyes turned white, and he instantly lost consciousness. John's appearance and fainting were just a minor episode on the battlefield, not causing any ripples in the fighting between the two sides. However, this forced Elbat to temporarily change his plans. He truly hadn't expected the day's events to become so fantastical. A momentary whim had caused such a large chain reaction. Originally, Sengoku had been trapped, and Elbat planned to team up with Shiki to give Carp a righteous beating. It was a good script, but he had anticipated the beginning and did not expect someone to cheat midway. Are you Navy guys not able to play fair? Carp is one thing, but Zifa even jumped out of the sea? Isn't the shaking of people a bit too outrageous? Are you Navy higher-ups this idle every day? Well, now it's good. The group fight had progressed halfway, and the roles were reversed. He had become the one being beaten. Just thinking about this made Elbat feel as if he had been struck by a dog, now that the Flying Sky Pirates were doomed to defeat. Even if the stormy weather was cancelled, Elbat didn't think that Shiki could escape smoothly, with Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and a rear admiral like Crane on the scene. Just thinking about this lineup was suffocating. Come on, no matter how strong your mobility is with the float fruit, there is still a certain startup time to fly from the ground to the sky. Elbat might be able to hold one of them back. But that little time would be enough for the other Navy high-ranking officials to beat Shiki up several times, interrupting his spellcasting. As for Elbat himself, he wasn't worried about being caught by the Navy. The main target of the Navy's high-ranking officials should still be the Flying Sky Pirates. If there was no necessity, Garp and Sengoku wouldn't waste too much time on him, this iron lump. So as long as he left the battlefield before Shiki was completely defeated, he wouldn't be caught and dragged to impel down for a dragon's awakening. Moreover, Elbat had many options for escape. He could fly, tunnel underground, or if all else failed, He could jump into the sea and swim a few circles. With his strong defense, even if he didn't dodge and took a couple of punches while escaping, it wouldn't matter. But the damn thing is, once Shiki is captured, the order of the New World will surely collapse. At that time, the Navy will definitely strengthen its invasion of the New World, which will greatly compress the development space of the Beast Pirates. One is a long-term concern. The other is an immediate worry. How to choose is naturally obvious. But now, there was that annoying guy. John thinking of John made Elbat feel depressed, and he quietly muttered to himself, just when the Serugu Kingdom was messed up into that kind of crap. This dog didn't show up while I was watching the show in the clouds, and now that I'm about to run away, this bastard shows up. Just as Elbat was trying to minimize his presence while picking up John to escape, the battle between the Flying Sky Pirates and the Navy gradually entered heated phase. Adam's Gaia used the Earth Fruit and Sea Prism Stone in combination to barely hold back Sengoku's advance. Perse was multitasking, fiercely directing his pirate subordinates and the warships on the sea, while using the Island Fruit ability to assist Shiki in fighting Zephyr and Garp. Each front line seemed to maintain a precarious balance. But in reality, as soon as there were signs of a break in any link, the overall situation of the battlefield would plummet into an irretrievable downturn. Shiki surrender. Fila. As Garp spoke, a terrifying dark red thunder swept out like a hellish nightmare, roaring toward Shiki, provoking a sneer from him. My life is here. Come and take it if you can. As soon as Shiki finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted around him, akin to that of Ashura. The dark red lightning raged and roared, and the two S-Conquerors Haki collided, releasing an extreme mental shockwave. Garp's face was cold, and he suddenly vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he had crossed over 100 meters and stood before Shiki. His fist, pulsating with dark red lightning, slammed down, creating a violent gust. Almost simultaneously, a flash of red light crossed Shiki's eyes, and he swung the wooden blade upward. The pure black blade also flickered with dark red lightning. Bone Fist, Galaxy Strike, Lion's Might, Wave Slash. Boom! The famous sword and iron fist collided violently across the void. The resulting energy storm caused the fierce battlefield to pause, and the heavy clouds in the sky were instantly torn apart. The clash of Conqueror's Haki was enough to rip the sky apart, truly exhilarating feeling the collision of wills from behind. Elbat couldn't help but smack his lips. In the next moment, the raging storm of Haki suddenly disappeared. The fists and swords of the two collided. Boom! The violent shockwave exploded rapidly, and a massive roar reverberated throughout the island. Shiki's Sakura 10 was quickly thrust out, the pitch-black blade resembling a cold, venomous snake, stabbing at Garp's face at a tricky angle. But this sudden strike missed sure enough. You dodge, Garp. Your speed is still as fast as ever. Shiki sighed softly, a flash of red light passing through his pupils. In the next second, he positioned the wooden blade in front of him with his left hand, while his right hand Sakura 10 slashed down hard to the side. Wave Slash. Garp's figure reappeared, his iron fist precisely blocked by the wooden blade. At the same time, Zephyr, who had rushed to Shiki's front, raised his arms to block. Although he successfully blocked the sharp wave Shiki had unleashed, he was still pushed back by a powerful shockwave. Just then, a giant rocky fist in the sky came crashing down toward the retreating Zephyr. Oof! Zephyr snorted coldly, stepping on the ground to stabilize himself, and with his right hand tightly gripping his waist, he threw a punch. Shatter! Black Rhino! The force of his punch struck the rocky giant fist accurately, and the terrifying power mixed with armament Haki exploded like a nuclear bomb. The black rocky giant fist was instantly shattered like porcelain, turning into a pile of fragments. At the same time, Zephyr suddenly turned around, swiftly locking onto Adam's Gaia, who was entangled with Sengoku while commanding the Stone Lion. Using his observation Haki zone, he stepped through the air, leaving behind traces in midair. Before Adam's Gaia could react, Zephyr's figure was already rapidly behind him. Shatter! White Snake! Zephyr's formidable observation Haki instantly captured Adam's Gaia's fluid movements, and his dark fists ghosted in, striking at the latter's back heart. With no way to evade, Adam's Gaia took the hit squarely, his body rapidly flying backward. Two deep fist marks instantly sinking into his back, and after smashing through countless exposed giant stone pillars on the ground, he crashed heavily into a deep pit a kilometer away. Meanwhile, Sengoku, who had been friends with Zephyr for decades, also tacitly redirected his attack toward Shiki, slapping his palm toward him. Exterminate evil, Diamond Fury. This time, he didn't use any shockwaves, but instead quickly enlarged his palm. Moments later, A gigantic black palm shimmering with golden light and pulsating red lightning appeared above Shiki's head. Sengoku! Shiki shouted angrily, lifting the Sakura 10 in his hand upward in an attempt to block the towering palm. At that moment, he was doing everything he could to fend off Carp's attack, leaving him no room to dodge. Just as Shiki finished speaking, he was slapped to the ground. Meanwhile, the center of the giant palm flickered with golden light, and the shockwave arrived late. Boom! Enduring this blow, Shiki felt as if his internal organs had been shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boss Shiki! Purse roared, and the rock giant on the island began to stir, its steel fists rising from the ground. Facing the incoming giant iron fists, Sengoku remained unfazed, raising his hand again to strike, and the shockwave erupted once more from his palm. Bang! Bang! The steel fists were instantly shattered in midair. At that moment, Carp had already lightly tapped his toes and swiftly dashed towards the chest of the rock giant with moonwalk steps. Now that you no longer have the soil from Adam's Gaia to help absorb damage, I wonder how many punches your body can take. Purse? Bone Fist Galaxy Combo. Carp aimed at the rock giant's chest, rapidly swinging his arms and creating a series of phantoms in midair. Bang! 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 Countless fist winds rained down on the rock giant's body, each containing the terrifying power to split mountains and shatter stones. Come out! With Carp's furious roar, his dark iron fist struck hard at a certain spot on the rock giant's body. Instantly, a small figure with white eyes was smashed out from the cracks in the rock. This is Purse, who has already fallen into a coma. As Purse loses consciousness, the uncontrollable rock giant also crashes down rapidly, burying all the members of the Sky Pirates inside it. Faced with the desperate situation of the Sky Pirates, Sengoku lets out a light sigh, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then his gaze sharpens, and he quickly unleashes a shockwave toward a certain spot on the island. In response, a completely white ice blade emerges. The ice blade and the shockwave collide in midair, erupting into a burst of crystal-clear light. Sengoku swiftly rushes towards the direction of the ice blade, raising his hand and preparing to strike forward with a palm. This time, he didn't unleash any shockwaves. He simply struck out with a palm. However, that palm gradually expanded during the movement, and in an instant, it transformed into a pitch-black, giant hand shimmering with golden light. Sengoku, are you out of your mind? That bastard Shiki is still standing there. Why are you coming to hit me instead of him? A certain handsome guy who became the target was cursing Sengoku's dereliction of duty while quickly retreating and skillfully wrapping his armament haki around the hilt of his gleaming black greatsword. Shiki would be handled by Garp and Zephyr. Sengoku's expression gradually returned to indifference as he looked at Elbat and said, "Evil Dragon Elbat, do you really think you can escape today, you villain? Watch the palm." Elbat gripped the hilt of the gleaming black greatsword tightly and swung it forward with force. The blade collided rapidly with the Buddha's palm, and the clash of haki erupted instantly, sending golden Buddha light and cold air flying everywhere, completely shattering everything around them. At this moment, Sengoku felt a bit surprised. He knew Elbat's defense was very strong. However, he didn't expect that this guy could withstand his attack head-on, without his haki being shattered. This kid's mastery of armament haki is so high. It seems that if we don't get rid of this guy now, he will definitely become a major threat to our navy in the future. Both sides are at a stalemate, and just then, Elbat sniffed and suddenly said with a smile, Hey, Sengoku, who said I was going to escape. Maybe it won't be long before it's you who needs to escape." Sengoku? What nonsense is this guy talking about? It's either that Sengoku looks down on him, or he looks down on Sengoku. Even your boss Kaido wouldn't dare to speak like this in front of the three of us. How dare you, a mere vice-captain of the Beast Pirates, be so brazen? Who do you think you are? Don't worry, I may not have such great abilities, but someone does, right? Perhaps seeing through Sengoku's thoughts. Elbat mysteriously shook his head and glanced around before smiling and saying, "Roger, my good brother, since you're here, there's no need to hide." Upon hearing Elbat's words, Sengoku's expression changed dramatically. Even Carp and Zifa, who were pressing Shiki to the ground, stopped what they were doing. The name of a person can cast a shadow, and just by mentioning a name, Elbat made the high-ranking Navy officers present feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This is the intimidation of the future Pirate King, GOLD, Roger. Ha! Elbat, brother, I'm becoming more and more curious about you. I've used my observation haki to mask my presence. How did you find me? Roger's voice arrived before his body did. How did you discover me? Don't you know my nose is very keen? The strong smell of alcohol on you fooled others, but not me. However, Elbat didn't say much more. just staring intently in a certain direction ahead. After a moment, a group of bizarre figures gradually approached everyone. Leading the way was a figure draped in a wine-red captain's cloak. He wore a pink long-sleeve shirt, and below it were yellow tapered pants, with a long knife hanging at his waist. His twirled mustache swayed up and down with his steps, and Roger's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. He wore a relaxed smile, surveyed the battlefield, and said with a grin, "A few old friends are here. Aside from that bastard Carp and Elbat, it's been a while since we last met. What's the matter? Shouldn't old friends be happy to see each other?" Sengoku quickly separated from Elbat, his eyes filled with gloom, and he looked at Roger unhappily, saying, "What the hell are you doing here?" Though he asked this, Sengoku already had a faint answer in his heart. Roger, that bastard, chose to appear just when they were about to capture Shiki. How obvious could his intentions be? At this moment, Roger flashed his big white teeth and said with a smile, "Oh, nothing much. I just got a bit curious about some of the historical stuff lately. I heard some knowledgeable scholars came here, so I thought I'd come and ask a few questions." Sure enough, this bastard is here for ancient weapons. Sengoku snorted coldly in his heart, and his expression grew darker. The beast pirate's evil dragon Elbat had recently helped Roger's crew fend off Carp's pursuit. So now it's possible that the beast pirates and Roger's crew have formed an alliance. Who knows if Kaido will show up later, along with the now resilient Shiki. Damn it, does the heavens have to play with me like this? Can I just catch someone easily? Ha ha ha, Roger. It turns out you're also interested in the historical texts. Hearing Roger's response, Shiki erupted into his signature arrogant laughter. He felt slightly better now. Although he still experienced waves of intense pain, at least under the effects of life restoration, his injured organs had started to gradually heal. "I knew you were never a docile guy. It seems I really didn't misjudge you, Roger?" Without waiting for Roger to question, Shiki spread his arms and defiantly continued, "I promise you, if you can help me escape today, I'm willing to share the secrets of the historical texts with you. At that time, with our combined strength and the power of ancient weapons, this world will surely be at our feet." "Roger? Wait a minute. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Ancient weapons? What is that?" "ISNT, the location of the great treasure recorded in the historical texts." Looking at the somewhat confused Roger, Elbat, who had faintly guessed some of the truth, couldn't help but smile. "Today, Roger, you also have your moment. How does it feel to be dragged down by someone this time?" Hearing Shiki's words, Sengoku's expression darkened completely. He exchanged glances with Zephyr and Carp, subtly reaching for the din mushy in his hand. Soon, the warships on the sea received the news of the Roger pirates landing on Kunkin Island. Upon hearing this information, Tsuru, who was waiting on the warship, couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Where the hell did that bastard Roger come from? Is he also coveting the power of ancient weapons? After adding abilities to another box of shells, Tsuru's mind began to contemplate the potential impact that the arrival of the Roger pirates could have on the situation. After a moment of hesitation, she seemed to think of something and immediately ordered, "From now on, the fleet will be commanded by Vice Admiral Rubera. All officers of the rank of captain and above will come with me to the island. Additionally, notify all Navy bases in the North Sea to immediately dispatch all available warships here." What is the strongest skill of the Navy? It's gathering people. Wrap up your high-level combat power and then call a bunch of warships in a friend-asking manner. They don't even need to get close. They could just hang back and fire cannons at you from a distance. This way, they can wear you down, and when you're too exhausted to move, they swarm in. Although this tactic is shameless, it is very effective. The flying pirate crew was able to fly, and Shiki the Golden Lion had wide-ranging, long-distance damage skills. Meanwhile, Roger had a small ship that was particularly agile, along with multiple instances of Conqueror's Haki. These two groups of people are naturally not afraid of this tactic. However, due to a certain handsome guy, Shiki's abilities are still in a semi-disabled state, unable to take to the sky, and can only play around on the ground. Roger is now on the island and cannot move flexibly on the sea. Therefore, this is the best time to leverage the Navy's greatest advantage. Crane has considered this, and, similarly, Sengoku on the island has thought about it as well. This advantage gave him great confidence. Although the Roger pirates are strong now, the Navy is not weak either, so there's no reason not to fight. Not to mention, I am determined to capture the Flying Sky Pirates today. Even if rocks were to be resurrected and come here, it would be useless. I'm serious. Moreover, what if Roger happens to be in poor condition today, and we get a double fortune? Carp, Xiaohu will be here soon. You two will be responsible for blocking Rayleigh and Jabba, while keeping an eye on that guy, Zifa, from Elbat. You go and hold off Roger. I will do my best to quickly deal with Shiki and try to end the battle as soon as possible. Sengoku whispered. The Navy is best at joint operations, and Karp and Xiaoa have been partners for many years. When these two join forces, they often chase the Roger pirates all over the sea. Even though Karp is injured now, blocking Elbat and the others is still not a big deal. Zifa may not be as abnormal as Roger, but he is a legitimate Navy admiral and belongs to the top tier in the sea. Even if he can't defeat Roger, he can still hold him off for a while. As for the other members of the Roger pirates, they can be dealt with by the remaining Navy generals to keep them occupied, as long as these people don't interfere with him. Sengoku is confident that he can take down the severely weakened Shiki in a short time. After dealing with Shiki, he can turn around and join Karp and Zifa to take on the Roger pirates, and perhaps they could really achieve a double victory. It seems that the advantage is on my side. While the Navy was whispering and plotting, the pirates gradually reached a consensus. Roger initially thought he just needed to beat up Karp and force Shiki to hand over the person, but he didn't expect that once they landed on the island, the situation would change so dramatically. Haha, I never thought there would come a day when I could team up with you, Roger. Shiki supported himself on wooden Dryansakura 10, quickly activating his ability to restore his health, hoping to recover a bit more before the impending battle. Elbat, seeing his unusually excited demeanor, couldn't help but click his tongue. Why didn't I see you react so much when I made my entrance? You really only have eyes for Roger. We fought side by side for a while, and now that Roger is here, you completely ignore me. Shiki, at this rate, I'm worried that in the future, Monscara will have to kneel down and bow to you. While Elbat was internally complaining, he walked over to John, grabbed the bloodied stranger in front of him, and pulled out a wanted poster of John to compare. This looks like John for sure. He pulled out a pair of sea stone handcuffs he had prepared in advance and cuffed John. Elbat glanced around, calculating how he should escape later. Now that the target was in hand, the best course of action was to leave this place of turmoil as soon as possible. With Roger and the others helping Shiki, as long as he could break free from the control of the weather, he should be hard to catch. As long as Shiki wasn't caught, it wouldn't affect the situation in the new world. Even if Sengoku beat him to a pulp, Elbat would only applaud in satisfaction. As for helping, forget it. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, the battle commenced with the entrance of Crane and the Navy generals. Let's go, everyone, for justice. Sengoku shouted and took the lead, launching a shockwave toward Shiki. Ha! Do you think I'm an easy target, Sengoku? Shiki laughed maniacally and swung Sakura 10, sending a slash that collided precisely with the shockwave. At the same time, Karp, Zifa, and Crane quickly charged towards Roger's pirate crew. Damn the Navy! Roger laughed heartily, and ace at his waist was drawn instantly, slicing towards Karp from afar. As soon as Roger's words fell, Rayleigh, Jabba, and the others from Roger's crew immediately wore smiles on their faces and shouted, ready to fight. Karp, why are you stopping me instead of going after Sengoku? I really don't like fighting you. Rayleigh slowly drew his sword, frowning at Karp, who had just punched away Roger's slash but was now charging at him. Rayleigh, since you don't want to fight, how about you just surrender obediently? Karp said while throwing a punch at Rayleigh. Sorry, but I'm not done having fun on the sea yet. Maybe when I can't move anymore, I'll consider coming to surrender to you. Rayleigh smiled as he blocked Karp's punch with his sword. I just don't know if you'll live to see that day. Or should I help you avoid taking the long way around for decades? Karp laughed, in for another punch. The two of them started exchanging blows, clearly well-practiced opponents. Nearby, Spark and Jabba, wielding dual axes, looked at Crane, who was approaching, and shook their heads helplessly. Sister Crane, we meet again. It looks like we have to continue our last battle. I really don't want to fight you. Enough with the nonsense, Jabba. It seemed that everyone on the battlefield had found their respective opponents. Elbat even saw a group of Navy officers chasing after Shanks and Buggy. Those two kids were fighting quite well, at least better than the young knight demons of similar age. But overall, the pirates still held a certain advantage on the battlefield, especially the elite pirates of Roger's crew, who often required 2 or 3 Navy officers to work together using combined techniques to barely hold their ground. Just as Elbat was about to take off with John, an unknown Navy lieutenant blocked his path. Pirate, prepare to die in the name of justice. Before the Navy Rear Admiral could finish speaking, he was directly struck in the chest by Elbat's impatient tail. With a crack, the sound of a broken rib was clearly heard. The Naval Rear Admiral first spat out a mouthful of old blood, then couldn't withstand the force of the tail at all, and his entire body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground more than 100 meters away, instantly left with only the ability to convulse. Clearly, Elbat had incapacitated a Naval Rear Admiral in an instant. Damn it, what made you think you could stop me? Just as Elbat was complaining and preparing to take off, a figure whizzed past him, carving a deep mark on the ground before crashing heavily and creating a large pit. This is the scene of the golden lion Shiki being blasted away by Sengoku. Cough, cough, cough. Shiki, who managed to stand up, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Sengoku's strike seemed to have shattered his right arm, and not only that, but the ribs in Shiki's chest had likely broken multiple times. The internal injuries that had slightly improved were now even more painful than before. Blood bubbles faintly appeared at his mouth and nose with each breath. There was no doubt that Shiki had already fallen into a state of severe injury. Even with his strong physique as support, his combat power had diminished to almost nothing in a short time. Shiki leaned on Makuro, struggling to stand up. Shiki, go reflect on your sins and impel down. Sengoku showed no mercy, quickly closing in as his giant palms began to radiate brilliant golden light. Evil extermination, Vajra fury. Shiki raised his arm, intending to make one last stand, but his broken body could no longer execute this simple command. At that moment, a massive black sword abruptly pierced the space between Shiki and Sengoku. The now beastly form of Elbat gave Shiki a thumbs up and a handstand. You really are pathetic. Shiki, can't you just let me escape in peace? A strong airflow surged almost wildly into Elbat's mouth, gradually emanating a dazzling brilliance. Moments later, accompanied by a sharp burnt smell, an orange-red blazing light that exuded a deadly aura slammed towards Sengoku. Thunder roar cannon. Boom! A powerful explosion erupted, and Sengoku, struck directly by the thunder roar cannon, was quickly sent flying. At the same time, Shiki, who was behind Elbat, was also knocked to the ground by the sudden strong airflow. This blow scattered the spirit that Shiki had barely managed to gather, and he fainted directly on the ground. I just saved your life. Remember to bring me a gift when you return to the New World. Elbat casually threw John behind him, simultaneously drawing the brilliant black great sword in front of him, speaking to the unconscious Shiki without looking back. This guy, if you don't speak, I'll take it as a default. Not far away, Sengoku steadied his body again, tearing off the suit that had already been burned through with a large hole. Looking solemnly at Elbat, with such powerful physical qualities and formidable domineering, now displaying such strong offensive power, it seems we in the Navy have underestimated you. Evil Dragon Elbat, for the sake of justice, I must arrest you here today. Every battle, whether in abilities or domineering, the person in front of him always gives him a new surprise. Now that Shiki can be considered at the end of his strength, it's time for him to deal with this potential future threat properly. Just as Sengoku was preparing to continue his attack, his transponder snail suddenly rang. Sengoku immediately stepped back, quickly took out the transponder snail from his pocket, and answered in surprise, Brother Kong? Sengoku, how long until you can take down Shiki? The voice of Steelbone Kong sounded a bit impatient. I've already knocked that guy down, but the evil Dragon Elbat from the Beast Pirates saved him. That guy is quite tough and very resistant to blows. It will take some time to defeat him, Sengoku said quietly, looking warily at Elbat while holding the microphone. The voice on the other end seemed to pause for a moment. Then Steelbone Kong's voice came through again. It's a bit too late. Our observation post on Hummingbird Island has detected Kaido's whereabouts. Additionally, many bastards in the New World are also showing signs of restlessness. Kaido has arrived at Hummingbird Island? Sengoku's heart sank. Kaido is a troublesome character, and with Elbat being such a tough nut, it will be practically impossible for Sengoku to take down the Golden Lion in their hands. Just then, a wave of heat suddenly surged from the sky, and a terrifying pillar of flame exploded between Elbat and Sengoku. Whoa, it sure is lively here. Elbat, you didn't even notify me of such a lively event. A fierce dragon head broke through the clouds, and the azure giant dragon circling in the sky instantly drew everyone's attention. Kaido, Zifa, who was originally fighting with Roger, retreated with a frown and looked up at the distant sky. At this moment, Sengoku's expression also changed. Damn it, just as we were talking about Kaido, I didn't expect that bastard to arrive so quickly. After Kaido carefully scanned Elbat in the air, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I finally made it in time. When Queen began practical testing of his dinosaur army, Kaido had obtained intelligence through Charlotte Lean's information network about the Navy's impending major operations in the North Sea. So he set off directly from the New World, soaring through the clouds to the vicinity of the Saiyu Kingdom. As soon as he arrived, he saw his dream master facing off against Admiral Sengoku. He immediately exhaled and sprayed fire toward them. Brother Kong, your intelligence is a bit late. That guy Kaido is already here, Sengoku said darkly into the transponder snail. Is that so? Then Sengoku, I order you to immediately abandon the mission and bring Karp, Zifa, and the fleet back. Since the situation has changed, we shouldn't make unnecessary sacrifices. I've already reported the mission in the Saiyu Kingdom to the Commander-in-Chief, and there will be other plans to continue. Steelbone Kong made a quick decision. With Kaido's arrival, there was a serious imbalance in the top combat power on both sides. If we don't retreat now, if any high-ranking Navy officers were to fall, it would be a huge problem. Although Sengoku is a staunch hawk, he is not a reckless fool. Upon hearing Steelbone Kong's order, he immediately responded, yes. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku immediately swung out a palm, forcing back the excited Kaido, then turned to shout at the battlefield with Zifa and Karp. Everyone, prepare to retreat immediately. Little Crane, notify the warships to provide covering fire. Crane immediately activated her ability to push back Jabba and took out the transponder snail to notify Ralbera on the warship. Boom, boom, boom. Dense cannonballs fell like raindrops, and taking advantage of the smoke from the explosions, the Navy commanders used the opportunity to distance themselves from their opponents. Whether attacking or retreating, the Navy had practiced accordingly in their daily routines. Therefore, the actions of the Navy at this moment were proceeding in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Karp and Zifa also covered each other as they gradually retreated. Watching Sengoku protect his subordinates as they slowly withdrew, Elbat smiled and said, Sengoku, I told you long ago. It won't be long before you are the ones who need to run. He signaled Kaido to gather a flame cloud, lifted Shiki and John, and tossed them up. Just now, I wanted to leave, but you insisted on stopping me. Now the tables have turned, and I'll let you try what it's like to be chased and beaten. Elbat crouched down, pressing his hands on the ground, and as the Crimson Dragon energy spread like ripples, the entire Kuin-Er island began to tremble. Those pursuing the Navy, including Roger and others, also clearly felt the tremors beneath their feet, and all looked over at Elbat with puzzled expressions. What is this guy trying to do? Everyone, do you like watching fireworks? As Elbat's voice fell, the temperature on Kuin-Er Island suddenly soared several degrees. The ground beneath Sengoku's feet began to glow gradually, and just as he leaped forward, the ground erupted like a volcano, shooting massive amounts of lava into the sky. The lava flying in the air gradually gathered and, in the blink of an eye, condensed into a giant molten fist larger than a battleship. Sengoku, weren't you going to capture me? Then let's see how you handle this fist. Cliff Sword, modified, Heavenly Fire Meteor Fist. The molten giant fist fell with the force of Mount Tai, crashing down towards the retreating Navy below. Sengoku's expression changed, and once again activating his Devil Fruit ability, his entire body transformed into a golden Buddha, stepping through the air to meet the molten giant fist. His dark iron hand, shining with golden light, struck fiercely against the rapidly descending molten fist, unleashing a shockwave from his palm. Boom! The collision generated an extremely intense explosion. The powerful shockwave instantly shattered the molten giant fist, splitting it into scattered columns of flying lava. Sengoku, having executed that palm strike, was also thrown back to the ground by the shockwave. He staggered backward, feeling a stinging burn in his outstretched right hand. At that moment, Elbat's mouth curled into a slight smile as he gently waved his hand toward the sky. The scattered lava columns, as if receiving some sort of command, gradually coalesced into smoke-covered lava fists. It's not over yet, Sengoku. Try this blow. Meteor Volcano. The lava fist fell from the sky like a meteor shower, smashing down into the retreating Navy. Bang, bang, bang. The descending lava shot everywhere, emitting hissing sounds as it burned. In the blink of an eye, the rocks were ablaze. The sea was evaporating, and high temperatures and flames began to dominate the entire island. Elbat, seeing the hellish scene around him, Sengoku roared and raised his palm, sending a shockwave toward Elbat. But before Elbat could make a move, Kaido beside him swung his arms, striking out a cylindrical shockwave to meet it. Hey, Sengoku, do you think I don't exist? I'm here to spar with you. With that, Kaido charged at Sengoku, wielding his kanabo. With no one to restrain him, Elbat unleashed a massive surge of dragon energy, and in no time, half of Kuin-Er Island turned into a sea of molten lava. A larger, molten giant fist was rapidly rising into the sky. Everyone, pick up the pace. Sengoku, hurry and stop that bastard Elbat from going crazy. Zephyr shouted as he blocked the incoming Roger, yelling at those around him. Right now, Kuin-Er Island not only had the elite troops Sengoku brought from the Navy headquarters, but also the naval backbone drawn from various bases in the North Sea. These people are the backbone of the Navy used to suppress the North Sea pirates. They absolutely cannot be taken down by Elbat here. Now that Garp is injured and has to deal with Roger, he can only rely on Sengoku to exert some effort. Hearing Zifa's words, Sengoku remained silent, but his body suddenly exerted force, and his speed skyrocketed. You won't get past so easily. Kaido, who was in the heat of battle with Sengoku, quickly swung his club, hoping to force Sengoku back. Exhausting the Navy's strength is beneficial for all pirates. So Kaido naturally wouldn't let Sengoku pass to disturb Elbat. Facing the rapidly approaching Kanabo, Sengoku's body swayed left and right like paper as he narrowly avoided it. Then, he increased his speed again and quickly appeared above Elbat. A pair of iron fists, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, came crashing down heavily on Elbat's head. After several rounds of confrontation, Sengoku knew that Elbat's body was very sturdy. Without using the power of Conqueror's haki, he might not be able to break through his defenses. Elbat raised his head, and armament haki quickly covered the 2 tufts of hair on his head, giving his originally dark pair of horns an added depth. Bang! The powerful force of the punch sent Elbat retreating a few steps. Sengoku stood with his fist clenched, looking at the remnants of armament haki still lingering on Elbat's head, frowning and saying, You actually got stronger again." This strike surprisingly did not completely break through Elbat's armed color haki, which left him feeling quite astonished. The progress of this little brat is simply terrifying. Surprised? Let me show you something new. A slight smile appeared on Elbat's face, and an invisible aura surged out from his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless shockwaves accompanied by dark red thunder swept out, shattering the ground and disturbing the space. As if it were going to tear the entire world apart. Everyone engaged in battle had their pupils constrict and suddenly turned to look in Elbat's direction. This chaotic and unfamiliar aura, could it be? Is this the Conqueror's haki? Sengoku's expression darkened as he spoke. Thanks to Tokapu, I awakened this power. And Elbat's eyes narrowed, an inexplicable aura instantly merging with his Conqueror's haki. In an instant, the storm of aura constructed by haki around him rapidly expanded, enveloping the large island formed by the merger of the Seleucid Kingdom and Kundo Island. Even on a naval warship thousands of meters away, some naval officers suddenly rolled their eyes back and fainted on the spot. Facing Elbat's Conqueror's haki, Sengoku felt as if he was being targeted by some terrifying existence, his body stiffening slightly. Whoa, Elbat, you really have his potential too. Haha, I knew I didn't pick the wrong person. Kaido laughed heartily, ready to charge over and team up with Elbat for a mixed doubles fight. But halfway there, he was intercepted by Garp. Garp and Tsuru worked closely together, blocking the path of Kaido, Rayleigh, and others with the help of several vice admirals from the naval headquarters. At this moment, Sengoku, slightly taken aback, regained a more serious expression. Dark red lightning once again wrapped around his shining black fist. You little brat are really too dangerous. Sengoku's aura became incredibly sharp as he leaped into the air, then charged toward Elbat like a cannonball, stepping on the air. His fist, empowered by both armament haki and Conqueror's haki, was raised high before he forcefully struck out. Exterminate, evil Vajra, subduing demon. Boom! The red thunder exploded, unleashing an unimaginable terrifying shockwave like a meteor falling. Just at the moment of contact with the fist's wind, the entire ground around Elbat began to shatter. The massive lava giant fist behind Elbat was blown apart, and wherever Sengoku's fist wind passed, it turned into ruins, with stones of all sizes still flowing with lava scattered everywhere. However, beneath Elbat's feet, there remained about 10 square meters of intact land. This attack is not enough for Elbat. It should be noted that when Kaido was honing Elbat's haki, he primarily used his fists and a spike club. Therefore, Elbat's resistance to blunt attacks has reached an astonishing level. Of course, if they fought for several days and nights, it is very likely that Elbat would be the one to lose. After all, Sengoku's strength should not be underestimated. But now, thinking that he could quickly defeat him with just a pair of fists is simply impossible. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Elbat roared, "Sengoku, use some strength. Haven't you eaten?" Seeing Elbat so fierce, not only withstanding Sengoku's Conqueror's haki-infused iron fist, but also shouting provocations like, "Is your strength weak? Haven't you eaten?" left everyone present, including Kaido, stunned. I know this guy's tough, but being able to take hits to this extent is a bit too perverse, right? Of course, if there wasn't blood trickling from the corner of Elbat's mouth, his harsh words would be even more convincing. "You brat, today I'm going to give you a good beating." With a sudden flash of red lightning, Sengoku roared and threw another punch. Elbat raised his hand to block, but Sengoku's other hand directly grabbed his wrist. Then Sengoku pulled hard, directly bringing Elbat closer. His raised fist mixed with force smashed down towards the latter's head. Elbat's body erupted with a pale lightning. One hand quickly lifted to block Sengoku's iron fist, while the other hand struggled vigorously, trying to break free from Sengoku's grip. But Sengoku's wrist strength was indeed formidable. Even after Elbat struggled for a long time, one hand was still firmly held in Sengoku's palm. "So you're tough, huh? Let us see how many punches you can take." Bang, bang, bang. Sengoku's fists fell like raindrops on Elbat's body. At the same time, Elbat also began to counterattack. For a moment, the two engaged in a passionate exchange of blows, each punch landing on the other's body, trying to see who would fall first. As they fought, Sengoku gradually sensed something was wrong. After taking so many punches, Elbat's chest had collapsed significantly, and blood and foam were constantly spraying from his mouth and nose. Yet there was no sign of pain or struggle in his eyes. He seemed to feel no pain at all, and even wore an expression as if to say, "Use a bit more strength." Sengoku delivered another heavy punch to Elbat's face, growling under his breath, "You're really a madman." Elbat grabbed Sengoku's fist with one hand and charged headfirst towards Sengoku's open defense. Bang! The horn of the heavens directly slammed into Sengoku's chest. As Sengoku winced in pain, Elbat pulled back his head and charged again. "What is the use of a big sword? My head is more effective." Bang! 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 After several consecutive charges, Sengoku, in pain, finally released his grip on Elbat. At the same time, he bent his freed arm, and a black elbow wrapped in Conqueror's haki smashed towards Elbat's head. The fierce strike hit Elbat's head, the immense impact causing his body to lean back, and he finally let go of Sengoku's fist. Seeing this, Sengoku raised his knee and delivered a fierce knee strike to Elbat's abdomen, sending him flying. After knocking Elbat away, Sengoku did not pursue but quickly retreated to Carp's side. A shockwave helped Carp and Tsuru repel Kaido and the others, and the three coordinated to protect the remaining navy as they slowly retreated back to their warship under the cover of cannon fire and Zephyr. During this time, the Roger pirates launched a few attacks to obstruct them. However, seeing the navy's strong desire to retreat, they did not continue the pursuit. After all, the Roger pirates' goal was to drive the navy back, and now that they had achieved their objective, their motivation to continue fighting naturally diminished. However, Kaido was not pleased at this moment. "Damn it, I came all this way through mountains and rivers, and you guys are retreating before I can swing a few more times? Are you kidding me? You bastards, leave me behind. I haven't had my fill of fighting yet." Kaido roared angrily, his body instantly transforming into a mighty blue dragon soaring into the sky. The coiling blue dragon revealed sharp fangs, and countless light points began to gather in its fierce dragon mouth, aiming at the Navy warship in the distance. Heat wave. Terrifying flames erupted, painting the sky red. On the warship, Sengoku leaped up, and the brilliant golden light surged from his hand to meet the raging flames with a powerful palm strike. The violent shockwave dispersed the blazing flames into countless sparks in the sky. Sengoku jumped back onto the ship, took a deep breath, and turned to the Navy Rear Admiral behind him. "Don't mind that idiot, we retreat." The Navy Rear Admiral nodded without hesitation and immediately conveyed the rapid retreat order to the surrounding Navy warships through the Den Mushi. After the Navy Rear Admiral left, Sengoku clutched his chest, his face instantly turning ugly, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, that Elbat guy not only has a tough body, but his punches are also much stronger than at the beginning. What a terrifying talent, given time. He will surely become a great threat." During the time they fought, not only did Sengoku beat Elbat to a miserable state, but he also endured quite a bit of damage himself. Since becoming a user of the human fruit, mythical Zoan type, Sengoku with the Great Buddha form had not felt such heart-wrenching pain for a long time. But fortunately, the Navy has a very mature medical system. This injury, once he returns to the Navy headquarters, he will receive top-notch treatment immediately. This is also a significant advantage of the Navy over pirates. After all, as long as a doctor has solid skills, their income and status won't be too bad. In such circumstances, who would be foolish enough to go to sea and become a pirate? Therefore, many pirates spend their lives fighting, leaving countless hidden injuries of all sizes. However, the chances of finding a top doctor to help treat them are almost negligible. A typical example is Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. At a similar age, Carp and Sengoku can still be lively and active at sea, while the world's strongest man has to rely on hanging medicine bottles year-round. Even maintaining this state is thanks to the help of Marco, the Phoenix fruit user. Without him, Whitebeard might not even have the ability to engage in a Marineford war. Seeing the Navy's ships quickly departing from Kyun Island, Elbat, lying on the ground, shouted to Kaido, who was ready to charge into the sky. "You damn beast. You get too excited while fighting. Don't you see that Roger's pirate crew hasn't moved yet? What? Do you want to go up alone and take on the entire Navy? Is it unbearable for you not to deliver your head?" While teaching Kaido a lesson, Elbat also kept an eye on the Navy's movements. At this moment, he didn't use his ability to freeze the sea and cut off the Navy's retreat. There's no other reason. That would attract too much hatred. Not to mention whether Roger's pirate crew would still unite with him against the Navy. After all, Roger's character is hard to trust, even if the two sides joined forces. Leaving Sengoku and those naval high-ups behind would be something impossible to achieve. The vast military strength and support that the Navy possesses are not just for show. So at this stage, Elbat never had any grand ideas. As for what Roger's crew thinks, that's none of his business. Perhaps these guys might even seize the opportunity to counterattack the Navy. At this moment, not far from Kyun Island, several seagulls were tightly gripping an albatross's shoulder with their claws, flapping their wings desperately. Below the seagulls, the albatross, dressed in a sharp suit and with a large camera hanging from its chest, looked excitedly at Kyun Island below. The Flying Sky Pirates, Roger's pirates, and the strongest beast pirates of the new era teamed up, delivering a heavy blow to the Navy headquarters in the North Sea. If I'm not mistaken, the Navy suffered casualties of 1 or 2,000 in this battle. Plus, the scene of the Navy hero, Vice Admiral Karp, and Admiral Sengoku spitting blood. What big news, truly big news. This news is bound to explode in the world. The presidency of the World Economic News Agency is definitely going to belong to me. Morgans had only heard that the Navy would be taking action in the North Sea, so he had come over to join the excitement on a whim. But he didn't expect this excitement to escalate to such a degree. The two highest combat powers of the Navy, plus the Navy hero Karp, teamed up, bringing dozens of warships and nearly 10,000 Navy personnel to battle two legendary pirates of the New World and the newly risen vice captain of the Beast Pirates. As a result, not only did they lose 1 or 2,000 elite Navy personnel, but even Sengoku and Karp were seriously injured. As for the outcome, they only captured 2 cadres from the Flying Sky Pirates. Who knows, these 2 might even have to be safely returned to Shiki the Golden Lion. After all, that bastard once did something crazy, threatening to place over 10 islands over Mariewa to rescue his subordinates. The evil dragon Elbat. I used to think his bounty of over 800 million was somewhat due to Kaido's reputation. But now it seems that bounty is a bit low. Morgan sighed. He had seen with his own eyes how Elbat first teamed up with Shiki to beat Karp badly, and then fought against Admiral Sengoku twice without falling behind. With this performance, it would not be an exaggeration to give him 8 billion instead of just 800 million. Looking at it now, the Navy's plan to suppress him is likely to fail again. First Shiki, now the Beast Pirates. Who knows what the person who formulated this plan is thinking now? Sengoku, don't worry. Forget about that. I need to hurry back to the agency and ask the president to publish an extra issue overnight. By the way, I also need to conduct a more detailed investigation on this Elbat person. This time, I want to do a serialized special issue. The battle on Kyun Island has gradually come to an end, but the undercurrents surging in the dark have not stopped. In a certain cave on Kyun Island, the damp and dark cave was filled with various water stains, and thousands of people were gathered in small groups, looking around at the dark environment with fear. At the top of the cave, more than 10 torches were burning, which was their only source of light. Tens of thousands of people here are citizens of the Seleucid kingdom rescued by Shiki from a refugee ship. With the ability of the island fruit, Peruz moved all these people to this underground space. In a corner of the crowd, a group of hulking men formed a circle. In the center of the circle, Doubt was holding a din mushy, talking with Fuzz Call. "Hey Doubt, why do you have to get involved in this mess?" Fuzz Call's voice came from the din mushy. "Commander, there's no need for you to say anything. This is a choice I have to make. After all, isn't this the fate of us Black Gloves?" Doubt's voice remained flat, as if he were about to face an ordinary task. Fuzz Call on the other end of the din mushy fell silent for a moment. After a while, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Doubt, there's a small boat on the east side of the island. You can still leave now. Thank you for your kindness, Commander Call, but Gabra is still young. I can't evade this mission." A flicker of turmoil passed through Doubt's resolute gaze, but it ultimately turned into calm. "Commander Call, if possible, please help me one last time and send Gabra to Hagwon Island. Although it would be tough, at least there would still be food to eat. Also, Thank you for your care over the years. The farewell in the darkness was helpless and heavy, while the goodbye in the sunlight felt particularly light. In the North Sea, Seleucid Sea area, inside Cunard Island, Elbat yawned lazily and sat up. After driving away the navy, Roger decided to hold a grand banquet. Naturally, a certain drunkard who rushed over without a drop to drink readily agreed to this proposal. Pirates are such fascinating creatures. Not long ago, they were fighting to the death with you, but after experiencing something together, they can sit down and drink and chat. Moreover, Roger and his gang were quite cunning. They saw that Elbat was young and clearly hadn't drunk much. So they often came in groups of 2 or 3 to persuade Elbat to drink, preparing to make this guy who once tricked them look foolish. Unsurprisingly, they all ended up knocked out by Elbat. In terms of drinking, not even the entire Roger pirates could match him. Even the entire Navy headquarters combined wouldn't be his opponent. Looking at the surroundings filled with sprawled bodies, drunk and unconscious, Elbat found a certain horned black gorilla still slumped next to a bottle and kicked it. Hey, Elbat, come on, drink. Drink my ass. Get up. We still have things to do today. Elbat aimed another kick at Kaido's face, and after mumbling a couple of words, the horned gorilla flipped over and went back to sleep. Damn it. Just as Elbat couldn't help but draw out his large black sword to give the head beneath him a few whacks, a voice timely stopped him. Don't mind him. He was like this back on a rock ship. After all this time, he hasn't changed at all. Elbat turned his head to look in the direction of the voice, and a figure in a black and yellow striped captain's cloak instantly came into view. It was none other than the already awakened Golden Lion Shiki. Elbat pointed at the completely unresponsive Kaido beneath him and jokingly scolded. Did you all spoil him like this before? How could that be? For someone like him, we usually just beat him awake. But after Ling Ling found a peaceful way to wake him up, we gradually stopped using that old method. Shiki sat on the beach, cigar in mouth, looking at the calm sea in front of him, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Elbat temporarily gave up on waking the drunken guy beneath him and walked straight to Shiki, sitting cross-legged on the sand beside him. You're actually starting to reminisce about life. That's not like you, Shiki. Taking out a bottle of starry beer from the system, Elbat tossed it to Shiki. Give it a try. This is a special celebratory drink, specially reserved for you. Celebration? Shiki took the drink, paused for a moment, then smiled. That's right, I was still unconscious during your banquet yesterday. Shiki chuckled self-deprecatingly. I never expected that I would also have a day when someone saved me. The debt of life-saving in the pirate profession can be significant or trivial, entirely depending on the attitude of the person saved. Some repay kindness with enmity, but there are indeed many who repay selflessly. Shiki, being proud and arrogant, didn't know how to face Roger and Elbat anymore. After a long silence, Shiki seemed to have made a decision and spoke. I rarely say thank you to others, but I genuinely appreciate you this time, Elbat. That said, I don't have much to thank you for. So how about you come to my Flying Sky Pirates as the vice captain? Once I obtain the ancient weapon and dominate the world, you'll be above 1 and below 10,000. Shiki didn't have an inflated sense of self. In his view, although they were both vice captains, the Beast Pirates couldn't compare to his Flying Sky Pirates. Inviting Elbat to become the vice captain of the Flying Sky Pirates was a privilege that only Roger had before. At this moment, Elbat could gradually be compared to Roger in Shiki's eyes. Wait, I'm just a materialistic person. Let us keep things straightforward, okay? Don't try to fool me with such empty titles. Elbat rolled his eyes and said, This guy hasn't even started drinking, so why is he talking nonsense in broad daylight? This pancake you drew makes that lunatic Kaido look better than you. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be so sentimental. I'm starting to like you more and more. All right, tell me, what do you want? Shiki paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. As for money, let us start with 50 billion berries. If that's not enough, I'll ask you for more. I want a few devil fruits, around 30 or 40 will be fine. And I also need various firearms and ammunition. I don't need too many ships or minerals, just 100 of each to start with. Now, can you give me some practical answers to my questions? Stop being so greedy. You asked me what I wanted, and those things I just mentioned are what I want. Shiki, as for money, the most I can give you is 10 billion berries. I've been hit hard by the Navy this time, and I still need to recruit and buy horses to get revenge, so I can't give you too much. And for ships, minerals, firearms, and ammunition, I don't even have enough for myself. How can I give you any? As for devil fruits, let's not even talk about whether I have them. Even if I did, I wouldn't give them to a brat like you. Don't forget, when we get to the new world, we might meet on the battlefield. Giving you a devil fruit would just be aiding the enemy, right? Shiki spread his hands and said straightforwardly, Just 10 billion berries? What kind of offer is that? Elbat glared at Shiki and shouted dramatically, I saved your life, And that's all I get? I should have let that bastard Sengoku kill you. He's completely forgotten how he once tricked the Golden Lion. What are you in a hurry for? I haven't finished yet. Shiki raised his hand to block the spit flying from Elbat and said in a calm tone, I can't give you much in material things. But there's something I think you wouldn't refuse. You like using swords, right? How about this? When we get back to the New World, I'll take some time to teach you a few moves. Isn't that better than anything else? It would save me from watching your clumsy swordsmanship that makes my teeth ache. Shiki's words stunned Elbat for a moment. Teach me swordplay? He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, thinking that Shiki's suggestion wasn't bad. To put it simply, whether in his past life or this one, Elbat had never systematically learned how to use a blade to fight. That guy Kaido is basically self-taught in weapon usage. Techniques like Thunder Bagua and Roaring Bagua just add different attributes to Haki and then swing with all his strength, relying on brute force. Learning from him, Elbat could only do a few moves like sweeping through thousands of troops and splitting Mount Hua. He couldn't even cut through iron without relying on brute force. As for Shiki, despite not having any flashy sword techniques, he clearly had reached a level where he simplified his sword moves to the extreme. To put it simply, every basic attack from Shiki was practically the same as using a special move. Your request is acceptable. I can reluctantly agree. Seeing Elbat's troubled expression, Shiki almost pressed a cigar directly onto his face. Receiving my teachings is something that countless people would fight over. You brats shouldn't be so ungrateful. Teaching Elbat swordplay was also a choice that Shiki arrived at after careful consideration. Swordsmanship isn't something you can learn just because someone teaches you. Besides, Elbat is a novice and probably wouldn't understand advanced swordsmanship. So teaching him some basics and simple techniques would be sufficient. At the same time, Shiki actually had another plan in mind. He didn't have any impressive performance in the battle in the Seleucid Kingdom. He even got knocked out by Sengoku, so it was normal for Elbat to think he wasn't strong and not want to ally with him. After teaching him a few days of swordsmanship and letting him see his own strength, maybe this guy would change his mind. Of course, Shiki had his own calculations, and Elbat had his own ideas. In order to get Shiki's swordsmanship for free, he temporarily couldn't use his ability to change the weather. By the way, Shiki, are you planning to go straight back to the New World? Elbat asked curiously. After discussing the rewards, he began to ask about Shiki's next plans. Elbat naturally couldn't tell Shiki about the scholars from O'Hara on his ship. Otherwise, with Shiki's obsession with historical texts, he might end up fighting him. Of course, I'm going back. I can't go back without smashing the Navy's place in the New World a few times, or else I won't live up to these injuries. Shiki replied calmly. Although he was drinking and boasting with Elbat now, no one knew what the other was thinking. In Shiki's mind, Elbat was just like Roger, with a very bad conscience. He felt he had to guard against him. Aren't you here to find those scholars? Why are you going back already? Although he couldn't wait for Shiki to hurry back to the New World, Elbat still pretended to be puzzled and asked, what a load of crap. Those bastards from the world government detonated a bomb right in the crowd of that cave. As soon as I woke up, I rushed over. And apart from a dozen seriously injured, I didn't see a single scholar standing. Speaking of this, Shiki couldn't help but curse. Damn it, after the whole operation. Not only did I get nothing, but I also ended up hurt, and my 2 division commanders became prisoners of the Navy. And that bastard Roger. Weren't you supposed to have strong observation Haki? After the battle, you didn't rush to find the scholars, but immediately held a banquet. What does that mean? At least you could use your observation Haki to check on those people first. A banquet. All you know is how to hold a banquet. Damn. Hearing Shiki recount the events, Elbat couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was the first time he had intuitively witnessed the ruthlessness of the world government. Tens of thousands could be killed just like that. The world government truly lived up to its name. How brutal. They say we pirates are ruthless, but in my opinion, those guys in the world government aren't any better. Justice? Puffed. Shiki exhaled a puff of smoke, arrogantly displaying his disdain for the Navy's beliefs. Once I dominate the world, everything I do will be justice. Who knows, maybe Sengoku and those guys will turn out to be the real pirates. Just thinking about their expressions makes me feel a lot better. Haven't you ever thought about the possibility of failure? Elbat suddenly asked. Failure? Haven't I just failed this time? But before Elbat could continue questioning, Shiki spoke again. But so what? Should I give up my ambitions out of fear of failure? People like that shouldn't even be pirates. Shiki had experienced both successes and failures along his journey. But he understood that as long as he was still alive and his strength remained, it wasn't a big deal. I can fail countless times, but I can also rise again countless times. Ha ha ha. Do you think I'm someone ordinary? I am the Golden Lion. This old guy is really full of himself. New World, Gorstino Islands. After the ravages of war, Wintermelon Island has basically completed its reconstruction work. The Beast Pirates not only use various captive for labor, but also conscripted islanders to help with the construction. Of course, they're paid for their work. Quinn is a typical jack-of-all-trades, with some achievements in the construction field. So Kaido directly appointed him as the chief engineer for the local construction. According to Quinn's estimate, it will take about 3 more months for the Beast Pirates base on Wintermelon Island to be fully completed. Early in the morning, he took the design drawings and started moving between various construction sites. Over here, and add some strength there, don't dawdle. Standing next to Quinn is Scorch, the foreman in charge of managing the laborers at the site. Brother Quinn, we lost a few more hands again while digging the outer wall foundation yesterday. It feels like we're a bit short on manpower now. Why don't you talk to Brother Gene and see if we can get some more people from the mine? Scorch suggested. The mines on Dislon Island are filled with a large number of defeated pirate captives, and the captives used for the construction of the base were transferred from the mines. No need. That guy Seabass has already gone to requisition more laborers. Once they arrive, we can assign some of the tasks from these captives to the laborers, and the manpower will be sufficient, Quinn replied. The laborers Quinn referred to are actually refugees forced to go to sea due to the war. There are wars everywhere in the New World, creating tremendous chaos, and the number of refugees is countless. The Beast Pirates' need for a large workforce for their territorial construction has presented an excellent opportunity for human traffickers in the black market. After extorting the last berry from the refugees' pockets, they quickly sold them to the Gorstino Islands. Although these refugees are low-priced, their large numbers still amount to considerable profits. This also led to not only slave traders, but various industries in the black market getting a share of the profits. Some slave traders, who also operated shipyards, even started promotional activities offering discounts on buying ships along with slaves. In this way, the Beast Pirates purchased refugees, significantly increasing the population within the archipelago and gaining a large labor force. Human traffickers not only exploited the surplus value of the refugees, but also made a hefty profit. Meanwhile, the refugees found a safe place as they wished and began to rebuild their lives. In this way, everyone has a bright future. It's just like Qin Shi Huang fiddling with electric wires in the Sichuan pepper field, winning big time. If it really doesn't work, aren't there still dinosaurs in our lab? Let them wear sturdier gloves on their claws. Digging might be efficient enough, and could also train their obedience to commands. Quinn stroked his chin and slowly spoke. Huh, is that even possible? Scotch expressed that although he didn't understand, he was greatly shocked. While the two were talking, a pirate subordinate ran over from a distance, excitedly holding a newspaper. Brother Quinn, look, the captain and the vice captain are in the newspaper again. Upon hearing this, Quinn's heart raced. That restless guy Kaido was in the newspaper again. He must not have been caught again, right? Quinn quickly took the newspaper from his subordinate and opened it, where several big characters stood out. Shocking. The Navy's major defeat. Below the headline were 2 large photos occupying the entire page. In the left photo, a handsome guy was swinging a sword toward Carp's forehead. At the same time, the Golden Lion Shiki was giving Carp a chilling blow with Sakura Ten. In the right photo, the same handsome guy was grappling with Admiral Sengoku, fiercely exchanging blows and wrestling. Quinn recognized at a glance that this was his most beloved brother Elbat. Next to the photo was a prominent line of text, Beast Attack, the overwhelmingly powerful vice captain of the Beast Pirates. Turning the newspaper to the back, there was a detailed account of the entire incident regarding the Seleucid Kingdom. From Morgan's perspective, the Navy's earlier propaganda about someone insulting the celestial dragons in the Seleucid Kingdom was actually a smokescreen. This incident was a naval encirclement operation against the flying sky pirate Captain Golden Lion Shiki in the North Sea, and Shiki, this cunning villain, played the Navy, joining forces with the Roger Pirates and the Beast Pirates in the waters of the Seleucid Kingdom to ambush the Navy. Morgans wasn't clear about how much damage the flying sky pirate suffered, but as long as he didn't see it, he treated it as if it didn't exist. Therefore, an extremely exaggerated figure was carelessly thrown out by this guy. According to my rough estimate, there were nearly 100 warships, over 20 Navy vice admirals, more than 40 Navy rear admirals, and nearly 100,000 Navy personnel involved in the encirclement of Golden Lion Shiki. Next came Morgan's description of the battle situation at the time. For instance, Admiral Sengoku was ambushed by the Flying Sky Pirates and was trapped inside a gigantic stone ball, while the Beast Pirates' evil dragon Elbat teamed up with the Golden Lion to severely injure the Navy hero Carp. Not only was there a detailed written description, but there were also several highly effective photos attached, especially the later passionate brawl between Elbat and Sengoku holding hands. Morgan's not only claimed that the two fought for several hours with no clear victor, but also highlighted the classic scene where Elbat said, "Weak strength. Have you eaten?" Next to this text, there's a picture of Elbat using his head to slam the warring states down, which gives a feeling that Elbat is beating the warring states on the ground. At the end of the report, there are descriptions and photos of Kaido's arrival and the Navy's panicked escape. The entire report is filled with images and truths, making it hard not to attract attention. Of course, the newspaper only talked about various surface experiences, while the sordid matters regarding scholars and historical texts were not elaborated on further. It's not that Morgans didn't want to, but some things he genuinely didn't know himself. As for why he promotes some while belittling others, it's naturally for sales. The public is tired of the Navy's victories. The world government has maintained its rule for 800 years, and victories are just common occurrences. Even if the Navy thoroughly swept the New World, for most of the public, it would just be the same old story. However, once the Navy suffers a significant defeat, that becomes big news. A Navy defeat can trigger a series of chain reactions. Not only will the New World face a major upheaval, but even the Four Seas will feel the ripples from this defeat. Therefore, when Queen finished reading the newspaper, his first reaction was to hurry and get a phone snail. Quickly contact Boss Kaido and Brother Elbat and tell them to come back soon. The New World is about to change. As the newspaper delivery birds began to send newspapers to all corners of the world, a series of shocking events gradually unfolded everywhere. On Cake Island in the New World, the highly informed Big MOM pirates had already received detailed information about the battle in the Seleucid Kingdom before the newspaper arrived. It was rare that Charlotte Linlin had not started eating at this time. Instead, she was sitting on a throne, carefully reviewing the documents handed over by Perospero. She stroked her smooth chin and said in surprise, Well, Kaido is truly lucky to have picked up such a good talent. The Navy's losses are always welcomed by pirates. At this moment, Katakuri walked in holding a brand new bounty notice and said to Charlotte Linlin, Mom, here is the recently collected information. The Navy has discussed the latest bounty for the vice captain of the Beast Pirates, Elbat, and it should be issued to the whole world soon. Katakuri, holding the bounty information, had a conflicted and gloomy expression. Based on age, Elbat should be around the same age as him, and both are positioned similarly as the right-hand men of great pirates. However, in terms of fame, strength, and bounty, Elbat has now left him far behind. It can be said that while he still carries the title of Charlotte Linlin's son through this major incident, Elbat has truly entered the ranks of top pirates. Oh, the Navy has discussed the bounty results? How much is it? Charlotte Linlin asked without looking up. 1,690,000,000 berries. Katakuri said in a muffled voice. How much? Charlotte Linlin's fingers slightly stiffened while flipping through the information. 1 billion. Before Katakuri could finish repeating, Charlotte Linlin had already snatched the bounty notice information from his hand and began to examine it carefully. Disaster Elbat. Vice Captain of the Beast Pirates. Bounty of 1,690,000,000 berries. Heinous crimes. Life or death unaccounted for. The recent bounty not only changed Elbat's title from Evil Dragon to Natural Disaster, but also replaced his wanted poster with an expression from the fierce battles of the warring states. Navy Colonel Nazca Kektali, drunken aiming, knows how to come up with nicknames and tease his superiors. Adding up to 3. 2 billion from the Golden Lion. 3 billion from Whitebeard, too. 8 billion from Roger, and people like me, Raidfield, and Wang Ji. This means Elbat's bounty has already entered the top 10 in the New World. 12,690,000,000 berries is only slightly less than my 16 billion. Charlotte Linlin's eyes sparkled with an indescribable light, not knowing what she was contemplating. 16,540,000,000 berries is Charlotte Linlin's current bounty. But make no mistake, this is the result of her decades of hard work. Now, being approached by Elbat in such a short time, it would be unrealistic to say she doesn't have any thoughts about it. Mama, not only that, even the captain of the Beast Pirates, Beast Kaido's bounty has been surpassed by Elbat, Katakuri said in a low voice. Generally speaking, in a pirate crew, the captain has the highest bounty. Even the vice captain's bounty would drop sharply. But now, knowing that Elbat is only the vice captain of the Beast Pirates, the Navy still sets such a bounty. And anyone with a discerning eye can immediately understand that something is off. Don't worry about it. It's obvious that it's a little trick from the Navy. Just trying to see if they can sow discord between Kaido and Elbat. Charlotte Linlin waved her hand and said, From what I know of that guy Kaido, he won't care too much about this kind of thing. Even if he does, he'll probably go after the Navy, not have an internal conflict with his subordinates. But it's not bad to take this opportunity to give Elbat a little face. Charlotte Linlin's mood, which was originally a bit complicated because of the bounty, brightened up as she thought about teasing her former little brother. By the way, Katakuri, speaking of which, Elbat is about the same age as you, so he probably isn't married yet, right? Charlotte Linlin glanced at the wanted poster in her hand and smacked her lips. Actually, if you look closely, this kid is quite handsome. Next time we hold a tea party, send an invitation to the Beast Pirates. Mama wants to take a closer look at this natural disaster. By the way, let your sisters dress up nicely. Who knows? Maybe we can become one family. Mama, with Elbat's current status, it's impossible for him to join our Charlotte family. And besides, the sisters are still quite young. Arranging marriages for them now seems a bit. Katakuri hesitated for a moment, but ultimately mustered the courage to express his opinion. Within the Charlotte family, Charlotte Linlin's relationship with her many children is quite delicate. Sometimes the element of utilization might outweigh familial ties. However, Katakuri's feelings with his siblings are still very deep. This was also the first time he disagreed with Charlotte Linlin's decision. Katakuri, are you questioning Mama's decision? Charlotte Linlin sat on her throne, staring at her greatest masterpiece. A glint of red lightning flickering in her pupils, and her conqueror's haki surged forth. Katakuri endured the tremor of his soul and spoke with difficulty. Mama, I want to say, it seemed he had made a certain decision, and his hands and feet gradually regained some strength. The figures of his siblings flashed through his mind, and Katakuri gritted his teeth, looking firmly ahead at the imposing Charlotte Linlin. It is indeed a bit too early to discuss the marriage of his sisters. Facing the violent conqueror's haki blowing towards him, Katakuri took a heavy step forward, creating a deep pit in the hard floor. The next moment, red lightning flashed, and a hint of immature conqueror's haki appeared out of nowhere. Conqueror's haki, he truly is Mama's good son. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily as she retracted her surging conqueror's haki. Since you are unwilling, Mama will respect your opinion this time. But, just this once, if you truly care about your sister's future happiness, then prove it to Mama. Katakuri. Navy New World, G1 branch. What exactly does that reporter named Morgans want? Steelbone Kong slammed the newspaper in his hand onto the table, angrily shouting, what a distortion of facts, saying that half of the Navy suffered losses and that only 1 in 10 high-ranking Navy officers survived. How could he write such misleading reports? Suppressing his anger, Steelbone Kong picked up the transponder snail and spoke in a deep voice. Hello, is this the Political Affairs Office? This is Kong.